Chapter 101. His daughter is 21 years old this year. She has always been very well behaved and beautiful. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the father and daughter have been struggling to survive in an abandoned container. He couldn't imagine how miserable his daughter would end up if she was discovered. Hearing what the man said, Brother Chi became interested and asked with his head tilted, "Oh, where's your daughter? Let's go pick her up and go back together." "No. I don't have a daughter." The man lowered his head and said in a panic, "I said it wrong, Brother Chi, you heard it wrong too." Bang! A thug who was leaning against the SUV kicked the man on the side, and he fell to the ground with a ball of mud in his mouth. The man stood up, and because of the mud in his mouth, he said incoherently, "Seventh brother. I was just talking nonsense, really talking nonsense." Seventh brother looked at the man expressionlessly and said coldly, "Swallow it." The man was stunned. "I told you to swallow it, are you deaf?" Seeing this, the thug raised his foot and wanted to kick again. "Stop! Stop hitting me." The man quickly swallowed the dirt in his mouth, then raised his hand to block it, and said in panic. A few meters away, Chinyu and Uncle Wa squatted under the rotten road, staring at the men with their fists clenched into a ball. Brother Chi continued to squat in front of the man, and said with a little displeasure, "If it weren't for us, you would still be staying in that cesspool. Why are you still not satisfied?" "Yes, yes." The man swallowed the dirt, couldn't help coughing a few times, and continued to beg, "I am very grateful to Brother Chi for bringing me out." "Really?" After staying in the abandoned toilet for an unknown number of days, this morning, the man accidentally heard the conversation of two people on duty outside the door. They heard them saying that recently Boss Long asked his subordinates to find salt, but no one else had a clue, and many people were scolded for this. After eavesdropping, the man didn't care that the person outside the door had a gun. He quickly ran to the door and shouted loudly, "I know where the salt is. I can take you there." The appearance of the man scared the two guards at the door. They cursed angrily, picked up the wooden sticks beside them, and walked forward to beat him hard. Just as the man raised his hand to cover himself, Longshan was about to go out. When he passed by there, he heard the man's words and immediately shouted, "Bring him here." "Okay, Boss Long." The two men threw away the sticks, then walked forward and held one side of the man and brought him to Longshan. As soon as he got closer, Longshan smelled a foul odor. He frowned and said, "Use rainwater to wash him." After hearing the order, a thug picked up a basin, scooped a basin of water from the bucket next to him, and poured it directly on the man. After washing off some stains on his body, it was not so smelly anymore. Longshan said coldly, "You said you can find salt, where is it?" The man said quickly, "After leaving the city, go north for dozens of kilometers and there is a village. There is a salt well in the back of the village. The people there have been making salt for generations. The road is difficult to walk on, and few people can usually find it." Longshan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he ordered a thug to bring paper and pen, and immediately said, "Draw the map." Hearing this, the man's face changed. If he couldn't get out, how could he escape? Only after leaving here would he have a chance to run away, so he took the paper and pen, pretended to draw a few strokes on it, and then said, I haven't been to school, I don't know how to draw a map. But I can take you there," the man said helplessly. Seeing this, Longshan didn't say much. He walked out the door and called Cheesy, whispering in his ear, "Take 3 people with you and go out to find salt with him. If you can't find it, chop it up. If you can find it, you can do whatever you want. Bringing it back is a waste of food." At this time, Longshan had almost kidnapped all the survivors, so he didn't need this person to attract zombies, so he didn't care much. "Understood." Cheesy nodded and agreed, then selected 3 capable men, drove a car, and took the man out of the hotel. Before leaving, Longshan said coldly, "You have to exchange the rainwater for washing the dirt on your body with salt. If you can't find salt, then pay it back with your own blood." In this way, the man didn't dare to think about anything else along the way. There were always 2 people pointing guns at his head and driving him to the entrance of the village. "Since you are grateful, then tell me the whereabouts of your daughter. Don't worry, I will reunite you 2 father and daughter." Brother Chi said with a sly smile. Anyone could tell that this was not a nice thing to say. The man thought clearly that he would not say it even if he died. He would rather believe that zombies still had reason than trust these people. After a long silence, the man continued, "I really heard it wrong." Brother Chi's eyes were fierce, and then he stood up and said to a thug, "Go inside and see if there is any salt." "Yes." The thug nodded and ran towards the village. A few minutes later, the thug ran out with half a bag of salt and said excitedly, "Brother Chi, There is still half a room of unopened salt. We have done a great deed now. When the henchman came closer, Brother Chi took the salt, put a little on his finger, and put it into his mouth to taste it. It was a familiar taste. Then he smiled. Everyone can pick a girl when we go back. Thank you, Brother Chi. Brother Chi is awesome. Seeing the cheers of several people, the man on the ground dared to continue. Gentlemen, you found the salt. Can you let me go? Brother Chi took out a handful of salt and rubbed it directly on the wound on the man's body, causing him to scream in pain. Then the seventh brother continued to ask, say it or not. The man lying on the ground was in so much pain that his face turned pale. He said weakly, say it. Say it, you found the salt, didn't you? The man knew that he was going to die today. Before he died, he would never reveal the whereabouts of his daughter, and he would never say it even if he died. Fuck, you are still playing dumb with me. The seventh brother kicked him and then cursed, beat me. Boss Long said that we have found the salt, and we can do whatever we want with the people. The three thugs shouted and rushed forward to bid violently, not disguising their violent means at all. 2 minutes later, the man on the ground was breathing less and less, lying on the ground, twitching with blood foam at the mouth. A few seconds later, the man stopped moving and no longer struggled. Chin Yu, who was hiding in the distance, punched the soil in front of him and said gloomily, what should we do if they find the salt? Don't worry, I have a way. Uncle Wa also said gloomily. A thug took out a dagger and stabbed it into the temple of the man on the ground to prevent him from turning into a corpse. Then the four of them walked into the village together to move the salt. The car could not drive in, so they had to park outside. After they walked away, Uncle Wa climbed up with Chinyu. Chapter 102. Chinyu walked to the side of the car and took a look at the man on the ground. His right eyeball had been blown out and blood was flowing from his left eye. Seeing this miserable appearance, both of them felt bad. Don't be sad. Uncle Wa walked to Chinyu, put his hand on his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, in the end of the world, it is normal for people to die. Chinyu whispered, but even if you are bitten to death by zombies, it is better than being beaten to death like this. Hearing this, Uncle Wa also fell silent. What is the method you just mentioned? Chinyu turned around and stopped looking at the man on the ground, and asked Uncle Wa. I said, only one of us and them can survive. Uncle Wa took out a dagger, and said in a cold tone, boy, watch out, now is the killing technique. After saying this, Uncle Wa turned around and walked towards the entrance of the village. Although the car was parked at the entrance of the village, it happened to be next to a bend. Unless those people came out, Chinyu and Uncle Wa would not be seen. Uncle Wa walked around the car and walked a few steps into the village, then looked at the footprints on the ground and squatted down. What are you going to do? I help you. Chinyu came over, he also wanted to help. No, just watch. Uncle Wa took out a dagger and started digging at the footprints. He lowered his head and said, I want to bury a landmine. Landmine? Where did the mine come from? Chinyu was startled and looked at Uncle Wa's waist. He didn't have a bag on him, so where did the mine come from? Who said that only real thunder can kill people? Uncle Wa raised his head, looked at Chinyu and smiled. About a minute later, Uncle Wa quickly dug down 3 centimeters according to the size of the footprint. Then, he picked up a thin and long dead branch, put a small stone in it, put the dead branch on top, and covered one end with wet soil. Uncle Wa stood up and picked a few leaves from the grass pile next to him, returned to the small pit, put the leaves on it, and then covered the leaves again with wet soil on one side. It looked exactly the same as before. Can this kill people? Chinyu was a little confused, and then said, what if they don't step on this footprint? Uncle Wa took out the last bit of fishing line from his pocket. Every time he went out, Uncle Wa liked to carry it with him, and it was very useful. One of the 4 people will step on it. Uncle Wa walked to a small tree on the side of the road and said, it won't work alone, but there are other things to cooperate with it. Go and cut a dozen branches as thick as fingers, make them longer, and sharpen one end of them. Chinyu nodded and walked to a tree next to him. Uncle Wa set the fishing line 2 centimeters in front of the footprints, raised it a little, and then connected the trees on both sides of the road. Then he tied the fishing line to a small sapling on the right-hand side, clamped the sapling with a barbed wood, and bent it. Then he used thin branches to make an oval at the sapling position, smeared some mud on it, and clamped it with a wooden stick. At first glance, it looked a bit like a grenade. Chinyu quickly walked back and looked at what Uncle Wa was fiddling with on the ground. He said, look carefully, it doesn't look like a grenade. Just looking at it is not enough. Uncle Wa stood up, picked up a small branch and broke it. Hearing the sound of clicking, Chinyu immediately understood, this sound. That's right. Uncle Wa nodded and continued. It sounds like the sound of stepping on a landmine. 1 second before they step on the footprint, the fishing line will be driven, triggering the mechanism on the right, and then the fake grenade will pop up. This has no lethality. Chinyu admired Uncle Wa's idea, but he saw at a glance that it was just a wooden mine. That's why you need to cut the branches. Uncle Wa took the sharp branch from Chinyu's hand and walked to the left. Uncle Wa stuck the thin branch into the ground on the left side of the bad road, with the sharp end facing up. He said, ordinary people usually don't dare to move when they step on a landmine, but what if the landmine jumps up on the right side? Then he will quickly fall to the left? Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he understood something and said immediately, no one will look carefully at what is jumping up. They will only believe their ears and forget their eyes. Uncle Wa stuck a dozen sharp sticks in place and stood up and said, these sticks are inserted every 20 centimeters or so, crosswise into the ground. Although they may not hit the vital points, they can delay the action. Uncle Wa looked at Chinyu and continued. Hearing the word vital points, Chinyu suddenly thought of a way. He saw Uncle Wa preparing to cover the sharp sticks with grass and hurriedly said, don't cover it yet, wait for me. Then he ran back to the way he came. If he remembered correctly, there was a zombie that they had killed a few dozen meters away from here. Soon Chinyu ran back, holding the zombie arm in his hand, dripping smelly blood on the ground. When he came to the trap, Chinyu smeared the zombie blood on the wooden sticks one by one, then threw it aside and said, this will be fatal. Good idea. Uncle Wa patted Chinyu's shoulder approvingly and said, evil people like them deserve this fate. Chinyu clenched his fists and said. Afterwards, Chinyu and Uncle Wa continued to squat down by the roadside, but this time, Uncle Wa did not choose to stay here. He said softly, it's not convenient to sniper here. I have to find a high point nearby. Sniper rifles are not easy to use at close range. This time, Uncle Wa only brought a dagger and a sniper rifle, but no pistol. Chinyu nodded and replied, you go, I can handle it here by myself. To prevent Uncle Wa from worrying, Chinyu pushed him. Go quickly, they will probably come out soon. Uncle Wa hummed, bent down and left quickly. A few minutes later, Chinyu saw the figures of those people. Each of them hugged dozens of bags of salt with both hands, walked out laughing, and heard vulgar words from time to time. This time when I go back, I will make that woman cry until all her tears dry, haha. An ugly-looking thug with yellow teeth said obscenely. When he turned his head to look at his companions behind him on the left, he did not notice the footprints in front of him. The next second, he stepped on them directly. Crack! The wooden stick was broken by the step, making a crisp sound. When the seventh brother, who was walking in front, heard the movement, his heart trembled suddenly. He was too familiar with this sound. A thug had stepped on it in the city before. That time, it was a real mine buried by Uncle Wa. Unfortunately, there was only one. He turned around and quickly shouted to the henchman, don't move, it's a mine. But unfortunately, the mechanism next to him was triggered, and a fist-sized object quickly popped up on the right-hand side. Brother Chi noticed it, but he didn't have time to take a closer look. A sense of fear surged in his heart, and he quickly fell forward. Chapter 103. The henchman dared not move after hearing what Brother Chi said, but the next second, he saw Brother Chi fall to the ground, and a small object appeared in the air on his right hand. He did not hesitate, and quickly threw the salt in his hand to the ground, and then jumped to the left. The remaining two henchmen, one lay at the back and dared not move, and the other followed the person in front and jumped to the left, but soon his right hand was directly pierced by a sharp wooden stick. Ah! A painful scream rang out, and the fingers were connected to the heart, not to mention that the hand of this henchman was directly pierced by the wooden stick. Chizai, who was lying on his head and covering his head, did not hear the explosion, but the screams of his subordinates came. He quickly stood up and went to the right to pick up the object. After a closer look, it was fake. Fuck. Feeling that he was being fooled, Chizai crushed the fake grenade, then ran to the side of the henchman and quickly asked, what's going on? As soon as Chizai ran closer, Chinyu took out a pistol, quickly aimed at his body, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the bullet hit the open space next to Chizai's calf. The first time he aimed at someone, Chinyu's shot was off target. The shooting was exposed, and another uninjured henchman picked up a pistol and aimed at Chinyu's position to fight back. The bullet hit the bad road, and Chinyu lowered his head and dared not show his face. Although Chinyu's shot did not hit, it successfully scared Chizai. He slipped and fell directly into the trap. Just when his head was about to pierce the wooden stick, Chizai's waist burst out with strength, and he twisted his body in the air and fell sideways. His body was just stuck in the gap between the wooden sticks, but soon, Cheesy felt pain in his hand, and when he looked up, he saw that his left palm was pierced by the stick. On a tree in the distance, Uncle Wa sat on a branch as thick as his arm, with his left hand wrapped around the trunk, holding up his left arm with his right hand, and holding up the sniper rifle. He saw the scene in the trap through the scope and said dissatisfiedly, "It should be inserted more densely." Then Uncle Wa aimed directly at Cheesy's head, and quickly pulled the trigger. When the bullet flew quickly, Cheesy did not stay where he was, but pulled out his palm and rolled to the side quickly, his body crushing the sticks. Bang! The bullet hit Cheesy's ear, just a few centimeters away. Cheesy immediately recognized the sniper from the distant shot. He took the automatic rifle slung over his back, raised his left arm, and fired a burst of bullets in the direction of Uncle Wa. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the tree trunk, causing the tree to shake. Uncle Wa leaned against the tree, waited for the gunshots to stop, quickly adjusted his posture, continued to hold up the sniper rifle, aimed at another subordinate, and shot him when he was about to run around the corner and hide in the village. Ding! Uncle Wa shot the pistol that the subordinate just raised, and it fell to the ground. The bullet flew past his cheek, and the hot temperature instantly drew a line of blood. But the man did not stop, and still ran into the village. Fuck. This can be blocked. Uncle Wa saw it clearly through the sniper scope, and cursed irritably. Good people don't pay for their lives, and the disaster will last for thousands of years. Then Uncle Wa turned the sniper rifle, and looked at Cheesy's position. There was only one body there, and the other two people had already hidden behind a slope. The corpse was the thug who stepped on the stick first. When he laid down to the left, he actually spread his limbs, and threw himself forward in a big shape. He was stabbed to the bone on the spot. His throat was pierced instantly, and he died without even a scream. When Cheesy raised his gun and fought back towards the mountain, Chinyu stood up with his pistol, but due to the angle, he could not hit Cheesy, and could only see the fire from the muzzle. After running a few steps to the side, Chinyu climbed up to the main road, then quickly ran behind the car, raised his gun and prepared to shoot Cheesy. Just as Chinyu exposed his body and prepared to shoot, the henchman, who was also pierced in the right hand, had already stood up. The moment he saw Chinyu, the injured henchman took out the pistol with his left hand, and quickly started shooting at Chinyu. Fortunately, he used his left hand, and the bullets basically hit the car body with a crackling sound. Chinyu was anxious for a moment, and exposed most of his body. The moment he heard the gunshot, he directly shrank back. Uncle Wa on the tree saw Chinyu being concentrated, and without hesitation, he put on his sniper rifle and quickly slid down the tree, stabbed the zombie's eyeball with a knife, and ran towards Chinyu. Compared to Chinyu Washu, Chizai and his men were much better equipped. Each of them had 2 magazines, and Chizai had 3 rifle magazines, and 2 grenades on his body, and he was holding a high-precision automatic rifle. Chizai, who had emptied a magazine, heard his men next to him firing at the car body. He turned his head, and saw a pair of legs under the car. Seeing this, he took out a grenade with his right hand, bit the ring with his teeth, and threw it directly towards the car. "Let's go!" Cheesy quickly took the magazine of the dead henchman. Since the pistol was in the abdomen, it was difficult to take it out, so he only took the magazine, helped the injured henchman up with one hand, and immediately led him to retreat to the abandoned village. Cheesy took his henchman with him not to save him, but if there was no other way, he would shoot his henchman's legs and leave them to attract zombies so that he could survive. A round grenade rolled under the car. When Chinyu saw it, he was so scared that his hair stood up. His legs were out of control, and he ran towards the roadside desperately. Just after running a few steps, Chinyu's heart started beating wildly. He jumped up and quickly lay forward. The next second, the grenade behind him exploded. A loud bang. All the zombies on the mountain were startled by the gunshots and explosions, and walked down the mountain step by step. Fortunately, the shock wave of the grenade explosion was partially blocked by the car, so Chinyu was only blasted forward a few times, and was not seriously injured. After rolling a few times, Chinyu touched his body, and the pistol fell to the ground. He looked back and saw that the bottom of the car was burning. Seeing this, Chinyu gritted his teeth and stood up quickly, and then ran forward. If Chinyu guessed correctly, the car was about to explode. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, a more violent rumble was heard. This time, the car explosion was more powerful than the grenade. Since the off-road vehicle was fully fueled and detonated, it was no less than a medium-sized bomb. Uncle Wa had just run onto the bad road when he saw the car explode instantly. He didn't think, and quickly laid down in the haystack next to him. Several zombies were attracted by the gunshots, and they were only a few meters away from Chinyu. The 2-second distance allowed Chinyu to run a little further. He hid behind a big rock with his head in his arms, and was not affected too much by the car explosion. However, the zombies were directly cut into pieces by the fragments caused by the explosion. Chapter 104. Uncle Wall lay on the grass, using a little slope to block a lot of car debris, but because his left calf was exposed, a piece of debris directly cut through his trouser leg, and blood immediately flowed out. Biting off the strip of cloth from his clothes with his teeth, Uncle Wall quickly bandaged his calf. The wound was not deep, and would not affect his movements. Without wasting time, he put on his sniper rifle, and quickly climbed up the rotten road. At this time, the off-road vehicle had been blown into an empty shell, and the man's body had been blown to pieces. The surrounding soil was blown black, and the air was full of dust and dirt flying all over the sky. The surrounding grass was also ignited by some sparks, and burned fiercely. "Xiaoyu?" Uncle Wa's eyes were red, and he covered his mouth and nose with his hands. There was too much dust, and he couldn't see Chinyu's position clearly, so he could only shout blindly. "Here." Chinyu huddled up and lay behind a rock, not daring to move. When the explosion ended, he heard Uncle Wa's voice, raised his hand and waved, and shouted weakly. Hearing Chinyu's voice, Uncle Wa ran over quickly and saw Chinyu's figure. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Chinyu up and asked hurriedly, "Are you okay?" Chinyu leaned on Uncle Wa, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and said intermittently, "No. Nothing, just my back. A little painful." Uncle Wa supported Chinyu and looked up in other directions. Zombies were coming one after another, at least 30. "You have to bear it for a while, the zombies can't stay here for long." Uncle Wa put one hand of Chinyu on his other shoulder, and helped him walk quickly into the village. When passing by the body of the henchman, Chinyu reminded weakly, "You can use the body to lead the zombies into the village, to block them." Hearing Chinyu's reminder, Uncle Wa put him down and ran over to drag the corpse, but it was very heavy, and the sticks were stuck very tightly, unless all the sticks were taken out first. But Uncle Wa didn't waste time. He looked at the zombies getting closer and closer, and without thinking, he lifted one of the corpse's feet, tilted it a little, and then stepped down hard on the knee with his right foot. With a click, the corpse's knee was directly broken by Uncle Wa. He twisted it a few times, then took out a dagger and cut it directly, cutting the trouser leg open, and then cutting a few lines on the leg. Turning around, Uncle Wa threw it towards the corner of the village. Worried that the zombies couldn't smell it from too far away, Uncle Wa broke off another hand of the corpse, and threw it at the entrance of the village. All this took only a few minutes, but dozens of zombies were getting closer and closer. Chinyu didn't stop there. He stood up and limped towards Uncle Wa. After finishing everything, Uncle Wa quickly ran back to help Chinyu up, as if the wound on his leg was not his, and he was not affected at all. Uncle Wa supported Chinyu and looked around. Those people had already entered the village first. Maybe they were waiting for them to enter in the dark. At present, it seemed that they could not enter the village anymore. Soon, Uncle Wa saw a well a few dozen meters away from the right side of the village, so he took Chinyu to it. When they got closer, Uncle Wa put Chinyu down, walked over, and lay down at the mouth of the well to take a look. "How is it? Are there zombies in there?" Chinyu asked, panting while sitting on the ground. "This is a dry well. No zombies are seen. It seems to lead to other places." Uncle Wa looked at the scene below and hesitated. It would be bad if there are more zombies inside. Uncle Wa was confused for a moment, and looked back at Chinyu. Chinyu raised his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and said with a wry smile, "Even if there are zombies inside, there are fewer than outside. This time I really fell. All the zombies in this mountain should have come here. It looks like there are almost hundreds of them." Chinyu looked in other directions and spoke slowly. All the zombies nearby were walking towards the foot of the mountain. They had no intelligence, and did not need to follow the road. Most of them rolled down the mountain, but as long as their heads were not broken, they could still stand up even if their leg bones were exposed. Hearing Chinyu's words, Uncle Wa looked at the entrance of the village. Although most of the zombies were led into the village by the hands and feet just now, there were still some lying there gnawing on the corpse, and the remaining dozens continued to walk towards their position. "Let's go!" Uncle Wa made up his mind, and helped Chinyu up. Even if there were zombies down there, there would definitely not be more than outside. Chinyu put his feet on one side of the well wall, supported the other side with his back, and slid down slowly. Fortunately, the wound was on his shoulder, so this action was not difficult to complete. Uncle Wa had to stay behind to close the well cover, otherwise the zombies would most likely fall into the well. After Chinyu went down, Uncle Wa immediately flipped in, grabbed the edge of the well with his left hand, took the well cover from the side with his right hand, and then covered it directly. Soon Uncle Wa also slid down. The well was not deep, only about 10 meters. The ground was full of dry soil, which should have been dry for a long time. However, as the well was covered, it became pitch dark inside. Just as Chinyu leaned against the side to rest, he touched a corpse, and the next second, the corpse moved directly. Chinyu immediately leaned to the side, and then touched the gun on his body, only to find that it had disappeared. Hearing the movement, Uncle Wa picked up the sniper rifle and fired a shot at the ground soil. With the flash of the muzzle, he saw the position of the zombie clearly, and quickly stepped forward and stabbed the zombie's brain. Chinyu touched the zombie's body and said, "The clothes are very dry. I guess it has been here for a long time. It should be okay to use it to make a fire." Uncle Wa also touched the zombie's clothes. "It should be enough." Then the two of them tore off the clothes on the zombie and divided them into small pieces. Uncle Wa took out a fire stick and scratched it several times, but the sparks could not ignite the clothes. "We still have to use wood chips," Uncle Wa said in a deep voice. Suddenly, thinking of wood chips, Uncle Wa remembered something. He took out the sniper rifle, then took off the magazine and pulled out a bullet. Uncle Wa touched the position of the bullet with his hand, removed it with a knife, poured the gunpowder, picked up the fire stick, and ignited it directly with a swish. Uncle Wa is really amazing. Chinyu learned another trick, watching him use bullets to make fire, and sighed again. If you are alone in this end of the world, you can also live steadily. A person can live, but not for long, and will always encounter other forces. Uncle Wa looked at Chinyu and said, "Fire is the beginning of human civilization." With it, Chinyu and Uncle Wa are not afraid of staying in this darkness. Chinyu turned his head to look at a passage with the light of the fire, and whispered, "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Chapter 105. Uncle Wa looked at other places in the well, shook his head and said, "Without wood as torches, we can't go far." Chinyu took a break and smiled and said, "You can break the zombie's arm, and you will have wood." Hearing this, Washu gently swung the zombie's arm, and it broke with a snap, then wrapped other clothes around it, and then rolled the fire around, and the simple torch was made. "Is it better?" Uncle Wa asked Chinyu with concern. "No problem." Chinyu smiled. "Much better. I was probably a little dizzy from the explosion just now. Let's go to another place. The zombies here should be able to smell us." Uncle Wa shone the torch on the top of his head, and the zombies above stood by the well, and kept hitting the lid. Uncle Wa wanted to help Chinyu, but he shook his head and refused. "It's nothing. I probably accidentally hit my leg just now. It's okay now." Hearing Chinyu's words, Uncle Wa nodded, handed the sniper rifle to Chinyu, and walked forward with a dagger and a torch. This passage is about 1 person high, and can accommodate 2 people walking side by side. The ground is paved with stones, and most of the moss on it is dead. After walking for a few minutes, the two came to a larger area, which is about 10 square meters in size. There is a pool in the middle, and there are stone stairs leading up next to it. Some light shines down from the stone stairs. "There is always a way out," Chinyu said with a smile while looking at the stone stairs. "Haha, let's go." Uncle Wa was also very happy. Seeing that there was a way out, he began to walk up. The two walked up the stone steps. There was an iron door in front of them. There was a circle of iron chains hanging on it, but it was not locked, just a few circles. Uncle Wa handed the torch to Chinyu, then reached out to take off the iron chain, pushed open the iron door, and walked out. Chinyu followed closely and looked around. This room looked like a family's kitchen. There was thick ash everywhere. There was a wooden table in the middle, with a few sets of bowls and chopsticks on it. There was also a pot on the earthen stove next to it. Chinyu walked up and took off the lid of the pot, and immediately saw what was inside. There was a pot of extremely rotten and smelly meat in it. The water had turned black, and dozens of densely packed maggots were crawling around on the rotten meat, which made Chinyu feel sick. He immediately closed the lid of the pot, thought about it for a while, and still felt sick, so he took out a few sticks from the firewood pile next to him, and stuffed them into the stove, then lit it with a torch and stewed the rotten meat directly. "Are you scared?" Washa turned his head, and saw the expression on Chinyu's face, and immediately understood, and joked. "Yeah." Chinyu continued to add a few pieces of wood and said, "A pot of rotten meat, so disgusting." Hee hee. Uncle Wa smiled, picked up a rag from the ground, wiped the 2 benches, sat down and said, "This family should have just been preparing to cook something to eat, and then encountered zombies, and ran away directly. The location where Chinyu and Uncle Wa were located had come to the village through the secret passage in the well, and the three people at the entrance of the village were hiding in a house at this time, blocked by zombies, and dared not go out. They didn't see at all that smoke was coming out from behind the village. "Come and sit down, I take a look at your wound," Uncle Wa shouted to Chinyu. There was a window here, and the light was much better. Chinyu, who came over, also noticed the blood on Uncle Wa's calf and immediately said, "You were injured too, why didn't you say it just now?" Uncle Wa was also injured, and he was busy outside just now. Chinyu felt a little guilty about this. In fact, he just bumped his leg, but he let the injured Uncle Wa hold him all the time. Small problem. Uncle Wa just glanced at his calf and continued, "Injury is commonplace. My injury is not worth mentioning. It's a big win if one of them dies." Unfortunately, one died on the spot. Chinyu came over and sat down, saying softly, "The other three ran away. They were poisoned by corpses, and they should have discovered it by now." Chinyu and Uncle Wa looked at each other and smiled tacitly. The first house from the village was a courtyard. At this time, the iron gate had been closed. More than a dozen zombies were roaring at the door, and zombies kept coming in. Damn it. Cheesy looked at the zombies at the door with a dark face and cursed angrily. Why are there so many zombies? It's probably the explosion. The grenade detonated the car. The uninjured henchman said in fear while sitting in the yard. Cheesy looked dark and didn't say anything. He looked at the two of them. "Old two, you hold Heisey, let's go hide in the room inside." "Okay, Brother Chi." The uninjured henchman, that is, Old Two, heard the order and walked over to hold the injured Heisey and walked inside. As soon as Lao Er helped Heisey, he said in confusion, "Strange, Heisey, what did you touch? Why is your hand so black?" Cheesy, who was about to enter the house, heard the sound and stopped. He immediately turned around and walked over. He took Heisey's palm with his right hand and looked at it. Sure enough, the wound had begun to turn black. "Chiga, your hand is like this too." Lao Er, who was helping Heisey, saw Cheesy's left hand and quickly said to him. Cheesy's eyes condensed, and he carefully recalled the scene of the injury. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, there is zombie blood on those sticks." "Aw?" Heisey was stunned when he heard this, and he almost cried. He said with a bitter face, "Then am I dead?" Cheesy didn't say anything, raised his hand, and looked at his left hand. The black line began to spread upwards. When it was about to reach halfway, he picked up Heisey's hand, and saw that the speed was about the same, and it did not pass the elbow. "There is still a chance. We must cut off the hand quickly," Cheesy said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Heisey quickly took out his dagger and handed it to Lao Er. "Second brother, please." The second brother took the knife and said seriously, "Don't worry, I was a pig butcher before the end of the world, I am very familiar with this." Then he asked Heisey to sit down, picked up a brick, and prepared to put the dagger on his hand. "Wait!" Cheesy thought of something and hurriedly stopped him. The second brother and Heisey looked at Cheesy and asked in confusion, "It's too late to delay any longer, Chi brother, you should cut your hand quickly." Cheesy walked forward, took the dagger, took a look and said, "Our knives have killed zombies. There must be blood residue on them, and using them to cut may cause infection again. What should we do?" Hearing this, Heisey was so frightened that he almost died. After taking a look at the room, Cheesy gritted his teeth and said, "Wait for me." After that, Cheesy quickly ran to the inner room, and soon, he came out holding something. The second brother took a closer look and saw that what Chiga was holding was a big axe. Chapter 106. Cheesy returned to the yard with an axe, which was covered in mud. But Cheesy didn't care about that at this time. He looked at Lao Er. "Go and bring the firewood, then make a fire and burn the kitchen knife red." With a clang, Cheesy threw the kitchen knife on the windowsill to the ground. When he heard that the kitchen knife was to be burned red, Heisey immediately understood what to do next. When they were in the camp, Heisey often followed Chiga to torture the imprisoned survivors. They chopped off the little toes of the men's feet. They used the files used by carpenters. They sharpened the top of the files and stuck them on the little toes of those people, and then picked up bricks and hit them hard. Every time, he stamped his little toe very smoothly. The method he used to stop the bleeding was very simple and crude, that is, burning the wound. God has his own way. What they have always done to others needs to happen to them again. Cheesy watched Lauer burn the fire very vigorously. The kitchen knife had already been thrown into the fire, but he was holding the axe in his right hand, but he couldn't make a move. Chiga! Lauer, who was squatting on the ground burning the fire, looked back and saw Cheesy still in a daze. He shouted anxiously, It will be too late if you delay any longer. Upon hearing this, Cheesy placed the axe on the stone table in the courtyard and said to Lao Er in a trembling voice, "Come on, Lao Er. I'm afraid that I won't be able to chop it off with one blow and won't have the courage to do it a second time." After saying this, Cheesy knelt on one knee, took his collar with his right hand, put the clothes in his mouth, and turned his head to look to the other side. Lao Er quickly stepped forward, picked up the axe and prepared to chop down. Before starting, Lao Er raised the axe and said in a trembling voice, "Chiga, I will count to 3, you must hold it, you must not faint here." Cheesy nodded without looking at him. 1, 2. Snap! Old Two chopped down with an axe in advance. Cheesy's eyes widened instantly, bloodshot eyes appeared, and he fell to the ground, holding his left arm tightly with his right hand, biting his clothes uncontrollably. At this moment, he realized how painful it was when he hurt those people in the past. Quickly bring the kitchen knife!" Cheesy shouted at Old Two with red eyes. Hearing this, Old Two quickly put down the axe, picked up a piece of wood, and pulled the kitchen knife in front of Cheesy. Looking at the red-hot kitchen knife in front of him, Cheesy gritted his teeth, held his left arm tightly with his right hand, and pressed it down. A sizzling sound was heard, and the smell of burnt meat floated in the air. The instant pain made Cheesy faint on the side. The second brother saw that his arm had been connected to the kitchen knife for a long time, so he stepped forward and kicked Chiga's hand away, tearing it apart instantly. The pain stimulated the nerves and Cheesy woke up. Cheesy, who could no longer bear it, screamed in pain. At this time, more and more zombies appeared at the iron gate outside the door. "Seventh brother, I'm worried that your wound has been touched for too long, so I have to kick it away," Old Two said fearfully when he saw seventh brother wake up. He was very worried that seventh brother would kill him directly in anger. After hearing Old Two's explanation, Cheesy knocked his head on the ground and shook his head with difficulty. "It's not your fault. It's your turn, Heisey." Cheesy raised his head and looked at Heisey, who was already scared to death, with red eyes. Because the method was too rough, Cheesy's face was very distorted at this time, and the whole person became more gloomy. Yes, Heisey cried. The second brother continued to kick the kitchen knife into the fire, then picked up the axe and walked to Heisey, aiming at the arm on the stone table, and chopped it down directly. A few minutes later, Heisey, who had also fainted, was also awakened by the kitchen knife kicked away by the second brother, and screamed in pain. "Don't scream." Cheesy, whose face was pale and lips were seriously pale, couldn't bear it anymore, so he turned his head and yelled at Heisey. "It hurts. It hurts so much, Chiga." Heisey knelt on the ground, holding his right arm tightly with his left hand, and cried to Cheesy, "Any pain we suffered today, I will return it to those 2 men 1,000 times." Hearing his subordinate's words, Cheesy himself was also very irritated. He said with a gloomy face, "Chiga, look over there, why is there smoke?" The second brother brought out a basin of water and poured it on the fire. Then he turned around and walked into the house, and suddenly saw smoke rising from the back of the village. After hearing this, Cheesy stood up and walked to the middle of the yard and looked back. Sure enough, it seemed that someone was making a fire inside. It seems that there are other survivors in the village. Cheesy's eyes condensed, and a fierce look flashed across his face. No matter who it was, he would slaughter that group of people fiercely. "Let's go and take a look," Cheesy said with a gloomy face. "No, Chiga, the wound needs to be bandaged." Lao Er saw this and couldn't help but said. Hearing Lao Er's reminder, Cheesy looked around the house and then said, "Go to the house to see if there are any clean clothes." 2 minutes later, Lao Er came out with a few t-shirts and bandaged them. But after a few minutes, Cheesy began to feel very weak. With such a serious injury, he estimated that he had no strength to attack other survivors. Glancing at Heisey, Cheesy looked at him and felt that he was even worse than himself. Now he should think of a way to leave this abandoned village. In the abandoned kitchen, Uncle Wa lifted Chun Yu's clothes, took a look and said, "You jumped up and fell on the stone, hitting your left shoulder, and it seems to be dislocated. No wonder I thought you hurt your hand when I saw you didn't move your left hand much." Uncle Wa had noticed that Chun Yu hardly moved his left hand. Even when he lifted the pot lid, he held the torch with his right hand and lifted it with his little finger. Dislocation. Chun Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Uncle Wa's words. "I was so scared that I thought my hand was broken." "Dislocation is also very serious, don't you understand?" Uncle Wa said in a deep voice. "No way, getting injured is commonplace." In order to liven up the atmosphere, Chun Yu also imitated Uncle Wa's speech. Then, Uncle Wa sat on a stool and thought carefully about one thing. In the past, their team went out to perform a mission and needed to climb over a cliff. One of the team members did not tie the rope tightly and fell down from a height of several meters. He also hit his shoulder and caused a dislocation. At that time, the team doctor directly connected it on the spot without using many tools. Uncle Wa carefully recalled the details of that time, trying not to miss a single detail. Now he must connect Qinyu's shoulder, otherwise if it is delayed, there will definitely be sequelae. Chapter 107. What's wrong, Uncle Wa? Qinyu stared at the stove, and asked Uncle Wa after not hearing him speak for a long time. Your injury can't be delayed, I have to connect it for you on the spot, can you bear it? Uncle Wa pondered for a while, and finally spoke. Qinyu understood that there were many zombies coming into the village outside, and they must not make any sound, otherwise they would be surrounded by zombies. Qinyu turned his head and said with a smile, I can still distinguish between pain and survival, Uncle Wa, you can do it, I won't make any sound. Hearing Qinyu's affirmative answer, he looked up at Qinyu and said firmly, Don't worry, I will make sure that those 3 people will be more painful than this. Qinyu nodded. Uncle Wa followed the steps of the former team doctor and began to imitate it simply. He lifted the 4 corners of the tablecloth on the table and put them together, lifted all the bowls and chopsticks and put them aside, and then let Qinyu lie on it. Then Uncle Wa saw a thermos on the ground, lifted it, and it was empty. Then Uncle Wa walked to the water tank and took a look. The water inside was very turbid, but it didn't matter, he didn't drink this water. Putting the thermos next to the water tank, Uncle Wa picked up the scoop and began to pour water into it. Soon, the thermos was full. Uncle Wa lifted it, and found that the weight was about right, so it should be enough. In the past, the team doctor also picked up a few stones from the ground, put them in the backpack, let the injured teammate hold them, and then started to catch them. Uncle Wa walked to Qinyu, raised his left hand and said, Hold this thermos tightly with your hand, and you must hold it. No matter how painful it is, you must persist. Qinyu, lying on the table, looked at Uncle Wa and nodded. He gritted his teeth and held the handle of the kettle with his left hand, keeping it parallel to his body. Everything was ready. Uncle Wa held Qinyu's arm, slowly spread it, and pushed it parallel to his shoulder. A piercing pain came from his shoulder. Qinyu held his left hand tightly, staring at the roof in front of him, holding on hard, and didn't make any sound. Click! Hearing the familiar sound, Uncle Wa let out a long sigh. Okay, it's connected. Qinyu supported the table with his right hand, sat up and moved his left arm. It didn't hurt so much, but it was still a little bit uncomfortable. Seeing this, Uncle Wa said, Be careful not to get hurt again in the next 2 days. I deal with the zombies, you just hide behind me. Hearing Uncle Wa's words, Qinyu shook his head. There are too many zombies outside. I guess the zombies on other mountains are also rushing here. You can't kill them alone. Help me make a weapon, and I can also help. What weapon? Uncle Wa did not make false excuses. He was not sure about the number of zombies this time. If he continued to show off, he might end up killing Qinyu. Help me make a wooden spear with a few fruit knives and sticks. I don't know where my dagger fell. Uncle Wa nodded and turned to search in the kitchen. He found 3 knives, about 30 centimeters long. Qinyu was not idle either. He walked around the house for a while, and then found a wooden stick behind the door. Qinyu looked outside the house. It looked like it was used to hang clothes. It was about 3 meters long and about the thickness of 4 fingers put together. It is not convenient to use force with the left hand, so Uncle Wa will do the tying. What to tie this with? Uncle Wa has never done this before. He looked around the house, then picked up a bundle of hemp rope and asked Qinyu, Use this? Qinyu took the hemp rope, looked at it, and said, This won't work. The rope will be stained with zombie blood for a long time, and it may cause the wooden spear to stink. I can't stand carrying a corpse stinking stick every day. After saying that, Qinyu looked at a big piece of wood on the stove. There were many nails nailed on the wood, and several iron wires were hung on each of them. On the iron wires were some highly rotten meat. Qinyu estimated that this should be used to smoke meat in the past. Use this wire. Qinyu moved a stool, stepped on it, and took out all the wire. By the way, he covered his nose and lifted the lid to take a look. The black water was boiled dry, and the maggots were all dead, stewed with rotten meat into a pot of rotten meat. Keeping the lid closed to prevent the smell from spreading, Qinyu picked up the pieces of meat and threw them on the wooden table. He pressed the wood with his left hand and took out the wire. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Wa. It's okay, I have to tie the dagger longer later. Uncle Wa went up to get the wire and started tying it up. Wait a minute, use this. Qinyu came out of another room, holding a pair of pliers and a saw, and said. With the help of the pliers, the 3 knives were quickly tied together, with the blades facing different directions. What do you think? Uncle Wa handed Chunyu a wooden spear. Picking it up and waving it, Chunyu said softly, "It's a bit long, I cut it shorter." "Okay." Uncle Wa nodded and said, "I can also use the remaining wood." Using the saw he found, Chunyu stepped on the stick with 1 foot and pressed it on the stool, and cut it directly from the middle. Chunyu sawed it off in a dozen seconds. He waved the wooden spear and said with satisfaction, "It's good now. The distance is just right, and the feel is also very good." The wooden spear made now is more powerful and more solid than the screwdriver. After Uncle Wa tied it up, the 2 of them roasted the stick with fire to prevent it from having barbs, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, Chunyu put out the fire in the stove with water. Although this place has been abandoned, it would be bad if a fire broke out. Chunyu and Uncle Wa looked at each other, nodded, and then pushed the door open and rushed out. There were already more than a dozen zombies here. Their clothes were rotten, and their faces were covered with rotten flesh. Seeing the movement of living people, the zombies all turned around and walked over with a roar. Chunyu held the wooden spear in his right hand and stabbed it into the forehead of the zombie in front of him. The next second, a shout came from a yard a few dozen meters to the right. "It's those people." Chunyu paused and spoke immediately. "Many of the roofs of the houses here have collapsed, and it doesn't look like there are signs of people living here." Chunyu and Uncle Wa came in from the secret passage in the well. Apart from them, there should be no other survivors here. The moment they heard the scream, they knew that they should start chopping off their hands. Then Chunyu kicked the zombie in front of him down the stairs, turned around and looked behind him and shouted, "Uncle Wa, this way. Leave from the back." Uncle Wa stabbed the zombie in the chin, then followed Chunyu and left from the path behind the house. Fortunately, the zombies were all in front, and there were no zombies behind the house. Chunyu ran to a step and saw 3 people in the yard below. The leader, Cheesy, was picking up the chopped off hand on the ground and throwing it out the door, trying to lead the zombie away. "Uncle Wa." Chunyu turned his head and whispered to Uncle Wa, while nodding his head to the yard. Uncle Wa looked carefully and saw a henchman kneeling on the ground picking up the broken hand, and seeing this scene, Uncle Wa quickly knelt on one knee and propped up his left hand to hold the sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot. Cheesy turned around and said, "Heisey, throw your hand away." Before he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, and a high-speed bullet instantly hit Heisey's head. The terrifying lethality directly blew Heisey's head, and Cheesy and Lao Air were sprayed with blood on the spot. Chapter 108. The battle is about to start. Uncle Wa pulled the bolt, swung the muzzle and continued to aim at Cheesy, but his current angle was blocked by a big tree in the yard and he couldn't shoot. The sudden gunshot really scared Cheesy. He originally thought that with so many zombies outside, the 2 people couldn't get in. This is indeed the case, but it just happened that there was a dry well outside the village that led to a family's kitchen. After a brief distraction, Cheesy immediately reacted and ran to the corner of the wall. He quickly squatted down and yelled at Lao Air, "Hide! There is a sniper at 2 o'clock." The second brother hid by the door with his head in his hands, and asked tremblingly, "Where is the 2 o'clock direction?" "On the half slope to your left," Cheesy shouted in annoyance. Hearing the answer, the second brother realized that he was hiding under the gun. He quickly stood up and ran into the house. The next second, the bullet hit his swinging left hand directly. Bang! The second sound rang out. Because the second brother stood up, the bullet happened to hit his left hand that was swinging back, and the little finger and ring finger were instantly broken. The second brother covered his hand in pain and screamed, "We can't hit them here." Uncle Wa put his sniper rifle on his back again, turned his head, and said to Chinyu, "Change to another place, the zombies are coming." Chinyu nodded, followed Uncle Wa and continued to go around the back of the house and headed towards their yard. 2 gunshots also attracted other zombies. Cheesy hid under the wall and noticed that they had changed places. He quickly took the ladder next to him and climbed up directly from the wall. Lao Air leaned against the inner room and saw that Chi Gu had left him and ran away. His eyes suddenly darkened and he quickly shouted, "Chi Gu, Brother Chi, wait for me." Then he held the door frame with his right hand, stood up and ran towards the ladder. Cheesy sat on the wall. He saw Uncle Wa and Chinyu sliding down the hillside behind the house. He looked fierce, pulled out a pistol from his waist, aimed directly at Lao Air's foot, and said, "I'm sorry, Lao Air, I can't die here." Bang! The gun went off, and Lao Air fell to the ground. Then Cheesy bent down, dragged the ladder up with force, put it on the other side of the wall, and slid down quickly. 10 seconds later, Uncle Hua and Chin Yu had already climbed in through the back window of the house. The crying Lao Er, who was lying on the ground, saw the two people appear and finally saw who had been attacking them all along. Looking at the dark-faced middle-aged man who was leading the group, Lao Er was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. The dark-faced man, who often attacked them secretly. Kneeling up quickly, Lao Er had no intention of resisting. He threw his pistol aside and said in panic, "I give you all the guns. I just want to live. Please." While talking, Lao Er was knocking his head on the ground, as if he was afraid that they couldn't hear him, and he didn't care even if his scalp was broken. Uncle Hua walked forward with a gloomy face and said coldly, "When that man knelt down to beg you just now, did you let him go? When those girls knelt down to beg you, did you ever stop tearing their clothes? Ah, I'm asking you a question, stop knocking your head." Uncle Hua walked forward quickly, picked up the sniper rifle in his hand, and hit Lao Er's ribs from the side. With a snap, several of Lao Er's ribs were broken, and he fell to the side howling in pain. Chin Yu, who was standing by, heard Uncle Hua's angry shout, and directly pulled out a kitchen knife from the fire that had not been completely extinguished, then wrapped it with clothes on the ground and picked it up, walked over and pressed it on Lao Er's arm. The sizzling sound rang out again. Ah, Lao Er couldn't help screaming. Chin Yu squatted in front of him and said, "Your own life is life, but other people's is not? You begged for mercy when you were dying, but what about others when they were dying? Aren't you smiling happily?" Chin Yu remembered the man kneeling beside the car, begging bitterly. What did he do wrong? He just wanted to live, he just missed his daughter. Chin Yu said softly. "Yes, brother, what you said is." The second brother endured the severe pain, lying on the ground and continued to beg, "I will never kill anyone again, let alone bully others. This time I will quit them when I go back, and you will never see me again in your life." Heh. Chin Yu smiled lightly. He thought of a way. Then he stood up, walked to the side, picked up the pistol, and said to Uncle Hua, "Let's go. He has decided to reform. Give him a chance. Have you forgotten what I told you? This group of people." Uncle Hua was full of doubts. "No, let's go." Chin Yu looked into Uncle Hua's eyes and nodded. Climbing up the big tree in the yard, Uncle Hua stood on the wall. He still couldn't figure out why Chin Yu suddenly said such a thing. Hearing the second brother's thanks below, he wanted to kill him right away. Then Uncle Hua saw Chin Yu standing on a branch, took out his pistol and aimed at the iron gate. Bang! This time, Chin Yu aimed very accurately, and the bullet directly broke the chain on the iron gate. The zombies immediately pushed the door open and rushed in. Hearing the gunshot, Lao Er raised his head and glanced at the iron gate, and suddenly dozens of zombies came towards him. Lao Er turned his head to look at Chin Yu, and cursed, "King lied to me, ah." A zombie directly pounced on him, and bit his thigh, biting off a large piece of meat in an instant. Chin Yu stood on the tree and looked at the scene below, saying coldly, "I can't forgive you on behalf of those you killed, and I am not qualified to give you a chance to live." The second man on the ground was bitten and bleeding all over. He raised his left hand with only 3 fingers left and pointed at Chin Yu, shouting in pain, "You will not die well." The next second, a zombie grabbed his hand and bit it. Another zombie also lay on his throat and bit off his trachea. Chin Yu turned around, looked at Uncle Hua and whispered, "It's too easy for him to shoot him directly." Uncle Hua also realized that he had misunderstood Chin Yu, and he nodded and said, "That's true. Let's go. There's another injured man, can you keep up?" Chin Yu walked over from the tree branch and stood beside Uncle Hua and asked. Looking at the intermittent bloodstains on the ground, Uncle Hua nodded. "Okay, he's injured and can't walk far." Then the two of them jumped directly from the wall, and followed the bloodstains to chase Cheesy. Since the iron gate was opened by Chin Yu, the second brother in the yard happened to help them attract most of the zombies outside, and many zombies squeezed into the yard, leaving only a dozen or so outside. Chapter 109. Chin Yu put the pistol on his back, and used a wooden spear for self-defense. After leaving the yard, Chin Yu and his team followed the blood trail to a bad road, and came to a fork in the road. There were 2 paths leading down, the left one had bloodstains, and the right one was clean. Chin Yu took a look and prepared to walk to the left path. Wait a minute. Uncle Hua grabbed Chin Yu's hand and said, "There's something strange." Chin Yu looked back and wondered, "Isn't this bloodstain very obvious? It's obvious that he went to the left. Something is wrong, look over there." Uncle Hua pointed to the left side of the path a little distance ahead, where a few pieces of grass were trampled down, and it looked like they were heading to the right. What if it was trampled by zombies? Chinyu walked over and took a look at the grass, then turned back and said, "It looks like it was just trampled out. Look a little ahead of the left side of the path. Is there any blood?" Uncle Wa was not too sure, so he asked Chinyu to look ahead. Hearing this, Chinyu walked forward a dozen steps. "There's no blood. Maybe he really turned around and went to the right." Chinyu turned around and shouted, "This guy doesn't look simple." Chinyu and Uncle Wa continued to walk to the right path, and he said as he walked, "Few people who can become leaders are easy to mess with." He chopped off his own hand, and was still so calm. "He is a strong enemy. We must not let him go." Uncle Wa ran in front and chased quickly. More than a minute later, Uncle Wa and Chinyu ran to a mud house with a thatched roof. This is the only place nearby where people can hide. Uncle Wa took a wooden stick and killed the zombie next to him with a knife, then said in a pause, "Cheesy, don't hide, you will definitely die today." Uncle Wa took out his sniper rifle and shouted loudly from the outside wall. It was very quiet. No one answered, but the zombies in the distance began to walk towards this side. Could it be that we really went the wrong way? He is not here? Chinyu squatted next to Uncle Wa, holding the pistol in both hands and asked, "No, look over there, 10 o'clock. Uncle Wa moved the muzzle of his gun and pointed in a direction. Chinyu looked carefully, and saw a zombie lying in the corner of the yard with a wound on its head. "I have never killed any of your people. Why are you chasing me?" After a long silence, Cheesy in the thatched house finally spoke. Judging from his shooting skills and pursuit ability, Cheesy felt that the person he met this time was not an ordinary person, so he began to speak and deal with him. "Your men have killed him before." Uncle Wa also replied coldly, "What do they have to do with me?" Cheesy shouted unconvinced. "Being able to beat a dog depends on the owner. If you can't take care of your dog, someone else will take care of it." Uncle Wa squatted and moved a little to the side. Then he stood up and set up a sniper rifle on the wall. Cheesy, who was hiding in the thatched house, lay in a corner. The wound on his hand had broken open when he moved the ladder just now, and now it was dripping with blood. Cheesy pondered for a while and made a major decision. "Let me live. I will help you defeat Lan Shan." "Why do you think we need your help? You've lost one hand." Uncle Wa immediately hit his sore spot. Afterwards, Uncle Wa turned his head and whispered to Chinyu beside him, "We are short of people, but we won't need such people even if we are short of people. If a lion enters the flock of sheep, something will happen sooner or later." "I understand." Chinyu nodded. "Throw out the rifle in your hand, maybe I can consider it." Uncle Wa thought of a plan and shouted to Cheesy, "Why should I trust you? What if you regret it after taking the gun?" Cheesy clenched the rifle in his hand. This was his only trump card at the moment. He knew that Xiao Jio's group was in great need of weapons, especially this kind of high-precision automatic rifle. What he held in his hand was an M16 assault rifle. At the beginning, Uncle Wa recognized this gun. Although it was not as good as the M4A1 carbine, it was also a rare good weapon. "You can only take a gamble now, otherwise in a few minutes, I can wait for you to bleed to death and go in to get it," Uncle Wa said slowly. Anyway, it was not him who was bleeding now. Hearing the slightly mocking words of the man outside, Cheesy looked at the last grenade on his body. Picking up a piece of dry grass from the ground, Cheesy tied it to the trigger of the rifle, then tied the grenade there, bit off the pull ring with his teeth, and held it tightly with his right hand. Then he shouted outside, "I throw it out right away. I hope you keep your word. Hurry up and throw it out." Uncle Wa shouted. He aimed at the door through the sniper's scope. As long as he appeared, Uncle Wa was confident that he would shoot his hand with one shot. The conversation between the two attracted the zombies from other directions. Chinyu took the wooden spear, walked over and killed 3 of them, then quickly ran back and said to Uncle Wa, "There are more and more zombies. We have to retreat quickly." Uncle Wa hummed, and then said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Cheesy walked to the door with a grenade in his hand, and then shouted, "Got it." He threw the rifle towards Uncle Wa. Uncle Wa looked through the scope and saw his arm appear. He had already aimed, and was about to pull the trigger when he suddenly saw a round object tied to the rifle. Uncle Wa recognized it instantly. It was a grenade. Cheesy wanted to blow up the rifle and both of them at the same time. Without hitting Cheesy's hand, Uncle Wa quickly picked up the sniper rifle and aimed at the grenade in the air, and instantly aimed at the straw rope above the grenade. In a flash, Uncle Wa shot the straw rope, and the grenade fell directly. Cheesy, who was hiding in the thatched house, saw this scene, and picked up the gun on the spot to aim at the grenade. He wanted to detonate it in advance. If it weren't for the fact that the thatched house was too small, and the explosion of the grenade would affect him, Cheesy would never risk throwing it out. Fortunately, Chen Yu was very focused. He kept staring at the door. When he saw the man inside take out a pistol, Chen Yu quickly aimed and shot Cheesy first. Bang! Chen Yu directly hit Cheesy's right hand, knocking the pistol away. After breaking the straw rope, Uncle Wa was not idle either. He instantly picked up the wooden stick next to him and threw it directly at the gun. All this happened in just 5 seconds, but because Uncle Wa and Chen Yu worked together, the ending was completely rewritten. The stick hit the rifle, pushing it a little further away. The next second, the grenade exploded. All the hundreds of zombies in the abandoned village heard the sound and turned to look in the direction of the explosion. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Chen Yu and Uncle Wa rushed into the thatched hut. At this time, Cheesy's left hand was broken and his right palm was pierced by Chen Yu. He could only collapse against the wall and could not move. Without wasting time, Chen Yu picked up the wooden spear, stepped forward and stabbed Cheesy's calf, leaving him there to die. Then Chen Yu picked up the pistol on the ground, and then the two of them left the thatched hut directly. Without saying a word, the zombies were coming. The knife on the wooden spear was full of blood, and Cheesy also saw it. He would not think that it was animal blood. Chapter 110. After coming outside, Uncle Wa picked up the rifle and looked at it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not damaged by the explosion. Chen Yu stood in the yard, watching the zombies from other directions all surrounding him. He ran into the house, and took Cheesy out with one hand. He wanted to use Cheesy to attract the attention of the zombies. What? Can't escape? Cheesy was getting weaker and weaker. He looked at the groups of zombies outside and laughed. Don't bother with that. Chen Yu answered quickly, then threw him in the middle of the yard and slashed his leg with a wooden spear. Ah! Cheesy collapsed to the ground, covering the wound with his right hand, turned his head and stared at Chen Yu. The next second, Cheesy forced himself to grab Chen Yu's leg and quickly took out an iron chain to lock Chen Yu's leg. Uncle Wa stepped forward and kicked Cheesy in the chest. Ha! Ha ha! Cheesy lay on the ground, holding his stomach in pain, and laughed loudly a few times. I want to see how you run away with the corpse. Either take me with you, or you carry me and run away. Just now, after Cheesy was stabbed by Chen Yu, he turned his head and saw that the zombies had all surrounded him. Judging from the number, there were about 100 of them, surrounding the yard from all directions. Unless a tank dropped from the sky, there was no way to escape. He thought of how he had just used Lao air to hold them back, and was worried that the two would do the same, so he tied a dog chain under the bed to his waist in advance, and then put the other end of the chain in his arms. Seeing that Chen Yu was forcibly locked by Cheesy, Uncle Wa picked up a wooden stick and pressed it against his chin and shouted, You have been poisoned by the corpse, and you will definitely die now. Hand over the key quickly. Cheesy swallowed the key in one gulp, panting and saying, I will drag him down with me even if I die. Chen Yu picked up a stone from the side and hit the chain hard, but it was still intact. He did want to use Cheesy's body to attract zombies, but he didn't pay attention for a while, and he was tricked by him. Anyway, he had already poisoned Cheesy with zombies, so he couldn't care less at this time. He picked up the wooden spear and walked forward, ready to stab Cheesy in the stomach. Oh, don't waste your energy, it's useless, unless you can cut my waist, otherwise you will still have to drag my body. Seeing Chen Yu holding a knife with a dark face, Cheesy knew what he was going to do, spit out a mouthful of blood, and then said nonchalantly. Hearing the chopped off, Uncle Wa's eyes lit up. He turned and shouted to Chen Yu. I go over there to pick up the axe, you wait here. No! Chen Yu grabbed Uncle Wa. There are more zombies over there. It's too dangerous for you to go over there. It's really too late if you delay any longer. Uncle Wa glanced at the zombies that were coming over, and said hurriedly. Chen Yu looked at the chain on the ground, which was about 2 meters long, and then he thought of a way. Uncle Wa, go over there, and take off the belt from the zombie, then drag the zombie into the house, and chop the body into pieces. Chen Yu said quickly to Uncle Wa. He thought of the last time in the parking lot, when Chen Yu picked up the zombie's palm that scared Li Yao, and threw it at other zombies. It didn't stop its steps at all. It can be seen that zombies are likely to be uninterested in the corpses of the same kind. Uncle Wa heard Chen Yu's instructions, and immediately thought of this. Hey! What do you want to do? Cheesy was lying on the ground fearlessly, but when he saw the expressions of Chen Yu and Uncle Wa, he began to panic. The wooden door to the yard was closed, but it didn't last long. Chen Yu saw that the door was pushed a little crooked by the zombies. Without wasting time answering Cheesy, Chen Yu stepped forward and bent down, dragging him to the front of the thatched house. Cheesy began to struggle violently. Seeing this, Chen Yu directly picked up the wooden spear and continued to stab him in the limbs. You, what are you going to do? Cheesy was terrified, and his whole body was crippled. He lay in front of the thatched house and screamed like a puddle of mud. Chinyu kicked him in the mouth, then took the belt handed by Uncle Hua, bent down and tied Cheesy's neck to the pillar together. After tying him up, Chinyu stabbed Cheesy's arm with a knife, causing him to continue screaming. Then he quickly returned to the thatched house. Uncle Hua had already cut the body into pieces. Chinyu didn't care about that anymore. He held the zombie's internal organs with both hands and smeared them on the door frame. Uncle Hua quickly pushed the only table in the house, turned it over to block the door, and then directly put the zombie's limbs on it. Next, the wooden door of the yard was pushed down, and a large number of zombies rushed in. Chinyu and Uncle Hua had been smeared with a lot of zombie meat, which became extremely smelly. The two of them hid by the door on each side and dared not move. Hearing the zombies getting closer, Cheesy couldn't help but struggle, but soon, a zombie bit his calf. Ah! Cheesy's screams resounded throughout the abandoned village. You go in and bite them, you beasts! A dozen zombies were lying on Cheesy, and he shouted loudly, trying to let these zombies find the people in the house. But zombies have no intelligence, they only know that there is food in front of them, and the same stench of corpses coming from the direction of the door. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. The yard outside the door was still full of zombies, and dozens of zombies were walking around in the yard. At this time, Cheesy had been eaten to the point that only a skeleton was left, and he could no longer be seen as a human. Uncle Hua looked around the thatched house. There was no window, and even no door. Then he leaned over to Chinyu and whispered, I understand now. He was planning to take us down with him from the beginning. That shouldn't be the case, right? Chinyu leaned against the table, and heard the zombies at the door gradually walk away. He whispered to Uncle Hua, if I hadn't been careless and tied up by him, we should have been able to escape. No. Uncle Hua shook his head and continued, have you noticed that the zombies come in batches after batches, and there are new zombies every time? Chinyu nodded. Because the grenade exploded, all the zombies heard it. Uncle Hua sat down against the mud wall next to Chinyu and whispered, 3 explosions, all in the wild, their sounds are estimated to have spread more than 10 kilometers. All the zombies nearby are rushing here at this moment. We have a tough battle to fight next. Uncle Hua looked at Chinyu and said in a pause. Chinyu patted Uncle Hua's knee and said seriously, there must be a way to get to the mountain. We are all alive, and not too injured. We killed all 4 of them. This is very lucky. Hearing Chinyu's comfort, Uncle Hua handed the rifle in his hand to Chinyu. That's right, next, you should practice with the rifle. Chapter 111. No words were spoken that night. Chinyu and Uncle Hua hid in the thatched hut for a night. In the basement camp, Li Yao hid her dagger and planned to go find Chinyu. It had been 2 days, and he hadn't come back yet. She couldn't wait any longer. Sister Xiaoyao, don't worry. Uncle Hua can take good care of Chinyu. In Xiaoyin's room, she held Li Yao's hand and stopped her from leaving, and said hurriedly, Xiaoyin, tell me the truth. Where did they go? Can you practice shooting for 2 days? Li Yao shook off Xiaoyin's hand, held her shoulder, and asked anxiously. I don't know. Xiaoyin was panicked by Li Yao's question and looked at the ground. Li Yao, don't worry, Dazhuang has already set off. Xiao Jiao pushed the door open and stood by the door, and said with a smile. Dazhuang? Hearing Xiao Jiao's words, Li Yao turned his head and looked at him, asking in confusion, when did it happen? Just now. Xiao Jiao said in a pause, Brother Dazhuang knows the secret passage, and 1 person can leave. If you go alone, it is easy to go the wrong way and be discovered. Hearing this, Li Yao had to give up. Xiaoyin pulled Li Yao to sit on the bed, and held her hand tightly. Don't worry, Dazhuang brother is gone, I will definitely not sneak away again. Li Yao had no choice but to hug Xiaoyin and coax her. On the day Chinyu and Uncle Hua left, Li Yao had been wanting to tell Chinyu something, but he didn't come back until dark. She went to Xiao Jiao to ask a few questions. Xiao Jiao said that in order to prevent being discovered, he walked a little further away and told Li Yao not to worry. At noon the next day, Li Yao was still worried, so she sneaked out of the basement alone. After entering the sewer, she took the wrong road and finally walked towards the city center. When she reached the ground, she was discovered by Longshan's men on the spot. Fortunately, Xiuhu was standing on a rooftop and watching, and found Li Yao in time. Several of Longshan's men were moving towards her. At the critical moment, Xiaohu hid on the rooftop and tied a big firecracker to the arrow, which attracted the zombies from other streets and blocked a road. Then Xiaohu ran down and took Li Yao away from the prepared evacuation point. After returning to the basement, Xiaoyin was shocked. Li Yao left not long after she left. If something happened outside, Xiaoyin would not have the face to see Chenyu. Xiaoyin thought that no matter how much she said, she could not save the situation after someone saved her life and her friend got into trouble. After Li Yao came back, Xiaoyin followed her all the time and refused to go anywhere, so Li Yao could not do anything about her. Xiao Jiao went out to check the sewer facilities to prevent zombies from sneaking in, and came back when it was almost dark. Dazhuang also heard about Li Yao's sneaking out, and he was also worried about Chenyu, so he went directly to Xiao Jiao and said that he wanted to find them. According to the time budget, it was almost 2 days and 1 night, and it was time to come back, so he asked Dazhuang to carry a shotgun plus his own equipment, and then drew a map and asked Dazhuang to meet them in Xiaoyin's room. Xiao Jiao stood by the door and told the whole story. After listening to the story, Li Yao finally understood that they went out not only to practice shooting, but also to find edible salt. But Li Yao was still a little confused. She asked curiously, "Why do you need salt so much? I think everyone has hardly eaten salt so far." Xiaoyin sat next to Li Yao. She said with a smile, "How could you not have eaten it? We each have a bowl of soup every night, and it is added in. Salt is a necessary substance for the human body. If you don't take salt for a long time, your body will lack sodium. Over time, it will lead to weakness in the limbs and other symptoms, which will affect your health." Xiao Jiao looked at Li Yao and explained patiently, "Strength is important, and physical strength is also important." Xiao Jiao walked into the house and added, "That's true." Li Yao nodded. "If everyone is out of strength because of lack of salt, in the end, let alone arm wrestling with other bad guys, even zombies may not be able to escape. We are running out of salt. In this city, almost all the places with salt have been robbed. There are too many zombies in the remaining large shopping malls, and we may not be able to rush in." Xiao Jiao said softly. "There is only one place with salt outside the city." Xiao Jiao sat on a stool, folded his arms and said, "After a long time, it is inevitable that Lan Shan and his men will get there first. Chenyu and Uncle Wa have been hiding in the thatched house. They did not leave until dawn. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning when the number of zombies in the yard began to decrease. Chenyu dragged the iron chain in as usual. Although the chains on his feet could not be removed for the time being, he could at least leave. They smeared the zombie viscera on their bodies, to cover up the smell on their bodies. Then the two carefully moved the table away and slowly walked out. Even the guns were smeared with some zombie meat. Fortunately, the zombies had no intelligence, and could only rely on smell and hearing to chase. There were still many zombies on the road out of the village. Chenyu just took a look and gave up and left. "Let's leave the well." Chenyu, with zombie meat hanging on his body, leaned close to Uncle Wa's ear and said, "Okay." Uncle Wa waited until the zombies next to him walked away, then nodded slightly. Following the route, they continued to return to the kitchen, but several zombies had already entered. After entering the house, the two of them quickly killed the zombies with knives, then opened the iron door of the secret passage and immediately went in. To prevent the zombies from following in, Chenyu continued to circle the door with an iron chain. Both sides were blocked, so there was no need to worry about zombies appearing inside. The two of them quickly ran to the bottom of the well. The walls of the well were all raised, making it easy to climb up. Chenyu held the wooden spear in one hand, then used his hands and feet to support both sides and climbed up first. When he reached the well mouth, he stopped and listened carefully for a while, confirmed that there was no movement, and then quickly climbed out. After jumping out of the well, Chenyu quickly killed the two zombies outside with a wooden spear, then handed the iron chain down and pulled Uncle Wa up. While the other zombies in the distance had not yet reacted, Chenyu and Uncle Wa continued to cut open the zombie bodies and reapplied some of the internal organs. Then he staggered towards the intersection. "We need to take some salt with us," Uncle Wa whispered. They had already reached the place where they had parked. There were fewer zombies around here. The dozen or so bags of salt on the road had been trampled, but there were still 2 men's salt thrown on the grass. Chenyu nodded, caught up with the zombie, killed it from behind, and then took off the clothes from the zombie, ready to use them to wrap the salt for easy departure. Chapter 112. Wrap the salt with clothes, then stick it on the back, tie the sleeves around the front, and each person carries dozens of bags of salt and quickly leaves the village. Suddenly, dark clouds began to appear in the sky. Seeing this, Chenyu's face changed. If it rains, the zombie meat on their bodies will definitely be washed away. By then, they will be surrounded by zombies. Without caring about so much, Chenyu and Uncle Wa did not choose to run up the mountain, but left along the rotten road. At least from what he saw, Chenyu thought there would be more zombies in the mountains. After running for more than 10 minutes on the bad road, The zombies on the road began to notice the two of their kind and gradually walked towards them. After running for about half an hour, the two came to a stone bridge. Chinyu knelt on one knee beside the bridge, holding the stone with one hand, and then squatted there and vomited. There were fewer zombies near the stone bridge, and Uncle Wa simply killed a lone one, then walked up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chinyu wiped his mouth and shook his head gently. "I don't know why. I've never vomited before." Chinyu rested for more than a minute, then said slowly. Uncle Wa walked to sit next to Chinyu. He had seen this situation many times before the end of the world. When performing tasks abroad, some bosses would ask them to take time to help train other people under their command. They often encountered these people who vomited while running, and every time, Uncle Wa's teammates would explain to them. Now, it was Uncle Wa's turn to explain himself, he said softly. If you suddenly exercise vigorously, it will increase the pressure on your stomach, which may cause food to flow up and cause nausea, and you will feel like vomiting. Hearing the answer, Chinyu rubbed his calf, and now he felt that his entire thigh was very sore. The main reason is that you don't exercise enough. Chinyu sighed. Hee. Uncle Wa smiled and continued to nod. There will be more opportunities to run in the future. Just as Chinyu was about to continue answering, he suddenly noticed a tremor in the haystack in front of him on the right, and then Chinyu picked up the wooden spear and pointed it at the bushes. "Hey, it's me!" A familiar voice sounded. A few seconds later, a muscular man appeared. Seeing Dazhuang's figure, Chinyu was surprised and said, "Brother Dazhuang, why are you here?" Dazhuang walked forward and saw the blood on Uncle Wa's calf. He reached out and took the salt that Uncle Wa was carrying and said, "Uncle Wa, you are injured. I will carry you, you hold the shotgun." Seeing this, Uncle Wa did not refuse, nodded and put down the salt. Then Dazhuang confessed, "Oh, it's because Li Yao was worried about you. She didn't come back for 2 days. She sneaked out alone yesterday at noon and was almost caught. Fortunately, Xiao Hu was watching outside." "Are you injured?" Chinyu was stunned and asked immediately. Dazhuang waved his hand. "I'm not injured this time, but I don't know next time. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so I came out to pick you up. By the way, why are you a little later than expected to find salt?" Dazhuang put the salt on his back and asked in confusion. "We met 4 men from Longshan." Uncle Wa took off the bandage on his calf and explained. "Ah, where are they?" Hearing this, Dazhuang grabbed the pistol at his waist. "We sent them down," Chinyu added. After a short rest, the 3 continued to leave the stone bridge. Sure enough, not long after they walked, it started to rain heavily. The rain mercilessly washed away the zombie viscera on Uncle Wa Chinyu's body. Since we didn't take the mountain road, we took a long detour and walked for most of the day before we got back to the sewer entrance. When preparing to enter, Chinyu thought of a way. He put down the salt, then went out and captured a zombie, broke its limbs, took off the zombie's clothes, tied the zombie's hands and feet together, and walked back with it in his arms. Seeing what Chinyu was holding, Dazhuang was stunned. "Where did you find so much smoked ham?" When he got closer, Dazhuang saw it clearly, and he blurted out, "Why are you holding the zombie's hands and feet?" "Don't worry, the mountain man has a plan." After returning to the entrance without any trouble, Chinyu rarely kept the secret. "Are you trying to cultivate a group of zombie rats?" When Uncle Wa saw this scene, he immediately thought of it. "That's right." Chinyu stepped on the dirty water and admitted directly, "Returning the person's way is not enough in my opinion. If we have to return it, let's return it in a big way." "Haha, I'm looking forward to it." Uncle Wa didn't want to just swallow this breath. When he heard that Chinyu had other ways, his eyes lit up. Next, the 3 of them followed the route and quickly returned to the basement. Chinyu and Uncle Wa took off their clothes and went back to the sewer to find a place to burn them. Chinyu said that he would never wear clothes like this that were smeared with zombie meat again. After several battles, Chinyu's muscles began to gradually show, and he was completely different from when he first left the rental house. Of course, he was also a little tanned. Back in the room, Chinyu filled a basin of water and sat aside to wash his body, stripping down to his underwear. The next second, Xiaoyin came over with Li Yao. Like Li Yao last time, she didn't plan to knock on the door this time. "Sister Xiaoyao, what do you want to say?" "Do you have to say it in front of Chinyu?" Chinyu, who was wiping his face, just heard the sound outside the door, and then the door opened. Xiaoyin, who was walking in front, was stunned when she saw Chinyu's almost naked body. After a second, she quickly turned her head away and shouted with a red face, "Why are you not wearing clothes in broad daylight?" Then Li Yao also walked in. She found this scene a little funny, but she didn't turn her head. She just stood there and looked at Chenyu. Now Chenyu felt a little embarrassed. He pulled the bed sheet and tied it around his waist, and then couldn't help saying, "The door is closed. I'm going to wash my body. I was smeared with zombie meat all night yesterday. I'm almost moldy. You should go to the bathhouse downstairs to wash. Isn't Uncle Wa there too?" She secretly glanced at Chenyu and saw him tying the bed sheet and getting dressed. She turned around and said, "There are too many people there. It's not comfortable." Chenyu muttered, "You are not a virgin. Why are you shy?" Xiaoyin rolled her eyes at him, then pulled Li Yao to sit on Uncle Wa's bed. Seeing Chenyu put on his clothes, Xiaoyin said angrily, "Really, I haven't even seen Brother Xiao yet, but you've already taken a fancy to him." Hearing this, Li Yao suddenly felt a headache, stretched out her index finger and poked Xiaoyin's forehead, telling her not to talk nonsense. After Li Yao and Xiaoyin had whispered to each other for several nights, she already knew that she secretly liked Xiaojiu. "Who do you like?" The door was pushed open again, and Xiaojiu walked in with the rifle he had just obtained. Chapter 113. "Look!" Li Yao was about to speak, but Xiaoyin quickly covered her mouth. Seeing the two women's actions, Chenyu smiled lightly, but did not break the news, and did not intend to speak out. "Nothing. Why did you bring this gun?" Chenyu looked at Xiaojiu and asked. "I just want to ask you, who is willing to use this gun?" Xiaojiu walked to sit next to Chenyu. Chenyu took the rifle, held it in his hand, and asked curiously, "What kind of gun is this?" Chenyu, who had never been in contact with firearms before, knew nothing about most guns. Now he asks a few questions whenever he has the chance to learn more. M16 automatic rifle, one of the 6 famous guns in the world, Xiaojiu said with a smile. "Ah?" Chenyu scratched his head. "Is it so awesome?" "Fortunately, it is ranked with AK-47. It is not bad. The effective range is 600 meters. The magazine capacity is 30 rounds, and we happen to have bullets." Xiaojiu took the M16 rifle, took off the magazine and said, "Let Li Yao try. I want to practice with the sniper rifle." Chenyu stood up and handed the gun to Li Yao. "Sniper rifle?" Xiaojiu touched his chin and said, "There is only one in our camp, and Uncle Wa brought it himself. It is not convenient for me to ask for it. Lanshan and the others have too. We will have them when the time comes." "Well, I listened to your arrangement." Chenyu nodded. Then Xiaojiu took out the pistol and said regretfully, "It's a pity that this pistol was broken. The bullet just happened to break the trigger. Uncle Wa said that you shot it." "Good, Chenyu." After taking the pistol and taking a look at it, Chenyu said embarrassedly, "He was going to shoot the grenade at that time, but he just shot it in a hurry. What happened when you went out? Tell us." Xiaoyin was curious and asked eagerly. Then, Chenyu began to tell the story slowly. "What a pity. It would have been great if I was there at that time." After listening, Xiaoyin waved her little fist and said, "What would have happened if you were there?" Chenyu asked with a smile. "Humph, I will definitely tie them to a tree, and then lock a few zombies outside, and cut a piece of meat from those people every day to feed them." Xiaoyin said viciously. "Put some chili sauce on the knife." Li Yao also echoed on the side. "That's right. Burning the knife red?" The two girls began to talk more and more outrageous. "By the way, what do you want to tell me?" Chenyu looked at the two people chattering for a while and asked. Li Yao clapped her hands lightly, and then she remembered that she had forgotten the main thing. She said, "We can modify the car and embed some wooden sticks, iron bars, and the like on the body, so that we don't have to worry about zombies coming over." "Then what?" Chenyu asked again. He knew it wouldn't be that simple, otherwise she wouldn't have waited until he came back to tell him. Use a wooden stick to block the accelerator, then stuff some dead rats in the car, and send them a big bomb directly. Chenyu was immediately excited when he heard this method. He had been thinking about how to send the dead rats in, but now he is away. Then Chenyu turned his head and asked Xiaojiu, "Brother Xiao, where is the camp of the Lanshan group? How about you tell us?" Xiaojiu nodded, looked at his watch, and then said, "Wait a few minutes, everyone will come over for a meeting. It's time for us to prepare for a counterattack." While he was free, Chenyu stood up and took the water out. After returning to the house, Uncle Wa, De Zhuang, and Xiaohu all came in soon. Fortunately, the house was big, with 2 beds and a small stool, so there was room for people to sit. Then Xiaojiu began to talk. The group of people in Lanshan lived in an abandoned hotel with 6 floors and a rooftop. There were people on guard 24 hours a day. It was located in the city center near a gymnasium. They have led away most of the zombies over there, and many of them are trapped in the gymnasium. Xiaojiu simply laid out the map and pointed to a place. We are about 5 kilometers away from them. There are many alleys on the way, and many houses have rooftops. No one knows which building their people are hiding in. It is not easy to attack during the day. What about at night? Shinyu asked. Once it gets dark, there are too many zombies nearby, and we can't use flashlights. Once we make a sound, we will definitely be surrounded by the zombies. Xiao Jiu shook his head slightly. We can smear the zombies' internal organs on our bodies, and then follow the zombies to that side. Uncle Wa said. Huh? Xiao Yin frowned just by hearing the description. Not everyone needs to be smeared with zombie flesh. 3 people can go over to lure the zombies, go near their hotel, put down firecrackers, pour some gasoline on the fuse, and then shoot bullets at the ground from a distance, and ignite it with sparks. Xiao Jiu pondered for a while and continued. What if it rains? Mouse asked. Everyone was silent. Indeed, if the firecrackers got wet, they would probably be wasted. We can catch a few mice and tie them up there. Chinyu thought of a way and said immediately, non-mutated mice are actually meat, and zombies will like them just as much. That's right. Mouse clapped his hands and said excitedly, there are a lot of mice in the sewer near the room where my brother Dazhuang and I live. It squeaks non-stop in the middle of the night, just in time to wipe them out. It's a mouse. I thought you were grinding your teeth at night. Dazhuang suddenly realized that he often heard strange noises at night these days, which made him unable to sleep. Of course not. The mouse rolled his eyes and said, I have been sleeping well since I was 7 years old. I brought back some zombie limbs from outside. Chop some of them into mud. We can smear them on the bows and arrows. As long as they hit, they will die. Chinyu told his plan. Use a knife to cut the other half, so that the knife has zombie blood on it. Stab them into the iron bucket, and then throw the rats in. Seal the mouth of the bucket with glass, and roll a few times. The rats will be scratched by the knife, and then roll directly to the vicinity of their hotel. Chinyu said excitedly. He could already imagine what the expressions of those people would be when they saw these rats. But I am worried about one thing, whether innocent people will be killed by mistake. Chinyu still expressed his concerns. That won't happen. Xiao Jiu shook his head and said, Long Shan and others moved all the survivors to the basement the day before yesterday. Not to mention rats, even mosquitoes can't fly in there. Chapter 114. This can be avoided. Those people deserve to die, and the imprisoned survivors should not suffer any more. Chinyu said in a low voice. Afterwards, the few people continued to discuss according to the plan, and left at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone left, and only Li Yao and Chinyu were left in the room. Uncle Wa went to see the hole that was dug by the corpse rat last time. What's wrong? Chinyu looked at Li Yao sitting on his bed without saying anything, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Your first time. Li Yao lowered her head and asked. Bang, the door was pushed open by Xiaoyin. Sister Xiaoyao, why are you still here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Xiaoyin walked over, sat next to Li Yao, took her hand and said. Beautiful girls are sympathetic to each other, and Li Yao is also a college student, not much older than Xiaoyin. After spending the past few days together, their relationship has become better and better, and they are basically stuck together every day. You go back first, I have something to say to Chinyu. Li Yao touched Xiaoyin's hair and said softly. What are you doing? Xiaoyin suddenly understood something, and she shouted, You don't want to spend the night here, do you? I told you that Uncle Wa will be back soon. Before she finished speaking, Li Yao blushed and pushed her, scolding, You keep talking nonsense all day long. If you keep doing this, I will move the bed away when I go back. Xiaoyin muttered, It seems that I was right. You dare to say that? Li Yao glared at her. Seeing Li Yao's expression, Xiaoyin quickly let go of her hand and stood up. I go back to warm the bed first, remember to come early later. Li Yao raised her hand to pat her, but Xiaoyin jumped away in time, smiling and said, Hey, I can't hit you. Then she ran out in a flash. Hee, you still sleep together? Chinyu put the stools in the room, then sat on a small stool and asked with a smile. I guess there was no one close to her age here before, and she lacked friends to talk to. Now that we are here, she is getting more and more attached to me. Li Yao was a little helpless. Although she didn't dislike Xiaoyin's behavior, this girl always talked nonsense. Today, she even said something like spending the night together. This is also good. More friends mean more ways. Chinyu said while sitting on a stool. He lowered his head and looked at the broken pistol. The trigger of the gun was broken, but it could still be used for disassembly practice, so it was left to Chinyu. I'm not saying that this is bad, but... Just... Li Yao hesitated to speak. It's just that Xiaoyin always said that Li Yao liked Qinyu, but her childhood friend Chunfeng had just died not long ago, and her good friend Yuan was gone too. She had no time to think about other things. She wanted to follow Qinyu and the others to get revenge first. But Li Yao still didn't say this thought. She didn't know what Qinyu's attitude was. If she said it rashly, it might hurt Qinyu's heart. Li Yao had rejected too many people before, but this time, she didn't want to pour cold water on Qinyu's enthusiasm again. Although she didn't know whether Qinyu had this kind of enthusiasm. Just what? Without hearing Li Yao continue to speak, Qinyu raised his head and stared into her eyes, and asked with a smile. Nothing. Li Yao turned her head away, looked away, and then continued to ask about what happened just now. What was it like when you killed someone for the first time? That time at school. I saw you cut the throat of Fan Shuyang's lackey with one knife. Li Yao added. The apocalypse broke out, and Li Yao wanted to know in advance. She was worried that she would panic and drag her feet when the time came. She didn't want to be like that. Li Yao hoped that she could become stronger. That wasn't the first time, Qinyu said slowly. Ah? Li Yao was stunned. The earlier one was a few days before entering the school. In fact, I didn't feel anything. At that time, my adrenaline surged and I was very nervous. Qinyu said softly, recalling the scene with the man in that building. Why? Li Yao asked softly. Why? Qinyu looked at her and asked. Why did you kill him? Li Yao added. He blocked my door with zombies and tried to steal my food. If I gave it to him, I would probably starve to death. If I didn't, he would bring more zombies. Qinyu said lightly. Do you regret it? Li Yao raised her head and looked into Qinyu's eyes. Regret, after all, that is also a life, but if I don't make up my mind, I will be the only one who dies there. And that person will definitely not regret it. Qinyu stood up and sat beside her and said softly. If I had to do it again, I would still do it. I'm afraid that in a few days, when I see those people, I won't have the courage to shoot. After a long silence, Li Yao still whispered. Hearing this, Qinyu understood why Li Yao asked him these questions. He must be worried that he would hesitate and hurt others. After all, shooting zombies and hitting people are two completely different situations. Qinyu said slowly, I know your concerns. After all, the three people in the underground parking lot only blocked us in the emergency passage and did not cause us any actual harm, but things don't work that way. If they don't block the road, we will drive out of the city. After several conversations, Qinyu understood that the mixer truck at the exit of the city was deliberately parked there by Longshan's people to block their way out. If they hadn't blocked us, we would have left the city, and you wouldn't have reunited with Dazhuang. Maybe he would have been looking for you. Li Yao whispered. It doesn't matter whether we reunited or not. What's important is that Yuan wouldn't have died. Qinyu whispered. Li Yao was silent, and didn't say anything more. In fact, many people were good people before the end of the world. Some were kind uncles in the neighborhood, some were drivers, who accompanied you to and from school on the bus every day, and some were community security guards, who greeted you every day. Qinyu spoke earnestly. He was afraid that Li Yao would have psychological problems, so he patiently explained. The end of the world breaks out, the law collapses, the social system disappears, and everyone has only one identity, that is, the survivor, and the goal is to survive. Some people choose to stick to the bottom line and not murder others. They would rather go out every day to search for food and danger, and never think of pointing the knife at their own people. But some people just want to get something for nothing and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, fantasizing that others go out to search for supplies, and then come back to hand them over to them. Qinyu sat next to him and spoke for a long time. They have changed. Many people have changed after the end of the world. Good people may still be good, but in order to survive, they may also become bad, and bad people will become worse. Chapter 115. These people, relying on a knife and a gun, began to enslave others, trample on the dignity of others, and take people's lives at will. What is the difference between them and zombies? There is no need to have any psychological burden when attacking such people. After Qinyu finished speaking, he placed his left hand on the back of Li Yao's hand. Now he is like a brother to Li Yao, gently guiding her. Li Yao covered Qinyu's hand with her left hand, looked down at the ground, and replied softly, Thank you. Feeling the atmosphere was a little subtle, Qinyu pulled out his palm and smiled lightly, then moved aside a little without leaving a trace. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and Qinyu was afraid that Li Yao would misunderstand something. If they don't die and live in the world, they will kill more people. Qinyu looked at the pistol next to him, and said slowly. Li Yao nodded, stood up and looked at Chinyu seriously and said, I understand. I won't let those bad guys hurt my friends and family, including you. Hearing Li Yao's words, Chinyu smiled and nodded gently, not taking it to heart. He didn't really need Li Yao to protect him. If the sky fell, he, a tall man, would naturally be the first to hold it up. Go back and rest, it's getting late, Chinyu said softly. Li Yao hummed and walked out. Outside the door, Uncle Wa was about to push it open when he saw Li Yao coming out, saying hello to him, and leaving directly. Walking into the house, Uncle Wa asked Chinyu, What's wrong with her? It's fine. Chinyu shook his head, and didn't tell the conversation. When he saw Uncle Wa coming back, he asked, How is it, Uncle Wa? How's the leg injury? It's a small problem. Uncle Wa waved his hand, and said directly while sitting on the bed. Chinyu was worried, so he walked forward, squatted down and rolled up Uncle Wa's trouser legs. Seeing that 2 band-aids had been applied, he was stunned. Why did you just apply this thing and no stitches? Uncle Wa put his trouser legs down, and then said, There is no need for stitches. There is no damage to the blood vessels. It was just cut by the fragments stirred up by the explosion, and there was no bleeding in the first place. Xiaoyan saw the wound and refused to do anything, and insisted on stitching a few stitches. Finally, after much persuasion, she agreed to use a band-aid instead. Seeing this, Chinyu said no more and walked back to his bed. When he leaned against the wall at the head of the bed, Chinyu thought of something and asked, Uncle Wa, your life was very hard before, right? There are several wounds on your arms. Uncle Wa lay on the bed, his hands continued to support the back of his head and said, In order to survive, there is no other way. It is very chaotic abroad and injuries are very common. The restaurant you ate at today may be bombed into ruins the next day. In this case, why don't you go back to China to make a living? Before the end of the world, there should be many jobs to survive, right? Chinyu turned his head and looked at Uncle Wa and said softly, He. Uncle Wa smiled for a rare moment, then said calmly, It's easy for me to survive, but what about the families of those dead comrades? Once you set foot on this road, you can't turn back. No pension? Chinyu was stunned. They have all retired. There are many people in the family to support, and the children have to go to school. It's hard to rely on such a small salary. Uncle Wa recalled the past and spoke slowly. Uncle Wa can always see his past self in the young man Chinyu, so he is willing to talk more about himself. At first, I was just a team leader in a domestic security company, but later, I had a disagreement with my boss, so I just quit. Uncle Wa looked at the roof. As if he could see the starry sky through the roof, he said softly, Because the salary is low? Chinyu sat up directly, leaned against the wall, and looked at Uncle Wa and asked, That's not the case. Although the boss is like an animal, the commission he gives to his subordinates is quite high. After all, if the salary is low, you can't recruit powerful people. If you kill the employer, the boss will lose more. Uncle Wa shook his head. That's why? Chinyu asked. Because that boss asked me to protect a mine owner. Uncle Wa said. Is that mine owner bad? Chinyu seemed to understand something. No. Thinking of that incident, Uncle Wa's face began to change. He gritted his teeth and said, It can no longer be described as bad. Before the end of the world, killing a person could be sentenced to death, but that black-hearted mine owner directly killed 52 lives. So many? Chinyu was shocked, but then he shook his head and said, No, I also paid attention to the news before the apocalypse broke out, but I didn't see any mine saying so many people died? Oh, that's money talking. The death toll reported to the public at that time was 25. Uncle Wa still feels angry when he thinks about it now. After hearing this, Chinyu understood. I did hear about this. I heard that the mine owner was fined a lot of money at that time. The number of people was underreported by half, because the boss knew that if more than 30 people died in the mine, it would be a particularly serious accident. In addition, most of the safety monitoring and alarm equipment in the mine was broken, and if another major accident occurred within a year, the black-hearted boss would most likely be sentenced to death. Uncle Wa continued to tell the story. How much did the black-hearted boss compensate the dead workers? Chinyu asked. Haha, not much, only 25 people, less than 2 million in total. Ironic, right? The villa he gave to his mistress is worth tens of millions. So many lives have been lost, but it is not worth as much as his car. Uncle Wa said calmly. Although Uncle Wa's tone sounded very calm, Chinyu still heard a little bit how angry he was under the calmness. Didn't the families of the other 27 dead workers sue him? Chinyu was angry when he heard it, and he was puzzled. He kidnapped all the children of those families, and sent a few gangsters to watch them every day. Every few days, he sent a photo to their families. If they agreed to the conditions and didn't make trouble, they could see the children and 75,000 yuan. If they didn't agree, the black-hearted boss didn't care. Anyway, the assets had been transferred, and his brother-in-law could take the blame. Uncle Wa spoke word by word. Just like that, with threats and intimidation, those people had to agree. The man and the family had died, and they had elderly parents and young children to take care of. In order to survive, they could only be forced to swallow their anger. Uncle Wa became more and more excited. At that time, there was an anonymous person under the black-hearted boss, who still had a little conscience. He sent a lot of evidence of the boss's money laundering, murder, bribery, etc. directly to the police, which quickly caused an uproar. Although the action was very quick, only some shareholders and henchmen were arrested. The boss had already fled across the border. Uncle Wa looked at Qinyu and said slowly. Chapter 116. What happened next? Did he just get away? Qinyu asked. I left the security company the next day and learned that one of my comrades was among the miners. Uncle Wa closed his eyes and whispered. He was my former squad leader. After retiring, he drove a long-distance truck to make a living. The couple lived a prosperous life, but the good times didn't last long. The child fell seriously ill and urgently needed expensive medical expenses. However, there were fewer goods at that time, so the old squad leader had no choice but to invite many people to dinner, hoping to help introduce more work. Uncle Wa muttered. Later, Uncle Wa turned his head to look at Qinyu. The man in his 40s was now in tears. He said, later, a black-hearted intermediary took 300 yuan from the old squad leader and introduced him to a job of hauling coal. Go to that black-hearted coal mine? Qinyu understood. Well, Uncle Wa pondered for a while and continued, later, when I was looking for a job on the street, I happened to see the old squad leader's wife selling lunch boxes on the street. It was almost 40 degrees Celsius. She was a woman with a 3-year-old child, pulling a tricycle, shuttling through the alleys. She makes 3 yuan profit from a lunch box. She has to sell 1,000 to buy medicine for her child for a week. But she can only sell 30 a day at most. To do this, she has to sell lunch boxes during the day, make clothes at night, sleep 3 hours a day, and go shopping for food in the early morning. Uncle Wa narrated slowly. To this day, he can still remember that when he stuffed money into the old squad leader's wife, she knelt down and kowtowed more than a dozen times in tears. Qinyu heard this and did not respond. Life for poor people has never been easy. Qinyu, who lived alone before, ate most of the lunch boxes on the street because they were cheap and filling. At that time, I gave my sister-in-law 200,000 yuan, which was the most I could give her. I lied to her and said that this was the money that the old squad leader had lent me privately before, and now it was time to pay it back, but my sister-in-law didn't believe it. She tried to refuse and said, Wazi, I know what the situation is in our family. Where can I find this 200,000 yuan to lend you? Even if you sell Gongzi, you can't get this money. Take it back quickly. Sister-in-law can't accept this money. Finally, I said with a sullen face that if she didn't take the money, then I would guard her stall every day in the future, and I would buy all the goods every time she opened the stall. In the dark room, Uncle Wa said slowly in a low voice. After the money was paid, the matter could not be left alone. I found the black intermediary and forced him to return the 300 yuan. When the black intermediary heard that the man was dead, he felt guilty and returned the money happily. Then I stuffed the money under the seat of my sister-in-law's tricycle in the middle of the night. Will it be okay if it is returned? It's really a bargain for him to kill a life. Qinyu was a little indignant. Heh. Uncle Wa's mouth moved, and he said tiredly, after all, he can say that he had no knowledge of it, and he only received 300 yuan. Even if he is detained for a few days, it will be useless. My sister-in-law's family still can't change anything, but 300 is their living expenses for a month. Qinyu smacked his lips, remained silent for a while, and then said, Rich people pursue life, poor people pursue survival. Later, I asked my former subordinates in the security company to obtain the location of the black-hearted boss, and prepared to go to him to ask for more money. When I was about to leave, several retired comrades contacted me. After knowing my idea, they all wanted to act with me to avenge the old squad leader. Uncle Wa said calmly. After we went abroad, we had just arrived when a war broke out there. The black-hearted boss was also punished. In the end, he was crushed to death by a large truck. Uncle Wa spoke slowly. Then you worked abroad? Qinyu asked. Yes. Uncle Wa nodded. Some places there are very chaotic, and there are frequent wars. You can buy anything with money. The rich are most afraid of dying inexplicably one day, so private bodyguards are very popular abroad, and the price is very high. Hearing these words, Chinyu was a little bit unable to let it go. After making some money, we set up a security organization. We will carefully investigate every employer and confirm that they have not done anything harmful before accepting them. With strong military qualities, we quickly gained a foothold, but at the same time, we also lost some comrades. After the story was told, Uncle Wa became silent again. Actually, Uncle Wa was not of this character before the end of the world, but there was no way. He had seen too many separations and deaths, and too many teammates and friends died in his arms, so his character was gradually affected. After a while of silence, Uncle Wa sat up, and then looked at Chinyu on the right. He said softly, "We were not born in a peaceful era, but in a peaceful country. There are many people outside who have problems even getting enough food, not to mention going to school. Although there were some bad people in China before the end of the world, there have always been many people working hard to make everyone live better and safer. It is undeniable that we don't need to worry about a rocket suddenly flying from a distance when we walk on the street." Uncle Wa added again. "I understand." Chinyu nodded heavily. "You have to become stronger to protect more people." Uncle Wa repeated what he said last time. He didn't want Chinyu to experience what he experienced, and didn't want too many people to die. No words were spoken that night. Chinyu got up early the next morning and followed Uncle Wa to the training room to practice shooting. This was almost the last time to practice indoors. After all, the zombies outside would be better targets. At about noon, Chinyu simply ate a few biscuits and followed Xiao Jiao out of the training room. "Where are they going?" Li Yao shot a ping-pong ball at a distance of 20 meters, then turned to ask Xiaoyin next to her. She was loading her pistol alone with a bitter face, and it had been several minutes, but she still couldn't load it properly, and she was so anxious that she almost cried. When she heard Li Yao ask her, Xiaoyin puffed her cheeks and said gloomily, "Going out for a date." Seeing Xiaoyin like this, Li Yao put down the gun, shook his head gently, and walked over to her side. "Look, first do this, then do this, isn't it good now?" Li Yao installed the pistol neatly, then pulled the bolt and said, "I practice my shooting skills well. I don't understand why I have to keep learning to install the pistol." Xiaoyin took the gun from Li Yao, raised it with one hand, aimed at the ping-pong ball 10 meters away, and shot it directly. "Although my shooting skills are not as accurate as yours, Xiao Yao, but the zombie's head is so big, I can definitely hit it." Xiaoyin put down the gun, gestured exaggeratedly with both hands, and muttered. Chapter 117. "You?" Li Yao had no choice but to caress Xiaoyin's nose lovingly and said, "Brother Xiao just wants you to be more powerful and protect yourself better. He also said that you should check your gun before taking action. If it jams or malfunctions when facing the enemy, you won't have a chance to check it again." "Got it." Xiaoyin continued to pick up the pistol and disassembled it. "Come on, follow me." Li Yao also disassembled his gun and continued to teach Xiaoyin patiently. Chinyu followed Xiao Jiao for a while, and then came to the utility room further inside. Half of the area was empty, and the left side was very large, with some facilities placed there. Glancing around, Chinyu saw a hanging sandbag, 2 large stones on the ground, and several ropes. The stone looked like a dumbbell, one on each side, connected by a wooden stick in the middle. At this time, De Zhuang was holding the stone in one hand and doing exercises. Seeing Chinyu coming, De Zhuang gently put the stone down and greeted him. "Here you are, Xiao Yu. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Well, Da Zhuang, you are so muscular, why are you still training this?" Chinyu asked with a smile. "Oh, I'm trying to get a feel for it." "This is for you," Da Zhuang said with a laugh. "Aw?" Chinyu looked at the 2 stones and was stunned. Xiao Jiao next to him smiled and said, "Brother Da Zhuang is here to learn fighting. He has strength, but lacks fighting skills. When he meets 3 men in close combat, he can only surrender. And you are even weaker. While there is still some protein powder in our camp, Halsey has also found some steaks that are about to go bad, and no one eats them. It's just right for you to replenish your nutrition and physical strength. After all, training is very tiring. You are really lucky. If you go to other places, these foods will never be wasted like this." Xiao Jiao looked around Chinyu, then touched his chin and said, "Strange, food is so scarce, how come no one eats steak?" Chinyu asked in confusion. "It's like this, we try to eat those foods that are not easy to preserve first in the camp. After all, there is no refrigerator now, but the temperature in the basement is very low, and we dug a little deeper, which can barely extend the shelf life of the food." Xiao Jiao explained with a smile. "Usually, We will eat more meat to increase our physical strength when we need to go out. Before you came, only Uncle Hua, Haozi, Xiuhu, and Xiaoyin would eat that meat. When we don't go out, everyone eats steamed buns in the morning, biscuits at noon, and stewed soup with meat in the evening. Xiaojiu put his hand on Qinyu's shoulder and said, "Is that so?" Qinyu nodded. Recently, everyone else has known that we have a tough battle with Longshan's people. Almost everyone has had relatives killed by Longshan and his people. When they heard that we were preparing to fight back, everyone spontaneously chose not to eat meat and left it for us to replenish our strength. Xiaojiu walked to the sandbag, touched it, and said softly. He saw everyone's actions, and was very moved. A few days ago, Qinyu saved Xiaoyin again. Xiaojiu later proposed to train Qinyu, so Uncle Hua, Haozi, Xiaoyin and Xiaohu also agreed to leave the steaks to Qinyu. It was not much, only a dozen pieces, but it was enough with half a can of protein powder. "Thank you all for me," Qinyu said gratefully. He understood how important food was in the end times. These were things that everyone would rather starve for a while than save. They are also very grateful to you. The old people, women and children in the camp, when they heard that you joined us and wanted to avenge their relatives, they all hoped to give you more nutrition so that you could kill more enemies. Xiaojiu said with a smile. I seem to be the weakest among the three of us. My spear skills are not as good as Li Yao's, and my strength and stamina are not as good as De Zhuang. Qinyu scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "It's nothing. People will grow up. You still have potential worth developing. Come on, let's start practicing today. I still need to recover from this gunshot wound for about half a month. The days ahead may be hard." Xiaojiu looked at Qinyu and said earnestly, "But I hope you understand that the iron must be hard to forge. Only by becoming stronger can you lead the team to survive in this doomsday, and you just happen to have this opportunity now." Xiaojiu added again, "What I'm least afraid of is suffering. Everything is up to you, brother Xiao." Qinyu looked at him and smiled. Basic training is divided into 4 stages: strength and jumping, endurance and explosive power. Xiaojiu said seriously, "Brother Dazhuang has both strength and explosive power. He doesn't need them. It's mainly you." Qinyu nodded. Without strength, a punch is meaningless. Hitting someone is like tickling. If someone punches you, you will probably go into shock on the spot. After the end of the world, have you ever fought with someone in close combat? It's either you or me. Xiaojiu stared at Qinyu and asked seriously. Once, the man weighed almost 200 pounds. Qinyu continued to nod. "I think." Xiaojiu glanced at the muscles on Qinyu's arm and said directly, "The man should be injured, maybe seriously. Well, I scratched him with a knife stained with zombie blood. In order to save his life, he had to saw off his hand. I secretly chased him and took the opportunity to win by luck." Qinyu did not hide anything and told the truth. De Zhuang, who was sitting on a rock, asked, "Aren't you afraid of being killed in return?" Although he was injured, the weight difference is too big. If he kicks you, it is very likely that you will lose your fighting ability directly. "Yes, but I am more afraid that he will recover from his injury and then secretly target me," Qinyu said in a low voice. Qinyu's approach is right. Cut the grass and root it out, leaving no future troubles, but the method is wrong. You can be safer and let him exchange food for his life. He sawed off his hand and urgently needs to stop the bleeding. He has no time to entangle with you. After you leave, you can continue to lead the zombies over. Blocking the door will definitely kill them. Xiaojiu suggested another way. At that time, I didn't dare to touch the zombies. Qinyu smiled bitterly and said, "I could only go up and give it a try. So you have to strengthen your body's strength. Start with plank support, 3 minutes at a time, then rest for 15 seconds. Do it 3 times, and then run around this room." Qinyu nodded and lay down directly. The first time he did plank support, Qinyu was very tired. Every time, he felt his arm shaking. But during the process, Qinyu felt that his abdomen began to heat up, and the same was true for both sides of his thighs. After finishing, Qinyu began to run around the room. The space here is a little bigger than the training room. A normal runway is 200 meters. Qinyu ran about 100 meters in this room. Chapter 118. After running 20 laps, Qinyu was sweating profusely and was out of breath. "That's enough. Now take it slow and walk 3 laps." Seeing Qinyu running slower and slower, Xiaojiu turned around and shouted at Qinyu. Xiaojiu was fighting with De Zhuang in close combat, teaching him fighting skills, but even though Xiaojiu's left shoulder was injured, De Zhuang was no match for him. This was mainly because at the beginning, De Zhuang saw that Xiaojiu was still injured, so he said casually, "Brother Xiao, I won't bully you. Let's just use our right hands. Haha, I don't care. Xiao Jiao smiled lightly. After more than a dozen rounds, Dazhuang was already beaten black and blue. Every time Dazhuang attacked, Xiao Jiao could find his flaws at the right time and attack him first, or his punch was blocked by Xiao Jiao's elbow, and then he was hit by a heavy punch. However, Xiao Jiao's attack was very measured. It looked serious, but it was actually just external injuries, not a big problem. At this time, although Dazhuang and Xiao Jiao's muscles looked similar, they were completely different in combat power. Dazhuang was an archery athlete before the end of the world. He had hardly ever fought. Others would back off when they saw his muscles. He only had strength, but no fighting skills. But Xiao Jiao was different. He was a special forces soldier before the end of the world. He joined the army at the age of 17. When he was 27, he was on a mission, and was surrounded by hundreds of enemies alone. Although he completed the mission after going through all kinds of difficulties, Xiao Jiao was also seriously injured. He was floating in the sea holding a dead tree. If a cruise ship had not happened to pass by, Xiao Jiao would have died at that time. Not long after he recovered from his injuries, he chose to retire. After retiring, his superiors also arranged a job for Xiao Jiao, but before taking office, he planned to take a good look at his country, and traveled all over the country without any accidents. As a result, he almost died abroad again. A few years later, zombies broke out and a global catastrophe occurred. In the past, Xiao Jiao often carried out combat missions behind enemy lines with several members of the team. Every time, the number of enemies far exceeded theirs. It can be said that Xiao Jiao's fighting skills were completely trained through a lot of actual combat, stepping on countless enemy corpses. Qin Yu and Dazhuang were able to meet Xiao Jiao, and Xiao Jiao was willing to teach them these things, which was completely like saving the Milky Way in their previous life. Why don't you just use two hands? Xiao Jiao looked at Dazhuang's miserable appearance, and said with a bit of reluctance. No. No need. Dazhuang knelt on the ground, his eyes swollen and purple, he said vaguely. Ah! There was a cry of surprise from the door of the utility room, and 3 people walked in. Qin Yu turned his head, and saw that they were Xiaoyin, Li Yao and Uncle Hua. Xiaoyin ran forward with the things in her hand. Are you okay? Dazhuang was a little confused and started to talk nonsense. Small problem, I can still fight. Stop it, don't move. I take care of it for you. Xiaoyin pressed his hand down, then took out a bag of cold water to ice his wound. It's very cold in the basement, and we dug a little deeper. There is no ice, so we can only use this instead. Xiaoyin looked at Dazhuang and said. After walking 3 circles slowly, Qin Yu came over. He saw the medicine in Xiaoyin's hand, and couldn't help wondering, could it be that you know that it can heal injuries, so you don't worry about Dazhuang getting hurt? You guessed it, haha. Xiao Jiao took the towel next to him, and handed it to Qin Yu, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't know what to say. Don't worry. I'm fine. Dazhuang waved at Qin Yu. Don't worry, Brother Xiao is very measured in his actions. Haozi and Xiaohu have been trained by him. Otherwise, how do you think we can fight against dozens of people like Long Shan for so long? Xiaoyin turned her head, and whispered to Qin Yu. Okay, use the water bag to apply on your hands. I will apply safflower oil to you in 24 hours. Xiaoyin left the cold water bag to Dazhuang, and stood up and said. Hearing this, Qin Yu was more certain that this was premeditated. Huh? How come you are not injured? Xiaoyin walked to Qin Yu, and found that he was not injured at all, and was surprised. I haven't reached this stage yet. Qin Yu replied with a chuckle. Drink some water, you've sweated so much. Li Yao walked up and handed Qin Yu a bottle of water. Qin Yu hummed, took the water, and drank a little. Go to the side, and press the ligaments of your whole body. Press each part 15 times. Xiao Jiao looked at Qin Yu and said. Okay. Qin Yu nodded, walked to the side, and started to stretch his legs. As for you. Xiao Jiao turned around and looked at Li Yao, then whispered. It's okay for girls not to learn these, after all, they will get hurt. You just need to practice your shooting skills well. Before he finished speaking, Li Yao said firmly, I want to learn too. Xiao Jiao was stunned. He thought that Li Yao saw Dazhuang's appearance at this time, and didn't need him to ask, but he didn't expect that Li Yao would take the initiative to say it. Xiao Jiao's original intention was that as long as Qin Yu and Dazhuang became stronger, it should be no problem to protect her. He himself was reluctant to let Xiaoyin practice with him. What are you doing? Xiaoyin was startled, pulled Li Yao, and hurriedly said, Dazhuang and Qin Yu are men, it's okay to get hurt, but you, a girl, will become ugly if you get hurt. I don't care. I just want to avenge Brother Feng and Yuan Yuan. Li Yao looked at Xiaoyin and said seriously. Then she continued to look at Xiao Jiao and nodded seriously. Please, I really want to kill the enemy for them. The gun will eventually run out of bullets. When that happens, I hope I can still fight. Xiao Jiao didn't say anything more. After all, if he became stronger, it would be easier to take revenge. Go run around this room first, until you can't run anymore. Xiao Jiao said softly. Li Yao is a girl, so he didn't let her do the plank support first. It won't be too late to make up for it later. Li Yao nodded, took off the things on her body, tied her hair into a ponytail, and started running around the house. It must be said that hatred can make a person stronger. What Li Yao is doing now is something she would never do before. You? Xiao Jiao looked at Xiaoyin and was about to say that you don't have to practice with me. Just practice your gun skills well, you won't get hurt with me. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Xiaoyin's eyes condensed, and then she tied her hair up and started running with Li Yao. Xiaoyin has changed too. Uncle Wa walked to Xiao Jiao's side and whispered. We all have to eat less these days. Xiao Jiao smiled and said softly. Chapter 119. It's okay. I don't need to do any physical work recently. Uncle Wa shook his head and replied. A few minutes later, Chen Yu came over again. Come on, let's have a fight, and let you get a feel for it first. Xiao Jiao looked at Chen Yu and said with a smile. Looking at Xiao Jiao's muscles, Chen Yu was a little hesitant, but still followed him a little further away to avoid affecting their running. Let me do it. Uncle Wa put his hand on Xiao Jiao's shoulder and said, You are still injured. Try to rest as much as possible. You can just watch from the side. Xiao Jiao did not shirk and nodded. Uncle Wa's close combat ability was not inferior to his, so it was enough for him to teach Chen Yu. Are you ready, Xiao Yu? Uncle Wa and Chen Yu came to the right area and drew a square line on the ground. Come on. Chen Yu stood back a little with his right foot, clenched his fists, pointed his left hand forward, bent his body slightly, and tightened his muscles. He said seriously. Seeing Chen Yu's actions at this time, Uncle Wa couldn't help but nodded secretly, and then planned to use 50% of his strength, but he didn't know that this almost cost Chen Yu's life. As soon as the voice fell, Uncle Wa stepped on the ground and rushed over at a very fast speed. The next second, he rushed directly in front of Chen Yu, grabbed Chen Yu's right arm with his left hand, and then pulled it inward. At the same time, his right shoulder quickly bumped forward and hit Chen Yu's chest directly. With a bang, Chen Yu retreated several meters, knocking over several cartons on the ground. Then Chen Yu fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Hearing the sound, the two women were shocked and ran towards Chen Yu. What's going on? Damn it! How could Chen Yu be hit so far? Even De Zhuang was shocked, struggled to stand up, and limped over. When Uncle Wa was about to hit him, he felt that Chen Yu did not fight back, so he relieved most of his strength and quickly changed to hit with his right arm, but even so, Chen Yu still couldn't bear it. Li Yao arrived first, pushed the debris on the ground away with her hands, and then hugged Chen Yu in her arms. At this time, Chen Yu had fainted. Pinch him. Xiao Jiao ran over and shouted hurriedly. Li Yao immediately pressed the thumb above Chen Yu's lips, and a few seconds later, Chen Yu woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chen Yu subconsciously covered his chest, and his face was full of pain. Why are you so cruel? Li Yao was a little angry. She turned her head and looked at Uncle Wa and questioned. Yeah, Uncle Wa, what's wrong with you? You really use too much force. Xiao Jiao was also a little confused. He turned his head and looked at Uncle Wa and asked. Uncle Wa was also a little at a loss when he saw this situation. He said guiltily, I saw Xiao Yu's preparation movements were very professional, and he thought he had learned fighting. Sorry. I didn't mean it. No. It's okay. Chen Yu took a few deep breaths, and then slowly said, Don't blame you, I was just showing off. I saw the moves in the movie before, and I just used them on impulse. I saw that you had no defense, so I changed to using my right arm to hit you, dissipating most of the force. Uncle Wa said embarrassedly. You knocked me so far even after dissipating the force, it's amazing. After resting for a while, Chen Yu felt much better, and helped Li Yao stand up. The enemies Uncle Wa fought before the end of the world were all those terrorists, and they were so ruthless. I'm really glad that he changed his attack method in advance, otherwise if he hit me with his shoulder, we would have to prepare to dig a pit for you now. Seeing that Chen Yu was fine, Xiao Jiao walked up to him and helped him speak quickly. Oh, that's good, you can have your feast. In order to ease the atmosphere, Chen Yu made a little joke. Eat your head. Hearing this, Li Yao stretched out her hand and pinched the flesh on Chen Yu's waist, shouting at him with red eyes. Yu gasped and begged for mercy. Don't put on those fancy tricks in the future, they look good but are useless, and almost killed you. Li Yao continued to help Yu walk to the side, and warned him seriously. Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Brother, how did you feel just now? De Zhuang came over, holding an ice pack in one hand, and covering his left eye, and asked. It was just like being hit by a cow. Yu recalled the scene just now, and said with a wry smile. At that moment, Yu really felt that he was like a kite, retreating uncontrollably. After helping Yu sit down, Uncle Hua quickly stepped forward, squatted down and touched Yu's chest, lifted up his clothes and took a look, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a fainting caused by the force for a moment. It's not a big deal, just rest for a while. Li Yao nodded and whispered, I was a little anxious just now, and my tone was a little heavy, sorry. Uncle Hua shook his head. It's nothing, your anxiety shows that you care about Yu. I blame myself just now. Uncle Hua then continued to say to Yu, you take a rest first, in return, I will teach you all my fighting skills later. When Yu heard Uncle Hua's promise, he said gratefully, Thank you, Uncle Hua. Xiao Jiao, who was standing aside, heard this and immediately smiled and said, Yu, this is a blessing in disguise for you. Uncle Hua's close combat ability is not inferior to mine. In his heyday, I could only fight him to a 50-50 tie. Uncle Hua is also proficient in Krav Maga. He has been abroad for many years. This thing is very powerful. Xiao Jiao continued. Brother Xiao, you are also very powerful. You can fight to a draw even if you know less martial arts. Yu took a sip of water and smiled at Xiao Jiao. Of course, the martial arts of our country's army are also very strong, but I am over 30 years old. It is meaningless for me to learn those foreign ones. You are still young now, and it is better to have more skills. Xiao Jiao squatted down, patted Yu, and said earnestly. Yu nodded, and then continued to say to Li Yao, you can continue running. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a rest. Hearing Yu's instructions, Li Yao glanced at him, then nodded, and left with Xiaoyin. After resting for a while, Yu stood up and stretched his body, then smiled and said, It's okay. Yeah. Xiao Jiao nodded. Don't practice martial arts these days, improve your physical fitness first. Having a good physical fitness is the foundation. Yu hummed and followed the instructions. Can you hold on? Xiao Jiao asked. Not bad. Yu replied. Okay, let's do some push-ups and call it a day. How many? Yu lay down and got ready. Until you can't do it anymore. Xiao Jiao said seriously. Chapter 120. After doing 77 push-ups, Yu was exhausted and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Li Yao and Xiaoyin had also finished running, and the two girls were massaging each other's legs. That's all for today, we continue tomorrow. Xiao Jiao continued to put the towel on Yu and said with a smile. The result of Yu's training today did not surprise him. It was almost within the normal range for an ordinary person. You have to eat one bite at a time, so Xiao Jiao did not let him continue training. As for Li Yao, he was a little impressed. When Xiao Jiao was selecting special forces before, the toughest one was to carry a 70-kilogram load for 10 kilometers. Of course, the times have changed now, so it is not appropriate to train in the same way, and Xiao Jiao will also optimize those. If it's just these, I can stick to it. Yu turned over and lay flat, panting. Hee hee. Xiao Jiao continued to laugh, without saying anything. How can you grow up quickly with such training? If you want to be more powerful, you have to endure more hardships. Xiao Jiao also made other plans. Turning his head to look at Li Yao, Yu asked curiously, how many laps did they run? Xiaoyin 16 laps. Xiao Jiao pulled Yu up and said, as for Li Yao, she should scare you. How many? 20 laps like me. Yu was startled and asked casually. She ran 30 laps. Xiao Jiao said softly. Huh? Yu was stunned, then turned his head to look at the beautiful girl. Several people left the utility room one by one. Xiaoyin supported Li Yao and said angrily, why do you have to work so hard? Brother Xiao and Brother Qin will hold up the sky if it falls. But they will also feel pain and tired, right? Li Yao's face was pale, and she wiped the sweat from her head and said softly. Hearing this, Xiaoyin opened her mouth and was startled. She didn't continue to speak. She felt her heart twitch slightly, and then quietly looked at the back of Xiao Jiao in front of her. With strong and powerful steps and a strong and sturdy body, he led the three of them forward. Xiaoyin used to think that as long as he was there, all dangers would not come. But now, Xiaoyin's heart was touched, and she also wanted to share some of the burden for Brother Xiao. What are you thinking about? Li Yao hadn't heard Xiaoyin speak for a long time. She turned her head, and saw that she was staring blankly in the direction ahead, so she stretched out her left hand, and waved it in front of her. "Aw, nothing." Xiaoyin reacted and continued to help Li Yao walk outside. The next day, the four of them continued to come to the utility room. Dazhuang's swelling had subsided a little, and the whole person was not as serious as before. "You three should do a plank first, 5 minutes each time, rest for 10 seconds, do 5 times, girls can do 2 less times." Xiao Jiao looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, "No, we can do it," Xiaoyin said seriously. Hearing this, Li Yao next to her was slightly startled and looked at her. "Are you sure?" Xiao Jiao looked at her with a smile. At least once." Xiaoyin looked at Xiao Jiao's smiling expression, relieved a little, and said weakly. Half an hour later, all 3 of them leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. De Zhuang next to them continued to practice with Uncle Hua, and screams were heard from time to time. Seeing that they were almost done resting, Xiao Jiao took out a few things from the cardboard box next to him, and threw them in front of the 3 people. "Qinyu, take the 5 Jin one, Li Yao and Xiaoyin, just take the 2 Jin one, tie it to your calves and run. Don't be too stubborn this time, otherwise it will cause permanent damage," Xiao Jiao said seriously. Several people nodded, walked forward and took the sandbags. They were called sandbags, but in fact they were just a few pieces of cloth sealed with some dry soil. After all, in the current environment, it was difficult to find the conventional equipment for training. Wait a minute. After Qinyu was tied up, he was about to go for a run when Xiao Jiao called him. Qinyu turned his head. "What's wrong?" "You have to use unique methods to train a stronger body." Xiao Jiao patted Qinyu on the shoulder, then bent down and took out a vest from the carton and handed it to him. Qinyu took it and saw that there were several bags sewn on it, and some more soil was added. He weighed it, and it was about 4 kilograms. Seeing this, Qinyu's face darkened, and he smiled bitterly. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple. You haven't been a soldier, so you don't know. The first time I ran an armed cross-country race, I carried 10 kilograms. Xiao Jiao directly picked up the vest, and put it on Qinyu and fastened it. "What is the maximum load?" Qinyu turned around and asked. "About 70 kilograms. Xiao Jiao smiled and replied. After hearing that, Qinyu didn't want to talk anymore, and went over to start running. The next day, Xiaoyin ran 22 laps, Li Yao 32 laps, and Qinyu only ran 17 laps because of the extra weight, but he was more tired than Li Yao and sweated more. After a short break, Xiao Jiao asked Qinyu to start lifting stones, including front and side raises. He also made smaller stones for Li Yao and Xiaoyin. After a few hours, the 3 of them were exhausted, but Xiao Jiao didn't let them stop. "Now I teach you some fighting techniques, pay attention." Xiao Jiao clapped his hands and called De Zhuang over. Fighting techniques also refer to fighting and combat techniques, such as our martial arts, Sanda, and foreign Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, etc. Xiao Jiao told them earnestly. Before the end of the world, people practice martial arts to win championships or to protect themselves. But now the times are different, and the environment is different. We learn martial arts just to survive, so that those evil people can't take our lives at will. Xiao Jiao shouted loudly. There are many kinds of martial arts, but their ultimate goal is to kill the opponent as quickly, cruelly, and effectively as possible. Next, Dazhuang and I will demonstrate it to you. Xiao Jiao waved at Dazhuang. Dazhuang's mouth twitched, and he walked over reluctantly. An hour later, Dazhuang sat aside, with a cold water bag covering his right eye. Li Yao and Xiaoyin practiced against each other, while Qinyu practiced against Xiao Jiao. The result was the same as yesterday. Today, Xiao Jiao also beat Qinyu black and blue. He said seriously, "It's better to suffer a little pain now, than to be stabbed in the future. In the future, hot weapons will become less and less, and bullets will be more difficult to find. Cold weapons are the king." Qinyu was knocked back several steps by Xiao Jiao's punch. After stabilizing his body, he rubbed his shoulders and asked with a bitter face, "How many enemies can you deal with at the same time?" Chapter 121. Are you talking about ordinary men or terrorists with weapons? Xiao Jiao asked. Both. Qinyu sat down and continued. Ordinary men, less than 10 can't get close to me, and terrorists with daggers, I can deal with 4 at most. Xiao Jiao said truthfully. When Qinyu heard it, he nodded as if he understood, and then asked, what about those like Dazhuang brother? At least 11 will be enough. Xiao Jiao thought for a while and said, Damn, if there are 10 of my brothers, we can crush you to death, okay? When Dazhuang heard this, he shouted unconvinced. Hey, how many times have you been hit by me? Xiao Jiao turned around and asked with a smile. I don't know, dozens of times. Dazhuang curled his lips and said. Xiao Jiao continued to chuckle and whispered, what if I change my fist to a knife? Hearing this, Dazhuang was startled. Yes, if Xiao Jiao used a knife, then he would be injured every time he attacked, and he would not be able to hold on after 2 hits at most. You want to win by relying on the human wave tactics, but in reality, in a small space, more people can't help you, but will limit your position. Xiao Jiao continued to speak loudly. Li Yao, who was far away, heard this and couldn't help but slow down a little. At this moment, Xiao Yin seized the opportunity and punched directly with her fist, with very little force. But the next second, a snap sounded, and Li Yao stretched his right hand to the left waist and directly grasped Xiao Yin's fist. Oh! Why did you block it again? Xiao Yin immediately pulled her hand back and yelled depressedly. We are different. Li Yao looked at Xiao Yin and said softly. What's the difference? Do you have an extra eye or an extra pair of ears? Let me see. Xiao Yin walked forward and leaned in front of Li Yao curiously. You learned fighting to protect yourself, and I learned to avenge them. Li Yao lowered her head and whispered. Hearing this, Xiao Yin was startled, then hugged Li Yao directly, and whispered softly in her ear. Sister Xiao Yao, hatred should not be forgotten, but we can't be blinded by it. When you focus too much on revenge, you may end up not being able to see the trap under your feet and lose your life. Li Yao listened quietly, then whispered, Thank you, Xiao Yin. Oh, let's not talk about this. Let's continue practicing. Xiao Yin patted Li Yao on the back, then stepped back, waved and said. Xiao Jiao on the other side slowly narrated. This is the difference between ordinary people and professional soldiers. When soldiers encounter enemies, they aim to kill them quickly. If they have the opportunity to stab the heart, they will never kick him. If they can cut the throat with a knife, they will never wait to aim with a gun. When getting close, which is faster, the gun or the knife? Qin Yu asked curiously, thinking of something. Before Xiao Jiao could answer, De Zhuang said directly, I know this. Guns are faster at 7 steps away, and knives are faster at 7 steps, am I right? Then he turned his head and looked at Xiao Jiao. Haha, all wrong. Xiao Jiao laughed and shook his head. Ah, isn't it? I see that everyone in the movies is like this. De Zhuang smacked his lips. You still like to use a pistol. I tell you, even if you get close, the gun must be faster. Don't be stupid and compete with others in speed in the future. There is only one situation where the knife is faster, that is, you are holding a knife and the enemy's gun is still in the holster. Xiao Jiao touched the pistol on his waist and said. But in this case, you can also counter it, that is, just retreat and draw your gun while retreating. But what if it is within 2 meters? Qin Yu asked. Then the knife is faster. Xiao Jiao turned around and said seriously. Okay, come here. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xiao Jiao clapped his hands, and Li Yao and Xiao Yin came over. At this time, Qin Yu was also sitting on the ground, holding the cold water bag sent by Uncle Hua and applying it to his face. Next, I tell you how to defeat the enemy quickly. Xiao Jiao took out a small blackboard from somewhere and wrote on it with chalk. First, the chin. Hitting this part quickly and hard will cause the enemy to go into shock on the spot, or even die. Unless you are sure he is your enemy, don't use this move. If you can't control the force well, it is easy to kill someone. Second, the throat. If it is hit hard here, it will cause suffocation or even death due to lack of oxygen in a short period of time. When fighting an enemy, don't be merciful. In a hurry, grabbing dirt from the ground and throwing it at the eyes can also work. If you are merciful for a moment, you may lose your life. For male enemies, you can directly attack his lower body. After listening to the story, Qin Yu thought of the fat man last time. At that time, Qin Yu subconsciously punched him, and the fat man immediately lost his fighting ability. Li Yao, who was concentrating on listening to the key points, was stunned, and then said, Where is the lower body? Thighs? Hearing Li Yao's question, all the men present were stunned and no one spoke. Xiao Yin, who was standing by, blushed, pulled Li Yao, and then whispered something in her ear. After hearing the explanation, Li Yao blushed instantly, lowered her head and whispered, I know. I know. After talking about how to defeat the enemy quickly, Xiao Jiao talked about how to hit the enemy. The elbow is one of the hardest parts of the human body. In many cases, it is more useful than the fist. Don't forget this. Several people nodded and wrote it down. When the enemy in front of you is much stronger than you, and you don't have a knife, punching him is not very effective. At this time, there is still a trick, Xiao Jiao said, turning around and writing 2 words on the blackboard. What trick? Chen Yu asked curiously. After Xiao Jiao finished writing, he directly stepped aside, and then several people saw the 2 words clearly. Knee? Xiao Yin said aloud, if you kick the knee, will it take a lot of strength? Xiao Jiao shook his head. No, you just need to kick his knee hard from the side, and it will break on the spot. Remember, you must kick from the side and do your best. After talking for a long time, Xiao Jiao left with a small blackboard. The children outside still needed to go to class, and the blackboard could not be occupied for a long time. Li Yao was packing up the goods nearby, and Chen Yu walked up and asked softly, Li Yao, I haven't asked you why you want to avenge Cheng Feng. He was killed by Fan Shuyang, and didn't Fan Shuyang die a long time ago? Hearing Chen Yu's question, Li Yao picked up the sandbag on the ground and walked towards the cardboard box. She said calmly, they are all evil people, what's the difference? Fan Shuyang is, Long Shan and the others are also. Killing one Yuan will also kill more people. If we leave them alone, they will definitely become a more terrifying evil force over time. Chapter 122. Chen Yu was slightly stunned, looking at Li Yao's figure without saying a word. When he returned to the room to rest, Uncle Hua was ready to teach Chen Yu Krav Maga. At the beginning of the practice, Chen Yu curiously asked, why don't you take them to learn together? Uncle Hua took off his coat, revealing his strong muscles, and said softly, Krav Maga is the most fierce self-defense technique in the world. It is not suitable for novices to learn. For people like you who are new to fighting, learning this is to seek death. It is basically useless in the early stage. I will teach you first, and then you can take time to practice frequently. I won't care who you want to teach in the future. I only have one request. After hearing Uncle Hua's words, Chen Yu said seriously, you say. This technique cannot be taught to extremely vicious people, and if someone uses Krav Maga to harm others, I need you to clean up these evils. Of course, if you are not strong enough, you can take action later. Uncle Hua said in a deep voice. Chen Yu nodded, I understand. Then Uncle Hua began to demonstrate the movements. In the small room, Chen Yu stared at Uncle Hua's swinging posture. From this moment on, Chen Yu was completely different from before. In the following days, Xiao Jiao's devilish training became more and more abnormal. Every day, they would basically collapse from exhaustion, and Dazhuang had completely become their sparring partner. On the 7th day, Chen Yu's weight had reached 30 kilograms, and he had no pressure to run 50 laps. Even Xiaoyin's daily weight increased to 15 kilograms, and she ran 40 laps every day. As for Li Yao, she was even more ruthless. Even with a weight of 20 kilograms, she could still run much faster than Xiaoyin. Xiao Jiao had specially tested Li Yao's limit. With a weight of 20 kilograms, she could run 70 laps a day, which is 7,000 meters. As the training gradually intensified, the aura of several people changed a lot from before, but at the same time, the demand for food also increased seriously. This made Haozi and Uncle Hua suffer. They searched for supplies in the city in the dark every day, and basically searched everything edible around. On the 15th day, Xiao Jiao's gunshot wound had completely healed, and today he was going to test everyone. Let's see how much effect these days have had. Chen Yu, Dazhuang, Li Yao, and Xiao Yin stood upright in the utility room, waiting for Xiao Jiao's arrival. Starting from the 3rd day, every night before the end of the training, Xiao Jiao would ask everyone to stand at attention for 3 hours. Unlike the usual method, everyone had something hanging on their body. Dazhuang had a bowl of mud on both shoulders. If he moved slightly, the mud would fall to the ground, and Xiao Jiao would ask him to restart the time. Chen Yu stood half a meter away from the wall. There was a small hole in the wall, and a wooden stick was stuck in it. A pin was hung on the top of the wooden stick, tightly against the tip of Chen Yu's nose. The pin would pierce the skin with the slightest movement. At the same time, Chen Yu held small stones in each hand, each weighing about 5 pounds. Li Yao and Xiao Yin only needed to stand in military posture for an hour, and then change to another way to keep their bodies still. Li Yao held the M16 assault rifle, with a rope tied to the gun head, 2 bricks hanging under the rope, and a shell on the top of the gun barrel. Whenever the shell fell, half a brick would be added. Xiao Jiao's purpose was to train Li Yao's muscle memory, so that she would not need to aim in the future, but could quickly raise the gun and aim at the enemy's vital points with just movements. As for Xiaoyin, she changed her gun to a pistol, with a rope hanging from her wrist and a shell, trying to keep her posture steady. After more than 10 days of training, they picked up the guns just like they picked up their own hands, without any discomfort. After waiting in the utility room for a few minutes, Xiao Jiao came over with 2 wooden daggers in his hands. After half a month of training, you guys are pretty good, but it's a pity that the time is too short and I can't train you for a long time. If it's before the end of the world, I have the confidence to train you to be second only to special forces. Xiao Jiao stepped forward and stood in front of the 4 people and said, I don't think it's difficult to be a special forces soldier. If I had known, I would have joined the army. De Zhuang heard this and said, Heh. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao smiled. He looked at the few people and asked, Do you all think you have the foundation to become a special forces soldier? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. On the last day of training yesterday, Qin Yu was able to run for an hour and a half with a weight of 40 kilograms, and was almost able to run 10,000 meters. The consequence is that Qin Yu can fall asleep as soon as he touches the bed these days. Li Yao and Xiao Yin thought for a while and nodded. Dream on. Xiao Jiao scolded in a rare way. Do you think that special forces can be promoted just by running and doing a few push-ups? Xiao Jiao shouted with a dark face. If they are not taught a lesson now, if they really encounter mercenaries among the bad guys in the future, they may lose their lives. So Xiao Jiao changed his usual gentle expression. How can there be dozens of them? I have to do hundreds of them every day. Qin Yu muttered in a low voice. He felt that Xiao Jiao looked down on them a little too much. Li Yao on the side poked him with his elbow, signaling him not to speak. But Xiao Jiao still heard it. He frowned and glanced at Qin Yu. Special forces soldiers must first be courageous. It is common to spend the night among the dead. Secondly, they must be able to eat living things. It is not as simple as cutting a piece of raw fish or a piece of raw beef. Xiao Jiao walked back and forth and shouted loudly. I tell you, in the wild, the food chooses you, not you choose the food. If you catch a bug on the ground, you must swallow it immediately. After that, you need to master a lot of military professional skills. Let's put it this way, special forces are almost omnipotent. Blind arrogance will make you lose your life sooner or later. Xiao Jiao continued to yell with a dark face. Then he pointed at De Zhuang. Come here, let's practice. Today is the last day. I hope you all show your true skills and treat me as your enemy. After saying this, Xiao Jiao threw the wooden dagger in his hand directly, and De Zhuang caught it and walked toward Xiao Jiao. De Zhuang held the wooden dagger in his backhand, staring at Xiao Jiao. The next moment, Xiao Jiao moved, rushed to him at a very fast speed, and stabbed his neck with the wooden sword in his right hand. De Zhuang reacted quickly and raised his left arm to push upwards. While holding the knife in his right hand, he stabbed at Xiao Jiao's shoulder. Xiao Jiao's right hand was just blocked by De Zhuang, so he let go of it, and the wooden sword fell down. Then he caught the wooden sword with his left hand and stabbed it upwards quickly. In less than half a second, the wooden sword was attached to De Zhuang's chin. Although De Zhuang's wooden dagger was faster, it was only attached to Xiao Jiao's shoulder at this time. Chapter 123. When he felt the wooden knife stabbing at his chin, De Zhuang quickly leaned to the side, and at the same time, his right hand holding the knife directly slapped Xiao Jiao's arm, trying to stop him. You are already dead. Xiao Jiao turned the wooden dagger in a direction with his left hand, and then slapped the area below De Zhuang's neck with the back of his hand. After being hit by Xiao Jiao's palm, De Zhuang staggered back. He regretted a little that he should have aimed at the heart. Are you regretting not stabbing me? Xiao Jiao glanced at him and said. De Zhuang nodded. I deliberately exposed my weakness to let you attack my shoulder. Do you think there are so many opportunities for you to attack me again? Xiao Jiao stood with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice. When fighting with the enemy, the most important thing is how to quickly make the opponent lose his fighting power. Do you think this is a cat catching a mouse, and playing with a mouse? Xiao Jiao roared. What the hell? Where did the cat catch me? Coincidentally, just as Xiao Jiao finished speaking, Haozi came over with a bucket of cold water bag, and he asked in confusion. Nothing, go to the side and test Li Yao and Xiao Yin. Be careful, don't let the water go, otherwise I will let you drink this bucket of water. Xiao Jiao pointed to the side, and motioned Haozi to go over. Don't worry, brother Xiao, my hands have been itching for a long time. Haozi said with a smile. Xiao Jiao nodded, then looked at Qin Yu. It's your turn. Stepping forward to take the wooden sword from De Zhuang, Qin Yu walked to Xiao Jiao and stopped. Qin Yu held the dagger straight, with the blade facing forward, and stared at Xiao Jiao carefully. 3 seconds later, Xiao Jiao held the wooden sword in reverse, rushed forward quickly, jumped up, raised his right leg, and pressed down hard at Qin Yu's position. Feeling the pressure coming, Qin Yu did not choose to resist, but quickly stood sideways, and at the same time clenched his left fist, and swung it hard at Xiao Jiao's right ankle. But the next moment, Xiao Jiu's body tilted, his right leg bent, and his knee pushed forward quickly. Qin Yu had to choose to retreat before his left hand touched his leg. That was close. If Qin Yu hadn't withdrawn his attack just now, although his left fist could have touched Xiao Jiu first, the opponent's knee would have hit his chest in the next second. Beautiful. De Zhuang, who was standing by, couldn't help but praise loudly when he saw Qin Yu resolve Xiao Jiu's attack. Qin Yu had no time to rest, as Xiao Jiu's next attack was already in front of him. He missed his right knee, stepped forward with his left leg, then knelt on one knee with his right leg, and swung the dagger in his right hand towards Qin Yu's leg. Noticing Xiao Jiu's action, Qin Yu moved his feet, instantly moved to Xiao Jiu's right side, and kicked him hard at his right knee. This move was taught to him by Xiao Jiu. Sorry, I won this battle. Qin Yu shouted excitedly, and his left foot was about to kick his knee. Heh. Xiao Jiu laughed in a low voice, leaning forward, and his right leg also touched the ground and rolled to the side quickly. Although Qin Yu successfully kicked Xiao Jiu's knee, due to the angle, he could not break it, but it was like stepping on it. In an instant, Qin Yu felt the crisis coming, and he didn't have time to think, and stabbed to the side with the knife in his right hand. But it was too late. When Qin Yu stepped on Xiao Jiu's right leg, his whole body had gradually lost balance, with his right foot on the ground and his left leg on his leg. Xiao Jiu supported the ground with his left hand, quickly moved his body, and swept Qin Yu's right foot with his other foot. Then he turned his body, grabbed Qin Yu's ankle with his left hand, and moved forward with the force. He pounced on him like a cheetah. When he was about to fall, Qin Yu put his right hand close to the side of his head, and then made a close contact with the ground. The next second, Xiao Jiu's dagger was already at his throat. At this point, Qin Yu was defeated. I lost, Qin Yu said sadly. Humph. Xiao Jiu snorted coldly, stood up, and said in a deep voice, a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. It has only been training for half a month, and it is delusionally thinking of being on par with special forces. It is simply too long to live. We are wrong. Qin Yu continued to hold the dagger and whispered back. A few minutes later, Li Yao, Xiaoyin, and Haozi also followed back. Judging from the expressions of the two women, they must have lost. No fun, no fun, I haven't fought enough. Haozi shouted as he walked. If you haven't fought enough, I fight you. Xiao Jiu glanced at him, and said directly. Haozi's face flushed when he heard this, and he quickly said, well, Uncle Hua seems to be checking his gun, I go help him. After saying that, Haozi ran away in a flash. Just kidding, anyone can see that Xiao Jiu is really a little angry today, he doesn't want to offend, and running away is the best strategy of the 36 strategies. I hope that every opponent you meet in the future will be treated as the most powerful enemy on the spot. Unless you watch him die, you can't take it lightly. Do you understand? Xiao Jiu shouted. We understand. The four stood in a straight line and replied in a sonorous voice. Today I will teach you one last lesson. You can take a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we will start the action. Long Shan and the others can't hold back any longer. After saying that, Xiao Jiu's expression eased a lot, and he spoke. I have a question. Qin Yu still wanted to understand this question, so he asked. Speak. Xiao Jiu looked at him and nodded. Why is there a straight grip and a reverse grip when holding a dagger? Qin Yu asked. If you hold a dagger and want to stab someone, what would you do? Xiao Jiu did not answer this question directly, but continued to ask Qin Yu. Qin Yu held the dagger, then bent his wrist down a little and swung it forward. Li Yao, who was next to him, saw the action and immediately said, I understand. Holding the dagger straight will use the strength of the wrist and arm. Xiao Jiu nodded approvingly. Yes, this posture requires you to bend your hands downward, which sometimes makes you unable to exert your strength. And the reverse grip of the dagger relies on the flexibility of the wrist and the strength of the shoulder and back. Due to the different ways of exerting force, the wound caused will be deep enough. Xiao Jiu continued to add. If that's the case, can it be understood that holding the dagger straight is a deterrent, and holding the knife in the reverse hand is desperate? Qin Yu suddenly realized and spoke. That's about it. The reverse grip can also make your attack more convenient, and cut the wound much easier. Xiao Jiu nodded. Okay, it's almost over for today. Everyone go back and rest early, and we make a battle plan tomorrow. This time, we decide not only who wins but also who dies. Xiao Jiu clapped his hands, then walked out. Qin Yu and De Zhuang stepped forward and took a cold water bag, one to apply to the right arm and the other to the chest. Chapter 124. After a night's rest, the next morning, several people started to get busy and prepare to catch mice. Uncle Hua and Xiao Jiao stayed in the basement to tie up the iron barrel, while Haozi led them to the sewer to set traps. Xiaoyin walked behind Qinyu, glanced at his figure, and said with a smile, "Qinyu, your figure seems to be getting better and better." Hearing the voice behind him, Qinyu raised his arm and looked at it. It was indeed much stronger. He smiled and replied, "I have shed so much sweat and eaten so much meat. I can't waste it, right? By the way." Before Xiaoyin could answer, Qinyu continued to ask, "Are you running out of food?" Fortunately, Uncle Hua and Uncle Haozi have found a lot of food outside these days, so the slowdown is acceptable. Xiaoyin thought for a while, then spoke. "But you don't have to feel stressed. When the time comes, we will take the supplies in the department store, which will be enough for us to eat for a long time." As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoyin said excitedly, "Brother." Haozi, who was walking in front, slowed down his pace, came to the back, hugged Qinyu's shoulders, and said casually, "I'm not being nosy. Uncle Hua and I almost died outside when we were searching for supplies. You have to be serious this time. Don't waste our efforts in vain." Qinyu nodded and said solemnly, "Don't worry about this, we will naturally go all out. Not to mention that they have no worries about food and accommodation for so many days. The changes in just a few people are completely different from before." At this time, Li Yao was holding an assault rifle in her hand, walking alone behind the team, wearing a black baseball cap and a dagger on her waist. The whole person's momentum has completely changed. Who would have thought that before the end of the world, Li Yao was still the top student in the school with the best grades in her major? Smart people learn everything quickly. Although her strength is not enough, Li Yao is very flexible. The three ordinary men can't catch her at all. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Haozi led everyone to a pipe opening, which was also closed with iron bars. As soon as he approached, Qinyu smelled the stench of rotting meat. Xiaoyin, who was behind him, held her breath and said, "If we can't catch the mice at this rate, we will be stinking to death. Here, put this on." Li Yao walked up from behind, took out a silk scarf from her bosom and handed it to Xiaoyin. "Ah, Sister Xiaoyao is so nice. Come on, kiss me." Xiaoyin took the silk scarf, then leaned over to Li Yao's cheek and kissed her. "Go, go, go!" Li Yao shyly raised her hand to stop him, but Xiaoyin suddenly had an idea and kissed him from the other side. Seeing this, Li Yao had no choice but to glare at her with a slightly red face. Xiaoyin stuck out her tongue and covered her mouth and nose with the scarf. "Hey, this scarf smells so good." Xiaoyin immediately felt the smell was different, and then said, "Sister Xiaoyao, this is your body fragrance, right?" Hearing this, Li Yao felt a headache. She stretched out her finger and poked Xiaoyin's head, and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I borrowed some perfume from Teacher Lily before I left. But you do smell really good. When I hold you in my arms to sleep at night." Xiaoyin continued to talk as if she didn't hear anything. Li Yao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, then leaned close to her ear and said anxiously, "Why do you talk without knowing the occasion?" Xiaoyin took Li Yao's hand and said with a smile, "Oh, we are all family. This is no big deal." "Then you and brother Xiao are also family." Li Yao was immediately happy when she heard it, and she said directly, This." Xiaoyin's cheeks were slightly red, and she spoke a little intermittently. "How should I put this?" Haozi had already taken down the iron bars, and said with his head down, "It seems that there are more rats down here." "No way." Qinyu took out the dagger and held it in his hand. He pinched his nose with his left hand and walked forward to take a look, then continued, "Places like this are the most attractive to rats, and they reproduce very quickly, with a litter of 21 days, and up to 8 litters a year. There is an old saying that a male and a female mouse can produce 250 in a year." "How do you know so much?" De Zhuang came over with a flashlight and shone it, then turned to ask Qinyu. "The neighborhood where I lived used to be plagued by mice. People from the mouse-catching company came every few days. After chatting with each other, I understood a little bit." Qinyu nodded and replied, "I hate mice the most. It would be great if all mice died." Xiaoyin also walked forward and muttered, "Are you afraid of cockroaches?" Li Yao asked Xiaoyin standing next to her. "Yes, there is no girl who is not afraid of cockroaches. They are too scary." Xiaoyin replied immediately. Li Yao turned on the flashlight and pointed it in a distant direction. There was a mouse hiding in the corner, motionless. Then she whispered, "The ecological chain is very important. Mice eat cockroaches, and other wild animals such as wolves or foxes will eat mice. Their main food in the wild is rodents." "Is that so?" Xiaoyin nodded thoughtfully. Qinyu also smiled and said, "Farmers grow crops, mice eat food, and then snakes eat mice. In the end, the snakes are also protecting the crops, right? Li Yao nodded and continued to add, what Jinyu said is right, and there is another important problem. There are many dead animal bodies in the wild. Mice will deal with these bodies together with other scavengers. Without the help of mice, the efficiency will be very low. The bodies will rot in large quantities, and then cause plagues. More creatures will lose their lives for this, and even we humans can hardly avoid it. But the plague is just as terrible. Although we can't make rats extinct, we should kill them when we see them. The leader of the 4 pests is not a joke. Jinyu said seriously. I understand. Xiaoyin realized that her idea was a bit ridiculous. She murmured, it seems that in the food chain, the extinction of any animal will cause a chain reaction. Hee. Jinyu smiled and continued, there are zombies everywhere now. Maybe we humans will also become extinct. Don't say such depressing words. Dazhuang picked up a wooden board from the side and handed it to Haozi, using it to block the exit here and make a small path. He paused and said, as long as all of us work together, we can definitely survive. Lin Yi is still waiting for you. Do you want her to never see you in this life? Jinyu scratched his head after hearing this, and walked forward to help Dazhuang place the wooden board. Xiaoyin led Li Yao to use several pieces of wood to support a large bag, and then put a wooden stick horizontally on it, and stuck the other side with a wooden board. The wooden stick in the middle will rotate with a slight movement. After being busy for more than 10 minutes, it was finally completed. A piece of fried rat meat was tied in the middle of the wooden stick. After being coated with flour, it was completely invisible that it was from the rat. Chapter 125. After finishing everything, several people walked outside and sat at a corner. The sewer here has dried up, and there is not much sewage on the ground. Although it still stinks, at least you don't have to stand in the stinky water. Everyone hid in another sewer. Jinyu secretly glanced at the direction of the trap. It was very dark, and there was no movement at all. So he wondered, can you catch the mice like this? I didn't see them move? Don't be impatient. The mouse sat on the ground, holding a dagger and sharpening the blade on the ground. He smiled lightly and said, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Jinyu continued to look at it, then walked back and sat down, asking, what is the principle of catching mice? I thought they would use a mousetrap. Xiaoyin squatted by the wall and said with a smile, the wooden stick can be rotated. After we block the exit, there is only a small gap for mice to come out. Once they come out, they will smell the fried mouse meat, and they will fall into the bag as long as they step on it. Won't the mouse crawl out? Li Yao turned her head and asked. Of course not. Xiaoyin chuckled. Brother Xiao smeared engine oil inside the bag, so the mouse can't get out even if it breaks its legs. Okay, everyone can take a break. It takes a long time to wait for the mouse to take the bait. Haozi said after sharpening the knife, then walked to a wall, leaned against it, and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Jinyu walked a few steps outside the sewer, intending to stand guard for everyone. You go to sleep, I stand guard. Li Yao walked to Jinyu, and said softly. Jinyu turned his head, and looked at her. At this time, Li Yao stared at the ground, biting her lips, and looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Jinyu chuckled and said, what's wrong? Li Yao pinched her dagger, and made up her mind to speak. Will you leave after the things here are over? Of course, I've been missing for almost a month or two. Jinyu nodded, a little surprised why she asked this. Because of that Lin Yi? Li Yao took a few steps forward, making sure that no one behind her could hear her, and then she said something in a very low voice. Jinyu was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head and said, not entirely, she is a doctor, very important in the end times, I can't let her get into trouble, this may be the only doctor I have met. Li Yao looked at the rat squatting by the stinky ditch in the distance, and muttered in a mosquito-like voice, if I had known earlier, I would have studied medicine. What did you study? Jinyu didn't hear it clearly, so he asked patiently. Nothing. Li Yao replied a little unhappy. Seeing her like this, Jinyu didn't know what to say, so he just stood beside her quietly. After so many days of getting along, Li Yao has become accustomed to the days when Jinyu is around. Although he knows very little, he has never stopped learning. When he encounters a problem, he never blames the people around him, but thinks about solving the problem. Knowing that his physical fitness is not good enough, he practices desperately. Li Yao thought about what happened in the past few days, and had a great change of mind towards Jinyu. She followed Jinyu at first just to take Yuanyuan out of the city, and live slowly. But something unexpected happened, and Li Yao didn't want to escape anymore. She wanted to take the initiative, and make those who chased them pay the price. Before leaving the underground parking lot, Li Yao was thinking about how to use Jinyu. But later, she gradually changed her mind and began to hope that she could also contribute when she was with him. So she worked so hard to train, learn fighting, learn firearms. Both of them were silent and didn't speak. Chinyu felt that the atmosphere was a little different, but still didn't speak. All good things must come to an end. Chinyu wanted to ask Li Yao if she was willing to go with him, but he didn't know what the final result would be. Chinyu was not sure if he could survive the battle with Long Shan and the others. If he left first, wouldn't that be giving others hope in vain? He was also an adult. He could feel that Xiao Yin had a crush on Xiao Jiao, and naturally he could also feel the change in Li Yao's mood. But he only wanted to survive, and let the people around him survive. At least before the zombies completely disappear around the world, Chinyu will not think about those things. He regards the people around him as family and friends. Who is she to you? After about half an hour, Li Yao asked in a low voice. Family. After getting the answer she expected, Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief and was a little happy. You are also my family. Chinyu pondered for a while and continued. Yeah. Li Yao looked ahead. She turned her back to Chinyu, chuckled, and then replied in a low voice. After about 3 hours, everyone else woke up. Hey, why are you two standing there instead of sleeping? Shang yawned and asked. I can't sleep, and I'm trying to prevent the mice from destroying the trap. Chinyu smiled and turned around. Let's go! The mouse stretched his head and looked in that direction, then turned his head and said, We should have caught almost all of them. Several people continued to walk back with flashlights, and when they got closer, Chinyu heard a chirping sound. Haozi and Dazhuang ran forward quickly, took down the wooden board, picked up the iron railing on the ground, and continued to seal the hole. Then, they came to the wooden shelf and walked to the basement with the bag. Wow, so many! Chinyu walked forward and took a look. It was full of rat heads, which made him feel sick. There are not many things in our sewers, but there are many rats. Haozi replied with a smile. This time, there are at least hundreds of rats. They are all dead rats. If they don't die, they will be skinned, Dazhuang said excitedly, holding the bag in his left hand. Xiaoyin followed Li Yao and shone the bag with a flashlight, then said in shock, Oh no, the bag is going to break, they are moving too violently. Hearing Xiaoyin's reminder, Chinyu quickly took off his coat and stepped forward to block the hole. No, brother Dazhuang, let's go faster. Haozi took a look and said anxiously. Although Chinyu blocked it with clothes at this time, it could only delay it for a while. Chinyu felt something hitting his palm, his face changed. Oh no, rats are biting my clothes. Damn it! Haozi cursed loudly, holding the bag in his right hand and running forward quickly with the zhuang, picking up a piece of wood on the ground with his left hand and stuffing it into Chinyu's hand. He said loudly, I wonder if these rats have eaten zombie meat and become extremely violent. Chapter 126. Everyone ran forward quickly, fearing that they would run too slowly. The exit of the basement was close to the sewer. Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua were waiting here. Suddenly, a burst of anxious footsteps came from the cave entrance. Oh no, something seems to have happened. Xiao Jiao listened carefully, his face changed slightly, and he and Uncle Hua ran over with a large iron bucket. A few seconds later, Xiao Jiao and his friends met Haozi and others. Chinyu followed behind, holding a wooden board in his hand, and lifted the bag with Haozi Dazhuang, and quickly poured the mice into the large iron bucket. Huh? Xiaoyin ran over from behind, and saw that the mouse didn't fall out. She covered her chest and said in fear, Luckily we caught up. If the mouse ran out, we would be useless even if we turned into cats. Xiao Jiao quickly ran back to get the glass cover, and then covered it directly, and asked in a deep voice, What's going on? Haozi also took the tape and stuck it along the edge of the glass cover, and then said seriously, This batch of mice is more ferocious. In the past, the bag was coated with engine oil, and they couldn't climb, and would only fight inside, but now they know how to bite the bag. After listening to this, Xiao Jiao nodded and continued, Then we can't move this barrel of rats in, we can just put it here. Chinyu squatted down and took a look at the iron barrel, and said, The knife in it should not be used anymore, we can pull it out and wait for them to mutate. After catching rats in the morning, several people prepared to catch zombies in the afternoon. Chinyu had attracted zombies before, and after summarizing his experience, he made a series of plans. Next to Xiao Jiao's bed, the bed curtain had been drawn. Chinyu stood in front of the wooden table and said to several people seriously, There is an exit position, one side is a wall, the other side is a fence. I don't know if you still remember it. Xiao Jiao nodded. Of course, I followed Uncle Hua to set up the place. Do you have a truck with a compartment? Chinyu thought of something and asked him. There is a high-sided truck parked on the street, not far from the exit. Are there many zombies? Xinyu asked. Xiao Jiao thought about it carefully and said, there are a lot of zombies. In the past, we tried our best to leave the zombies there to prevent them from surrounding the exit. Hearing the answer, Xinyu pondered for a while and shook his head. The risk is greater than the reward. We go to lead the zombies just to waste their bullets, but it is too dangerous. Let's try another method. What to change? Haozi sat on Xiao Jiao's bed and asked. Let me think about it. Xinyu looked at the map on the table, lowered his head and pondered. A few minutes later, Xinyu clapped his hands lightly. Got it. Huh? Xiao Jiao looked at him in confusion. We don't catch zombies, just catch some of them. I don't know if you have noticed that even if the lower half of the body of a zombie is broken, it can still crawl on the ground. Xinyu said with a little excitement. Haozi stood up and walked over to add. When I was in Xuyin's neighborhood, I detonated a bus and a zombie head flew in front of me. Although its neck was broken, it was still baring its teeth. Isn't that right? Xiao Jiao stepped forward and took a look at the map, then said directly, if we cut off the lower body of the zombies, how can we transport them? As mentioned before, there are many zombies near the truck. No, we don't transport zombies. Xinyu walked around the house, then walked over and came back with an axe. Ah? Xiaohu glanced at Xinyu, then his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, do you want to chop the zombies off on the spot? That's right. Xinyu took the axe and threw it on the table. Uncle Wal leaned against a pillar nearby and said in a low voice, even so, we still need to transport the zombies in. Without legs, they move slower. The people in Longshan only need to block them with iron sheets, and there is no need to waste bullets to kill the zombies. Hearing Uncle Wal's reminder, Xinyu smacked his lips. I was just thinking about what method to use. Suddenly, Xinyu saw the slingshot on Xiaohu's waist, and he thought of something. Let's just make an oversized slingshot. Haha, that should be called a trebuchet. Xiao Jiao smiled and said. Trebuchet? Xinyu touched his chin and continued. Does anyone know how to make it? Everyone shook their heads. I haven't seen this thing before. Xiaoyin said depressedly. You haven't eaten pork, but you haven't seen pigs run. Xiao Jiao picked up Xiaohu's slingshot and looked at it for a few times, then said in a pause, just as Xinyu said, let's make an oversized slingshot. Then Xiao Jiao quickly ordered, Xiaohu, you and Haozi go collect wood from the basement, preferably as thick as an arm, and then find 4 pieces. Uncle Hua, take the Dazhuang brothers and collect our discarded bicycle inner tubes. Those are already rotten, and they should be enough to make slingshots. Xiaoyin, you and Li Yao go cut off some discarded sheets, rectangular in size, preferably enough to wrap a person's body. Several people nodded and started to act one by one. What about me? Xinyu asked. Xiao Yu, follow me and draw the blueprint. Xiao Jiao took out a pencil and a piece of paper. I thought we could just do it directly. Xinyu stepped forward and said with a smile. Xiao Jiao simply drew the outline of a large slingshot and said, it doesn't matter if it's smaller. For a slingshot this big enough to shoot zombies out, we have to design a fixed point. Xinyu nodded, stepped forward to take a look, and then pointed to a place and said, it should be farther away. If it's too close, it might scratch the wood next to it, and the blood will spill on people, which is not good. How about 2 meters? Xiao Jiao smeared the eraser and drew again. The two discussed for a few minutes and finally decided on the basic model. Haozi and the others also came back with tools in their hands. Xiao Jiao placed the wooden sticks on the ground and then linked them with another stick. He originally planned to tie them with a rope, but Xinyu said that he couldn't take it lightly. If it fell apart, the plan would be ruined. So several people removed the nails from the rotten wood and fixed the slingshot. Fortunately, the old city is above the basement, with many old houses, and they are gradually collapsing. Many beams have fallen down, and the nails can be taken out by splitting them with an axe. After a busy afternoon, a slingshot with a height of 2 meters and a gap of 2 meters in the middle was made. A piece of wood connected the 2 sides at the bottom, the middle part was sawed open, and then nailed with a hinge removed from the door. In this way, the slingshot can be put together for easy movement. 2 thick wooden boards were nailed forward at the bottom of the slingshot bracket. When the time comes, as long as 2 people sit on the wooden boards and hold a rope on the top of the slingshot, the other 2 people can use the slingshot to eject the zombies. Chapter 127. When it got dark, Xiao Jiao and Dazhuang transported the big iron barrel away overnight. Taking advantage of the night, they transported the barrel full of dead rats to the vicinity of Longshan Hotel in advance, and then drove over to load it. The 4 wheels of the 2 abandoned bicycles were removed and clamped together with iron rods. A large wooden board was placed in the middle, and then the iron barrel was placed on it. It didn't take much effort to push it. Along the way, Chin Yu and Haozi were alert, one in front and one behind, with the front leading the way and the back covering the rear. It was not convenient to move late at night, so only the four of them came out this time, and the others stayed in the basement to cut as many thin and long wooden sticks as possible to make bows and arrows later. At about 2:30 in the morning, Xiao Jiao and the other four came back. "How is it? How many sticks have you cut?" Chin Yu walked forward, picked up the thin wooden sticks on the ground and asked. 276 sticks. Xiao Hu said. "Well, that's enough." Chin Yu nodded and continued to instruct. "I will modify the arrowhead part later. Then you, De Zhuangde, and Xiao Yin will be responsible for attacking them secretly." "Okay," Xiao Hu replied. After a few simple words, Chin Yu walked toward Xiao Jiao again. As soon as he approached, he heard him and De Zhuang talking. "I plan to tie 2 nails to the arrowhead and put some corpse blood on it. This will make it easier to get infected. What do you think, brother De Zhuang?" Xiao Jiao asked. De Zhuang picked up the nails on the table and looked at them for a while, then shook his head and said softly, "The word bow and arrow, although the bow is in front and the arrow is in the back, the arrow is actually more important. At present, there is no place to find the most standard arrow to use, but you also need to pay attention to 3 points: straightness, center of gravity, and weight." Chen Yu came over and listened to De Zhuang's explanation patiently. If the arrow is too heavy, it is easy to deviate from the target. The arrows Xiao Hu usually uses do not need to be equipped with arrowheads, but only need to be sharpened. Such arrows are very deadly to zombies, but if they attack people, the lethality is not enough. De Zhuang said seriously. "Can't the arrows be coated with zombie blood? If they hit people, they will cause mutations." Xiao Yin came over with a bunch of thin wooden sticks and asked in confusion. De Zhuang heard this and felt that Xiao Yin was right. When he was hesitating about how to answer, Chin Yu spoke first. "Arrows are different from guns. Unless they hit the torso, the former is not likely to mutate. If they hit the arm, they can survive by cutting it off. But even so, they are seriously injured." Xiao Yin asked again. "We can only launch an attack, take advantage of the unexpected to launch a big sneak attack, severely injure them, and then attack. Even if we are seriously injured, we are not very sure." Xiao Jiao's face was slightly heavy, and he said in a low voice, "Everyone knows that there is not only a gap between us and them in terms of numbers, but also a big gap in weapons." Xiao Jiao added again. "I heard from Xiao Hu that they seem to have an RPG rocket launcher." Uncle Hua beside him also said something. "Really? They have even made a rocket launcher. Who is Long Shan? Does he have such great power?" Chin Yu was stunned, then asked in confusion. Xiao Jiao turned to look at him and said, "I heard that when he opened a shooting range before the end of the world, he met a foreign dealer who dealt in second-hand arms. The zombie outbreak outside was more intense, and the dealer took the opportunity to stock up a lot of guns. At that time, Longshan got a can of gold paint from somewhere, and painted a lot of iron blocks with it to make it look like gold. Then Longshan took a photo with a Polaroid camera, deliberately made it very blurry, and went to order a gun with a piece of real gold on him." Xiao Jiao recalled the past and told the story slowly. Originally, the dealer was not so easy to be fooled, but he urgently needed to cash in the guns and move them to a deserted island, but he was robbed in the end. Uncle Hua said lightly. "How do you know so much?" Chen Yu asked curiously. "A lackey named Fan Jiang accidentally revealed it. Xiao Hu was hiding in the toilet of an abandoned supermarket and happened to hear it." Xiao Jiao replied. "If that's the case, the gap in weapons is too big, so we should try to reduce their numbers as much as possible, and it would be best if we can turn minor injuries into serious ones." Chin Yu lowered his head, looked at the wooden stick and said in a deep voice, "I have a way." De Zhuang thought for a long time, then suddenly spoke. "What method?" Chin Yu turned his head and asked him. "Have you ever heard of the three-edged military dagger?" De Zhuang looked at Xiao Jiao and said. Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua nodded at the same time, and then the former said, "I have heard of it, but this weapon has been banned for many years. It was difficult to find it before, let alone now." "Well, Brother Xiao, you can explain it to everyone." De Zhuang nodded and signaled him to continue. Although Xiao Jiao didn't know what the big dagger was used for, he still talked to everyone for a few more words. After all, knowing more about other weapons would only benefit people in the apocalypse. The three-edged military dagger has 3 blood grooves. 95% of people who are stabbed with this weapon die from rapid blood loss. Xiao Jiao said. "So scary? Can't the wound be stopped?" Qinyu was surprised and asked quickly. Because the wound it causes is different from ordinary knife wounds. Normally, the wound caused by a dagger is just a slit. But the bayonet is different. It will cause a square wound. This type of wound will be more difficult to stop bleeding. Then it can also stir the body, causing more serious injuries. However, the reason it is banned is not because of its strong lethality, but because this weapon can only stab, not chop or split, and the attack form is too simple. Xiao Jiao finally added. Yes, its attack form can only stab, and the same is true for bows and arrows. We can completely wrap the arrowhead with iron sheets, and then cut 2 small slots with a knife. Dazhuang also said. Like the barbs of a fish hook? Qinyu's eyes lit up. Right. Dazhuang nodded excitedly. Xiaoyan thought about it carefully, and then said, but there are not many iron sheets in our basement, and some of the iron sheets are thicker. It is estimated that they will be heavier than nails if installed. Use cans. Dazhuang looked at Xiaoyan, who was holding a leftover beverage can in his hand. Yes, we still have some cans that we haven't thrown away after eating. Xiaoyan immediately understood and said directly. Next, the people had a clear division of labor. Xiaoyan, Li Yao, Qinyu, and Haozi used knives to cut off cans and pop cans, while Xiao Jiao and Washu used hammers to attach arrowheads to them. As for Dazhuang, he used a knife to make barbs. After more than an hour of hard work, they were finally finished. At this time, there were nearly 100 arrows with barbs on the ground. The arrowheads were hammered into 4 sides, and the front was sharp, and it was wrapped tightly with iron sheets. Chapter 128. Qinyu came over with a bucket of zombie blood in his hand, and then soaked the arrowhead in it. Soak for a few minutes each time, and then continue to change new arrows. After finishing, it was almost morning. Several people ate something casually, and then went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Jiao woke everyone up on time. At the exit of the basement, all the people in the camp gathered here, a total of 61 people. Xiao Jiao held a shotgun in his hand, with more than 20 bullets hanging on his waist, and said seriously, the zombies near the department store have been almost cleared, only the zombies inside are left. If they break in, they will definitely establish a new base there. The building area over there is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. There are few alleys nearby. The sewer exit is directly exposed to the road. Only a few buildings have rooftops, which are very difficult to attack. So tonight is our last chance. Xiao Jiao shouted. Clear them, and then take down that building, which can provide food for all of us for 2 years. By then, whether we move to a new camp or live here, we don't have to go out and risk searching for supplies. Now that winter is coming, it is difficult to find food outside. It will be more difficult to survive in other places except cities. If we go to a new city, no one can say whether we will encounter other more ruthless local snakes. In comparison, we know Longshan's group better. The risk is high, but the reward is also great. Xiao Jiao's words, like thunder, resounded in everyone's heart. Okay, fuck them. In the crowd, a man with his right hand cut off shouted excitedly. Why can they bully us at will? I have lived here for 50 years, and this city has never been named Long. The old man in military uniform shouted with a red face while leaning on a cane. Xiaoyan, who was standing beside him, supported him and said anxiously, Don't be excited, Grandpa Jiao. No. It's okay. The old man called Grandpa Jiao took a few deep breaths, then waved his hand and said. A lot of voices suddenly came from the crowd, and some people were shouting loudly. Qinyu stood by, looking at the people in front of him seriously. Except for Xiao Jiao and Xiaoyan's group, the rest were a bit miserable. Most of those with intact limbs were under 10 years old, and the rest were over 70 years old. Most of those who lost one hand were women and men. There were still a dozen men left, all with their right legs cut off, without prosthetic limbs, and leaning on crutches. Longshan didn't kill these people, not because he was merciful, but because he was tired of killing and didn't care. These survivors with broken limbs were not as threatening to Longshan as a zombie. This was why Xiao Jiao and Uncle Wa could frequently rescue these people from those people. If they were ignored, within 3 days, their wounds would definitely be infected and they would be bitten to death by zombies. Longshan cut off one of my legs, but I still have strength in my hands. I can help you pull the slingshot and throw the zombies. A man in his 40s, leaning on a crutch with his left hand and holding the wall with his right hand, shouted excitedly. And me, although I lost my left hand, I can also pick up stones to help you lure the zombies. Count me in. Although I don't have hands, I still have a pair of legs that can run fast. I used to run marathons. I can carry rat meat and lure the zombies to their door. Almost everyone in the crowd spoke up, and everyone wanted to contribute. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Xiao Jiao was very moved and did not speak for a long time. About 2 minutes later, Xiao Jiao raised his right hand and pressed it, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then he spoke. A finger is very fragile, and it can be broken by bending it upwards, but 5 fingers are clenched together, it becomes a fist, and it can also become a weapon to attack vital parts. Women are responsible for taking the elderly and children to retreat outside the city and stay in the small house in the sewer. Men, all follow us to fight them, Xiao Jiao yelled. A few minutes later, Xiao Jiao began to arrange for the women to retreat. The other men were assigned some tasks according to their physical conditions. Chun Yu and De Zhuang were telling them what to pay attention to. A few minutes later, when everyone was done and ready to start the action, Xiao Yin came out from the secret passage next to them. When Xiao Jiao saw her, his face suddenly darkened. Didn't I ask you to protect the women and children and evacuate? They need you very much. Ignoring Xiao Jiao's gaze, Xiao Yin walked forward and put the zombie quiver on her back. She held a bow and said seriously, I left my pistol to teacher Lily. She knows how to shoot. As long as she doesn't meet anyone, there will be no danger. They need me, and you need help too. What's more, I've been trained and can be more useful than ordinary people. She raised her head and said unconvincingly. This time, Xiao Yin did not listen to Brother Zhao's orders. You? Xiao Jiao glared at her. He could neither hit nor scold her, so he had to stare at her. Li Yao put the M16 rifle on her back, walked up and pressed Xiao Jiao's finger, and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of Xiao Yin. Please. Xiao Jiao turned around and looked at Li Yao, and said softly in a soft tone, If the fight really starts later, I may not have so much energy to pay attention to Xiao Yin. If we really lose to them in the end, I hope you can take Xiao Yin away as soon as possible, the farther the better. Li Yao heard this, looked into Xiao Jiao's eyes, understood the other meaning in his eyes, pondered for a while, and then nodded. After preparation, everyone walked to the sewer and began to rush to the vicinity of Longshan Hotel. In an abandoned hotel on the top floor. No zombies have come here. Everything is the same as before the end of the world. Expensive calligraphy and paintings are hung in the corridor, and the floor is covered with clean carpets. 2 young girls with good figures, fair skin and beautiful faces stood at the door of a room. They heard the sound coming from inside. They were wearing short skirts, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Both girls were very pretty, with no injuries on their faces, and even the exposed parts of their arms and legs were intact, so tender that you could squeeze out water. But if you take off their clothes, you can see that the rest of their bodies are covered with scars, and there are blues and purples everywhere. This is because Longshan can't bear to see them get dirty at all, and when he beats and scolds them, he only hits the parts that are covered by clothes. At this time, Longshan was sitting on the luxurious sofa in the house. When he heard his subordinates kneeling on the ground in front of him reporting the situation, his face became more and more green, and finally he directly picked up the flower pot next to him and smashed it. Chapter 129. Waste. All of them are fucking waste. Longshan threw the flower pot away, still not satisfied, and walked forward and kicked the men on the ground. I have raised you for so long, and you have been looking for salt for so many days, and you are still missing? It has been so many days, and there is no news from Cheesy. What the hell are you doing, huh? Longshan kicked several times and cursed loudly. The men on the ground seemed to have gotten used to it. They curled up into a ball, protecting their heads with both hands, begging for mercy. Get out, all of you, get out. Longshan was tired of kicking, and finally cursed loudly, then walked to the sofa and sat down. Another subordinate standing next to him hurried forward to help the person on the ground, bowed to Longshan, and then quickly retreated. Longshan looked at their backs with a gloomy face, and then saw the murals on the wall, and suddenly he was furious, picked up the empty wine bottle on the ground and smashed it. Paw! The sound of the bottle breaking scared the 2 girls outside. Chinger, come in! Hearing the voice that sounded like a demon descending, the girl on the right trembled all over, turned her head to look to the left, her eyes full of tears. Save me! She had been called by Longshan several times in the past few days, and he would beat her up after that. Now she couldn't bear it anymore, so she had to beg the girl next to her. The girl on the left was named Xiaoning. She glanced at Chinger, who was still bleeding from her thighs at this time, and was so scared that she'd lost her mind. Xiaoning took a deep breath, reached out, and held Chinger's hands, and said softly, You go hide in the corner. After saying this, Xiaoning opened the door and walked in. Looking at the girl in front of him, Longshan said with a dark face. Didn't I say to let Qing'er in? Are you deaf? She came and went to the toilet. Xiao Ning looked at him, with no other expression on her face, not too much respect, nor too much fear. You better tell the truth. Longshan stood up, walked to Xiao Ning's side, glanced at her, and then walked towards the door. He opened the door and looked outside. There were indeed a few drops of blood on the ground. There was no one in the corridor. Then he closed the door and went in. Take off your clothes. Longshan walked to the cabinet next to him, took out a cowhide whip, and then spoke. Xiaoning took off her clothes skillfully, revealing a flawless body covered with whip scars. Kneel down! Longshan shouted. Xiaoning endured the pain in her body and knelt down, facing the window with her back to Longshan. Snap! The sound of the whip hitting her body rang out. Xiao Ning endured the pain and didn't make a sound. The second whip followed closely, hitting Xiao Ning's shoulder hard. She still gritted her teeth and didn't scream. Scream! Longshan was furious and whipped her again, with even more ferocious force. I told you to scream. Why the hell did you endure it? The fourth whip continued to fall. Xiao Ning's eyes were dazed, blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, and she fell to the ground after being whipped. Then she propped herself up and stood up. 3 days ago, when she was hiding in the container, it rained that day. She came out in the middle of the night to collect water with a bucket, but by chance, she ran into Longshan's men going out, and was arrested on the spot. After returning to the hotel, Longshan was very happy to see the beautiful girl presented by his men. He rewarded his men with 3 large steaks, then took her to the top floor, locked her hands and feet, and locked her in the room. All the survivors who were just brought back to the hotel were beaten and locked up, and the women were brought to Longshan, who selected them first. Those with good looks and figures would be taken away by Longshan, and not allowed to be touched by others. Longshan doesn't like to force them. He likes to imprison these girls, starve them for a few days, then strip them naked and beat them every day to make them mentally collapse. Then he continues to starve them without food, and waits for them to kneel down and beg. Then Longshan will give them a bite of food, wash the girls, and then proceed to the last step. When those girls lie on the bed with tears in their eyes, letting him toss them around, looking at their expressions, Longshan, the beast, will feel extremely satisfied. This is why Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua are reluctant to let him go. In the end times, survival is important, but if such a demon is allowed to develop freely, who will bear the consequences over time? Will it not be the survivors? Xiao Jiao can't stand what Longshan and his gang did. Shen Yu can't stand it either. Xiao Ning has been locked up by Longshan for 3 days, not because she can stand hunger, but because Qing'er often steals a biscuit in the middle of the night, hides it in her hair, and then quietly slips it under the door for her. Relying on the rain from the past few days, she managed to hold on by catching some with her hands, and she never opened her mouth to beg Longshan. Today was the 3rd day, and Longshan heard the news from his men again, and still couldn't find Cheesy, which made him extremely irritated. The girl kneeling in front of him never made a sound every time she was beaten, as if he was hitting cotton. Okay, you have backbone, you have strong bones, I see how long you can hold on. Longshan yelled with curses, walked to the toilet, and scooped a basin of water, then took out a handful of salt from the cabinet, and threw it in. After stirring it with his hands for a few times, Longshan put the whip in, and soaked it for more than 10 seconds, then walked back to Xiaoning and whipped her waist with all his strength. The whip hit Xiaoning, and a bloody mark immediately appeared, which was shocking. Hiss. Then, the salt water was stained on the wound, and Xiaoning's body trembled violently, and then she screamed uncontrollably. Aren't you very patient? I see how long you can endure. Longshan was holding back a ball of fire in his heart. He didn't plan to wait any longer, and he would take her down tonight. He walked forward and grabbed Xiaoning's hair, lifted her up, and then Longshan dragged Xiaoning to the bed. Xiaoning held Longshan's hands tightly with both hands, struggling all over. Letting go of her hair, Longshan walked in front of Xiaoning and kicked her in the stomach. The next second, Xiaoning twitched, then turned her head and spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Not satisfied yet, Longshan lifted Xiaoning's hair with his left hand, and then slapped her cheek with his right hand. Xiaoning felt dizzy and stopped struggling. Then Longshan grabbed one of her hands and threw her directly onto the bed. Xiaoning's eyes were dazed now, and she collapsed on the bed without moving. Longshan quickly untied his belt, took off his pants, and prepared to go forward. At this moment, a sharp whistle came from the sky outside, and a bow and arrow with a light blue tail, and a flame flew towards Longshan's window at a very fast speed. With a click, Dajwang's arrow, because of the anger, pulled the bowstring to the full, making the attack power more terrifying. The glass of Longshan's room was directly shot through, and the bow and arrow quickly stuck on the sofa, and instantly the flame shot up into the sky. Chapter 130. There was a fire in the house. Longshan was shocked. He quickly put on his pants, and went forward to pull the curtains. It was dark outside, and he couldn't see how many people there were. He quickly walked to the drawer next to the bed, took out a pistol from it, and put it on his waist. He turned his head, and looked at Xiaoning on the bed. At this time, she was still unconscious, with blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, lying there without any reaction. Bah, I deal with the people outside first, you be in trouble later. Longshan spat at the girl on the bed, then ran out of the house. Qing'er hid in the corner, trembling all over. Suddenly, she heard the door open, and then quickly closed. She slowly stretched her head out, and saw Longshan running downstairs in a panic. Gritting her teeth, Qing'er ran out of the corner, pushed open the door and ran in. Xiaoning, how are you, Xiaoning? As soon as she entered the house, Qing'er saw a big fire in front of her. The increasing smoke made her cough a few times. She quickly glanced and didn't see Xiaoning. There was only a skirt left next to the sofa. Qing'er covered her mouth and nose, tears came out of her eyes. She quickly picked up the short skirt, and ran to the bed. As soon as she ran to the bed, she saw Xiaoning lying there without any reaction. Xiaoning! Qing'er's eyes were red, she yelled, then ran forward and knelt on the bed, holding Xiaoning's body with one hand, shaking it hard a few times. But Xiaoning had not eaten well for a few days, and had been beaten several times. She had just been kicked in the stomach and slapped by Longshan. Now her eyes were staring at the ceiling. The fire gradually grew bigger. Qing'er turned her head and took a look, made up her mind, quickly put the skirt on Xiaoning, then grabbed her hands with both hands, and then pulled the girl to her back. She couldn't let Xiaoning die here. Qing'er, who was also very thin, burst out with extremely rare strength at this time, carried Xiaoning, who was almost the same weight as her, and ran to the door with gritted teeth. After coming to the corridor with difficulty, Qing'er carried her to the stairs, came to the 6th floor, entered an empty room, and put Xiaoning on the ground. Then she quickly returned to the 7th floor, collected the blankets on the ground, opened the burning room, and threw the blankets in. Qing'er wanted to expand the fire. After finishing all this, Qing'er quickly returned to the 6th floor. The wound on her leg was bleeding more and more due to the sudden exertion and running, but her pace did not slow down at all. Back to the room just now, Qing'er rushed in to support Xiaoning, knelt beside her and cried, "Xiaoning, are you okay? Xiaoning, wake up." When Qing'er was shaking her hand, the door behind her was suddenly kicked open, and a man about 1.65 meters tall and very strong walked in. Qing'er heard the noise, jumped to the side, holding a bottle of wine, and turned to face the door, shouting in fear, "Don't come over." The man at the door took out a lighter and ignited the candle in his hand, and then a trembling voice sounded, "Qing'er, it's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Qing'er burst into tears, threw away the bottle and threw herself into the man's arms. "Brother Go, you are finally here." Woo woo. The candlelight illuminated the man's face. If Qing'er was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the man in the factory at that time, named Go Li. "I have been chasing you for a long time. I only found your clue today. I sneaked in at night, and tied someone up before I knew you were locked up on the roof. I just heard the sound of glass breaking. Are you okay?" Go Li held Qing'er's shoulder, and asked with concern. Since leaving the factory, Go Li walked farther and farther by himself. Later, he encountered 6 zombies surrounding a car. Go Li rescued the person in the car, that is, Qing'er. Later, the two depended on each other, and came to the vicinity of Sanjiang City. After setting up the camp at night, when Go Li went out hunting, Qing'er was captured by Longshan's people. He followed the footprints for many days, before he found the final clue. Finally, tonight, he successfully found Qing'er. Save her, she seems to be dying." Qing'er wiped her tears, then turned around and shouted to Go Li. On the roof of a house more than 100 meters away, Dazhuang successfully ignited the sofa with an arrow, then turned his head and shouted to the side, "Shoot!" At this time, the big slingshot was already erected. 2 men who were missing one leg sat on the wooden board in front, holding the rope tightly with their remaining hands to fix the slingshot. The man who said he was very strong some time ago held the slingshot with both hands. Hearing Dazhuang's order, he quickly let go of his hands, and half of the zombie flew into the hotel at a very fast speed. With a snap, the half of the zombie hit the door of the 1st floor of the hotel directly, supporting himself with both hands and crawling forward with great effort. Two men who were also missing one leg sat at the entrance of the rooftop, each holding a big axe in his hand. Xiao Jiao grabbed the zombie head and sent it up one by one. Xiao Hu dragged the zombie over and pinned it to the ground. Then the two men beside him raised their axes and chopped it down fiercely. After the two men chopped off the lower half of the zombie, another man, with a missing left hand, quickly stepped forward to pick up one of the zombie's hands and pulled it towards the slingshot. In just a few dozen seconds, more than a dozen zombies had been sent in by Xiao Jiao and his men. Although it was not easy to attack people, they would keep crawling. If they were not killed, it would be a hidden danger. In the courtyard of the abandoned hotel, the sudden sound of the zombie falling to the ground alarmed many people. Several men did not even put on their pants and ran out to check what was going on. Just as they appeared at the door, a gunshot was heard from the roof of an office building more than 800 meters away. The bullet flew over quickly, and the next second, the glass at the door of the hotel was directly shattered. A subordinate, who was holding up his pants, had not reacted yet, and his head exploded like a watermelon on the spot. At this time, Fan Jiang had just walked out of the room next to the first floor, and just saw the subordinate being sniped. Fan Jiang was shocked and quickly roared, "Hide! There is a sniper outside!" As soon as the voice fell, the second shot followed closely, and another bullet from Uncle Hua had already flown out of the muzzle. A strong man, with a shaved head, half of his body just shrunk behind the left wall. The bullet hit his right chest, his heart was pierced on the spot, and the whole person fell forward for a distance, with his eyes open, and died. Fuck! Two people died in an instant, and Fan Jiang's eyelids twitched wildly. The man opposite was probably the one who injured Wang Matzi last time. Fan Jiang took off his slippers and threw them hard to knock down the two candles in the front area, and the whole first floor fell into darkness. Chapter 131. Heh, you're quite smart, Uncle Hua said as he saw the candle being knocked down through the sniper scope. Then he moved a few meters to the side, changed the location of the gun, and turned the gun to continue aiming at the hotel. Goli heard Chinger's reminder and said quickly, "Their people are coming up soon. I can only take you away. No one else can save you." Chinger held his hand and stopped him from leaving. She cried and said, "She saved me. If it weren't for Xiao Ning, I would be the one lying on the ground now. Please save her." Hearing the plea again, Goli clenched his fist and immediately said, "Forget it, run to the elevator on the 6th floor. There is a small gap in the elevator door that I have blocked. Move the cabinet, and you can go directly to the 5th floor and wait for me in 507. Chinger nodded, and then prepared to go forward and continue to carry Xiao Ning. Goli grabbed her hand, handed the candle to her, and shouted, "Run quickly, I will carry her." Goli walked forward quickly, picked up the girl's hand on the ground, but after looking at the injury, he did not choose to carry her, but passed his left hand through his armpit and his right hand through his knees, picked her up and ran towards the stairs. Chinger had already entered the elevator and slid down the wire rope. Goli held Xiao Ning in his arms and just ran into the stairs when he met two people running up with buckets of water to put out the fire. "Who is it?" the two people in front of him shouted. Having been discovered, Goli quickly put Xiao Ning down, drew his knife, and rushed up directly. Seeing the strange face in front of him draw his knife without saying a word, the two men shouted, threw away the bucket, and ran downstairs. They came up to put out the fire without any weapons, and when they saw Goli holding a knife, they ran away on the spot. After scaring the two away, Goli returned and picked up Xiao Ning, and walked to the door of room 507. Chinger, who was hiding inside, heard the footsteps and opened the door directly. Goli ran in with the girl in his arms, quickly put her on the bed, took the candle and looked at it, and immediately felt something was wrong. "It's bad." "What's wrong?" Chinger was crying anxiously beside him, and asked hurriedly. "She has started to twitch, and her breathing has become rapid. We must ventilate here. You give her CPR and artificial respiration. I go and smash all the windows." Goli quickly gave the order, then picked up a stool and walked to the window. After hearing the instructions, Chinger climbed onto the bed and knelt beside her, crossed her hands, and placed them in the middle of Xiao Ning's chest, pressing hard. After doing it 15 times, she laid down and blew air into her mouth. Now Chinger was very glad that she still remembered the first aid method she had seen on TV before, and was very glad that she had not forgotten it. The windows were all smashed, and air immediately circulated in. In addition, Chinger had been rescuing her. After a few minutes, Xiao Ning coughed a few times, and her blurry eyes gradually became clear. She turned her head to look at Chinger and said weakly, Thank you." Seeing Xiao Ning wake up, Chinger lay on her chest and burst into tears, scared. "I was so scared. I was so afraid that you would be beaten to death by him. It's not safe here, we have to leave quickly. Goli returned to the bed and said anxiously. Looking at the strange man in front of him, it seems that he is not Longshan's men. Xiao Ning nodded and tried to stand up with the help of the bed. Slow down. Qing'e hurriedly helped her. Xiao Ning shook her head. I've recovered now, it's not a big deal, let's go. Goli hummed, picked up the dagger and walked outside, and continued to return to the elevator entrance, intending to leave from here. Okay, the zombies are almost gone, you guys stay here. Xiaohu finds a position to shoot arrows, and try to set the hotel on fire. Brother Dazhuang, we should go in. Xiao Jiu moved the last zombie, and shouted loudly. Dazhuang nodded, put the bell on his back, and followed Xiao Jiu directly off the roof. Qinyu took Li Yao and Xiao Yin to hide under a wall of the hotel, waiting for Xiao Jiu and Dazhuang to come. 10 seconds later, Qinyu saw their figures, and whispered, let's go in. Then he stood up, and grabbed the iron fence, and climbed in directly. Waiting for Dazhuang to enter last, several people squatted together, and Xiao Jiu whispered, Longshan's arsenal is in the first room on the second floor. There are 6 people on duty there 24 hours a day. We have to quickly occupy it, otherwise they will get the weapons and fight back, and we won't be able to stop them. Brother Dazhuang, come with me. The 3 of you go to the first floor at the back. There should be some firecrackers and the like there. Take them down and throw them at the door of the first floor. Normally, there are only 2 people on duty. There are more people in front of the first floor. Uncle Wise killed 2 of them. He will help you set up the gun. Qinyu, Li Yao and Xiaoyin nodded. After the simple instructions, the 5 people separated. Qinyu took the 2 women and went to the back of the first floor of the hotel. At this time, only the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the hotel were still bright. The fire on the rooftop was getting more and more fierce, which made the light much brighter. Gently pushing open the window, Qinyu and the other 2 climbed in. Closed their eyes, waiting for their eyes to get used to the darkness. Then Qinyu opened his eyes and said, let's go. Pushing open the door, a small candle was burning in the corridor, and 2 men with machetes in their hands were leaning against the wall smoking. Qinyu turned his head and whispered, you stay here, I will sneak over from the outside, and then just hold one hostage and kill the other one. The 2 girls nodded. Then Qinyu continued to leave through the window. Not long after, one of them complained. There are gunshots outside again. Who is practicing shooting? Why are we on night duty here while Nyoer goes down to play with girls? Said a fierce-looking man with long hair. That's true. Why? I heard that girl is young and tastes good. The more I think about it, the more I can't help it. Said another wretched man, with a scar on his face with a smirk. Hee, you haven't seen how miserable she cried when I played with her. Said the long-haired man, with a crooked mouth, extremely disgusting. Next time, I hang her up. The long-haired man leaned against the wall, and took a puff of cigarette, just about to continue. Suddenly, in the darkness of the corridor in the distance, an arrow flew out quickly, and shot directly through the long-haired man's throat. Why aren't you talking? The scarred man lowered his head to light a cigarette, and asked after not hearing any words for a long time. The next second, he heard a sound, and then turned his head to see the long-haired man lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Seeing the arrow stuck in the man's throat, the scarred man opened his mouth and was ready to shout. Don't move. Qinyu rushed out of the next room, holding the man's knife-holding hand with his left hand, and whispered with a dagger against his throat with his right hand. Big brother. Feeling the chill on his throat, the scarred man said fearfully. Then 2 beautiful girls walked out of the darkness. Although the scarred man was held at knife point, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw their figures and faces, and his eyes were full of obscenity. Chapter 132. After approaching, Xiaoyin saw the wretched appearance of the man in front of her, and her face was straight down, and she said coldly, turn your head away, don't look at us. Li Yao next to him was too lazy to talk nonsense, walked up to him, took the knife in his left hand, and squatted down directly. When the scarred man saw the beautiful girl squatting in front of him, he seemed to have forgotten that there was a knife on his neck, and said wretchedly, Beauty, why are you squatting down? Are you going to give me some pleasure? Stop talking. Qinyu cursed, moved the dagger towards his neck, and then covered his mouth with his left hand. Li Yao raised her head and smiled at him, then her eyes narrowed, and she held the machete in her right hand and chopped down hard on the sole of his foot. The scarred man was covered by Qinyu's mouth, unable to make a sound. The severe pain made his entire upper body bend and his eyes widen. The beautiful girl in front of him actually chopped off all the toes of his left foot with one knife. Chinyu covered the man's mouth and took him into a room. Xiaoyan and Li Yao followed in with a candle. He threw the man to the ground and closed the door. The scarred man covered his feet in pain, clenched his teeth, and dared not make a sound. He knew that if he shouted, the three people in front of him would kill him directly. Who are you? The scarred man took off his clothes and covered his feet to try to stop the bleeding. He stared at Chinyu with extreme resentment. She is so beautiful, but she is so cruel. The scarred man stared at Li Yao and whispered. Still watching? Li Yao's expression turned cold, and she was ready to step forward with a knife in hand. Wait a minute. Chinyu pulled Li Yao and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, wait until you find out where he is before you do it. Li Yao nodded and took 2 steps back. Oh, you don't dare to come up? The scarred man took a deep breath, then glanced at Li Yao and said in a sarcastic tone, You can't get out. There are all our people outside. Once the gunshots are heard, the area around here will be surrounded. Then you don't have to worry about it. Chinyu walked forward and squatted, whispering, Where are the firecrackers? The scarred man curled his lips and cursed directly. So it's for this thing? The firecrackers are in your mother's coffin. You can see it when you open it. Chinyu laughed, took out the dagger and placed it above the man's lower body. Tell me we're not. Do you think I was scared? The scarred man wiped the sweat off his face without leaving a trace and roared. Huh? Chinyu moved the dagger 2 centimeters to the left and quickly inserted it. Ah! The scarred man opened his mouth to shout, but was covered by Chinyu again. The scarred man was getting more and more frightened. The group of people in front of him didn't seem to be joking with him. Next time, they would probably really chop him off. Last chance, tell me we're not. We will find you even if you don't tell us, and you will die in vain. Chinyu said calmly. Li Yao, who was standing next to him, took 2 steps forward with a machete. Okay, isn't it okay if I say so? The scarred man covered his foot with his left hand and his thigh with his right hand, and said in a submissive manner. It's inside room 106. The door is locked. The key is with Ermingzi. Where is Ermingzi? Chinyu asked. He's lying on the ground outside. The scarred man glared at him and growled. I say you're too cruel, right? He shot through the throat with 1 shot. Xiaoyan, go get the key. Chinyu continued to stare at the scarred man and spoke. A dozen seconds later, Xiaoyan came back with a key. I got the key. I opened the door and took a look. There was a strong smell of gunpowder inside. I've got everything. How about you spare my life? The scarred man was lying on the ground, begging Chinyu. Before Chinyu answered, Li Yao asked. Where is Niu Er? Where is the girl you just mentioned? The scarred man was stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes, and didn't want to continue. You won't tell me again? Okay, Li Yao, I leave him to you. Chinyu didn't want to waste time, so he stood up, said something and walked out. Wait a minute. The scarred man opened his eyes, and said hurriedly. He looked at Li Yao's expression, and the machete dripping with blood. He had no doubt that the girl in front of him would chop him alive. There is a secret passage in room 109 that leads to the basement. There are 3 people on duty inside, plus Niu Er, which makes 4 people. Every time you enter, you need a secret code to open the door. The scarred man was so scared that he blurted out everything. What's the secret code? Chinyu turned around and asked. It's useless for you to know the secret code. The people inside won't open the door if the sound is not right. The scarred man shook his head and said. Chinyu turned around and mentioned the scarred man. In that case, then you come with us. The scarred man said with a bitter face. If I help you open the door, Longshan will definitely feed me to the dogs. Can you be sure to let me go? Stop talking nonsense. Open the door first. Chinyu kicked him and growled. Arriving at the door of 109, he opened it and walked in. Sure enough, there was a staircase leading downstairs in front of him. Chinyu pressed the dagger against the man's waist, and the 4 of them walked down. Arriving at the door, Li Yao knocked on it, and then a man's voice came from inside. Who? Brother Niu Er, it's me, Lao Chi. The scarred man glanced at Chinyu, and then spoke. Then there was a sound of pulling the bolt from behind the door, and Niu Er, naked from the lower body, said, Come in, the door is open. The scarred man turned around and whispered, Is it okay now? As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu covered the man's mouth with his left hand, pushed him against the wall, and then held the dagger in his right hand and stabbed it into the scarred man's neck. As soon as his hand loosened, the man fell directly to the ground, his eyes full of resentment. Xiaoyan stepped forward quickly and stabbed the man's head with a knife to prevent the corpse from spreading. Why are you hesitating? Are you going to come in or not? Nyo Air inside yelled. Bang! Chinyu stepped forward and kicked the door open quickly, and the three of them could see the scene in the room clearly. For candles were lit in 4 directions, making the room brighter and the light better. A large wooden table was placed in the middle. A girl about 15 or 16 years old was stripped naked, her hands were tied and spread out on the table. A naked man was holding her legs with his hands, preparing to take the next step. When Chinyu saw this scene, his eyes immediately turned red, and he shouted loudly. Then Chinyu swung the dagger and threw it away. He rushed out like a cheetah, bursting out at speed beyond the limit of his body, and quickly rushed in front of the man. Nyo Air looked back and saw 3 strangers appear. He was stunned, and then he saw the man throwing a flying knife. He let go of the girl's legs and stretched his right hand to the side, ready to take the pistol on the stool. But at this time the flying knife hit his left waist, and the whole person staggered to the right, and his right hand grabbed nothing and moved a few steps to the side. Then Chinyu rushed in front of him, propped up the wooden table with his left hand, lifted his body into the air, and clenched his right fist with even more terrifying force, hitting the man's temple. Nyo Air's eyes panicked, and he raised his left arm to block it, but the next second, he felt as if he was hit by a big hammer. Crack! The sound of bone fracture rang out. Nyo Air's arm was broken on the spot by Chinyu's extremely angry punch. With such amazing force, Chinyu's right hand was also broken. After punching down, Chinyu ignored the pain and kicked the man's abdomen with his left foot, kicking him back several meters. Xiaoyan saw this scene and reacted quickly. She ran forward, took off her coat, and covered the girl with it. Then she cut the ropes on both sides with a knife, held the girl in her arms and murmured, "It's okay, it's okay." Nyo Air was kicked by Chinyu, and then he wanted to get the knife next to him, but Li Yao had already rushed in front of him, holding a machete on his neck, and shouted in disgust, "Don't move." Chinyu's right hand drooped to the side, then he raised the stool with his left hand, walked forward and smashed it hard on the man's head. Ah! The man covered his head and howled on the ground. The girl gradually recovered after hearing Nyo Air's screams. She raised her head, looked at the stranger holding her, and said in a trembling voice, "Big sister, are you an angel? Mom said that when I was bullied, an angel would come out to save me, but I waited for a long time and never saw the angel come. It's so dark and cold here. Those people beat me, took off my clothes, and tied me up here. I was so scared. But now I'm not afraid anymore. Mom didn't lie to me. The angel's sister really came." Hearing the girl talking to herself, the 3 people present all shed tears. Xiaoyan gently put the girl down, then picked up another stool, walked forward and smashed the man's lower body. Ah! Nyo Air was lying on the ground, and this scream was even more tragic. The girl sat on the wooden table, watching the 3 people over there desperately beating the big bad guy. She reached to the side with her right hand, and picked up the knife that Xiaoyan left here. "What are you doing? Put down the knife quickly." Li Yao turned her head, and happened to see the girl picking up the dagger. She had a bad premonition in her heart and shouted loudly. The girl hadn't smiled for a long time, but today, she smiled again. The girl said softly, "Thank you for coming and bringing me hope. Thank you very much, but I have to go find my mother. Big brother, big sister, angel sister, goodbye." The girl smiled and waved her left hand, then took the knife in her right hand and stabbed it into her throat without any hesitation. "No." Xiaoyan dropped the stool, ran over and caught the girl who was about to fall off the table, crying loudly. Chapter 133. Seeing the girl commit suicide, the man on the ground wanted to escape immediately. He didn't care about the pain, and crawled on the ground with his hands and feet, trying desperately to run to the door. Li Yao was quick-witted and took 2 steps forward, aiming at the man's heel and swung it down. With one slash, the man's tendons were directly cut. Ah! Nyo Air screamed again. Chinyu looked at the girl's body in the distance, his mouth moved, but he still didn't speak. Then he walked to the side, picked up an axe placed by the wall, and walked towards Nyo Air on the ground. "No. Don't blame me. She committed suicide herself. It's none of my business." Nyo Air curled up on the ground, and when he saw Chinyu holding an axe, he spoke incoherently. "Why?" Chinyu raised the axe in his left hand, and stood in front of Nyo Air, and asked in a deep voice. "What? Why?" Nyo Air's face was pale, and sweat kept dripping. He asked in panic, "Why do people like you like to bully those who are weaker than you?" Chenyu continued to ask with a gloomy face. Nyo Air could hardly bear the pain, and he was very weak. He begged, please. Stop the bleeding for me first, I'm really bleeding to death. Chinyu didn't answer him, but picked up the axe with his left hand and smashed the man's right foot with the back of the axe. With a snap, Nyo Air's instep came into close contact with the concrete floor, and even a small hole was smashed into the ground. Ouch! Nyo Air's upper body bounced up directly, screaming wildly. Madman, they are all fucking crazy. How can there be so many wise in this world? The strong prey on the weak, this is their fate. Nyo Air was close to madness, and he cursed directly at Chinyu. Before the end of the world, people like you had laws to restrain you and police to watch you, and at most you would do some small fights and sneaky things. Since zombies appeared all over the world, in the end of the world, without restraint, the evil in your hearts will be infinitely magnified. Chinyu looked at him with a blank expression and said coldly, We have weapons, and we are more powerful than them. In this environment, if they are not enslaved by us, they will die outside sooner or later. Nyo Air was very unconvinced, and he spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, still shouting loudly. No, you are wrong. Everyone should decide how to live by themselves. No one is qualified to decide the fate of others. Before the end of the world, there are laws to deal with you and judges to punish you. But now, all of these are gone. Chinyu looked at Nyo Air, who was no longer human on the ground, and said in a pause. Ha ha ha, you also know that they are all gone. So what's the point of saying this? You killed me. So aren't you also a murderer? What's the difference between you and us? Nyo Air crawled a little to the side, leaning his upper body against the wall, and laughed coldly. No, you are wrong again. People like you can no longer be called human beings. They are no different from animals. I won't have any psychological burden if I kill you. Chinyu closed his eyes and said slowly. There is always too much darkness in the world, but there are still people who will stand up and dare to fight against injustice head-on. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, he opened his eyes and felt a chill on his body. He ignored his injured right hand, held the axe with both hands, and raised it above his head. What are you going to do? Nyo Air was startled and shouted with red eyes. On behalf of the judge, I will send you to death. Chinyu shouted, aimed the axe at the man's knee, and chopped it down quickly. 1, 2. Chinyu smashed all the joints of Nyo Air's limbs, chopped off his lower body, cut open his stomach, and stuffed it directly in. Then she used the back of the axe to smash the evil man to death. Li Yao and Xiaoyin took a few steps back. They stood together and looked at Chinyu with a little fear. At this moment, they felt a little strange. Nyo Air on the ground had already stopped breathing. Chinyu smashed him into a ball of meat paste. What's wrong? Chinyu turned his head and looked at them with a numb expression. Are you still Chinyu? Xiaoyin asked with a trembling voice. I have always been the Chinyu you are most familiar with. He wiped the blood off his face and replied with a smile. They breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the answer. At that moment, they were really afraid that Chinyu had changed, become bloodthirsty, and become more terrifying. Wipe it off. Li Yao took off her coat and walked up to Chinyu and handed it to him. You are covered in blood. After taking the clothes and wiping them briefly, Chinyu walked to the girl's body. Xiaoyin had destroyed the brain of the corpse, so it would not turn into a corpse, and took her coat and covered her upper body and head. Chinyu walked forward and gently put the coat in his hand on the lower body of the corpse to cover it, but it was not enough, and the hands and feet were still exposed. Then Chinyu prepared to pick up the man's clothes on the ground and continue to cover it. But Li Yao whispered, Don't let the bad guy's clothes touch her again. Chinyu nodded, threw the man's clothes aside, then took off his coat, stuffed the corpse's hands under the clothes, and covered the legs again. Strange, didn't the man outside just say that there were 4 people inside? We have been here for so long, and there is only this Nyo Air alone. Seeing that the matter was over, Li Yao asked a little puzzled. Not sure. Chinyu handed his pistol to Xiaoyin, picked up the man's gun, and looked at it, shook his head and said, Maybe it was just that scarred man who was deliberately threatening us, but I saw Nyo Air desperately trying to pull the rope on the wall just now. Maybe he wanted to open the secret passage and crawl in. How about this, you hold those firecrackers, leave the hotel quickly, find a place to light them, and throw them at the door to lure the zombies over. I will find a mechanism in this room. Maybe there are Longshan's men in there. We can't let them leave. Chinyu pondered for a while and spoke. No, your right hand is injured. What if something goes wrong when you act alone? Li Yao immediately rejected it, and refused to accept such an arrangement. We have been delayed here for a few minutes. They have probably reacted. We have to bring in the zombies to distract them. We must act as soon as possible. Chinyu looked at her and said firmly. Without saying anything more, Chinyu pushed the two out directly. Then Chinyu returned to the house, holding a candle in his left hand, walked to the place where Neo Air wanted to pull the line just now, and looked around. Putting the candle on the ground, Chinyu groped along the wall with his left hand. Then he touched a very thin rope. After a quick look, it seemed to lead to the back of the wall. He pinched it, and pulled it down a little, and immediately heard a click. Chapter 134. After waiting for a while, the wall in front of him still did not respond. Chinyu stretched out his hand and pushed it, and the wall suddenly opened inward. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the sound of running from behind. Chinyu quickly returned to the wooden table in the middle, turned the table over, and hid behind it. A few seconds later, a man came into the room and shouted loudly, "Neo Air, stop playing, Boss Long has spoken, hurry up and get out with your weapons." After shouting this, the man was ready to step out. Chinyu blew out 2 candles in the house, and one was taken away by Li Yao and the others, so there was only 1 candle left in the house. The light became much dimmer, and the man standing at the door could not see clearly what was going on inside. If it was someone else standing at the door, they would smell a strong smell of blood on the spot, but these people were different. Each of them had several lives under their command, so they were accustomed to this smell, and did not suspect anything. They shouted and walked away. But the man walked a few steps, and did not hear any answer, so he returned to the house and shouted, "Boss Long is really angry this time. Several of our people were sniped and killed. If you are slow, be careful that he will skin you alive. Did you hear that? Neo Air?" The man felt a little strange, pulled out his pistol, and slowly walked into the house. After approaching the wooden table, the man saw a corpse on the ground. He frowned and shouted, "You fucking killed someone again. There will be fewer and fewer people in the future. What are we going to do?" The man cursed and walked in. Suddenly, he saw a pile of liquid next to the candle, and looked at the pile of clothes on the bench in front of him. His heart was pounding, and he ran to the back directly. But it was too late. Chinyu had already walked around the wooden table, and came to his side. He raised his right foot, and kicked the man's knee. With a click, the knee was broken by Chinyu. The man stepped aside in pain, and pulled the trigger, with the pistol pointed forward. Bang! A distance into the secret passage, there was a room of more than 10 square meters. 3 men were sitting here, drinking and playing poker around a table. There was a woman in a bikini next to each man, holding a bottle of wine and pouring wine into the glass from time to time. A man with a cigarette in his mouth and 2 fingers missing heard the sound and immediately stood up and shouted, "Are there gunshots?" Another man with a crew cut and crossed his legs touched the thigh of the woman next to him with his right hand, and then said casually, "I don't think it's that guy, maybe he is lighting firecrackers for fun. Hurry up and play your cards. I tell you, this hand of cards is a sure win. You are ready to lose 10 packs of cigarettes to me," the man with the crew cut urged. The man with the cigarette scratched his head, then sat down and picked up the poker. Inside the hut outside the secret passage, Chinyu quickly fell to the side and dodged the bullet in time. The man on the opposite side endured the pain and continued to fire 2 shots at the wooden table. Bang bang. Just now Chinyu was worried that he would be exposed if he fired, so he planned to capture the man first, but he did not expect that the man on the opposite side would react so quickly even though his knee was broken, and he almost shot him. Quickly hiding aside, Chinyu pulled the corpse next to him to cover himself, used the corpse to dodge a bullet, then raised his left hand, aimed directly based on his feeling, and shot back with a bang. Ah! The man was shot and screamed. Chinyu quickly pushed the body away, then rolled to the side and fired another shot, hitting the man's throat directly. The man stared with his eyes wide open, and died with his eyes wide open. He didn't even see who was in front of him until he died. Chinyu moved the girl's body, covered her with clothes again, and said softly, "Sorry." Then Chinyu came to the man's body, first stabbed the head of the body with a dagger, then held up the candle and looked at it, and suddenly showed joy on his face. The man had 3 grenades and 2 magazines hanging around his waist. He took off the magazines, and put them on his waist, then put the grenades in his pockets. Then Chinyu heard footsteps coming from the direction of the secret passage. The people below had reacted to the continuous shots just now, and ran out with their rifles. Chinyu thought quickly, then took out a grenade, held it in his left hand, pulled the ring with his teeth, ran to the side of the secret passage, kicked it open, and threw the grenade directly in. Gudong, gudong, the grenade rolled downwards. In the secret passage, the buzz-cut man who was running in the front was stunned, and then he felt something touching his feet. He shone the flashlight down, his pupil shrank, and he suddenly shouted, "Grenade!" Then he threw away the gun and rolled directly to the back, But the secret passage is called a secret passage because it is smaller and easier to hide. The buzz-cut man only took a few steps back and was blocked by the people behind him. The next second, the grenade exploded directly. There was a loud bang, and Chinyu felt a shake outside. In the corridor on the second floor, Longshan held an M29 machine gun in his hand and fired dozens of rounds at the position where Xiao Jidazhuang was hiding, shouting at the top of his voice. "Come here, Xiao Laoshu, let's see who is stronger." Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang were pinned down by heavy firepower at the staircase, not daring to show their faces. De Zhuang hid downstairs, shouting with red eyes, "Damn it, is this guy running a gun shop? Can he even get this gun?" Xiao Jiao was also covered in dust, and whispered back, "It seems that the intelligence is not detailed enough. Longshan has been hiding this machine gun." Suddenly, Xiao Jiao felt a shock under his feet, and his face changed slightly. "It seems to be coming from the first floor below. It seems that Chinyu and the others are in trouble." Longshan, who was holding a machine gun and sweeping away with a red eye, also heard the explosion of the grenade. He held the machine gun with one hand, pulled the collar of a subordinate next to him with his right hand and shouted, "Take a few people to the basement to check. Damn, the rocket launcher is hidden there." The subordinate nodded quickly, then turned around and called a few people, and jumped down directly from the window. Longshan knew that eggs should not be put in one basket. The machine gun in his hand was hidden in the ceiling of the armory, and the RGP rocket launcher was hidden in the wall near the cage in the basement. Although there were 3 people with rifles on duty, Longshan suddenly felt something was wrong and his eyelids began to twitch. Inside the secret passage, Chinyu's grenade directly collapsed the secret passage, and the gap became larger. He walked down the ruins and saw 3 men buried in the rubble. He stepped forward quickly, drew his knife, and stabbed them in the head one by one. Just as he was about to go out, Chinyu saw 3 women hiding in the corner and shivering. He thought for a moment, walked over and said in a deep voice, "It's safe here, we can go." The women shook their heads and continued to run towards a cave entrance further inside. Chinyu frowned and followed them. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a wall next to the cave entrance. The wall was the wrong color, and there were many cracks. He walked forward and touched it. It was some broken stones. Chinyu pulled it open with his hands, and then saw a black rectangular box. He took it out and put it on the ground, took the candle and put it aside. Chinyu opened the box and saw what was lying inside. His expression was stunned. Fuck, it turned out to be hidden here. Chapter 135. The first floor of the abandoned hotel. At this time, the whole corridor was dark, and the zombies at the door gradually crawled inside. Fan Jiang hid next to a flower pot, and waited quietly for more than a minute. After confirming that he didn't hear any more gunshots, he held the wall with his hands, and quickly returned to the room according to his memory. Kneeling down beside the bed, Fan Jiang bent down and dragged out a long object from inside, tore off the cloth on it, and then jumped out of the window with it on his back. In the secret passage, Chinyu excitedly stroked the rocket launcher in front of him, then closed the box, raised his left hand, and ran towards the hole. After running for dozens of seconds, there was suddenly a light in front of him. Chinyu ran closer, and saw a room of dozens of square meters in front of him. There were 2 candles lit, and there were several large iron cages, with more than a dozen people locked inside, both men and women, all curled up in a ball. Chinyu frowned. He smelled a foul smell as soon as he stood here, and there was a mouse on the ground looking for food. Putting down the box, Chinyu went forward and relit the extinguished candle in the room. The light was much better, and then he stepped on the mouse next to him to death. This thing is full of viruses. It was easy to infect humans in the past. Moreover, in the doomsday, medicine is not so easy to find. If you are unlucky enough to be hit, you can dig a hole for yourself on the spot. Are you all captured? Chinyu looked at the 3 women prying the chains, and asked in a low voice. A woman looked back at him, without saying a word, and continued to pull the iron chain hard, trying to break it, and release the people inside. Use this. Chinyu took a ring of keys from his wrist, and threw them over. He took them from the 3 men who were buried alive just now. When the woman heard the sound, she looked back at the key on the ground and was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked it up and hurriedly poked it into the keyhole. Half a minute later, all the iron cages were opened, and the survivors all limped out. The women were only wearing 1 or 2 pieces of clothing, barely covering themselves a little, and the men were all topless, wearing only a pair of shorts. For the temperature in the basement, it was no different from winter. A lame man came forward and took a candle, then threw it on the sofa, and the flames immediately ignited. All the survivors gathered together, put their hands close to the fire, and tried to warm themselves from the cold. Qinyu felt bad when he saw this. He had also stayed in the basement for a while, and it would be very cold in the middle of the night, not to mention that they didn't even have clothes. Let's go, we can leave here, there's a commotion outside, they don't have time to guard you. Qinyu pondered for a while, and said softly, No. We don't dare to go that way. A long-haired woman, with a dirty face, and her hands tightly hugging her shoulders said tremblingly, Here we dug a hole, but unfortunately the spoon broke. I can't dig anymore. The long-haired woman felt her body warm up a little and continued. Let me see. Qinyu took the box and walked forward a few steps. The long-haired woman took him into the iron cage, then pointed to a corner and said, It's there. Qinyu took a look and found it was about the same size as a dog hole. After thinking for a while, he turned around and said, You guys step back a little, I blow this up. Everyone walked a few meters over there. Qinyu put the box aside, took out a grenade, bit it open, and threw it directly into the small hole. A few seconds later, the grenade exploded, and the wall collapsed directly. Where does this lead to? Qinyu covered his nose and turned around, asking. Wine, the underground parking lot of the hotel. The long-haired woman showed hope in her eyes, and answered quickly, then quickly left here with the people next to her. Thank you. When the woman passed by Qinyu, she said something in a low voice. Soon, all the survivors in the basement ran out. No one knew how they did it. They thought of digging such a big hole with a spoon. But Qinyu shook his head again. There was always a chance to survive if he dug it. If he gave up, he would just wait for death. He looked behind him, and seemed to hear footsteps again. Qinyu picked up the box and ran into the cage. He locked the chain again, and left the hole. Xiao Jiao squatted at the stairs and counted dozens of times in his heart. Then, he heard the gunshot stop. He looked up and saw Longshan hiding in the next room and changing bullets for the machine gun. Now, Xiao Jiao's eyes condensed, he raised his right hand and aimed the pistol, and 3 shots directly knocked down the candles in the corridor, which suddenly became much darker. Let's go to the other side. Xiao Jiao pulled the zhuang, and then the two of them quickly ran up the stairs. When they arrived at the 4th floor, there was a sudden shout from the side, and at the same time a big axe was swung down from the right. Xiao Jiao suddenly retreated to the right, and raised his hand to the right. Before the axe fell, he grabbed the axe handle first, then knocked it hard with his right elbow, stretched his right foot forward, and the person next to him was thrown to the ground. The person who attacked nearby was caught off guard, and had his weapon snatched away by Xiao Jiao. This is the difference between ordinary people and professional special forces. Even if they have the upper hand, they can easily be killed. Xiao Jiao grabbed the axe with his right hand, held it with both hands, and resolutely prepared to chop it on the head of the person on the ground. Wait a minute. De Zhuang suddenly saw 2 people walking out of a room, and found a familiar face among them, and quickly grabbed Xiao Jiao. Do you know this person? Xiao Jiao stopped and turned his head to ask. No, I know that girl. She was beaten by Longshan just now. She should be a survivor who was kidnapped. Da Zhuang looked at the 2 girls opposite, one of whom he had noticed just now. It's you? Qing'er supported Xiaoning, and saw the tail of the arrow behind Da Zhuang, and then said in surprise. Do you know him? Since he was not Longshan's man, Xiao Jiao would naturally not kill him. He reached out, and pulled the man on the ground up and asked. Qing'er shook her head. I don't know him, but I remember his arrow. The arrow on Longshan's sofa is like this, exactly the same as his. You set the fire in Longshan's house, didn't you? Qing'er looked at Da Zhuang and asked again. Well, I saw her. She was beaten by Longshan for a few times, and she was probably about to collapse, so she shot an arrow to attract his attention. Da Zhuang nodded and said. Thank you. Xiao Ning looked at the man opposite and said weakly. We have to leave here quickly, Longshan seems to be catching up. Xiao Jiao took out his gun, fired a few shots from the gap in the stairs, and then turned around and shouted. Come here. The man who was just thrown to the ground by Xiao Jiao was not angry, but whispered, then helped Xiao Ning up and walked to the room where they had just hidden. Chapter 136. Running into the house, there was a man's body lying on the ground, and there were several ropes made of sheets next to it. From here to the 2nd floor, where you can stand on the air conditioner outside, and then climb down from the 2nd floor. Goli picked up the rope and said quickly. You go, we still have a mission. Xiao Jiao helped them tie the rope, and then spoke. You finally had the opportunity to leave. Why are you still staying? Qing'er looked at them, and asked in confusion. We have to blow up his weapons depot, otherwise, He will definitely be reborn again after a long time, Xiao Jiao said firmly. Without saying anything more, Xiao Jiao continued to run to the other side of the stairs on the 4th floor with a gun. De Zhuang glanced at Xiao Ning, said nothing, and followed Xiao Jiao away. Xiao Ning looked at his back, wanting to say something but couldn't. She had a hunch that these two people might have seen her father. Qinyu ran out of the underground parking lot. All the survivors were gone at this time. It was pitch black outside, and only a few zombies were walking towards this side. The explosion just now attracted a lot of zombies. Qinyu picked up the box and continued to run to the back of the hotel. Just after running a few dozen meters, a man suddenly ran out from the alley next to him and knocked Qinyu to the ground, and threw the box in his hand to the side. The moonlight here was much better. Qinyu stood up by supporting the ground, slowly backed away, and then looked at the 4 people walking out of the alley. The person in front was carrying a bag with more than a dozen machetes in it. Brother Wang, this person seems to be alone. The man with the knife on his back shouted back. The man at the back stepped forward, and under the moonlight, his face was revealed. It was Wang Mozi. It was you? Wang Mozi looked at Qinyu and said gloomily, that day, I missed a shot, and I was almost kicked to death by Long Shan. Tell me, why did you have to turn around there? Qinyu listened to the man's words, his face gradually turned cold, he gritted his teeth and said, you are the one who shot at us? It's a pity that you ran too fast, but the girl next to you is really pretty. It's bad luck that you escaped. Wang Mozi smacked his lips, and said with a wicked smile, I don't want to waste time talking to him, Brother Wang. Let's kill him, and go back to the hotel. There seems to be a fight over there. One of his men didn't want to waste time, and took out his pistol, and aimed at Qinyu. You are stupid. When Wang Mozi heard this, he slapped his men next to him in a rage. The street next door is full of zombies. Are you shooting to attract them? Go chop him to death. Wang Mozi kicked his men in the buttocks and shouted. Putting down the backpack, 3 men walked forward and took out their knives, slowly walking towards Qinyu. The machetes in the hands of the 3 men opposite were almost half a meter long. Qinyu's forehead was sweating, and his mind was thinking quickly. At this time, the rocket launcher box fell to the side, and it took several seconds to open and take it out. At such a close distance, if the gun was fired, there was a high probability that both would perish. As for the pistol, it also fell to the ground when it fell just now. There was a grenade in his pocket, but it would take time to detonate after pulling it open, and it was still too late. Qinyu narrowed his eyes, and looked at the 3 people in front of him. It seemed that he could only fight in close combat. Well, he had practiced for more than half a month, and he would see how far he had come. Holding the dagger in his left hand, Qinyu's whole body tensed up. A subordinate walking in front saw that Qinyu's right hand did not move, and immediately sneered, Brother Wang, his right hand is injured. Stop talking nonsense, chop him and let's go. Wang Mozi cursed behind him. The 3 subordinates didn't waste any more time, waving machetes and running up quickly. Die! A man with a pigtail stepped forward and swung a knife at Qinyu's waist. Feeling the attack coming, Qinyu swung his feet quickly, stood to the right, and then fell down with his upper body, and quickly kicked the pigtailed man's leg with his left foot. But at the critical moment, the pigtailed man retracted his machete and swung it in front of him. If Qinyu dared to kick him, his leg would be cut off on the spot. Seeing this, Qinyu rolled to the right, retracted his left foot, and at the same time held the knife in his left hand, and suddenly pushed the ground. His body bounced up directly, then he endured the pain, clenched his right fist again, and quickly smashed at another subordinate next to him. With a bang, Qinyu's right fist directly hit the throat of the man next to him. The man felt pain and swung the knife in his hand before dying. It directly cut across Qinyu's right arm, and a deep wound appeared immediately, and the blood kept flowing. One punch, the trachea of the man who was hit by Qinyu was broken on the spot. Just now, Qinyu deliberately did not move his right hand, so that they thought he could not use it. At the critical moment, with a powerful blow, he actually killed one person directly. Taking this opportunity, Qinyu covered his right arm with his left hand, and quickly ran into the dark alley. Wang Mozi saw this scene, and yelled in anger, What the hell are you doing? 3 people can kill 1 person, and still be killed in return. Hurry up and chase him. Wang Mozi cursed, then chased him into the alley with a knife in both hands. Along the way, Qinyu couldn't see the debris on the ground clearly, and was tripped several times. Fortunately, they were all garbage, so he didn't get hurt again. After running for dozens of meters, he leaned against the wall to take a breath, and then he touched a door next to him, and without thinking, he pushed it open and hid inside. As soon as he entered, a low roar came from the lower left, followed by a foul smell. A zombie pushed away the table and chairs and reached out to grab Chinyu's feet. In the panic, he couldn't see where the zombie was, but he could only feel that it was lying at his feet. He quickly turned around, grabbed an object next to him with his left hand, and smashed it directly at the area next to his feet. Once, twice, Chinyu smashed it 5 or 6 times, and finally the zombie didn't move. Without time to rest, he quickly ran a few steps inside. Chinyu sat on the ground gasping for breath, and then tore his t-shirt with his teeth. Fortunately, the blood on it was not from the zombie, so he could use it for bandaging. He tore off a strip of cloth, bit one end, and quickly passed the cloth around his right arm with his left hand. Then he tied a knot to stop the bleeding temporarily. The next second, the door was kicked open, and Wang Matzi lit a ball of clothes and threw it in. The house was instantly on fire. Under the light of the fire, Chinyu could see the scene inside the house. It seemed to be a restaurant that had been abandoned for a long time. The fire gradually expanded. Chinyu picked up a stool with his left hand and smashed the side window. He didn't care about being cut by glass fragments and rushed out directly. As soon as he landed, the pigtailed man outside twisted his mouth. He had been waiting for a long time, and quickly raised the machete, ready to chop down Chinyu's throat. Instantly, Chinyu's hair stood up, and in a hurry, he took an iron rod with his left hand and held it across his body, trying to block the falling machete. At this moment, the large trash can lying on the ground next to him moved, and a figure suddenly rushed out from behind the pigtailed man. A long-haired woman held a sharp iron sheet in her hand, and with a fierce look in her eyes, she covered the pigtailed man's mouth with her left hand, and quickly raised her right hand and stabbed him in the heart. She stabbed more than a dozen times in a row. Chapter 137. Chinyu sat on the ground, staring at the woman in front of him in amazement. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from the alley next to him. Chinyu stood up with his iron rod on the ground, ran a few steps forward and grabbed the woman's hand. "Calm down, he's dead." Disturbed by others, the long-haired woman gradually stopped her right hand, and the pigtailed man fell directly to the ground. She couldn't help shaking and said, You don't know what he did to us." Chinyu heard this and said softly, "I know." "No, you can't know." The long-haired woman turned her head suddenly, and shouted with red eyes. Just when Chinyu was about to answer firmly again, a figure appeared behind him. The long-haired woman saw this, and pushed Chinyu away with her right hand, and then threw herself in front of him. Bang! The gunshot was like an explosive, and all the zombies in the nearby streets moved. The person who fired the gun was Wang Matzi. When he ran over just now, he happened to see the pigtailed man being stabbed to death. Regardless of whether the zombies would surround him, Wang Matzi took out his pistol, aimed at Chinyu's back, and pulled the trigger, but the long-haired woman noticed it first, pushed Chinyu, and blocked the bullet with her body. "Damn it, you are rushing to die." Wang Matzi cursed loudly, then turned the gun around and continued to aim at Chinyu. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Chinyu was pushed by the woman, his body had already turned around, and he saw Wang Matzi holding the pistol in an instant. Taking advantage of the opponent's first shot missing, Chinyu fell to the left and quickly pulled out the man's pistol on the ground. At the same time, he lowered his head and bit the sleeve with his teeth, and pushed his left hand to the right, quickly completing the loading action. All this happened within 2 seconds. The moment Chinyu finished loading the gun, he lowered his head to the left, and then pulled the trigger several times with his left hand. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets, 1 was empty, and 2 hit Wang Matzi's abdomen. When Chinyu fired, Wang Matzi also successfully pulled the trigger. The bullet flew quickly and brushed against Chinyu's right arm, and a burning pain came quickly. Without taking a breath, Chinyu desperately stood up and ran forward quickly, aiming at Wang Matzi's head, and fired 2 shots. Then he ran back, knelt beside the long-haired woman, lifted her up with one hand, and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" The long-haired woman covered her left chest in pain and couldn't speak. Chinyu saw the location of the wound, his eyes darkened, and he immediately lost his strength, and said numbly, "It's over." Hit the heart. Seeing the woman's painful appearance, Chinyu's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. At this time, she didn't know where she picked up a dirty white t-shirt and put it on her body. The blood had already completely stained the clothes red. Just when Chinyu was in pain, a few people limped into the alley. With just one glance, the person on the opposite side quickly shouted, "Run over here, the zombies are coming over there." Seeing that Chinyu did not move, a person ran over and he said anxiously, "What happened to her?" "She was shot, the bullet hit her left chest." Chinyu tightly grasped the woman's hand on the ground and whispered, "Huh, the left side is fine. Her heart is on the right." The man shouted immediately, stepped forward and supported the long-haired woman's arm to stand up. Hearing the answer, Chin Yu's eyes suddenly showed hope, helped the injured woman up, and quickly left the alley with the people in front of him. A few minutes later, Chin Yu's injuries became more and more serious. His lips turned pale, and sweat ran down his face. He followed these people into an abandoned house on the roadside. Quick, clean the table and light the candles. Sister Yao is injured. The man limped in and shouted. The people inside moved quickly, and cleared the table in less than half a minute. Then a middle-aged man, with a severely twisted left foot came forward to check the wound. Chin Yu sat weakly on the ground, leaning against the wall and resting with his eyes closed. A few minutes later, the lame man who appeared at the beginning came over again, and said with a sigh of relief, "Fortunately, you were very close." The bullet shot through Sister Yao, but luckily, no internal organs were injured. "By the way, this seems to be your box and pistol, what's in it?" The lame man picked up something from the side, walked over and put it in front of Chin Yu. "Thank you." Chin Yu took the box with his left hand, thanked him softly, took a deep breath, and continued to ask, "Is that man your doctor? It stands to reason that doctors would be treated preferentially in the end times, so why was he also abused?" The lame man sitting next to Chin Yu replied, "He is a veterinarian, and Longshan's team has its own doctors, so they don't look down on ours. Your injury also needs to be bandaged." The man glanced at Chin Yu's right arm, and said hurriedly. Knowing the severity of his injury, Chin Yu nodded and walked towards the table. It was called bandaging, but in fact it was just a temporary padding with a few pieces of cloth, and his arm was forcibly tied with a rope. There was no first aid tool at the moment, so Chin Yu was not dissatisfied. He just wanted to simply treat the wound and not die so quickly. "We are leaving. It will be dawn soon. It will be hard for us to escape after daylight. Do you want to go with us?" The lame man came over and asked. "You have saved us by letting us out. Don't worry, we will carry you out even if we have to." The veterinarian looked at Chin Yu and said. Chin Yu looked at those people. Although they had escaped from the clutches of the devil, most of them had injured legs and feet. It was difficult for them to run alone. Moreover, there was already a wounded person in their team. If they took him with them, they might not be able to go far. Shaking his head slowly, Chin Yu said with a smile, although he was very weak, "You go. I have to send this thing back, otherwise it will be difficult to kill those people." After saying that, he lifted the box in his hand, and prepared to walk out of the house. "Little brother, stand here and head southeast. Walk a few dozen meters out of the city. There is a small house on the roadside. I will leave some medicine under the stone slab at the door. I hope it can help you." The veterinarian hesitated, but still shouted loudly. There was the life-saving medical kit he hid before he was caught. Chin Yu kept walking and replied softly, "Thank you." Then the veterinarian turned around and continued, "Time is running out. Let's go quickly. Sister Yao's injury also needs to be treated quickly. I would rather die outside than be caught back." More than a dozen people in the house nodded, helped each other stand up, and left through the back door. Chapter 138. After leaving the hotel, Fan Jiang ran to a building at the back, but there were many zombies along the way. When he finally reached the roof, the sniper on the opposite side had already moved to another place. Uncle Wa also knew that there was a master on the opposite side, so he did not shoot afterwards, and carefully searched those positions that were easy to sniper. Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang tossed around in the hotel for half a night, and finally took advantage of an opportunity. The two of them acted separately, and successfully blew up the weapons depot. These people were without automatic rifles, grenades, and other weapons, and they could not launch a strong counterattack in a short time. The bullets will run out sooner or later, and with the sound of gunfire and firecrackers, the hotel is surrounded by zombies, at least hundreds of them. After a night, the sky is already slightly bright. In the corridor on the first floor, Dazhuang is covered in blood. His bow and arrows and bullets have been used up long ago. He only has the bow on his back and a machete in his hand. The whole knife is almost stained with blood. It was dark at night. Although the two groups fired blindly for a long time, it was not so easy to kill people. On average, it took 20 to 30 rounds to hit one person. At this time, about 30 people from Longshan were killed. Xiao Jiao's shoulder was scratched by a bullet, and Xiu's arm was shot. There were more than 10 people left. While continuing to shoot zombies, they were unfortunately shot and killed by some people in the dark. Dazhuang roared, then hugged the head of a strong man in front of him, pressed down hard, and then raised his knee quickly, kicking the strong man unconscious on the spot. Picking up the knife that fell on the ground, Dazhuang stabbed the strong man directly, killing him on the spot. After almost a night of fighting, Everyone was almost exhausted at this time, but Longshan was the only one who was hiding somewhere, and Xiao Jiao had been looking for him. On the right side of the first floor of the hotel, near the wall, Li Yao and Xiao Yin had almost finished throwing the firecrackers, and at this time, a bunch of zombies at the door were beating the iron door. When it was dark, they often changed places after throwing a few firecrackers. There were snipers outside, and the people on the first floor of the hotel did not dare to rush out, so they only met 2 or 3 people in one night. The 2 hid by the wall, waiting for the zombies to go far away before climbing out. Suddenly, the window on the first floor moved, and then 3 men climbed out. The one walking in front was a man with a shoulder bag, and the other 2 were carrying a box in their hands. Xiaoyin stood up, pulled the bow to the full extent, and aimed at the head of the man in front. Just as she was about to let go, a gun suddenly stretched out from the 3rd floor window and started shooting at them. Li Yao pulled Xiaoyin up and ran quickly to the front exit. Just as they ran to a door, the door was knocked down directly, and the large wooden door about 2 people high pressed down directly. At the critical moment, Xiaoyin pushed Li Yao with both hands and pushed her away a little in time. Li Yao stumbled forward a few steps, then steadied herself, and with red eyes, she shouted to the back, "Xiaoyin!" On the wooden door, 2 men pressed the door down, and stood up with a sly smile on their faces. What a pity, one of them was crushed to death, what a pity. Hearing this, Li Yao quickly drew her pistol and shot at the 2 men. The 2 men were frightened and quickly ran away to the back of the hotel. After beating back the 2 men, she immediately stepped forward and struggled to move the wooden door open. At this time, Xiaoyin was lying on the ground motionless, without any movement. According to the first aid knowledge Uncle Wa had taught her, Li Yao quickly put 2 fingers on her wrist. Soon, Li Yao, who was tense, relaxed a little. Fortunately, she was still breathing slightly. He bent down and picked up Xiaoyin, and placed her against the wall in the flower bed. Then Li Yao picked up her dagger and held it in her hand. At this time, there were 5 men in total, holding machetes in their hands, and walking over with obscene expressions. "Girl, we know you have no bullets. Aren't you tired of carrying that gun?" a man walking in front said. Li Yao's rifle had also fallen somewhere else, and there were only 3 rounds left in the pistol, all of which were used up. Taking the pistol and placing it in Xiaoyin's hand, Li Yao held the dagger with both hands and stepped forward a few steps. "What's there to struggle about? You killed several of us, and now you surrender. I can consider letting you die a little easier," another man said with a wicked smile. Li Yao's expression was calm, and she said lightly, "When your mother was alive, were you like this? Damn it, you little bitch, you're itching to talk, aren't you?" The man cursed and rushed over with a knife. Li Yao raised his eyebrows, held the dagger with both hands, and rushed forward quickly. After the distance was shortened, the man stabilized his body, held the knife with both hands, and chopped down hard. With both hands flipped, Li Yao turned the dagger in his hand over, crossed it upwards, and resisted the man's knife. Didn't you eat?" Li Yao stepped back a little bit, and then laughed. "Can you do it, Guzi? Your knife is so easy to be blocked?" The people behind the man did not come forward to help, but mocked him. The reason why this group of people gathered together was that they were all birds of a feather. They looked down on each other privately. Although they rarely fought, they never stopped talking. Longshan turned a blind eye to this. Anyway, he was not threatened, so he didn't care at all. The man was angry when he heard his companions' ridicule. He exerted force with both hands and pressed forward fiercely. But Li Yao could no longer stand still. She moved forward a distance with her right hand holding the blade, then turned her right hand over, quickly pulled out the dagger, pressed down fiercely, and at the same time raised her left leg up and kicked the man's chin on the spot. With a click, the man let go of the knife, rolled his eyes and fell backwards, hitting the back of his head on the concrete floor, and died on the spot. Seeing the girl on the opposite side act so decisively and lethally, the other 4 men began to be alert. Li Yao picked up the man's machete and threw it directly at the corpse on the ground, hitting the head instantly. Anyway, the corpse turned. The 4 men on the opposite side swallowed their saliva, then all took out their machetes, and a man shouted, "Girl, we are 4-1, you have no chance of winning, give up resistance." "You're still talking nonsense when it's already this point?" Li Yao held the dagger with both hands and continued to shout, "I think it's more like a 1-on-4 fight. You 4, all of you will die here today." The 4 of them didn't waste any more words and rushed up together. Li Yao used the dagger in her left hand to find an opportunity to block, and at the same time launched an attack with her right hand. The man on the left showed a fierce look on his face, and swung his knife to chop at her leg. Li Yao held the knife in her right hand, and quickly stabbed the knee of the man on the right, then blocked it with a dagger in her left hand. With a ding, Li Yao blocked the machete with her knife, then pulled the man behind her with her right hand, quickly pulled forward a few steps, and used the force to immediately pull back. The figure moved away, but the dagger in her hand also flew out and directly stabbed one of the men in the forehead. Although she had only practiced for a short time, Li Yao was familiar with some quick killing techniques, while the men on the opposite side were just stronger, and they chopped randomly, with flaws everywhere. Chapter 139. A few minutes later, Li Yao managed to kill the remaining 3 people. 2 of them died on the spot, and the other ran too fast to be caught up. Li Yao wiped the blood-stained knife on the clothes of the corpse on the ground a few times, then put it in her pocket, and went forward to help Xiaoyan leave. Just as she was supporting Xiaoyan with her back to the door, a figure suddenly rushed out from inside, kicked Li Yao's back with one foot, and rushed forward like a kite with a broken string. Puff! Li Yao was kicked, and her throat felt sweet, and a lot of blood spurted out instantly, and then she fell into the flower bed, and Xiaoyan also fell to the side, unconscious. Longshan walked out of the door, with a fire axe in his hand, and a dark face. "You are very brave. I didn't attack first, but you took advantage of me." Longshan stepped forward and roared in a low voice. He stood in front of Li Yao, his eyes narrowed, and he raised the axe and prepared to chop down. Seeing this scene, Li Yao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. She had exhausted her strength in the fight just now, and was kicked by Longshan. She was seriously injured and unable to stand up again. Seeing that Longshan was about to chop Xiaoyan, Li Yao gritted her teeth, rushed over, and blocked Xiaoyan with her body. "Humph, what's the difference between dying first and dying later?" Longshan shouted coldly, kicked Li Yao on the shoulder, and kicked her away directly. Not only did Xiao Jiao secretly investigate, Longshan also knew that the girl on the ground was the weak spot of Xiao Laoshu. Without further nonsense, Longshan raised the fire axe and immediately chopped at Xiaoyan's head. Just as he was about to swing it down, Uncle Hua made another move a few hundred meters away, and a bullet hit the axe blade directly. Longshan staggered immediately, and the tiger's mouth in his hand shook, and the fire axe fell to the ground. The next second, a roar came from the door behind him. "Longshan, your opponent is me." As soon as the words fell, a fire extinguisher flew out and hit Longshan's back with a bang. This hit made Longshan move a few steps to the side. He knelt on one knee, quickly picked up the axe, and hit Xiaoyan again. But Uncle Hua's shooting skills were very accurate. The second shot followed and hit the axe handle directly, breaking it on the spot. After firing 2 shots in a row, Uncle Hua's position was exposed. Fan Jiang seized the opportunity and quickly counterattacked. Fortunately, Uncle Hua had rich battlefield experience. When he pulled the trigger for the second shot, he quickly put away the gun and stepped on a pedal with his right foot. A few meters to the right, a zombie head was stuck on a wooden stick and moved up a little. Bang! Fan Jiang's bullet arrived as expected, and the zombie head was blown up on the spot. Uncle Hua successfully bought a few seconds of reaction time and quickly disappeared on the roof, the open space on the right side of the abandoned hotel. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Yao forced himself to move forward quickly, picked up Xiaoyan and ran to the wall. Only Xiao Jiao and Longshan were left in the open space. Finally, it's time to fight to the death. Longshan had a gloomy face, threw down the gun without bullets, and then grabbed his clothes and tore them apart, revealing his extremely strong muscles. Xiao Jiao shouted coldly, and grabbed his t-shirt with both hands and tore it apart on the spot. He was like a beast out of the cage, and his body, which was more terrifying than De Zhuang's, was exposed at a glance. The two stared at each other without speaking. After a few seconds, they rushed towards each other at the same time. Xiao Jiao paused slightly, then raised his right leg and swept it horizontally, kicking Longshan's throat fiercely. Feeling the sharp breath coming, Longshan was not willing to be outdone, and also raised his right foot to fight back. The next second, the two of them hit each other with their right legs in the air at the same time, and both felt like they had kicked an iron plate. Then you punched and he palmed, and they desperately hit each other. About 2 minutes later, blood appeared on Xiao Jiao's fist, and Longshan's situation was not much better, and both fists were bleeding. "You and I will join forces. In less than 3 years, in this end of the world, we can control this world." Longshan shouted, and continued to rush towards Xiao Jiao. "Fuck you." Xiao Jiao cursed, stomped his foot on the ground, and rushed back. With a bang, the two fists collided again. Then Xiao Jiao punched Longshan in the ribs, and the next second, the latter swept side kick and kicked his thigh fiercely, and the two separated again. If we fight like this, all the zombies in the city will come over. Longshan covered his waist with his left hand, and then shouted loudly. If that's the case, why don't you just die? Xiao Jiao was getting braver and braver, and his muscles were bleeding. This was caused by overexertion. He still didn't give the other party a break and rushed forward again. At this time, Longshan began to have a trace of retreat. The man opposite him seemed to be desperate. Every time he attacked, he didn't care about his flaws at all. He punched him hard, just wanting to kill him. Once a person has a trace of cowardice, it will be infinitely magnified next. When Xiao Jiao attacked, he didn't care about Longshan's counterattack at all. He fought desperately and resisted forcefully. After several rounds, the latter was seriously exhausted. Although Longshan loved fighting before the end of the world and often went to learn, he was nothing compared to the professional soldiers who really came from the battlefield. In the previous fights, Longshan had never fought with Xiao Jiao in close combat, relying entirely on the advantage of numbers to gain the upper hand. Now that they were fighting, he suddenly realized how terrifying the man on the other side was. Seizing the opportunity, Longshan was hit on the head with an elbow, and at the same time he kicked Xiao Jiao in the chest, and the whole person quickly ran towards the wall. Just as Xiao Jiao was about to chase him, 3 of Longshan's men suddenly appeared behind him. One of them hugged his waist horizontally, and the other 2 picked up the broken stones on the ground and smashed them on his head. His body was hugged, and seeing that Longshan was about to run away, Xiao Jiao shouted angrily, and his muscles burst to the limit. He grabbed the 2 men on the side, twisted their heads, and hit them hard. Suddenly, their heads collapsed and they fell to the ground and fainted. Then Xiao Jiao picked up the man who hugged his waist, clenched his right fist, and smashed it down at his throat, killing him on the spot, but it was too late. Longshan had already sat on the wall and yelled at Xiao Jiao, "Just wait for me. Next time, I drive a tank back to kill you." Then he jumped down. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, smashing the wall next to him, and a small hole appeared on the wall. But then, he heard a familiar voice, and a whistle that cut through the air flew over quickly. Xiao Jiao's eyelids twitched wildly, and he yelled, "Fuck, it's RGP." Then he ran quickly towards the hotel, wishing he had an extra pair of legs. The next second, the wall exploded, and dozens of zombies, including Longshan, were blown into slag on the spot. Chapter 140. Outside the wall, in an alley about 200 meters away, Xiaoyan had already woken up. She supported Li Yao and stood next to Qinyu. Qinyu knelt on one knee, and the box stood up. He held the rocket launcher in his left hand, and aimed at Longshan and fired. Huh? Finally, he's dead. Qinyu saw Longshan being blown to death with his own eyes, then let go of the rocket launcher, sat on the ground, his face pale, leaning against the wall and whispering. At the side and back of the abandoned hotel, Fan Jiang saw that he had missed again, and Longshan was dead. Then he put away the sniper rifle and ran back, intending to evacuate directly. When he slid down the rope to the 3rd floor, and was about to leave, his head suddenly hit a hard object. A deep voice quickly sounded, "Don't move." Dazhuang held the revolver in one hand, then took his sniper rifle with one hand, and then hit his head with a pistol, and Fan Jiang fell to the ground immediately. Fan Jiang was hit by Dazhuang's punches and kicks, and lay on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. Not long after, Uncle Wa also rushed over. He was captured alive. He seems to be the sniper on the opposite side. Dazhuang looked at Uncle Wa and said in a deep voice, "Leave me alive. I can help you. You have seen my marksmanship." Fan Jiang lay on the ground, looking at the dark-faced middle-aged man, begging. Uncle Wa thought for a while, then shook his head. "We don't need to snipe people from a distance. What do we need people like you for?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Wa stepped forward quickly, lifted Fan Jiang's head with one hand, and smashed it to the ground, and then quickly slashed his throat with a dagger. So far, more than 50 people from Longshan forces have all died. Even the abandoned hotel was basically burned out and almost became an empty shell. Dazhuang stepped forward and stabbed the head of the corpse on the ground with a knife to prevent another zombie. Then he carried the captured sniper rifle on his back and quickly left with Uncle Wa. This battle lasted for almost 10 hours. All the people in Longshan were wiped out, and more than half of Xiao Jiao and his people died. Many people were injured and then bitten to death by zombies. Due to the long-lasting gunshots, a large number of zombies were attracted here, and even the zombies outside the city were alarmed, and they walked towards the sewer. Dozens of zombies crowded at the iron gate. The old people and children were forced to leave the small house and run to the basement. Unfortunately, the zombies got in from other entrances. The sewer was dark and full of zombies. It was like hell on earth. Only 2 old people, 5 women, and 4 children ran out. At this time, everyone in the basement had numb faces. Too many people had been lost, and there were no tears left. Everyone was covered in blood, and it was hard to tell whether it was the enemy's blood or their own. There were only a dozen people in the hall. War has always been cruel. Even in this small battle, a large number of ordinary people died. Shuhu's left arm had been chopped off. The gunshot wound was too severe, and could not be cured with the existing medical conditions. Amputation was the best chance to save his life. Qinyu's right hand was also seriously injured. Fortunately, it was bandaged in time some time ago. Uncle Wat took the thread from his clothes and barely sewed the wound. He clamped it with a few wooden boards and hung it on his neck. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to heal. Li Yao's face was no longer pretty. It was covered with dirt and blood, and there were some swollen wounds on it. Da Zhuang was even more frightening. No one knew how many people he and Xiao Jiao had killed. There was no clean skin on their bodies, and they looked like bloody people. After resting for half a month, they all cooperated with each other to set fire to a house near the department store, gradually leading the zombies away. After taking some simple things, everyone moved into the department store. At this time, the area near the building was surrounded by railings by Long Shan and others before, so it was not so easy for zombies to enter. Xiao Jiao later pushed a few more abandoned cars over to block the way. The 5th floor of the department store. There were more than a dozen sheets on the ground, and people went there every day to search for supplies. The 2nd floor was where meat was sold, and it was extremely smelly, and the floors above and below were also contaminated. Fortunately, the floors below sold clothes, bedding, etc., so it didn't matter if they were affected. The upper floors were restaurants and small restaurants, and the things inside had already rotted and were completely useless. On other floors, Xiao Jiao and Qinyu found a total of 3 diesel engines, many solar panels, and even a lot of flashlights. We also found hundreds of canned pork, hundreds of canned fruits, and countless snacks and biscuits, and a large number of other supplies. These days, everyone was full, as if they had returned to the end of the world. Unfortunately, there were still more and more zombies outside. After more than half a month, winter came, and heavy snow fell outside, and everything was white. Xiao Jiao stood at the window on the 5th floor, holding a telescope and looking around, then rubbing his hands and returning to the house. The snow is getting heavier, and the side effects caused by the battle last month have come. The zombies in this city must be counted in tens of thousands at least. Qinyu's wounds had healed by then. He sat on the ground, holding up the captured sniper rifle and studying it carefully. When he heard Xiao Jiao speak, he immediately said, "Yes, there are pros and cons. We have been here for more than a month without worrying about food. The zombies outside are starving and waiting to squeeze in." "Hey." Xiao Jiao came over, picked up a fashion magazine from the ground and threw it into the fire. The flames grew a little bigger. He rubbed his face and continued, "I plan to take them to the south and find a low-lying place to spend the winter. It's too cold. What about you? Do you want to go with us?" Qinyu shook his head. "It's been too long since I left. If I don't go back, I almost forget what my former teammates look like." "Okay." Xiao Jiao nodded. "We packed up 2 large trucks and divided the supplies in half. Let's each take one. You have more people, and we have elderly and children to take care of. Give us more." Qinyu looked at the fire and said softly, "This pile of supplies was discovered because of you. If you hadn't said it, we wouldn't have known at all." Qinyu said again. Xiaoyin came over with a cane and a scarf around her neck. "It was also because of your help that we were able to clear those people and then take these supplies. It's only right that we split them in half. I told you to recover well. Why did you come here?" Xiao Jiao stood up and went forward to support Xiaoyin, saying with a doting look on his face, "It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and you've only been resting for more than a month." Chapter 141. Xiaoyin supported Xiu, then walked to the side and sat down. She put down her crutches and continued, "The room is too stuffy, and it's a bit wasteful to light candles for a long time." Xiu heard this and continued, "We also found a lot of candles here, enough for a long time. But the candles will run out eventually, and then they can't be replenished, so save them," Xiaoyin said with a smile. A few minutes later, Da Zhuang came back. "It's done, and it's almost all divided." Qinyu nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." "Hey, what's Da Zhuang busy with?" Xiao Jiao turned around and looked at him and asked. "Moving supplies. Xiao Yu asked me to give you a little more. I would have done so even if he didn't say it. You found these things in the first place." De Zhuang came over and sat by the fire, saying seriously. Xiao Jiao was about to answer, but Xinyu changed the subject in time. When are you leaving? Hearing the question, Xiao Jiao turned his head and looked out the window, then looked at the other people sitting on the ground reading and playing in the house, thought for a while, and said, Tomorrow morning, it seems that the snow has become a little lighter recently, so we should leave quickly. Chen Yu hummed and asked casually, Will we meet again in the future? Xiao Jiao laughed. The world is round. If nothing unexpected happens, we will meet again. Getting up and putting the sniper rifle away, Chen Yu said oh, and didn't say anything else. After more than half a minute of silence, Xiao Jiao stood up and stood beside him, and said softly, When you can replenish your physical strength, remember to exercise more every day, and practice the skills of using daggers to attack more. I understand. Chen Yu looked at the large number of zombies outside the window, and nodded in response. At night, everyone sat by the fire, finished dinner, and then chatted with each other. Chen Yu threw the leftover packaging bag into the fire and burned it, then whispered, Li Yao. Li Yao was changing the bandage on Xiaoyin's ankle. When she heard Chen Yu calling her, she turned her head and asked, What's the matter? Are you willing to go with me and Dazhuang? Yes. Li Yao didn't wait for him to finish and quickly answered. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, and continued, I haven't finished yet. Whatever you say, I'm willing. Li Yao was very determined, looking into his eyes, and said sincerely. Xiaoyin, who was standing next to him, pulled Li Yao calmly and whispered, What are you doing? I was just wondering if you want to go with us. Li Yao touched her hand and replied, There has to be a first come first served. After talking for a while, everyone returned to their beds and prepared to rest. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, everyone stood at the intersection behind the department store, with two large trucks parked next to them, and began to say goodbye. Xiaoyin hugged Li Yao, buried her head in her arms, and said with red eyes, I will miss your sister Xiao Yao. I will miss you too, Xiaoyin. Li Yao stroked her back with her right hand. She said softly, This is for you, one for each of us, and you are not allowed to take it off when eating, bathing, or sleeping. Xiaoyin wiped her eyes imperceptibly, took out a small thing from her pocket, and stuffed it into her hand. Li Yao took a closer look and saw a small bracelet in her hand, which was very beautiful. Where did you get this? Li Yao was startled and then asked. I asked Brother Xiao to take it from a zombie. Don't worry, I boiled it many times with hot water. I used water melted from snow. Xiaoyin put the bracelet on her and said seriously, Haha, thank you. Li Yao smiled gently and took out a bow, an arrow from the box next to her, and handed it to Xiaoyin. This is a bow and arrow I made myself after asking Brother Dazhuang for advice. It is made of bamboo strips. I made it a little slowly, but fortunately I caught up last night. Wow, it's so beautiful. Xiaoyin took the bow and looked at it lovingly. The bow was painted light blue, and there were 10 arrows in the quiver. The tail was stuck with pheasant feathers, and the colorful colors were very beautiful. Li Yao smiled and said, You don't like to use guns, but it's hard to survive in the end times without using guns. But sooner or later, the bullets will run out, so after thinking about it, I still gave you a bow. Xiaoyin took the bow, stepped forward excitedly, and kissed Li Yao on the cheek. Li Yao smiled, and did not stop him this time. Sister Xiaoyin, can you let me see your bow? Xiaohu stood beside him, and asked. Here, take a look. Xiaoyin handed the bow over. It's really good. Xiaohu took it in one hand, and weighed it for a few times, with envy in his eyes. It's a pity that I only have one hand left, and I can't even draw the bow. Although Xiaohu liked it very much, he still returned the bow to Xiaoyin, turned around and walked to the back, ready to get into the compartment of the truck. Seeing the one-armed boy in front of them, the people present were all moved. Xiaohu hadn't walked a few steps, when he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Wait a minute, Xiaohu. He turned his head, and saw Dazhuang running over, with an object in his hand. Who said you can't use a bow with one hand? Dazhuang ran forward and handed him the thing in his hand. This is a crossbow, and it's made from a modified bow? Xiaohu took the crossbow and said excitedly, Hee, this is a thing invented by our ancestors. It is said that it has been more than 3,000 years. A wooden arm is installed next to the bow body, and then a mechanism is installed to control the bowstring to fire. Dazhuang patted him on the shoulder with one hand and laughed. Master, how did you make this? Xiaohu was very happy, and looked at it carefully. Before the end of the world, a good brother of mine liked to tinker with it. Although I don't like to use this thing, I can also string it with one hand. Like this I show you. Dazhuang took the crossbow, Put it on the ground and stepped on it. I made a bulge at the bottom. Press it with your foot, then pull the bowstring with your right hand, and then there will be a small piece of wood stuck. Then point the crossbow body upwards, and then put the arrow in. With the arrow body in, the small piece of wood will bounce down, and then the front will press against the arrow body. Pull the trigger, and it can be fired. Dazhuang demonstrated it to him simply. It's all thanks to your brother Xiao. He's very familiar with guns, and he explained it to me for a long time, so I came up with this idea. Dazhuang handed the quiver to Xiaohu as well, and hung it diagonally behind him. Since he got the crossbow, Xiaohu's eyes have lighted up again. After a few simple instructions, everyone got into the car. Qin Yu, Dazhuang, and Li Yao drove a large truck and drove away to the left. Two cars, two groups of people, drove in different directions. Chapter 142. Fortunately, most of the zombies were trapped near the front door of the hotel and the department store. After a few turns, the two cars left the city safely. Dazhuang was driving the car, and Qin Yu was sitting in the passenger seat looking at the map with a frown. What's wrong? Dazhuang glanced at Qin Yu's expression and asked casually. We have to cross a bridge on the way back. I wonder if it will be the same as last time. Qin Yu expressed his concerns. It doesn't mean that a bridge will collapse. If there is a crack, we can just take a detour. Anyway, there is more gasoline this time, right, Li Yao? Dazhuang spoke. Yeah. Li Yao touched the 3 large oil drums beside him and nodded. We pumped a lot of oil for backup this time. We are only 200 or 300 kilometers away, which should be enough. Qin Yu hummed and turned his head to look out the window, thinking. There are many zombies on the road, but most of them are concentrated on the roadside. The speed is kept at 50 or 60. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to return to Dazhuang community in a day. But soon, the farther we drove, the more snow there was on the road, and the road began to freeze. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Dazhuang stepped on the brakes and stopped. What happened? Qin Yu was dozing off. When he felt the car stop, he turned his head and asked, then looked out the window. It seems to be a plain here, and most of the surrounding plants have been crushed by the snow. Dazhuang jumped out of the car, looked at the ground, and said, the road is too slippery, we have to put on anti-skid chains. Qin Yu and Li Yao nodded, took their weapons, and got out of the car. Li Yao, you hold the rifle and be alert, pay attention to the surrounding movements, I will follow Dazhuang to put iron chains on the tires. After a quick order, the 2 men started to act. 10 minutes later, the anti-skid chain was put on. Qin Yu shouted, and the 3 of them continued to return to the car. It's freezing. As soon as the 2 got in the car, they rubbed their palms quickly to try to keep warm. Use this to warm up. Li Yao took 2 glass water cups, which she found in the department store at the time. When she left, she boiled some hot water and put on thick socks. It's still hot now. The 2 men took the water cups and rolled them on their faces. Dazhuang smiled and said, it's really not good to have no women in his family. We only drink water, but they can think of using hot water to keep warm. Qin Yu laughed but didn't respond. He started the truck and continued to drive forward. The snow on the road was still thick. Now that there was no snowplow, it was difficult to walk on the road. Dazhuang drove very slowly along the way, basically at about 30 miles per hour. At night, it was almost dark, and they had only walked half the distance. Due to the cold, the zombies moved very slowly, but they were still active in the wild, ready to move. Finally, after walking for an hour, it was completely dark, and they had to turn on the car lights to continue walking. This was tantamount to being a target at night in the end of the world. And I don't know if it was because it was night, the snow got heavier. The 3 of them had no choice but to rest on a flat ground, lock the truck, and lock the back with iron chains. Then they came to a small shed next to them. I don't know what it was made of, but it was ventilated on all sides. But at least there was a roof to cover the snow. Li Yao took out the plastic sheet and started to tie it up to barely block the wind. Dazhuang went out to collect dry firewood, and as for Qin Yu, he used the old method to prepare to make an early warning device. During the days of living in the department store, we drank a lot of canned drinks. No one threw them away, but used ropes to string them together, making 3 cans in a group, each extending more than 10 meters. Now there are more than 10 such devices left in the carriage. Qin Yu held 2 in his hand and hung one on his body, and started walking in 3 directions. After walking about 10 meters, he surrounded the small shed in a triangle. This kind of can, due to the increased weight, will not be triggered by ordinary wind. Moreover, if the wind is really strong, they will not choose to spend the night in the wild. 3 people were tied to the tree in groups of 3, about 2 meters apart. A few minutes later, the three people wore down jackets and continued to hide in the shed. Chinyu took out 3 canned meats and said, "It's not safe in the wild. It's easy to be discovered if you make a fire. You have to work hard tonight." Next to Li Yao were 3 sleeping bags. They were called sleeping bags, but they were just quilts sewn together. You could sleep in them. At that time, many quilts in the building were contaminated, but some were intact. Every day, the women used needlework to transform quilts into sleeping bags. After all, winter is coming. It is difficult to survive in the wild without thick clothes, thick quilts, and fire. That department store is really a treasure. It has everything. Dazhuang picked up the canned food, opened it, and started eating. Yes, if there weren't so many zombies around, it wouldn't be a problem in a few years. Chinyu also agreed. After eating, the 3 of them spread a layer of plastic film on the ground to prevent it from getting dirty. Everyone got into their sleeping bags without taking off their clothes. After all, the temperature outside was probably close to 0 degrees. Around midnight, there was a crackling sound in the open space. The 3 people opened their eyes almost at the same time and quickly got out of their sleeping bags. Li Yao put away the sleeping bag, and then Dazhuang shone a flashlight into the distance, and his face suddenly changed. "Damn, a wild boar is hitting a tree." Chinyu pondered for a while, turned around and asked Li Yao, "What time is it now?" Li Yao raised her wrist and looked at it, then said, 3:30 in the morning. "Almost done." Chinyu walked away to pack up the warning device, saying as he walked, "It's almost dawn, let's not sleep here, let's pack up and sit in the car for a few hours." Dazhuang and Li Yao nodded and quickly packed up. Inside the truck. Since the car was not started, and the air conditioner was not turned on, the temperature inside the car was not much different from that outside. Although there was a small bed in the backseat area, it was too small for 3 people to sleep, so they chose to spend the night in the wild. Each of them was covered with a blanket, curled up in the seat, chatting casually. Suddenly, a cold wind began to blow outside. "Do you have any wine?" The window next to where Chinyu sat was rotten, with a big hole. Although it was covered with paper, gusts of cold wind still blew in. Chinyu had no choice but to ask, wanting to drink a few sips to warm himself up. Li Yao stretched out her little hand and fumbled under the seat, then took out a bottle of wine, looked at it with a flashlight, confirmed that it was drinkable, and then took the lead in drinking a sip. After taking a sip of wine, Li Yao's face quickly turned red, and she looked very cute. She felt a little better, and continued to pass the wine to Chinyu. Trembling, Chinyu took it and quickly drank 2 gulps, then passed it to Dazhuang. "Damn it, next time, no matter what the situation is, we have to light a fire." Dazhuang also shivered with cold and spoke. The other 2 heard this and nodded together. Chapter 143. After about 3 hours, the sky gradually brightened. Chinyu jumped out of the car, lying on the ground and doing dozens of push-ups to warm up his body. Then he followed Dazhuang and the others, using branches to clear the snow in front of the windshield, and continued on the road. At this time, the snow on the ground was almost up to the ankles, and the further they went, the thicker the snow became. 2 hours later, the snow on the road was almost as deep as their calves. Chinyu kept staring at the map, and Dazhuang drove slowly according to his instructions. Almost a whole day passed, more than 10 hours, and the 3 of them did not get off the car, relying on biscuits to fill their stomachs. As the snow became heavier, they had to slow down their speed to go back for safety. Chinyu stood in front of the car, and the snow on the ground immediately covered his calves. He squatted down and pinched a handful with his hands, then opened the map and looked at it for a few times. The road ahead may become more and more difficult to walk. Li Yao, holding a rifle and wearing the hood of a down jacket on his head, walked over and said, "The snow will not stop for a while, we have to find a place to stay for 2 days." Dazhuang kicked a pile of snow on the ground and agreed. "She's right. Although I really want to go back to see my little sister, if something happens on the way, I may never see her again in this life." Chinyu's expression was uncertain, and then he closed the map and said, "There is a hillside on the right side of the road ahead, and there is a big river below. If there is this level of snow, we can't drive through it. If we can't drive through it, then take a break for 2 days. Can a living person die from holding his urine?" Dazhuang opened the car door and got in, then turned back and shouted, "Let's go, find a place to stay, let's have some hot pot. We have so much hot pot base, it's a waste if we don't use it." The 2 nodded and followed. After getting in the car, Dazhuang drove the truck slowly forward. "By the way, Li Yao." Chinyu thought of something and turned around and asked, "What are the things in our car? I haven't noticed it yet." Li Yao heard his question and took out a notebook from under the cushion, which recorded the detailed quantity of these goods. She flipped through a few pages and then paused. 150 cans of canned meat, 100 cans of different canned fruits, 2 diesel generators, 10 sets of solar folding charging panels. Unfortunately, those large solar panels are broken. Li Yao frowned and continued. No problem, it's good to have these. Qin Yu said softly, how many watts is the charging panel? Well, it's not written here, but I seem to remember it's 30 watts. Li Yao thought for a while and answered. What else is left? Qin Yu asked again. 7 packs of hot pot base, dozens of bags of salt, etc. As for water, 3 barrels of purified water, 3 boxes of mineral water, and some beverages, wine, etc. A total of 7 boxes. These good things, wow! De Zhuang smacked his lips and continued, don't worry, I will only hand over a small part of them after returning to the community, and we will keep the rest for our own use. Hee, anyway, they are all for people to use. It's not bad to exchange them for other things. Qin Yu smiled. He still remembered that De Zhuang once said that he could use materials to exchange material coins, and then use the coins to exchange for other materials. I also brought 10 8W power banks. Li Yao read the last line of information and continued. Hey, why do you bring these things? I don't even know where I lost my phone. De Zhuang was concentrating on driving the car while staring at the road ahead. Hearing the last sentence, he asked curiously. Oh, this, Xiao Yin said that it might be possible to find that kind of UBS night light in the future. You can just plug it into the charging board when you turn it over, and it can also provide lighting. Li Yao closed the notebook and continued. Okay. Da Zhuang responded and continued to drive. After a while, they found a good place, under a highway bridge, with piers to block the wind, and the car could be parked under it to prevent being covered by heavy snow. The 3 of them jumped out of the car with their weapons. As soon as they got down, the snow covered Chen Yu's knees, which scared him. He walked under the highway bridge, but not far away, a very dry hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed Qin Yu. Qin Yu pulled out a dagger with his right hand, stepped forward and stabbed the zombie's eyeball, then hit its ear with the knife. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the zombie's ear broke directly. Wait a minute. Li Yao, who was walking in front, felt something was wrong and picked up the telescope to look under the bridge in front. What's the matter? De Zhuang didn't look far away, but only stared at the bottom of his feet, so he didn't see it. He turned his head and asked. Li Yao stared carefully for a while, then said, It's okay. It seems that there is a zombie lying on the riverside. I saw it wrong. Hearing this answer, Qin Yu ran back to the car, took down the sniper rifle, and prepared to use it to take a look. Uncle Hua said a few days ago that this can also be used to see far away, since it is necessary to perform long-distance sniping tasks. Under normal circumstances, the sniper scope can see farther. Qin Yu looked carefully, and suddenly he was slightly stunned and said, It seems to be a person who was frozen to death. No, if he dies, he should become a zombie. That person seems to be almost frozen to death. Qin Yu put the gun on his back, closed the car door, and ran over there. Since we have chosen to stay here temporarily, we should at least clean it up, even though we don't know what it is. The 3 of them came under the bridge, and saw clearly what was on the ground. Only a pair of feet were exposed, without shoes, and the soles of the feet were exposed. The toes were already frostbitten, but there was still a trace of blood. The heavy snow covered most of the person on the ground, and the upper body was buried. Da Zhuang picked up a dead branch on the ground and pulled away the snow. Then a thin layer of plastic film was exposed. He bent down and lifted a corner, revealing the face of the person below. The person covered by snow had very few clothes on him, and he was wearing a pair of dirty pants that he had picked up from somewhere. Only half of them were left. There were snowflakes on his eyelashes, his face was basically frozen red, his lips were also frostbitten, and his hands were tightly covering his neck, trying to warm up a little. It was a young girl. De Zhuang was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but say, Why is it her? Qin Yu and Li Yao asked curiously, Do you know her? De Zhuang then shook his head and frowned and said, Do you remember? I said before why I would be the first to shoot arrows and set fires. Well, you said you saw someone dying. Chen Yu nodded. I didn't explain it clearly at the time. After Longshan stripped the man naked, he was whipped several times, then kicked and slapped, and the whole person fainted, so I couldn't help but shoot the arrow. De Zhuang said slowly. She is the survivor I saw. Chapter 144. The sound of the 3 people talking, plus the film was lifted, the cold wind blew in, the person on the ground trembled and opened his eyes. The next moment, She climbed up and quickly crawled towards the river. Grabbing a rope tied to a stone, and then pulling it up, a fishing trap floated to the surface. The girl quickly stepped forward and reached in with her right hand, grabbed a palm-sized fish and pulled it out. Then, she held it with both hands, opened her mouth and bit the fish's belly. The three stood a few meters away, quietly watching her wolf down a fish. After a few seconds, the girl ate the fish clean, then reached into the trap and continued to feel around, but found nothing. After a few hours, she finally caught a fish. The girl untied the trap, grabbed it in her hand, and then went back to pick up the plastic film on the ground. Her face was expressionless, her eyes were dull, and she limped downstream, completely ignoring the three people next to her. Before she had walked far, her left foot slipped, and she stepped on nothing, falling directly to the left and into the icy cold river water. More than 10 seconds passed, and the girl still didn't respond, lying in the river, motionless. Dajwang gritted his teeth, threw down a sentence and ran up. "I will eat less food myself, take her with me." Holding a stone in his right hand, Dajwang dragged the girl out of the river. Qinyu and Liao didn't stand there, and quickly picked up a pile of dry firewood on the ground and prepared to make a fire. Suddenly, Liao thought of something. She dropped the wood, ran back to the car to pick up a down jacket, and brought a pot by the way, filled a pot with snow on the ground and ran back. Dajwang ran over with the girl in his arms, and put her on the ground. At this time, the girl's forehead was swollen and her face was pale. Everyone worked together. Liao put thick clothes on her, Dajwang put a pot on the stove to boil water, and Qinyu blew hard at the fire. The busy figures of the three people added a touch of warmth in this extremely tragic end of the world, and in this snowy winter. For these strangers who were about to freeze to death and starve to death, they brought a kind of mutual help between people that only existed before the end of the world. The hot water was quickly boiled, and Liao wet a towel and wiped the stains on the girl's face. Dajwang quickly dug a small hole in the ground with a dagger, then laid the film, sprinkled some snow, poured some hot water, and then put the girl's feet in. The snow was sprinkled to prevent the hot water from scalding the film. About a minute later, as the fire grew bigger and bigger, the coldness around was dispelled a lot, and the girl slowly opened her eyes. She staggered, quickly jumped to the side, picked up the cage on the ground and wanted to run. Dajwang hugged her tightly and said quickly, "Don't be afraid, you have seen me. Look at me carefully, we know each other." The girl struggled desperately in Dajwang's arms, trying to break free, but how could a woman weighing less than 80 kilograms be a match for this man? Perhaps she was tired of struggling, or perhaps she had been listening to the voice of the man above her head. She slowly raised her head and tried to stare at the person in front of her. 10 seconds later, the girl's severely chapped lips opened. It's you?" The girl's dull eyes remembered something and gradually opened wider. Because she hadn't spoken for more than a month, and the food she ate was very messy, the girl's throat had been injured a little, and her voice was not as good as before. The girl's voice was very hoarse now, like an old woman in her 70s or 80s, but she was only 21 years old. The strongman Dajwang was also red-eyed now, although it was not clear what had happened to the girl for the time being. But he had seen that day that the girl did not cry out even after being whipped several times in order not to surrender. The girl was about the same age as his sister who depended on him for everything. Dajwang could not imagine if his little sister was alone in the wild, tortured by the cold, and had to prevent the zombies from attacking. He felt so distressed just thinking about this scene. The girl in front of him, he didn't know whose daughter she was, and whose sister she was. The girl couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. She kept repeating, "It's you. It's you." Suddenly, she saw a can of meat placed next to the fire, and rushed over quickly, grabbed it with her left hand, opened the ring with her right hand, and didn't care about the heat. She grabbed the meat directly with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth quickly. Seeing this scene, Liao was also a little moved. A good person was forced into this state by this doomsday. She was lucky to meet Qinyu and his group of people, otherwise, she might have lived a hard life like the girl in front of her, just for a bite of food. Liao walked over and squatted, put her hand on the girl's shoulder and whispered, "Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry." The girl quickly finished the can, not wanting to waste even the soup, and drank it all. She even licked the liquid on her fingers clean. The food she ate now was the most normal she had eaten in more than a month. After the girl finished eating, she knelt by the fire, lowered her head and said, "Is there water?" Liao said softly, "Yes." Then he took off the water cup hanging from his waist, and handed it to her. The girl took the half cup of water, and drank it all. Then, she felt as if she was really alive. The girl put her hands on the fire, felt the rare warmth, felt full, and began to have strength. Thank you. The girl turned around quickly, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the three people. You don't have to do this. De Zhuang couldn't bear it, stepped forward to help her up, and asked, I remember you left with those two people. Why are you the only one left? The girl sat by the fire, and when she heard De Zhuang's words, her memory emerged in her mind, and then she began to tell the story slowly. After leaving the abandoned hotel, the three of us kept running, but there were always two people chasing us. The man who led us away fought hard to kill the two people, but the sound of fighting attracted many zombies. The road was dark, and we couldn't see the direction clearly. We ran all the way until we reached a dead end. Chinger and I were stuffed into a trash can, and the man ran in another direction to try to lead the zombies away. Chinger was worried and ran out with me. I wanted to go out, but the trash can fell over and the lid was against the wall, so I couldn't push it. The girl lowered her head, scratched the soil with her fingers, and spoke slowly to herself. Not long after, I felt my eyelids were heavy and tired, and then I fainted. Chapter 145. What happened next? How did you get out? De Zhuang asked. The girl pondered for a while, and continued to answer. I hid in there for about a day and a night, and then I don't know why, there were fewer and fewer zombies nearby. On the third day, I was so hungry that I shook the trash can hard, and it rolled, revealing a small hole, and then I crawled out. After I came out, I found a zombie lying at the entrance of the alley. I couldn't figure out why at the time, but I saw that the other zombies didn't come in, and then they just wandered outside. The girl continued to speak slowly based on her memory. I waited for the zombies outside to go far away, then dragged the corpse on the ground inside, and smeared the internal organs on my body. Strange, you don't have a knife. How did you chop the zombies? Qinyu asked from the side. No need for a knife, I have nails. The zombies' stomachs are very soft. I can poke them in with a little force. The girl said with her head down. Qinyu took a closer look and found that the girl's nails on both hands were all worn off. It must be because the nails were not cleaned well afterwards, so fortunately they were gone. What's your name? De Zhuang added a few pieces of wood to the fire and asked softly. Wang Ning. Ning as in solidified. You can call me Xiao Ning. De Zhuang nodded and introduced the three of them. Xiao Ning rested her chin on her knees, and stared at the firelight and hummed. What happened later? Didn't you run into those two people again? How did you survive? Qinyu looked at the frostbite on her hands, and continued to ask. I was following the zombies, and was very tired, so I walked crookedly. Perhaps because of this reason, no zombies found me. After walking for a while, I saw the road out of the city. There were zombies everywhere. I was scared and hungry, so I was forced to follow some zombies out of the city. At night, I sneaked away from the zombies and hid in the woods. Maybe I was destined to die. I found a tortoise near the roots of a tree. After listening to these words, Qinyu suddenly understood something. He was stunned for a moment and said, You gave it to. Xiaoning kept digging the soil on the ground with her hands, and said in a low voice, Well, I ate it raw. I couldn't make a fire, and I couldn't make a fire. I lived a few more days relying on its meat, and then I met a garbage truck overturned on the side of the road. I searched inside, and found a fishing cage, and a piece of film. With these, I walked along the river, stopping and starting until now. You eat everything raw? The more Qinyu listened, the more pitiful he felt. Not all. Xiaoning raised her head, looked at him and replied, Sometimes you can find some wild fruits and the like. Zombies will eat animals, but they won't touch these. After talking for a while, it was dark. Then Qinyu and Li Yao tied the cans 10 meters away, and then walked back with a few sticks. He dug a hole in the ground with a dagger, then inserted a wooden stick to fix it, and then pulled up the plastic sheet, one side against the wall, and 3 sides to block the wind. Li Yao took a few canned fruits and heated them by the fire, looking at Xiaoning curiously. You catch fish in the river, aren't you afraid of dead fish? Xiaoning was slightly stunned. Dead fish, what is that? Qinyu patted the dust on his hands and explained softly. Dead fish, similar to zombies. This virus can also revive animal corpses, and even animals will mutate when attacked. I don't know if it's because animals are easily eaten by zombies. So far, we have only encountered corpse snakes, corpse dogs and the like. We are worried about the possibility of corpse fish, so we rarely go near the river. Qinyu added. Xiaoning thought carefully for a while, and then suddenly realized, I know what you were talking about. She picked up a wooden stick, walked a few steps to the side, and started digging at a snow pile. The 3 of them followed with torches. 10 seconds later, Xiaoning held 2 strange-looking things in her hands, and threw them on the ground. They looked a bit like fish. Yu squatted down and shone a torch on them, then said, "Why do they look a bit like fish, but also a bit different? They look like they have legs." Xiaoning squatted down and explained, "I didn't know what these were at first. They don't move in the water, they just float on the surface. I caught one by accident when I was fishing. It didn't move in the water, but it crawled when I threw it on the ground." "Huh?" The three of them were stunned when they heard it. "No, did I hear it right? The fish can't move in the water, but it moves on the ground?" De Zhuang couldn't believe it. "You heard it right," Xiaoning said seriously, pointing at the belly of the dead fish on the ground. "Look, does it look like 2 feet? The fish bones have changed, and sharp teeth have grown in its mouth, and 2 bones in its abdomen have split downwards. I didn't know what these were at the time. After that, I didn't dare to fish in areas with dead fish in the water. I thought those live fish would eat their own kind, but they didn't. But I don't understand why the meat on their bodies disappeared. Until one day, I saw a bird eating a dead fish. After eating, the bird didn't mutate, but it was too disgusting. The dead fish was full of rotten meat. I didn't dare to eat it." Xiaoning used a wooden stick to swing something on the ground and continued. "Later, a bird accidentally fell into the water while fishing. Its wings were wet, and it couldn't fly. I caught it, then fished out a dead fish and bit the bird's leg with the dead fish's teeth. Half an hour later, the bird died. 10 seconds later, it resurrected and became almost like a zombie. It began to become violent. At the beginning, the dead bird could fly, but its feet were tied by me. This damn apocalypse is getting more and more scary. The zombies haven't mutated, but all kinds of animal zombies are emerging one after another." De Zhuang cursed and vented. "From our perspective, the appearance of zombies is not normal." Yu thought carefully. He was very smart and quickly figured out the general idea. Although zombies will not stop, they will rot. After a long time, the flesh on their bodies will be almost rotten, and only the skeleton will be left. They can still attack people. They don't gain energy from eating. It's also because of the virus that zombies like to bite all living things. Similarly, birds infected with the virus also like to attack people. By the way, did the meat on the bird's wings rot later? If only bones are left on the wings, then the feathers will fall off, and it will be impossible to fly again. Yu looked at Xiaoning and suddenly asked. Chapter 146. Xiaoning shook her head. "It's winter, and the temperature is lower, so it's not so easy to rot. I don't have time to keep watching. I just smash the bird's head and leave." Li Yao, who used to be a top student, answered this question directly. "In fact, we already know the answer. We have been out for so long now, and we have basically never encountered dead birds flying in the sky, right? If nothing unexpected happens, we will have to deal with them soon," Yu said solemnly. "Oh, never mind, we will fight back when the enemy comes and cover the water with earth." Da Zhuang kicked the 2 dead fish on the ground back into the pit, covered them with snow again and said, "How did you solve the problem of drinking water?" The 4 of them returned to the fire, and Li Yao looked at Xiaoning and asked, "Use this." Xiaoning took out a plastic bag from her body. "I will find some clean snow, put a little in the bag, and use the heat of my body to melt it, and there will be water." "You are too miserable." Yu was slightly startled and couldn't help but say, "First survive, then talk about life." Xiaoning held the bag in her hand, and was about to put it into her clothes. Li Yao stepped forward, grabbed her hand, threw the plastic bag into the fire, and then said seriously, "You won't need it in the future, you don't need these." Xiaoning's heart was suddenly touched when she heard this. Then she raised her head and said with a smile, "Yeah." The 4 of them crowded around the fire, eating and chatting. Xiaoning had just eaten a can, so she just kept the fire burning next to her. Yu continued to hand De Zhuang a can and said first, "If not for yourself, then for us. How can you have the strength to kill zombies without eating?" De Zhuang wanted to object, but Yu opened the can and placed it in front of him. "It's already opened. It's a waste if you don't eat it." A few minutes later, several people prepared to melt snow blocks to soak their feet. After all, there was no need to suffer. Decided to take Xiaoning with them, so her plastic film was no longer needed. The 3 continued to dig a pit next to them, and took turns using it. Yu stared at Xiaoning for a while, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he had seen her before, but he couldn't remember where. Xiaoning glanced and saw Yu staring at her, so she was stunned for a moment and said, "Isn't my face clean yet?" "No." Yu looked away and continued, "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" Xiaoning shook her head. "No, I'm the only child in my family. After the zombie outbreak, I followed my father to hide in the city and lived a hard life. At that time, there were not many zombies in the city." Yu said "Oh," but didn't say anything. Soon, everyone was ready to rest. Since they didn't bring extra sleeping bags, Li Yao cut the quilt and covered Xiao Ning with it. It was a peaceful night. The next day, Li Yao woke up. Xiao Ning was no longer around. Qin Yu and De Zhuang didn't know where they went. The fire was much smaller, with only a few small pieces of wood left burning. Li Yao picked up a few pieces of firewood on the ground and threw them into the fire, then opened the plastic sheet and walked out. Xiao Ning was setting the trap at this time. When she heard the noise, she looked back and said with a smile, "You're awake. Well, what are you doing?" "We have food." Li Yao walked over and helped her set the trap. "Where are the two of them? Why can't we see them?" Xiao Ning pointed in a direction. They said there were zombies blocked by ropes over there, so they went to clean them up. Li Yao said, "Oh," returned to the bed, picked up his rifle, and went to find them. Near the overpass camp, Qin Yu took a sharpened wooden stick and stabbed it into the forehead of a zombie in front of him with a neat movement, and it collapsed instantly. After inserting the wooden stick into the ground, Qin Yu stepped forward and swung the zombie so that it hung on the rope. "What are you doing? Why don't you clean up the corpse?" Li Yao came from behind and asked. Hearing that someone was coming, Qin Yu clapped his hands, shook off the snow residue on it, and turned around and said, "The temperature is very low, and the stench of the corpse is basically unscented. This posture, from a distance, looks like a zombie standing, which can scare away other survivors." It was snowing heavily. After being out for a while, Li Yao's hair was covered with snow. She patted her sleeves and whispered, "The environment outside is like a natural freezer. No one can survive outside, right?" Qin Yu laughed, "Who knows? It's good to be safe. Let's go back and warm ourselves by the fire. We probably won't be able to leave today." Qin Yu picked up a stick and walked under the bridge. Next to the fire under the bridge, Qin Yu and Li Yao pulled open the plastic sheet and walked in. Xiao Ning, who was chopping wood inside, was startled. "Where is De Zhuang?" "He said that there is no roof. It's too cold. Cut a tree and bring it back to build a shed." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rustling sound outside, like something was dragging on the ground. Qin Yu chuckled. "Ha, if you mention the devil, he will appear." Xiao Ning put down her knife and walked out when she heard it. "Hey, what are you doing out here? Go in quickly, your frostbite hasn't healed yet. It's too cold outside." De Zhuang's voice sounded outside. Then Xiao Ning was pushed in by him. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw this. De Zhuang had said before that he would find a sister-in-law for his younger sister. It seems that this day is coming soon. "What are you smiling at?" Li Yao sat next to Qin Yu and asked curiously when she saw his appearance. "Nothing." Qin Yu didn't say anything, but got up and walked outside to help build it. Li Yao rolled her eyes at him. This man was hiding his little thoughts. Then she saw Xiao Ning's hand. She grabbed it and said, "Sit down, let me see your hand." After looking at it for a few times, Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not an external injury, it's just frostbite caused by being too cold. Xiao Ning whispered, "It doesn't hurt, it's just itchy, but unfortunately my nails have been worn off, and I can't scratch it even if I want to." Li Yao warmed his hands, then covered the back of her hand, and said, "Fortunately you don't have nails. You dug out the zombie's internal organs at that time, and if you get frostbite like this, you might get infected." "Have you ever had this before?" Li Yao asked. Xiao Ning shook her head. After thinking for a while, Li Yao slapped her thigh. "I used to have a roommate who got frostbite in winter. I remember what she used to soak her skin." Suddenly, Li Yao remembered and said, "Wait a minute, I go get something." You dig some snow and continue to boil water. Soon, Li Yao came back from the car with a can of beer. Xiao Ning was startled when she saw it. "Isn't it cold to drink in the winter?" "This is not for drinking, this is for curing your frostbite," Li Yao replied. No, I'm already grateful that you're willing to take me in. Don't waste food. I can bear it." Xiao Ning shook her head like a rattle. "Oh, Dazhuang quits drinking, Qin Yu doesn't drink, and I don't drink either. We only drink white wine occasionally to warm ourselves up. There's no point in keeping this beer." Li Yao sat next to her, and said with a smile. Chapter 147. Without waiting for Xiao Ning to speak again, Li Yao took the pot off the stove, poured beer into it and stirred it, then tested the temperature, and then asked her to put both hands in. Seeing Xiao Ning still hesitating, Li Yao simply pressed it down. As soon as she touched the water, she felt some strange sensations on her hands. "How is it?" Li Yao asked with concern. "It seems," Xiao Ning replied weakly, "it doesn't seem to hurt much, it feels very comfortable." "Don't be stubborn. If you get hurt, you have to treat it. Otherwise, what will happen if you have sequelae?" Li Yao smiled and touched her hand, gently massaging it with hot water. About 20 minutes later, Li Yao took her hand out. At this moment, her whole hand was red, but strangely, Xiaoning felt that her frostbite seemed to have disappeared. The shed had been covered, with some leaves on it, and a small hole left to let the smoke out. In this way, the temperature inside was much better. Keep this water, you can soak it twice, once a day in the future, and it will be much better in about a week. Li Yao collected the water with a film and turned around to give instructions. Thank you. Xiaoning looked at her gratefully and said, It's okay. Li Yao waved her hand and sat down to warm herself by the fire. The next day, she still did not choose to leave. The snow stopped early on the third day. At noon, the sun came out. As the temperature rose, the snow on the road began to thin. Qinyu held a torch in his hand, which was wrapped with a garbage bag picked up from the river. The flames were burning on it. He squatted in front of the car and took a look and said, The sun's baking is just a drop in the bucket. It will probably take a few days to melt these. Dazhuang, Li Yao, and Xiaoning also approached the snow with torches, trying to melt the snow on the car. Hearing Qinyu's voice, Li Yao raised her head and put her hand on her forehead, looked at the sun and said, There is no way. There is no weather forecast now. No one knows how long the sun will last. It may disappear tomorrow. Qinyu also knew her worries. He stood up and looked around, then turned his head and shouted to the three people behind him, No more waiting, let's go first. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back before the new year. Xiaoning asked curiously, Brother Qinyu, how do you know when the Chinese New Year is? Have you looked at the calendar? Qinyu put the torch into the snow and extinguished it, then took it back and explained, No, but the Chinese New Year is usually in January or February, so there should be only 2 months left now. Oh, is that so? Xiaoning nodded. Well, let's go and pack up. Qinyu walked under the overpass. Xiaoning followed him, and was about to walk when she suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen and squatted down in pain. What's wrong? Li Yao was startled and walked forward quickly to ask. Hearing the voice, Qinyu also hurried back. What's wrong? Are you injured? Xiaoning's face was a little distorted, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her hands were tightly covering her stomach. She said with difficulty, No. I don't know, my stomach suddenly hurts. Ah! Xiaoning finally couldn't bear it anymore, and the whole person lay on the cold snow, shouting in pain. Could it be her period? Dazhuang also ran over and stood by and said, My little sister was like this when she had her period before. Li Yao suddenly realized and said anxiously, Wait for me, there are sanitary napkins and brown sugar in the car, I go get them. Qinyu asked in confusion, Why have I never seen this before? Where did it come from in the car? Li Yao ran towards the truck without looking back and replied, You are not a girl, of course you won't notice these supplies. Brother Xiao found a lot of them for Xiaoning. After being choked, Qinyu scratched his head and stood aside without saying anything. Soon, Li Yao ran back with something. Xiaoning had been helped to sit up by them, but her body was still curled up. Xiaoning opened her eyes with difficulty and said in a very weak voice, No, it's not that, the pain is different. Qinyu suddenly thought of something when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment and said with difficulty, It's over, I guess what it is. Dazhuang and Li Yao turned their heads to look at him. Just as they were about to ask, the next second, Xiaoning couldn't help kneeling on the ground and began to vomit. Before she met us, she often ate raw fish. Maybe she got sick. Qinyu said quickly. What should we do? Dazhuang was also anxious when he heard it. When you are hungry, there is food. When you are cold, there is fire. But what should we do if we are sick? Where can we find medicine? Li Yao gently patted Xiaoning's back with his right hand and whispered, The key is that we don't even know what the disease is, let alone find medicine. No, we have to leave quickly. Your friend is a doctor, right? Dazhuang patted Qinyu's shoulder and said quickly. Qinyu nodded, and quickly ran back to the bottom of the bridge to get the pot and the trap, and the bedding had already been put in the car. As for the others, they were not taken away. They were left here. Maybe there would be other survivors wandering here, and they could survive here. Thinking of this, Qinyu took out the matches from his body, tore off the paper on the side of the box, and then took out 2 matches and threw them next to the fire, and then ran towards the car. Dazhuang had started the truck, and was waiting for him to get in. As soon as the door was closed, Dazhuang stepped on the accelerator, and the truck quickly increased its speed. Qinyu hurriedly said, Be careful, we are not familiar with the roads around here, it is best to follow the map. Dazhuang looked up at the rearview mirror. At this time, Xiaoning was lying in Li Yao's arms in great pain, holding her lower back tightly with her left hand, and her lips were almost bleeding. He said seriously, 1 minute faster, maybe you have a better chance of survival. Take out the map and watch the road. Qinyu hummed, quickly opened the map, and cursed while looking at it. Damn this god, bad luck really picks on the poor. In fact, the day after meeting Xiaoning, Qinyu remembered who this girl was. When they were looking for salt in this small mountain village, after the man was beaten to death, Qinyu went up to take a closer look. He looked at Xiaoning while roasting the fire, and the more he looked, the more he felt that she looked like that man. He wanted to ask for clarification, but then he changed his mind and thought that maybe Xiaoning didn't know that her father was dead yet, and she just thought that he was separated, and there was still a little hope, so she didn't say it. After all, if she knew that her father would rather be kicked to death by a group of people in order not to reveal her whereabouts, she would probably collapse emotionally. Chapter 148. Xiaoning lay in the back seat, feeling more and more unbearable. Her face was covered with sweat, her eyes began to blur, and she said in a trembling voice, I can't bear it anymore, it really hurts. You kill me? Really, give me a quick death, please. Please. Shut up, don't talk. Li Yao hurriedly shouted at her, then took her hot water cup and placed it on Xiaoning's lower back. Fortunately, I boiled hot water this morning. Li Yao gently rolled the glass to try to relieve her pain, and then took a blanket and wrapped Xiaoning up. Li Yao held Xiaoning tightly with her right hand, and she didn't care even if she was pinched until it turned red. In this apocalypse, it is easier for a girl who is alone to not be able to hold on, and if she encounters a bad guy, she may not even be able to die. And once she is blocked by a group of zombies, and her menstrual period comes at this time, then she will be helpless. As a girl, Li Yao empathizes with the pain Xiaoning is suffering at this time. Can't make a fire, can only eat raw. No place to live, can only dig a hole to hide in. I really don't know how she stayed in the cold and terrifying snow for so many days alone. The truck drove for dozens of minutes. Qinyu glanced at the sign on the side of the road, frowned and said, There is a cliff ahead, be careful. Don't worry, I know what to do. Dazhuang nodded, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Qinyu looked at the map, holding the handrail next to him tightly with his right hand. At this time, Xiaoning had bitten her lips until they bled, and even Li Yao's hand was blue. After thinking it over, Li Yao made up his mind, raised his left hand, and hit Xiaoning's neck hard. With a muffled groan, Xiaoning fainted. What happened? Hearing the sound, Qinyu, who was sitting in front, turned his head and asked. I knocked her out. If this continues, I don't think she can hold on for 3 minutes. Li Yao hugged Xiaoning and said with a bad heart. It was the first time I knocked someone out, but I didn't expect it to be done this way. When Dazhuang heard this, he immediately said anxiously, What if she died of pain? Li Yao shook her head and replied, No, Brother Xiao told me before that the pain will still be there, but it will be reduced. If she faints, it will also cause nerve conduction delay, so it won't hurt that much. Okay, I understand. Dazhuang nodded and continued to concentrate on driving the truck. Be careful, there's a big rock ahead. Qinyu saw a bump and shouted loudly. Dazhuang braked, then turned the steering wheel a little to the left, and continued to step on the accelerator. With a bang, the stone on the right side of the road was directly hit. It immediately rolled down the cliff. A few minutes later, Dazhuang successfully drove the truck away from the cliff road safely. Qinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was relieved. He glanced at the map and then said, The next section is a plain, not so dangerous, we can speed up. Dazhuang nodded and stepped on the accelerator. 2 hours later, the truck had gone a long way. At this time, there was no need for a map to guide the way. Dazhuang also remembered the way back. When they were still more than 10 minutes away from the community, Dazhuang whispered, Qinyu and Li Yao, I may have to pull this truck of supplies in. Don't worry, I promise not to let you hand it all in. Qinyu nodded lightly and said, It's okay, you can just drive in. Li Yao in the back seat also replied, Now human life is important, these don't matter. Dazhuang hummed and continued to increase the speed. More than 10 minutes later, Dazhuang drove the truck to a covered area. There were wooden stakes on both sides of the road outside, inserted diagonally into the ground. Almost every wooden board was 2 palms wide, about 10 meters high, neatly inserted into the ground to surround the outside. At a glance, the edge could not be seen, and the enclosure was very far away. Just as their truck approached, a man suddenly stood up above the door, holding a rifle in his hand, aiming at the driver's seat and shouting, Stop! Who are you? Dazhuang quickly pressed the car window, stuck his head out and shouted, "It's me, Lao Chung. Open the door quickly, someone is injured." The man inside the door took a look, rubbed his eyes carefully, confirmed that he was not mistaken, and then shouted, "Fuck, Dajwang?" After that, he quickly patted the door frame and shouted loudly, "Open the door quickly, Dajwang is back. I have to report to the boss quickly." Then he grabbed a fist-thick tree trunk next to him, slid down quickly, and ran towards the community. After the truck drove in, the people at the door continued to close the door and climbed up to stand guard. Dajwang jumped off the driver's seat immediately after the car stopped, turned back, and shouted to the door, "Where is the doctor?" "It seems to be in the medical room near the reservoir at the back." Although the other person at the door was a little confused, he still answered quickly. Dajwang heard the instructions, took Xiaoning down, picked her up and ran inside. Li Yao also jumped off the car and was about to follow, but Xinyu grabbed his hand and whispered in his ear, "You don't have to go all the way. We are not familiar with these people. You stay here in the car and don't let anyone get close to these goods." After hearing the order, Li Yao was also very anxious, but she also understood how important the supplies were. She nodded, went back to the car, got her gun, and stood beside the car. Xinyu patted her shoulder lightly, then ran towards Dajwang. Not long after running, a man in a black coat came out of a house next to him. Seeing the strange man holding a woman and running inside, he stood on the side of the road and shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Then he reached out to grab Dajwang's collar. Dajwang took Xiaoning in his arms and moved a few steps to the right, bypassing the man, not bothering to pay attention to him, and continued to run inside. The man in black missed and got angry. He took out a pistol from his waist, pulled a bolt and aimed at Dajwang's back, cursing and shouting, "Fuck, you are lighting a light in the toilet, are you looking for death?" Without hesitation, the man in black was ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind from his side. Xinyu quickly stepped forward, grabbed the man in black's hand with his right hand, and at the same time stuck his thumb into the trigger position to prevent him from pressing it down. Then he grabbed the gun with his left hand, and smashed the man's wrist with his right elbow, pulled it down, pressed his shoulder against his chest, grabbed his right hand, and threw it directly to the ground. With a bang, the man was smashed on the hard concrete floor by Xinyu. Holding the pistol, Xinyu swung his hands, and quickly disassembled the gun into a pile of parts and threw it on him. If he hadn't arrived in time, Dajwang would have been attacked by this man. Xinyu pulled out the dagger on his body with a gloomy face, walked forward and prepared to stab the man in the heart. "Don't kill him!" Suddenly, a female voice that had not been seen for a long time and was very familiar sounded behind Xinyu. Chapter 149. When Xinyu heard this, he was stunned, and his right hand paused in midair. He suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. There was a person standing there, a person wearing a white coat, who covered his mouth because of joy and then shed tears. Lin Yi. Xinyu's eyes were also slightly red, and he smiled and whispered, "Are you okay?" Suddenly seeing Lin Yi's figure, Xinyu was very touched. Things have changed, and they haven't seen each other for a long time. At this time, she still has a ponytail and is still as beautiful as before. Lin Yi wiped her tears with the back of her hand and then shouted happily, "I really miss you." Xinyu nodded slightly, "Me too." After saying this, he was ready to walk towards Lin Yi. The man on the ground saw the opportunity, saw Xinyu suddenly dazed, then his eyes became ruthless, pulled out the knife on his body, jumped up and stabbed behind him. At this time, Xinyu looked straight at Lin Yi, and the person behind him didn't notice it at all. "Be careful." Lin Yi found that the man was going to attack, and hurriedly shouted loudly, and then Xinyu turned his head to look behind him, but it was too late, the knife was very close. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded in the distance, followed by a precise bullet flying over. Bang! The man's palm was broken on the spot, and the part above the wrist disappeared instantly. The man had just been shot, and he hadn't reacted yet, until his arm touched Xinyu's back. He found that the knife had disappeared. The next second, the man knelt on the ground, holding the broken part tightly with his left hand, howling in pain. Beside the driver's seat of the truck in the distance, Li Yao held a sniper rifle in his hand, with his right foot on the seat inside and his left foot on the window frame, and put away the gun with a cold face. Li Yao heard the man shouting just now, but the distance was too far. If she used a rifle, she would probably hit Xinyu, so she took out the TAC-50 sniper rifle. Uncle Wa had explained that this rifle was extremely powerful, with amazing destructive power, and a range of more than 2,000 meters. He specifically reminded her that under normal circumstances, it would be a waste of bullets to use it to shoot zombies. Li Yao's shooting skills were even better than Qin Yu's. Although she had never touched a sniper rifle, Qin Yu had also said that in order to allow everyone to use the gun as soon as they got it, the gun was adjusted to 0 in advance, and it could shoot whatever was pointed at within 200 meters. Under such a terrifying force, the man's palm was directly beaten into a bloody mist, and many people in the community were stunned. Standing outside the door, a young man in his 20s watched Li Yao fire a shot expressionlessly. He swallowed his saliva, pushed his teammate next to him with his hand, and said cautiously, "We better not provoke this girl." His teammate next to him also replied weakly, "She can survive in the wild until now. She must not be easy to provoke. Of course I won't go to die." The gunshot alarmed everyone in the community, including the zombies in the wild. At this time, the man was screaming in pain on the ground, shouting, "I will fucking kill you. I must fucking kill you." Linny ran forward, quickly pulled Chun Yu's hand and ran to the side, checking him carefully with both hands. "Are you okay? Did he stab you?" Qin Yu held the girl's hand in front of him, then hugged her directly, muttering, "You are still alive. It's great." When Linny heard this, she leaned her head against his shoulder and whispered, "You are the one who got lost. I should be the one asking you this." Then she saw the man on the ground. Because his hand was broken, blood was everywhere on the ground. Linny pushed Chen Yu away and whispered, "The boss doesn't like blood in here. Wait a minute, I helped him stop the bleeding." Linny ran forward quickly, squatted down to take out the man's shoelaces, then tied his wrists tightly, then turned her head and shouted to the side, "Someone help him to the infirmary, I bandage him later." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu saw two people who were watching the excitement nearby quickly step forward and lifted the injured man from the ground. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and judging from this, Lin Yi's status in the community was not low. Suddenly he remembered something, and quickly stepped forward to pull Lin Yi up and said anxiously, "Go back to the infirmary quickly." On the way here, a teammate suddenly fell ill. Dazhuang carried her over. "The situation is very serious." Lin Yi nodded immediately after hearing this. "Okay, I go over now." Then she shouted to the front, "Put that man outside the infirmary, I will save him later." The injured man who had lost too much blood fainted when he heard that the doctor had to wait before saving him. Lin Yi ran to the infirmary, and Qin Yu wanted to follow him, but a man with a face scarf appeared next to him and grabbed his shoulder with his right hand, not letting him go. Then another woman walked out from where Lin Yi had just walked out. She glanced at the blood on the ground, looked a little annoyed, and said with a sullen face, "You have to give me an explanation for this matter. You entered my community and shot and injured my people." Qin Yu shook his body hard, but he couldn't get away at all. He felt as if his shoulder was grabbed by an iron hand and couldn't move. Lin Yi and the others should be able to live well here. He did hurt that person, so Qin Yu thought for a moment, didn't struggle, and followed the man with the face scarf next to him and left. In a luxurious villa, Qin Yu sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor with his hands tied, looking around. A few minutes later, the woman just now changed her clothes and came down, sitting on a chair in front of him, legs crossed, looking at Qin Yu with a cold face. "What's so good about it? Didn't you just make the outside bloody?" the woman said coldly. After hearing this, Qin Yu looked at her carefully. She had short hair, a smooth and fair face, and a sharp and cold expression. Although she was also very beautiful, her aura was so strong that it was as if a few words were engraved on her face. "Keep away. It was an accident just now. That person wanted to kill my friend. I had no choice but to take action." Qin Yu looked away and replied, "But your friend is fine, but he lost a hand. In the end times, what's the use of being disabled?" The woman was furious when she heard this and stared at him. "Oh, you should be thankful that this is inside the wall. If it was outside, it would not be a hand that was broken, but his head." Qin Yu pouted and answered casually, "You?" The woman was immediately angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know how much effort I spent to establish order here? No one is allowed to fight inside, and no blood is allowed. Anyone who commits the same crime will suffer the same punishment. And your actions today may have ruined my hard work." The woman stood up and said coldly, Chapter 150. Who can be blamed for this? Qin Yu replied with a gloomy face, "Since we can enter the community, he doesn't need to think about it. If we are really outsiders, why would the people at the door let us in? He is the person you just accepted, right?" Qin Yu continued to ask. When the woman heard Qin Yu's question, she also knew that what the man in front of her said made sense. Since he was able to run in, the guard must have known him and let him in. It was such a simple truth, but the man couldn't figure it out, which really made her irritated. Sitting back in the chair, he said in a deep voice, He joined more than a month ago. He opened a repair shop before the end of the world. He happened to meet him in the wild and brought him back. Chinyu became interested when he heard it. Oh? What type of repair shop? Car. The woman continued to sit with her legs crossed. Her long legs were very beautiful, but her expression was very cold. Do you know that our car may not start every time? With him, we can go out to search for supplies smoothly. Hearing the answer, Chinyu was stunned and whispered, No way, it's such a coincidence that any random person is a technical type. What are you talking about? Such a big man, talking like a mosquito. The woman asked, slightly dissatisfied when she saw Chinyu's appearance. Nothing, by the way. How old are you? Looks like 30 years old. A woman can build this community to such a scale. She really suffered a lot. Chinyu said seriously. The woman stood up and walked to the window, and replied lightly, No one taught you. Is it impolite to ask the other person's age right away? As for suffering, what is not bitter now? Let the zombies bite you, and you will no longer be bitter if you are heartless and lungless. Chinyu smacked his lips, and was too lazy to say anything more. A dozen seconds later, the door of the villa was pushed open again, and the man with the mask pushed Li Yao in. Li Yao also had his hands tied, and sat down next to Chinyu, leaning close to his ear and asking, Are you okay? Chinyu nodded and whispered, How are you? Did you have a conflict? Li Yao glanced at the woman at the French window, and the man with the mask was reporting something at this time. She shook her head and said, No, that man is very strong, not like an ordinary person. I am not sure I can beat him. I just struggled a few times, and he was subdued. I believe that Dazhuang will not lead us into danger. Looking around, Chinyu shouted, Hey, how long are you going to tie me up? The woman nodded to the person next to her, and then the man with the mask left the villa. She walked back to the chair and sat down and said, What is in your truck? Nothing, just a bunch of zombies. Chinyu said casually. Just as the woman was about to get angry again, the door of the villa was pushed open again, and a voice came in. Hey Sister Feng, where is my friend? I can't find him for a long time. Lenny walked in directly, taking off her medical gloves as she walked. She was startled by the tense atmosphere of the three people inside, and ran up to stand in front of Chinyu and said, What is this? Why are they tied up after not seeing each other for a while? The woman called Sister Feng saw Lin Yi and immediately waved her hands. Okay, untie him. He is your friend and Dazhuang's friend, so there is no need to treat him as an enemy. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi had already untied the rope. Then Lin Yi walked to Sister Feng and said, You need to laugh more. Laughing often can improve immunity, and make you less likely to get sick. You just know how to bluff me. Sister Feng glared at her and slapped Lin Yi on the butt. Don't tell me, you didn't give him anesthesia this time? Ouch. It hurts. Lin Yi rubbed it, and jumped away. Hee, it seems that she lives well here. No one bullies her. Chinyu said to himself. Lin Yi walked to Chinyu and sat down and said, Anesthetics are so precious, they are reserved for people who save lives. I don't want to save people like those who attack my friends. Who told you that everyone's life should not be given up easily? Sister Feng rolled her eyes at her and asked, What happened to the car mechanic? Lin Yi examined Chinyu and said, It's nothing serious, he won't die, but he kept screaming when we were stitching him up, so we had to let Dazhuang knock him out. You don't give him anesthesia, and you don't let him scream? Sister Feng was a little speechless. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chinyu held Lin Yi's hand, and said softly. Lin Yi's eyes reddened. You said you were fine, there's a scar on your leg, 2 wounds on your shoulder, and a big cut on your right arm. It must be painful. Lin Yi looked at the scar on Chinyu's right arm, that was about 10 centimeters long, and said with tears in her eyes. Hee, it's all over, it's all over. Chinyu said gently. To prevent Lin Yi from asking again, Chinyu quickly changed the subject and said, By the way, how is my friend, that girl? Speaking of business, Lin Yi wiped away her tears, and said seriously, I came to you to talk about this. Her condition is very bad. Li Yao heard it and asked quickly, What happened to her? Lin Yi said seriously, Did she eat raw meat? How can she eat raw meat? Eating raw meat was not allowed before the end of the world, let alone in this environment. Alas. No way. When Li Yao heard this, she felt distressed, and slowly told Xiaoning's story. A few minutes later, Sister Feng sat on the chair opposite, stunned for a moment, and said, You mean, in this situation outside, she couldn't make a fire, wearing a short skirt and a pair of torn pants, but still lived for more than a month? Yes. Li Yao nodded. She has acute gastroenteritis due to long-term consumption of raw meat and drinking raw water. This disease was not very serious in the past, but nowadays, it may be fatal. Lenny sat on the sofa and said a lot. Can she be saved? Her father was beaten to death by bad guys some time ago, and she is left alone to support herself. It's really too tragic. Jinyu asked softly. Lenny pondered for a while and said, I gave her a bottle of glucose, hoping to relieve it a little. Dazhuang is taking care of her there. But if there is no berberine or other medicines, it is only a temporary solution. Jinyu continued to ask, Don't you have it here? Lenny shook her head slightly. Some things are available, but some are not. After all, it's not like buying medicine at a pharmacy where you can buy whatever you need. But there may be a place where there is more than just berberine. You may find many medicines there. Lenny looked at Jinyu and said seriously. Hearing this, Sister Feng immediately rejected it. That place is not good, don't even think about it. Chapter 151. But Lenny wanted to say something. Sister Feng moved her legs, stood up and said, No buts, this is not okay. Jinyu and Li Yao were a little confused when they heard this. Why did the woman's mood suddenly change? He looked at the other side and said, Well, you are Sister Feng, right? I'm going to ask, why is it not okay to say this? Sister Feng walked upstairs without looking back. No comment, Shaolin, take them to find a place to stay for one night. I will think carefully about whether to let you stay here. Alas. Seeing that the conversation ended unpleasantly, Lenny rubbed his face and said depressedly, Okay, no need to talk, I talk to her later. Let's go, I find a place for you to stay. Lenny got up and walked outside. Turning his head to look at the figure disappearing up the stairs, Jinyu nodded to Li Yao, and then left the villa together. Along the way, Jinyu looked around, and the more he looked, the more surprised he was. The ground was a clean and flat cement road, the edge was paved with bricks, and some green plants were planted in the middle, almost half the height of Jinyu. Every 10 meters or so, there are still many small grasses planted, which looks just like the high-end residential area before the end of the world. Jinyu and Li Yao slowed down their pace, attracted by the surrounding environment, and unconsciously reached out to touch the leaves. When they entered just now, they didn't notice anything different about the surroundings because they were worried about Xiaoning's condition. Now, Jinyu understood why Sister Feng was so angry when she saw so much blood on the ground. Lenny walked up to them and said with a smile, It looks good, right? These are planted little by little. It looks good. Jinyu nodded in admiration and continued, A few months ago, I heard Zhuang describe that his boss had built a community. I thought at most he just built a few sheds and set up an isolation area around the camp. Hearing Jinyu's words, Lenny smiled. It wasn't like this before. It was similar to what you said. Although there were houses, they were not so good and not very clean. Later, Sister Feng led people to renovate them bit by bit, trying to restore them as much as possible to the pre-apocalyptic era. Is that so? Jinyu looked at a few houses in the distance, which indeed looked quite new. Then he asked, By the way, where did Zhang and his daughter go? Why didn't I see them? Lenny pointed outside. They went out to do some work. They just left this morning. After walking for a few minutes, they came to a 3-story building. It was similar to the single-family house in the past, with a small yard and some stains on the wall, but it did not affect living. Lenny pushed open the door and walked in and said, This is where Yang Zi and his brother live. Do you remember Yang Zi? Of course I remember. Jinyu followed him in and nodded. Li Yao stood in front of the door, a little hesitant. Lenny looked back and saw her, walked back, and took her hand, and went in together, saying casually, Don't be so polite. Sister Feng is actually a very good person, and the man next to her is also a good person, but today such a big incident happened and a gun was fired, so he turned his face to you. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Yao said a little embarrassedly, Sorry. I saw that man draw his knife, and I didn't pay attention for a moment. I should have hit the one on the ground. What's there to apologize for? Lenny waved her hand, walked to the kitchen, took out 2 cups from the cabinet, poured 2 cups of water from the water dispenser next to her and walked back. I can't stand that man, but I'm a doctor here, and I can't do this openly. She walked back and put the water on the coffee table and said, Thank you. Li Yao took the water with both hands and thanked him. Your environment here is really good. Jinyu looked around, looking here and touching there. Except for the lack of electricity, life is actually no different from before. Lenny sat down and said. Hearing this, Jinyu did not mention the diesel generator. The compartment was locked, and he was not worried about anyone seeing it. As for if someone broke the door violently, it would not be their fault. Before leaving, Xiao Jiu helped them improve the truck here. Only the right rear door could be opened. Inside the left door, there was a wire hanging from the inside, connected to a grenade hidden in an empty can. If the two doors are forced open, no matter who it is, they will be killed. Qinyu walked back to the sofa and sat down and asked, Xiao Ning's matter cannot be delayed. You just said there is a place where you can find medicine. Tell me in detail. Lenny looked into his eyes and said, That girl, oh, you said her name is Xiao Ning, right? Although her illness is serious, it will be fine for her to hold on for another 2 days. I will cook some millet porridge for her later, which can relieve some of the pain. As for the place I mentioned, it is not ordinary dangerous. Qinyu shook his head slightly. We have experienced many dangers. We have cleaned up a building full of zombies. Lenny frowned and whispered, If it's just zombies, it's okay. Be careful, and it will be cleaned up sooner or later. Then what else? Li Yao asked. Do you know why Sister Feng's community has existed for so long, and has never been involved in it even though there are weapons? Lenny turned his head and said, How should I know? We just got here. Qinyu smacked his lips and said, Why don't you tell me from the beginning to the end? I'm also curious about what you experienced when you came here. Lenny took the watch on Li Yao's wrist and took a look. It's still a few hours before dark, there's still time, so I tell you in detail. A few months ago, when you disappeared, De Zhuang went to look for you alone, and then Yangzi brought us back here. The walls here were not so high at that time, and there were more people. Zhang Yin, his daughter, and I were very excluded when we first came here. Those people saw that we had no weapons, and had a child, and they bullied us openly and secretly. Hearing this, Qinyu asked in confusion, Didn't you tell them you were a doctor? Lenny shook her head slightly. Just like you now, I didn't know what these people were like at the time, and I didn't dare to tell them. Although Yangzi tried his best to protect us in front of the boss, and prove that we were not bad people, the effect was only average. At that time, the community established a committee, which was similar to the previous community. 3 people managed the community, and they had the final say on all matters big and small. Other people could get a bowl of porridge in the morning, but when the 3 of us went there, we only had half a bowl. Even if Yangzi lied to them, and said that the truck of supplies was found because of us, it was still useless. Chapter 152. Sister Feng was determined to establish a system at that time. It seemed that it was because a friend of Da Zhuang was killed by people in the community. She hoped to restore civilization in this area as much as possible, so many times, she would not interfere with the decisions made by the committee. Committee? Interesting. Qinyu touched his chin and said, When I talked to her today, why didn't those committee members show up? Lenny curled her lips and said, It was abolished by Sister Feng a long time ago. A group of people who only eat and don't work, they discuss this, and that every day. When encountering something, several people have to vote to decide. Even if a cookie is lost, the committee will discuss it for a long time. It's just like the garbage property management in some communities, before the end of the world, just taking money but not doing anything. Lenny added. Go on. Qinyu nodded. Later, Zhang Yin couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked the boss for permission to go out with others to search for supplies, hoping to be nicer to me and his daughter. Yangzi also said something nice, so even if the matter was settled, Sister Feng spoke directly and specifically allowed us to move into Yangzi's house. Wait. Li Yao, who was standing next to him, noticed something was wrong. She was stunned for a moment and said, You said you moved into the house, so where did you live before? On the grass outside, there were just a few pieces of cloth. Ah? Qinyu was stunned. De Zhuang should be doing well here. Why can't her sister say anything? Lenny continued. Later, I learned that the committee had just been established when De Zhuang followed Yangzi away from the supplies. Coincidentally, there was a person in it who had liked his sister. This kind of love is different from the previous one. In the past, when you pursued a girl, you had to do it step by step, right? Eating, dating, watching movies, walking on the street, etc., you have to do one of them. But after the outbreak of the apocalypse, many things have changed. Although that person likes Yangzi, to put it bluntly, he just likes her because she is beautiful. Nowadays, there is no such thing as love at first sight. It's all about lust. When Da Zhuang was still in the community, the man occasionally pestered Yangzi, hoping that she could move in with him and help him wash clothes and cook, etc. He also said that he could protect Yangzi and prevent people from harassing her, and so on. Lin Yi thought of the past and became more and more angry. Bah, he didn't even look at his body, and he still protected her. Her brother Da Zhuang could probably punch him in the head. Don't get excited, don't say dirty words. Qinyu patted her shoulder and said, You don't know how disgusting that man was later. Sister Feng issued a death order that no one was allowed to force the other party to live together, otherwise they would be expelled from the community. But the man took advantage of the loophole and said that he was just pursuing her and didn't break the rules. So nothing happened until now. Until one night, Dazhuang went out to check the fence. The man drank a little bit of wine, saw the opportunity, and rushed into Yangzi's house, and even wanted to force her. What's unfortunate is that at that time, Yangzi caught a cold and had a fever. At that time, the man in the community knew a little about medicine. He deliberately said that the medicine was used up and told her to drink more hot water to hold on. After a day, she was very tired. At that time, she could only lie on the sofa with her whole body weak and push the man in front of her with both hands, not letting him take a step forward. Lin Yi spoke carefully, and Yang Zi told her all these things later. After a struggle, Yang Zi finally ran away. She hid in the bathroom and locked the door. She wanted to shout but couldn't. Her throat was hoarse due to the cold, and her voice was very low. She could only hold her shoes and keep hitting the door frame. It was thanks to the man who misheard the news that his intention was exposed. Dazhuang went to check the east wall, but he heard it as the west wall. Lenny whispered, "The east area is not far from Dazhuang's house." Later, he heard the sound in time and ran back to beat the man up. At that time, Dazhuang wanted to kill him, but the man kept begging for mercy, saying that he was the only one in the community who understood medical knowledge, and it was better to have a doctor than not. If he died, Sister Feng would not let it go. Yangzi walked out of the bathroom, picked up a chair and smashed it on the man's back, then whispered to his brother, "The community does need a doctor. Although he is not one, he knows a little bit, and I have not suffered any substantial harm. If I really kill him, everyone will know about this in the end. Brother, let's forget it. Let him promise not to tell anyone, and he be spared." Yangzi held his brother's arm and whispered. Dazhuang kicked him hard, lifted him up with one hand, and said viciously, "If I hear any rumors, you be ready to die. Get out." After Yangzi recovered, Dazhuang took her out to search for supplies. You know what happened later. The brother and sister saved us. Lin Yi had been talking for a long time and felt a little thirsty. She took a sip of water from Li Yao's cup and said. Then, Dazhuang left and Yangzi came back alone. The man started again. The committee's solution at the time was to let us build a shed and live outside, but he rejected it and only allowed a few pieces of cloth. It was a bit cold at night, and Zhang Yin's daughter couldn't stand it. Yangzi couldn't stand it anymore. He had no choice but to go to the man to plead for mercy. He shamelessly proposed to live together. Lin Yi whispered, "I couldn't stand the man's dirty talk," and Yangzi's face turned pale. Then I went forward to pull her away, but the man didn't want to stop me and wanted me to sleep with him. I slapped him in the face. "Well done." Li Yao held Lin Yi's hand and said seriously. Later, he wanted to hit me, and Yangzi, who had recovered, stood in front of me. During the fight, the man missed the stairs and fell down. Then he kept shouting that we wanted to kill him, and he was going to complain. Yangzi's expression became colder and colder. She then said that she remembered what happened that night and stabbed him on impulse. Then I saw many people running over from a distance. Lin Yi murmured. Lin Yi looked up at Chunyu again. That was my first time. I grabbed Yangzi's knife, rushed over to cover his mouth, and stabbed him. You know, I'm a doctor, so I killed him with one knife. What happened next? Li Yao was relieved to hear this. Lin Yi smiled and continued, "You can probably guess what happened later. I, a professional doctor from a first-class university, am much better than him who studied at an unknown medical school and has not yet graduated." After hearing these things, Sister Feng immediately abolished the committee, and she will be the sole manager of the community in the future. Chapter 153. So we stayed here. Sister Feng was worried that there would be similar situations in the future, so after a few days, she asked me to live with her. Lin Yi said. Chunyu nodded. So what's the matter with that place? Lin Yi said slowly. When normal people buy medicine, they will first think of pharmacies, hospitals and the like, but there is still one place that is ignored by many people. Chunyu showed a little interest. Oh, where? Drug warehouse. Lin Yi replied. More than 30 kilometers away from here, there was once a pharmaceutical company. This company is not listed. Usually, they sell drugs secretly. Some small clinics on the ground, and black doctors are their customers. But if you sell fake drugs, hasn't it been banned before? Li Yao asked curiously. If fake drugs kill people, all the people in this company would have been arrested long ago, right? Lin Yi heard this and waved his hand and said, "The kind that kills people is inferior medicine. No one dares to sell it. The source will be traced at any time. They sell generic drugs developed by scientific researchers. Some genuine drugs are very expensive. Some poor families can't afford to take them for a few years. At this time, the series of drugs they launched were well received. Many people even voluntarily concealed the sellers when they were investigated. Unfortunately, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the company had long been paralyzed. Without the maintenance of the drugs, those patients may have long since passed away." Lin Yi's words were a little sad. "There is no way. When the natural disaster comes, no one can escape," Chen Yu comforted. After the zombies appeared, the company closed down. They once wanted to move the drugs out of the warehouse and distribute them to the patients before escaping, but somehow the news leaked out. More than a dozen groups rushed over to rob them, and finally the news spread farther and farther. Many patients heard that the company that sold their drugs was robbed, so they rushed over to help, and the situation became more and more chaotic. About 1,000 people gathered to fight. Since the end of the world had just begun and zombies appeared in the city, the police and the army needed to maintain order and ensure safe evacuation, so no one cared about the warehouse until the first zombie appeared. Then, all those people died there. "How many?" Chen Yu was shocked when he heard this and stood up to say. The last time he heard this number of zombies, he was not surprised because they were all dead and were led there intermittently. Lin Yi's face was also very solemn. If they all gathered there, it would be fine. Making a lot of noise in the wild could also attract a group of them. But the problem is that the location of the warehouse is unusual. "How is it unusual?" Chen Yu asked hurriedly. "It's a small island, surrounded by water, with only one bridge to leave. It was built specifically to prevent being targeted by others. It cost a lot of money. After the chaos, a group of idiots threatened the people of the company to give them a ton of drugs, otherwise they would blow up the bridge. It's really a big mouth." Li Yao followed. "Yes, in the end times, everyone needs medicine. Who will give it to them? The safe hasn't been opened yet, but they are getting anxious because of how to distribute it. Since everyone knows that they don't have bombs, they beat them up and then go back to break the door." Lin Yi quickly narrated. Later, this group of idiots went out to spread the news everywhere, attracting more and more people. The island can accommodate so many people, but the bridge can't, so they drove more than a dozen cars to the bridge, punctured the fuel tanks, and threatened the people inside to pay the bridge toll with medicine. But they were so stupid. The people inside just broke the door, and the bridge collapsed. Lin Yi continued. "No, it really exploded?" Chen Yu was a little surprised when he heard it. There was an idiot standing on the bridge smoking. The sparks ignited the gasoline. More than a dozen cars exploded one after another. The bridge collapsed instantly. The people who were killed in the explosion mutated into zombies and floated in the water, which was equivalent to blocking the waterway. There was also a fight inside. The fight was not light. Several people died and turned into zombies. Then, they were infected one by one. The key is that many people rushed over on motorcycles. Lin Yi was a little speechless when he said this. "You mean?" "Some of them were wearing helmets." Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. Yes, after all, they were going to rob things, and wearing a helmet could protect their heads. There were about 200 or 300 zombies wearing these things, and they were completely unable to deal with them, not to mention the others. The island was basically full of zombies, and cars couldn't drive in. Even if they got the medicine, they could only move it box by box, but the risk was huge. That's what happened. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he looked at Chen Yu with his hands spread out. "It's really difficult. Tisk, it's not worth it to go to the island with so much effort, but only take a small amount of medicine." Chen Yu smacked his lips and said, "There are zombies in the water, and rowing is impossible, not to mention there is no boat." Li Yao also added a sentence. Chen Yu sighed, grabbed a handful of his hair and said nothing. "And if you have the time to go there, you might as well take the risk of entering the city to search for pharmacies," Li Yao said weakly again. "But it's easy to go to the pharmacy in vain." Lin Yi said, "We have people who have been to the city, and you have seen the results. The medicines we can get are basically not used, and the medicines that can be used are not found. I will discuss this with the Zhuang tonight. Let's not think about it for now. Yi, please make some porridge and feed Xiaoning something." Chen Yu thought for a moment, then looked up and said, "You, what did you call me?" Lin Yi suddenly blushed when she heard the change of address, and she asked nervously, "Yi?" Chen Yu said puzzledly, then he suddenly realized, "If you don't like it, then I call you by your name." "That's not the case, it's just that my dad used to call me by this name." If you want to call me by this name, that's fine. Lenny finished speaking quickly, then stood up and walked away. She walked into the kitchen cabinet and grabbed a handful of broken rice, holding a bowl in her hand, and took some water and walked to the back door of the house. I go out and cook porridge first. What's wrong with her? Chinyu was slightly startled and looked at Li Yao and asked. Li Yao rolled her eyes at him, stood up and said, I go help her light the fire. You think about it slowly. Chinyu scratched his head, picked up the water and drank it, then left the house, ready to find Sister Feng to talk about where the truck would park tonight. Chapter 154. The sky gradually darkened. Chinyu followed his memory and walked back to the villa, pushed open the door and walked in. There was no one inside. Chinyu stood by the sofa and thought for a while, then walked to the second floor. In front of a door, a ray of light came from below. Chinyu stood outside the door and knocked a few times. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A voice came from inside. Chinyu pushed the door open and entered. Sister Feng was sitting in front of the table, staring at a map on it, and frowning and said, What's the matter? Chinyu stood in the room and said, Is there any place where we can park our truck? The moment she heard the voice, Sister Feng raised her head and asked, What are you doing here? Why, is there anything shameful in your study? Chinyu took a chair and sat down. The familiar look of the man opposite made Sister Feng a little disgusted. She snorted and said, Don't act like we are familiar with each other. Don't forget that you just broke someone's hand a few hours ago. Oh, these are just minor issues. Chinyu said casually, I just give you a car mechanic as compensation. Compensation? Can you repair a car? Sister Feng said coldly. No, but I can drive. Chinyu said with a grin. If you have nothing else, please go back. You and the other girl will leave at dawn. The sick one can stay here. Sister Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him, and continued to draw something on the map with a pen. What about the truck? You just confiscated it for me, right? Chinyu heard this and said calmly, You injured our people. Can I give you a car? Sister Feng looked up and said to him, I said, I can give you someone who knows how to repair cars. As for that man, it doesn't matter if he dies, but you can't eat that car, otherwise you can try. Chinyu's face gradually fell. After several times, this woman was not willing to listen, and he was almost too lazy to talk. Sister Feng looked at the playful expression of the man opposite her, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. She opened the drawer and quickly took out a walkie-talkie, pressed it, and immediately said, Ali, don't touch the truck for the time being. More than 200 meters away, the man, with a face scarf beside the truck, heard the sound and his eyes froze. Then he saw someone come forward and open the two doors of the truck. Ali's legs quickly burst out with strength, and he kicked the ground hard and rushed over, holding the collar of the man, who was about to climb in, and quickly rolled to the side a few times. A few seconds later, a terrifying explosion sounded. Boom! The water cup on Sister Feng's desk trembled directly. You actually tied a bomb. When she heard the explosion, she stood up suddenly with her hands on the table, glaring and shouting. It's our own car. Why do we need to ask you what we want to tie? You should be thankful that there is no nuclear bomb, otherwise I would still leave one in the car. Chinyu said with a cold face. You? Sister Feng was immediately angry, and took out a pistol, and pointed it at the man opposite. Oh, did you use a gun? You'd better kill me today, otherwise I guarantee that every blade of grass and every tree here will disappear. Chinyu stood up and looked at her and said. Then Chinyu continued to add, I just can't figure it out. Dajwang brought us back, and you haven't asked him a question yet, but you are full of hostility towards me. Is this how you lead? Sister Feng also realized that she was a little too excited. The person in front of her was indeed a friend of Dajwang's brother and sister. She put down the gun, sat on the chair and closed her eyes, and said, Many people didn't see what happened before. They only saw that you threw a man to the ground, threw the gun parts on him, and walked up to kill him. I asked the witnesses, and the answers were basically the same. Sister Feng whispered, Tell me the details of the situation at that time. Chinyu is a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. If you are tough with him, he is more stubborn than anyone else, but if you are soft, he is a little uncomfortable. Seeing the appearance of the woman opposite, Chinyu thought about it from her perspective. If a man rushed into his camp and was ready to kill people, or even broke a palm, then he would most likely shoot him on the spot. After pondering for a while, Chinyu slowly began to speak. After listening to the story, Sister Feng suddenly opened her eyes and said coldly, You mean, he was going to shoot at Dajwang? Chinyu nodded and said, I saw that he had already pulled the bolt and the bullets were loaded, so I drew the knife. Sister Feng thought for a moment and continued to ask, "What's your name?" "Qinyu, the island of you." "Well, you come with me to meet the man." She stood up, picked up her coat, and walked towards the door. Qinyu turned around and shouted, "Hey, you haven't told me your name yet?" "Feng Yi." A voice came from outside. Qinyu was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. "Feng Yi, Aunt Feng? This name is a bit of an advantage. Are you leaving?" Another cold shout came from outside. "I'm coming." Qinyu hurriedly followed him out. In the infirmary. At this time, Xiaoning was lying on the bed, her eyes closed, with an 4 tube inserted in her right hand, and she had not woken up. Dazhuang stayed beside her, and didn't go anywhere. A man sat on a chair next to her and said painfully, "Brother, she seems to be asleep. Why don't you move over and let me lie down for a while?" Dazhuang turned his head and looked at him, and shouted coldly, "If you want to lie down outside, don't be an eyesore here." The man took a look at Dazhuang's muscles, swallowed his saliva, and didn't dare to say anything else. A few hours ago, he had a gun on him, so he was much braver and dared to speak loudly. Now the gun has become a part, and is in his arms. He dared not breathe. "Brother, something seems to have exploded outside. Do you want to go and take a look?" The man said weakly again. Dazhuang was very annoyed at the moment. Xiaoning had not made any movement, and the people next to him were still chattering. He stood up and walked over, ready to throw him out. But as soon as he stood up, the door was pushed open. The man saw a figure appear and quickly shouted, "Boss, save me, he wants to murder me." Sister Feng stood at the door, and said with a dark face, "Come out if you are not dead, I have something to ask you." Then he walked out. The man hesitated for a few seconds, but still covered his hand, and left the infirmary. "Let me ask you, did you want to kill Dazhuang at that time?" Sister Feng stared at him, and asked coldly, "Who is Dazhuang?" The man was stunned. Qinyu next to him said indifferently, "You don't even know who others are, but you dare to pull out a gun and even prepare to shoot? Is your brain installed there for decoration?" Chapter 155. The man stood outside, his face flushed after being confronted by Qinyu, and he dared not say a word. "What's your name?" Sister Feng looked at him, and asked in a deep voice. "Wang. Wang Tianhai." The man answered in a low voice. Sister Feng walked forward, pointed her finger at his chest and said, "It's not your turn to make any decisions in this community. You are just lucky to be taken in by us. You can't step on even a blade of grass on the ground." Wang Tianhai was so frightened that his legs softened when he heard this. He knelt on the ground and said quickly, I deserve to die. Actually, I didn't mean to shoot. I just wanted to show off and shoot at the empty space next to him. Don't kick me out. I will definitely correct it." Although he was injured, bleeding a lot, and even had a broken hand, he knew very well that without these walls, the zombies outside would eat him alive in his current situation. "Hand over your weapons. You are not allowed to carry any tools in the community from now on. Get out of here." Sister Feng turned around and said with disdain. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai felt much more relaxed and quickly stood up and left. After the man walked away, Xinyu stood beside her and whispered, "Why keep a person like this? Maybe it's raising a tiger to cause trouble." "Raise?" Sister Feng replied coldly. He also found some supplies before, so he had a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and vegetables were planted in the community, so these people had to work to eat. If he makes trouble again one day, or even kills someone, it may be too late to regret it. Qinyu turned to look at the infirmary, standing in front of the window and looking inside. There is no way nowadays. Talent is the greatest resource. With talent, everything can be developed. Sister Feng pondered for a while, looked up at the night sky, and murmured. After more than half a minute of silence, Qinyu did not say anything else. Not long after, Lindy came over with a bowl of porridge and a towel. "Hey, are you two reconciled, standing here to admire the moon?" He. Qinyu saw her coming, smiled and greeted her, then looked up at the sky and said, "You know what? The city was brightly lit before, and there was no star at all. Now there is a global power outage. I took a closer look and found that the night is so beautiful." Sister Feng turned around and looked at Lin Yi and said, "We didn't have any hatred, so there's no need to make peace." Lin Yi laughed, then looked at Qinyu and said, "By the way, Li Yao is making the bed in the room, and she left some porridge for you on the coffee table." Qinyu nodded, "Okay." Then Lin Yi opened the door and walked in with the porridge. "How is she? Is she awake?" De Zhuang heard this and turned around and said, "Just woke up, but still very weak." Lin Yi walked forward and touched Xiao Ning's forehead with the back of his hand, and said, "She has a little fever, eat something first, and then find 2 snow cubes and put them in the bag, and apply it for a while, and it will be fine. Xiaoning was lying on the bed, smiling palely. Thank you. Lenny brought the porridge over and placed it on the cabinet next to her, then took a stool and sat down, picked up the bowl and said, We are all Qinyu's friends, so we are also good sisters, you are welcome. Then she scooped a little porridge with a spoon and blew it gently. De Zhuang on the other side of the bed saw the scene and said, How about I feed it? I have nothing to do now, and I am idle here. Lenny looked up at him, then at the smiling girl on the bed, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, come on, I'm just going to get some medicine. Then she handed the bowl over. Be careful of the heat, blow it for a while, if it's troublesome, put it outside to freeze for a few minutes, I added a little sugar in it, don't waste it if you can't finish it, eat it yourself. De Zhuang said gratefully. It's thoughtful, thank you. I always remember your life-saving grace in the past, it's strange to say these. Lenny waved her hand, then stood up and walked towards the inner room. Qinyu stood in front of the windowsill, looked for a while, turned his head and said, You have so many things, rice and sugar, to be honest, I didn't dare to think about it before. Sister Feng said calmly, I don't eat rice at ordinary times, these are just for the wounded, okay let's go. After saying this, she turned and walked in another direction. Qinyu hurriedly followed. Where are you going? It's dark and you're still busy. Sister Feng heard this, stopped, turned back and stared at him and whispered, Have you forgotten the explosion just now? Now go and clean up the mess. Qinyu took a step back and said with a little guilt, Will there be another death? Sister Feng walked very fast and said quickly, With a lay watching over there, nothing will happen. A few minutes later, the two came to the entrance area. At this time, many oil lamps were lit there, and a lay and a few men were cleaning up the debris on the ground. Sister Feng stepped forward and said quickly, This is a lay, who has been with me for several years. This is Qinyu. The previous things were all misunderstandings, and now they are solved. Without saying too much, Sister Feng quickly introduced it, and then continued to ask, How is it? No one was injured. Alay glanced at Qinyu, and then shook his head slightly. After getting the answer, Sister Feng walked forward and took a look inside the car. She saw that only the area near the driver's seat was piled with things, and there was nothing outside. You are smart. You didn't tie the bomb to your cargo. She looked at Qinyu and said, Of course. Qinyu picked up an empty can on the ground, threw it aside and replied, We are not stupid. We worked so hard to find something, and it exploded like this. Wouldn't it be heartbreaking? Sister Feng curled her lips and continued, I thought you filled the whole car, but it turned out to be just this little. Hearing this, Qinyu couldn't sit still. He stretched his neck and yelled, Sister, it's been more than a year since the apocalypse broke out. Do you think you can go to the wholesale market to buy goods? How much do you want to buy? Sister Feng ignored him, looked around the car, turned around and said, Your car body is useless, but the wheels are fine, they can still be driven. Qinyu said casually, It doesn't matter, anyway, it's impossible to drive it around. By the way, the supplies can be exchanged for supply coins, isn't that right? Qinyu thought of something and added again. Hearing this, Sister Feng looked at him, thought for a while and nodded. Yes, did Dazhuang tell you? Qinyu hummed, and then said, Exchange these things for supply coins for me, I want to exchange them for something else from you. Sister Feng was about to answer, and heard him continue. Don't fool me, Dazhuang is my brother, I will ask him carefully. Chapter 156. Too lazy to pay attention to him, Sister Feng walked over to look at the boxes, then told Alay, Take people to move these things into the warehouse. I come over later to count together. Alay nodded, waved to a few people, and started to move. Qinyu walked to Sister Feng and asked in confusion, Why don't you drive the car over there? There's no place big enough for you to park your truck. So park this car over there, and use it to block the wall. Sister Feng said quickly, then walked to the driver's seat, and climbed up. Do you want to put the gun away yourself, or do we keep it for you? Sister Feng asked, sticking her head out. Qinyu hurried forward. Don't worry about these, big shot, we can do it ourselves. Seeing this, she said nothing more, and moved the things from above down. By the way, how do you exchange material coins for materials? And why do you have to exchange them? Can you explain it to me? Qinyu stood below and asked while receiving things. Sister Feng handed over a quilt, and sat in the driver's seat, and said, The main reason is that the materials searched back are too messy. Sometimes Team A goes out to search for 3 days, and all they bring back are tools and the like, while Team B may bring back only food. At the beginning, there were many people in this community, and I couldn't control them too much. The people in Team B looked at Team A eating food, and they were weird. After a while, the conflict never stopped. Finally, I took Alay and a few others to control the group of people by force. Finally, I publicly stated that those who were not satisfied with the current situation could leave with the supplies they found for one day. Chinyu nodded while listening and said, "Did everyone leave later? After all, in the end of the world, people are selfish, and everyone wants to live longer." Sister Feng hummed, staring at the ground ahead, and said slowly, "About the same. More than 20 people left that day, and the rest are almost all in this community. Without manpower, we couldn't even build the wall. At that time, we had to go out every day to kill zombies, and pile up their corpses to block the perimeter." When Chinyu heard this method, he actually thought of using the corpses of zombies to block it, and praised, "Smart. What's the use of this?" Sister Feng shook her head and said, "When there are many people, a 2 or 3 meter wall can be built in one day. After most of the people have left, it may not be completed in a few days. And," Sister Feng continued to add, "too many corpses can easily lead to plague, and even rats can bring in the virus. There was no other way. I held a meeting with the remaining people and unanimously decided to bring back as many survivors as possible when searching for food. Then Alay and I discussed for a long time. No matter what we brought back, as long as it cannot be produced in the current environment, it can be exchanged for material coins. All materials will be stored by me. On the 1st of each month, most of them will be put out and exchanged for coins at a clear price. Number 1, that means 7 days later?" Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he spoke. Sister Feng nodded, "Yes." "But," Chinyu thought for a while and continued, "will someone forge the material currency? The things we use cannot be produced now." Sister Feng replied, "What are they?" "Coins, the kind that circulate in our community, all have a corner cut off and a number written on them. The corresponding coin corners with the same number can only be exchanged when they are put together." Sister Feng glanced at him and said it directly. This was a plan that was decided after careful consideration. She was not worried that someone would use other coins to exchange them. After all, she was the only one who kept the coins and arranged them according to the numbers. "Is that so?" "Okay, I understand." Chinyu nodded and replied. Then he continued to work. After about an hour, the materials in the truck were all emptied. Chinyu was not worried that these would be taken by them alone. After all, he had been with Dajwan for so long, and he believed in his character. If there is something wrong with this community, then Dajwan will definitely not feel comfortable with his sister living here. Just as Chinyu thought, after experiencing several major and minor incidents here, Sister Feng basically kicked those bad apples out of the community. That Wang Tianhai, because he just joined and didn't know Dajwan, caused this trouble. Before, Li Yao was asked to guard the truck to prevent it from being robbed. There is no surveillance here, and if something is lost, no one knows who took it. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chinyu was carrying a rifle on his back, holding a sniper rifle in his arms, and holding a black box in his right hand, which was filled with bullets. There weren't many of these things. After splitting them in half with Xiao Jiao and the others, there were only about 100 rounds, and the sniper rifle had even fewer bullets, only 25 rounds. However, after Chinyu saw the power of this gun, he was satisfied. It didn't matter if there were fewer bullets. As long as the zombies were in a straight line, one bullet could penetrate 5 or 6 zombies at the same time. Back at their house in Dajwang, Chinyu pushed the door open and walked in, only to find Li Yao just walking out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Chinyu quickly turned his back to her, blushing and whispering, "Why don't you put on your clothes before coming out? What if someone comes in?" Li Yao was shocked. She held the bath towel tightly with both hands. When she saw Chinyu turn around, she walked forward and blew out the candle. The room fell into darkness. She whispered, "It's not easy to get hot water here, and there is a special place. I just want to take a shower." Chinyu thought for a moment and said softly, "That's true. I haven't taken a shower since I moved into the department store. Sorry, I should have knocked on the door." Li Yao fumbled to the sofa, took out the only set of clean clothes she had left, went back to the bathroom, put them on quickly, came out, lit the candle, and whispered, "Okay, you can turn around." Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. "You should go take a shower too. I boiled a lot of water. The snow in their backyard is quite clean." Li Yao walked back to the bathroom, took out her clothes, and looked at him and said, "Okay, I go later." Chinyu smiled and nodded. "By the way, put your gun together later, I hide it later." Li Yao nodded, hummed, "You arrange it." Then she took her clothes and walked out. Chinyu walked to the coffee table, picked up the porridge and drank it quickly, even licking the bottom of the bowl clean. Why didn't I think the porridge was so delicious before? Chun Yu put the bowl away and said to himself in confusion. Then he suddenly realized, it seems that as long as you are hungry for a long time, everything will taste good. Chapter 157. Not long after the meal, Dazhuang also came back. How is it? Are you used to living here? He walked in, took off his pistol, smiled and asked. Very good. No need to worry about the zombies outside attacking, and no need to worry about catching a cold. Chun Yu smiled and nodded. Okay, you sit for a while. Dazhuang hummed and walked towards a room on the first floor. After more than a minute, he changed his clothes and returned to the sofa. Before he could speak, Chun Yu whispered, Do you want to discuss finding medicine? Dazhuang was stunned for a moment, curious about how Chun Yu knew, but then he thought that Lin Yi should have a better relationship with him, and maybe she had already said it. Then Dazhuang nodded and said, Yes, the doctor must have explained it in detail. In fact, there is a lack of medicine to treat Xiaoning. I know. Chun Yu lowered his head and said in a deep voice, In this environment, the lack of medicine will undoubtedly increase the probability of death. Although she has only known us for a short time, there is no need to take such a big risk to find medicine for her. Dazhuang listened quietly without saying anything. He knew that Chun Yu had something else to say. After lying on the sofa and pondering for a while, Chun Yu spoke again, not only for her, but also for our future. If the community here wants to survive for a long time, even if we want to live longer, we can't do without medicine. After all, it's not just zombies. They got sick before, and they still get sick now. After washing the clothes, Li Yao casually put them under a shed in the backyard. When she walked into the house, she happened to hear Chun Yu's last words. She echoed, I guess this is also one of the reasons why the community leaders here value your friend so much. Chun Yu turned around and nodded slightly. Tell me what you think. Having said this, Li Yao also walked to the small sofa next to her and sat down, saying softly, Although Xiaoning is sick now, there is no guarantee that our group will be like this in the future. Anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics are very important. Chun Yu nodded while listening. Yes, we are fine now, but what if someone falls ill in the future? If Dazhuang and I fall, how can you girls clean up those hundreds of zombies? We can leave it alone now, and look for medicine when we need it, but time waits for no one, and we can't afford to gamble. Right now, health is the most important thing. Dazhuang and Li Yao both agree that as long as Chun Yu gives the order, it will be fine. Then Chun Yu shook his head and said, It's better to wait for bullets to rain down from the sky if we want to take down that island with just the three of us. It's no different from dreaming. Dazhuang took out his revolver and took a look, then said, I only have 7 rounds left. Let alone landing on the island. We can't even get to the edge of the bridge. In this case, the two groups must cooperate. Everyone needs medicine, so why should we do it alone? Let's go and discuss it with them tomorrow morning. Okay, everyone is tired in the wild these days. Have a good sleep and talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. After saying that, Chun Yu stood up and walked upstairs. Your room is the second room on the right, by the window. Li Yao shouted at him. Chun Yu waved his hand, got it. Then Li Yao was about to stand up, but saw Dazhuang walking out the door. She was stunned for a moment and said, It's almost midnight, where are you going? Dazhuang turned around and whispered, I go to keep watch. Xiaoning is not doing well at the moment. I'm worried that if her condition worsens in the early morning, I notify Lin Yi in time. Li Yao thought for a while, looked into his eyes and asked, Do you have a good impression of her? Hearing this, Dazhuang scratched his head for the rare occasion and replied, I don't know, but seeing that she would rather be beaten than beg for mercy from those beasts, I admire her spirit of dying rather than surrendering, so I want to take care of her more. Ha, okay, I got it. Li Yao nodded. You go first, I take your place in 4 hours. Dazhuang said gratefully, Thank you. Then he walked towards the infirmary. Luxury villa, Sister Feng's residence. At this time, 2 candles were lit in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, covered with glass covers, so the light in the room was quite bright. On a large bed in the middle, Sister Feng leaned against the headboard, holding a book about how to grow vegetables, and reading it, and there were several thick books next to her waiting for her to finish reading. Some of the green vegetables planted in the community have withered again, and the living environment is becoming more and more difficult. From time to time, she took a sip of the water cup beside the bed, and read the information carefully. It has never been easy to build a community, especially after losing many people. Sister Feng also started from scratch and transformed step by step. From Chun Yu's perspective, he had never thought of building such a large survival camp. He didn't know how to build a wall, how to divert water, how to drain water, and even how to build a house. In fact, Xing Yu's idea has always been similar to Xiao Jiu's. Just find a place where zombies can't get in, and live there peacefully. Why spend so much effort to build a community base? But Sister Feng's idea is different, especially after she has experienced so many things. A few months ago, only Dazhuang's sister came back. Although she was very anxious, she could only believe in Dazhuang's ability. Before the end of the world, she was an internationally renowned photographer. Her works often appeared in various magazines, and she won countless awards. She flew to many countries every year. In order to take the most satisfactory photos, she often stayed near the primeval forest for 10 days, and half a month. Half a year before the zombies appeared, Feng Yi was still active in other corners of the earth, until one day. During that time, she was young, full of vigor and wealth, but she still did not stop exploring the world. After several changes of transportation, she came to a very remote village abroad with 2 bodyguards and a local guide and translator. There was no electricity, and no tools here. The people living here had to dig by hand to farm. Some places abroad are very far away and not so developed. The language that can be understood here is like listening to a foreign book in other places. Although Feng Yi knew a lot of foreign languages, she still communicated with gestures most of the time. She would never hesitate to hire a guide when she could. Feng Yi brought farming tools and a lot of food they had never seen before. In return, those people told her a lot of information. After much inquiry, she finally confirmed the existence of primitive tribes. Chapter 158. Feng Yi was very excited and hoped to make the faces and living methods of those people known to the world, so she led a few people to the deserted area. Little did she know that she almost died there. After walking for 2 days, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the destination. As soon as she stepped into the forest, Feng Yi felt something was very different, as if someone was watching her. There were 2 bodyguards, both equipped with guns, plus a guide, and another person, who was recommended by the village to lead the way. Feng Yi gave him 2 cans of Coke, and he almost jumped for joy. This forest was even stranger than anything Feng Yi had seen before. First of all, the trees were so big that it took 5 or 6 adult men holding hands to hug them. Going further in, there were even trees as big as small houses, which required at least a dozen people to surround. When the guide saw this huge tree, he seemed to be possessed. He knelt in front of it and kowtowed, completely ignoring Feng Yi's attempts to stop him, and wanted to run out. At this point, Feng Yi definitely couldn't accept it. He had already taken the money, but he wanted to run away without showing him the place. How could that be possible? 2 bodyguards stopped him and refused to let him go. At that time, there was a lot of noise, and the sounds of various animals in the forest continued. Feng Yi walked up to him and said in a foreign language, "Sir, we have paid you far more than a normal guide. Are you going to breach the contract?" "Oh no, dear Miss Feng, you are a foreigner and don't understand our customs. Once this kind of tree appears, it means that something bad is going to happen. I sincerely suggest that we leave quickly." The guide's hands were tightly grasped by the bodyguard, and he answered in a not very fluent language. Feng Yi turned her head and looked at the ground. She couldn't see what animal's footprints were, but if it was an unknown creature, then she would probably gain fame and fortune again this time, and maybe her status would be able to rise to a higher level. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yi stood up and looked at the guide. "I double your money." The guide continued to shake his head and refuse. "Dear Miss Feng, this is not a matter of money. Double. You can make money, but you may not live to spend it. Miss Feng, please don't embarrass me anymore. 5 times. Don't waste my patience anymore. If I didn't understand what the person next to me said, I would have let you go long ago," Feng Yi said calmly. She didn't care about the money at all. At that time, she was almost obsessed with these strange creatures and scenery. The guide was stunned when he heard the words of the rich woman in front of him. With 5 times the money, he could live in other countries directly, and even buy a house, a car, and marry a wife. His previous job was just towing cars in a small repair shop. It was located in a remote area and few people came here. He just happened to hear that this group of people were going to find a primitive tribe, so he introduced himself briefly in his unfamiliar foreign language. At first, Feng Yi proposed to look for those primitive people, and he readily agreed and even quoted a high price. Who would have thought that the person on the other side would pay him cash on the spot without hesitation? And the amount Feng Yi offered in the forest now would take him decades of work in a car repair shop to save up. The guide's face changed for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Lend me your phone. I need you to transfer money, Miss Feng. I will follow you into the forest once the money is in the account. Okay. Feng Yi nodded, took out a satellite phone from her bag and handed it to him. The guide took it, pressed a few buttons, and then turned around and started talking. After a while, he squatted down and drew a string of numbers on the ground with his fingers. Then he hung up the phone, turned to look at Feng Yi and said, "Please transfer the money to this account, please." Feng Yi didn't waste any words, picked up the phone and dialed, calling the finance department of his company. "Please transfer $100,000 to this account for me, the number is." Soon, a reply came from the other end of the phone. The transfer was successful, Mr. Feng. Recently several international magazines hope to exclusively publish the photos you took last time. What do you think? Feng Yi pondered for a moment, took the phone and walked a little distance in the other direction, regaining her usual strong woman momentum. She quickly ordered on the phone, "You convey my words. Arrange a few people to contact them separately, secretly reveal the quotations of other magazines, and finally choose the one with the highest price, and then increase it by 10%, and then sign the contract." "Okay, I understand, Mr. Feng." "Wait a minute." Feng Yi was about to hang up, but she thought of something and ordered again, "Tell them that whichever company signs the contract, I will give priority to signing the photos I took this time." "Understood, Mr. Feng." "May I ask what kind of photo it is?" the finance officer on the other end of the phone asked in a low voice. Feng Yi looked at the towering trees in the distance, and then glanced at the strange footprints on the ground. She said excitedly, "It is a land creature that has never been published on the earth." After that, she hung up the phone and walked back to hand it to the guide. "Check it out. It may have arrived now." The guide took it and dialed again. After more than 10 seconds, his face was filled with a happy expression, and he spoke some language that Feng Yi could not understand. After a moment, he smiled and walked towards Feng Yi and said, "Oh my God, my dear Miss Feng, you are as kind as God. I really love you so much." After saying that, he opened his arms and wanted to come over and hug her. Feng Yi took the phone and took a look at his hair that looked like a chicken coop and his hands that were as black as mud. She stepped back a few steps to prevent his body that hadn't been bathed for more than 10 days from touching her, and replied calmly, "In that case, let's set off quickly. If we waste this time, our target may run away." The guide didn't care that the person on the other side disliked him. He scratched his neck with his right hand and said with a smile, Okay, I will communicate with him now." Then the guide walked to the side. The man in the village was sitting on the ground to rest. He walked up, took out 2 big chicken legs from his bag and handed them to him, saying something difficult to understand. Then the man took the chicken legs and put them in his arms, nodded, picked up a wooden spear and walked inside. "Okay, Miss Feng, let's go." The guy came back and said something, then took his things and followed the steps. A bodyguard standing beside Feng Yi whispered, "This man is just like the black agents outside. He eats the big fish and meat, and gives a little sparrow meat to others who work for him. Sometimes, those black agents don't even leave soup. Leave a way out for others, so that they can meet again in the future. These people will only understand this when they are about to die. Let's go, let's follow." Feng Yi answered casually, picked up her luggage and followed the steps, and walked into this terrifying primitive forest. Chapter 159. After leaving the outer area and entering the inner part, there are countless towering trees, and some plants nearby have leaves that are almost as big as cars. There have been no traces of people for many years, and the rocks in this forest are covered with moss. It was very difficult for several people to walk, and it took half an hour to walk about a kilometer. On a pile of strange-shaped gravel, the stones here are very strange. All of them look oval, and there are some plants growing outside, like moss, but the color is not right, and the size is also very large, about the size of an adult curled up. Everyone sat here to rest for a while, and then prepared to continue on their way. Feng Yi supported the ground with her hands, and just as she exerted force, she suddenly heard a cracking sound. The man in the village saw this, turned around and immediately shouted, and waved his hands. Feng Yi looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Then she shouted to the guide, "Why don't you translate it? Why are you standing there?" After the guide heard what the man said, his face changed drastically, and he quickly turned around and shouted, "Miss Feng, don't move." But it was too late. Feng Yi didn't understand what the man said. She grabbed the bodyguard next to her, and then she stepped hard, and the place where she stepped on suddenly cracked. The next second, Feng Yi screamed and fell down. The bodyguard was holding the luggage in his hand, and he dropped it and tried to pull it, but it was too late. Then, all the surrounding rubble began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared on the surface. A sharp beak suddenly rushed out of an oval stone, which was almost like a bird's beak, but much larger. The surface was dark brown, and then it pecked at the broken stones and began to crawl out. The man in the village quickly took out a piece of wood wrapped in cowhide, which contained a few charcoals. This was the way they had preserved fire for decades. Then he grabbed a handful of hay from the ground, and then the man poured the charcoal on it and blew it hard, and the flames burned quickly. He grabbed the fire and waved it around vigorously, while anxiously shouting something to the guide next to him. The guide was frightened when he saw some strange creatures appearing in the surrounding stone piles, and began to talk nonsense. It's over, the disaster has come. At this time, a bodyguard dropped his luggage, pulled out his pistol, and shot at a monster rushing towards him. Bang! The gunshot, the creature that looked like a chicken, but was a little bigger than an ostrich, fell on the spot. Feng fell down at this time. She was already scared. The inside was very sticky, a transparent liquid like egg white, but it emitted a very disgusting stench. A monster inside that was forcibly awakened pecked at her arm several times, and blood flowed everywhere. Feng grabbed the monster's mouth with both hands and yelled upwards, "Pull me up quickly!" While she was resisting desperately, she looked at the monster pressing on her. She saw that it had dark black feathers on its surface, and was very similar in size to an ostrich, but there were some barbs on its back, which were about 10 centimeters long and very hard. The monster pressed down desperately, and opened its mouth at the same time. Feng even saw sharp and tiny teeth. This was a creature she had never seen before, but at this moment, she didn't feel happy at all, only panic. There was a continuous sound of gunfire from above. The bodyguards were forced to get close by the strange bird. Feng made up her mind, grabbed the strange bird's neck with both hands, and pushed it to the side. Then she knelt on its neck, which was as thick as her arm, to prevent it from moving. She glanced around and didn't find any useful items. Suddenly, her eyes stopped at the barbs on the back of the strange bird. She gritted her teeth, grabbed one with both hands, and shook it left and right in other directions. Then she pulled hard, and a bloody barb was pulled out immediately. The bird was in great pain and became even more crazy. Feng held the thorn with both hands and stabbed the bird's eyes fiercely. Once, twice. The bird's neck was stabbed by Feng and bloody eyes were everywhere. Just after killing the monster, a wooden stick came down from above, and the bodyguard lay on it and shouted, "Catch it!" Feng turned around and held the stick with both hands. The other things fell into the eggshell. She didn't care about carrying those items. She hooked the bag with the satellite phone with her foot and left. After climbing up, Feng put on the backpack with the phone in it, and then looked at the monster corpses all around. Her face turned pale. She was covered with that kind of smelly mucus, and even her face was stained with a lot of it. An uncontrollable physiological reaction surged up her throat, and she lay on the ground and vomited wildly. Then Feng quickly grabbed the grass on the ground, wiped her face clean, and then followed the bodyguard to retreat to the side. At this time, the guide had climbed up a tree, holding the trunk tightly and refusing to come down. There were 3 strange birds under the tree, pecking at the tree desperately. The man in the village grabbed the fire and ignited it on the ground, creating a safe area for a short time, but it didn't work. A dozen strange birds flapped their wings outside the fire, trying to put out the fire. At this point, the man was so anxious that he yelled at the guide over there. At this time, Feng and the bodyguard didn't understand what he was saying at all. The guide was so scared that he forgot to translate. Feng grabbed the bodyguard's pistol and pulled the trigger directly at the guide on the tree, shouting with a sullen face, "Tell me what he said quickly, or I send you to see God now." The guide felt the bullet hit his head, shuddered, and explained stammeringly, He said to start a fire quickly. These monsters are afraid of fire." Feng and the bodyguards quickly took out a small bottle of gasoline from a bag, which she used to start a fire in wet areas, and then poked a small hole with a knife, and then quickly squeezed a line under her feet. Everything was ready, and the man next to him kicked a piece of firewood over with his foot. Suddenly, with a bang, a larger line of fire ignited on the ground. Feng rolled hay into a ball, then lit it, and threw it at the strange birds. At this time, the 4 of them had been blocked by the strange birds, and had to retreat into the woods. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer, Feng grabbed a few burning woods, and threw them at the guide's feet, shouting loudly, "Come down quickly." If he hadn't been needed to translate, Feng would have retreated with his men long ago. Then several people joined together, and began to rush deeper into the forest, not even caring about how slippery the ground was, and they quickly got up after falling. Chapter 160. The group of strange birds quickly bypassed the line of fire, and followed closely behind. Suddenly, They came to a place covered with light purple plants. The bird stopped directly, looked inside with fear, and then turned their heads and retreated to the back, no longer chasing. The guide who was running behind looked back and found that the birds had retreated. He knelt on the ground and panted and shouted, "Don't run, the birds have left." The people in front slowed down their pace and turned to look behind, just in time to see the back of the last bird. At this time, the 5 people were at the entrance of a cave, sitting on the ground gasping for breath. Why didn't they chase us anymore? A bodyguard asked with lingering fear, stacking 2 satchels together. Another bodyguard next to him also answered with a serious face. Could it be that our guns scared them away? Are you stupid? We just killed more than a dozen strange birds outside, but they also kept chasing us. The bodyguard who spoke before immediately shouted at him in a low voice. Although I don't know what they are afraid of, it must not be because of us. Fengyi leaned against a tree root and answered while resting. The guide knelt on the ground and kept bowing his head in a certain direction. Fengyi didn't quite understand what he said, but it seemed like he was asking God to bless him or something like that. Hey, ask that man what these things are, and how does he know he is afraid of fire? Fengyi didn't wait any longer and shouted to the guide. After hearing the employer's instructions, the guide also wanted to find out what these things were. He stood up and ran to the side, squatting in front of the man and asking something in a gibberish. A few seconds later, the guide came over and explained. He said this bird has been the #1 enemy of their village tribe for decades and often attacks them. But it is not big, only the size of an ordinary wild boar, but this one is obviously much larger. Then the guide added again, Miss Feng, I sincerely hope that you don't go any further. I will return the money to you. I don't want to die here. Fengyi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's leave now. Before she finished speaking, a palm-sized insect suddenly crawled out from the roots of the tree next to her. The bodyguard was quick-witted and swung his dagger to fly over. Fengyi was shocked on the spot, thinking that her bodyguard had betrayed her and suddenly attacked her. Then she saw the insect that the dagger had pierced was still twisting desperately. Fengyi quickly stood up and ran away. The next second, more of these insects crawled out from behind the roots of the tree, densely packed, and there were a lot of them. Fengyi's scalp was numb, and she quickly shouted, "Run!" Then, the bodyguard wanted to get the luggage, but Fengyi pulled him and shouted angrily, "Don't worry about it, run." As soon as she finished speaking, a bug climbed onto her shoes and crawled up her legs. At this moment, a man suddenly stood up from behind the leaves in the distance, holding a slingshot and shooting something like a mud ball. It hit Fengyi's calf on the spot, and it exploded with a snap, scattering a burst of light red powder. The force was not strong. Fengyi's calf just turned a little blue. She screamed, and then saw a man with a face scarf running towards her, holding her and running quickly in another direction. While running, Fengyi turned her head and looked behind. She saw that the long worm was stained with the powder, and began to roll on the ground. After a few seconds, it turned into a pool of blood. After running in one direction for more than 10 minutes, the man with the mask took her around for a distance and finally met up with the other 2 bodyguards, the guide, and the men in the village. But each of them was injured, and there were many fully armed strangers around. It seemed to be a camp with several tents. A bodyguard's left hand was chopped off, and the man in the village lost half of his hand. As for the guide, even his calf was chopped off. At this time, a man who looked like a doctor was bandaging him. A man with a beard and a cigar in his mouth walked out of a tent. He spoke in a foreign language. "This strange lady, you are really tough. Just a few people dare to step into this place. It really fulfills the old saying in your country, a heroine among women." Fengyi was a little at a loss. Looking at this scene, she murmured, "Who are you?" The man with the veil next to her helped her walk to a chair and sat down, and said in a very strange voice, "How come you are here?" Fengyi was stunned. How could there be people here who spoke the same language as her country? She asked, "Do you know me?" Seeing this, the man with the veil stretched out his hand and pulled his face, but Fengyi was still confused and didn't know him. Then, the man with the veil pulled open his sleeves, revealing 2 scars. Fengyi looked at the wound on his arm. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and a wave of memories came to her. Then she looked up in surprise and said, "Are you Xiao Lei?" Lei nodded and continued to put on the scarf. "You are still alive." Fengyi opened her arms excitedly and hugged him. Lei was rescued by her from a trafficker abroad more than 10 years ago. At that time, she traveled to many places to take pictures of the scenery, with 7 or 8 bodyguards around her. A little kid desperately rushed through the crowd, knelt at her feet, and hugged her tightly, begging to save him. At that time, Feng Yi was only a teenager and went out with her father to discuss business. But she was very interested in photography, so she often went to other places with beautiful scenery to take pictures. Hearing the child next to her speaking the same language as her, Feng Yi stopped the bodyguard next to her and looked at the dirty little boy in front of her and asked, "Chinese?" The child nodded quickly. Later, Feng Yi paid a sum of money and took him away. A few days later, they encountered a terrorist attack near the airport. Although she and her father returned home safely, the little boy disappeared. Now that they meet again, Alay's appearance has changed a lot, and his voice seems to be problematic. Feng Yi asked in a low voice, "Your voice?" Alay shook his head gently, and didn't want to talk about it. The bearded man next to him said, "You know Lei, right? He didn't have such a good life as you. He suffered from hardships when he was very young and was tortured by bandits. Later, he joined a killer organization in his teens, and now he is working for me. How much money do I want to redeem him?" Feng Yi stood up and said seriously. When the bearded man heard this, he laughed and said, "Money is meaningless to me. It is just a thing outside of our body. Eternal life is what we pursue. You don't know how magical this forest is." Feng Yi looked to the side and saw a cage with several strange animals in it. Even the long worm was in a glass container. She didn't ask much, just followed the group of people out of the forest. Before leaving, Feng Yi didn't ask the guide to return the money. After all, a leg was broken, so fortunately he left it to him for his old age. However, not long after Feng Yi returned to China, he just announced that he would retire from the background. But a few months later, he heard a news from all over the world. A dead body resurrected again, and they would not even age, get hurt, or suffer from illness. Some people call this thing an alternative immortal. Chapter 161. The catastrophe began, and there were fireworks and ruins everywhere. Feng Yi knew that it would not be long before the monsters in the forest would come out sooner or later. Especially when she heard that animals would also be infected and mutated, she realized what she was about to suffer. Not long after the zombies appeared, Feng Yi met Alay again. At that time, they were about to part in a foreign country and left him an address. Feng Yi hoped that he would stop doing these fighting and killing things, and find a chance to leave. After returning home, she could support him. After that, the outside world became more chaotic, and the zombies spread quickly. Alay drove a boat and stepped onto the ocean alone. While the situation in China was not very serious, he found Feng Yi. After that, Feng Yi also wanted to find her father, but she had no communication tools and only knew the approximate location, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After wandering aimlessly for a few months, Feng Yi realized that this was not going to work. Those animal zombies would increase in number soon, and she had to find a way to stop them. Then she met other survivors on the road, and learned from one of them that there was an area in the suburbs that needed to be reformed, and a new area would be built nearby. A developer got inside information and built a large area of single-family houses in advance, but unfortunately, zombies broke out before they were completed. Feng Yi lay on the bed, thinking quietly about some things in the past. It was late at night, and she closed the book and prepared to rest. The door suddenly opened, and Lenny came in with a small tomato in her hand. "Sister Feng, the tomatoes you planted have borne fruit." Feng Yi looked up at her and said in surprise, "Is it true? Bring it here for me to see." After saying that, she couldn't wait any longer, so she got out of bed barefoot and took it. "Hey, be careful, the floor is very cold." Lenny handed her the thing in her hand, then pushed her back to the bed, and continued, "The cold medicine in the infirmary is all used up, and catching a cold is not easy to cure." Feng Yi took the small tomato and looked at it carefully. It was not very big, about the size of a baby's fist, and it was bright red. She turned her head and asked, "By the way, have you covered the greenhouse cloth? Don't let the cold air in. The temperature will be very low at night. Just ventilate it during the day." "I know, Sister Feng. I checked it carefully." Lenny nodded. "Yes." Feng Yi responded, put the small tomato on the cabinet next to her, and walked forward to rest, but Lin Yi did not leave. "There is not much medicine left." Lin Yi stood by the bed and looked at her, hesitant to speak. "How much is left?" Feng Yi asked softly. "The ones for treating external injuries are only enough for a few people. For treating headaches, fevers, etc., at most 2 people." Lin Yi sat on the bed and said slowly, "Medicine is too scarce." Feng Yi leaned against the head of the bed, closed her eyes and thought. After more than 10 seconds, she opened her eyes and continued, "And winter is coming, many people don't have thick clothes to wear, which increases the risk of catching a cold." Lin Yi also agreed. Zhang Yin and Yang Zi have been searching for winter clothes outside, but it's not that easy to find, and we have to be careful of zombies. Feng Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Speaking of zombies, she continued, after killing some wandering zombies nearby, we should be able to wear their clothes after stripping them off, right? Lin Yi shook her head slightly. First of all, it's a virus problem. Although there will be no infection without external injuries, no one can say whether the skin will be broken one day. For such minor injuries, they may not come to me. If someone in this community mutates in the middle of the night, it will be like throwing a bomb in. After hearing the answer, Feng Yi pondered for a while, and said again, take off those clothes and make torches. Try to light them outside for lighting in the future. Okay, I tell them tomorrow. Lin Yi nodded. As for the medicine, Feng Yi thought for a while and said, they need to save the girl, and there is a high probability that they will go out to find medicine. Since everyone needs it, let's just act together. To be able to survive in the wild for so long, he must not be an ordinary person. Lin Yi was immediately interested when she heard this, and continued, De Zhuang is your man, so I won't say much. As for Qin Yu, he is very calm, knows how to analyze things, and in most cases, he will prepare a retreat in advance. I trust him. Feng Yi looked at her and asked, oh? How much do you trust? Lin Yi blinked. I won't tell you, but I feel much more at ease when he is around, and I always feel that he has a very different aura now. Tell me about it. Feng Yi sat up and asked softly. Lin Yi pondered for a while, looked up at the window. That was the direction where Qin Yu lived, she said. Before, when we were traveling in the wild, we also met two people. They were Zhang Yin's enemies. At that time, Qin Yu had no intention of going up to fight alone. Even the two people were a little injured. He did not want to capture the other party, but pretended to gain trust and finally tied them up. Lin Yi thought and continued, and when I saw him today, the aura he exuded was very scary. I don't know if you understand that feeling. It's like an ordinary person, and a butcher, who has killed many pigs standing in front of you. You will naturally feel that the butcher's eyes are different. Feng Yi nodded. I understand this. Alei had the same feeling before. Then Lin Yi said again, at that time, Qin Yu cleanly killed that man. What was his name? Wang Tianhai. Feng Yi added. Oh, Wang Tianhai, he was thrown to the ground by Qin Yu before he could react. Lin Yi continued. To this day, I still remember Qin Yu's eyes. It was a look of contempt for the dead, an attitude of contempt for everything. I have no doubt that if I hadn't stopped him, Wang Tianhai's body would be frozen now. Feng Yi listened quietly, pondered for a moment, and said softly, after separating from you, he killed people. Lin Yi said seriously, now in the end of the world, many people have killed people, and some even eat people. Either kill or be killed. I don't think he is wrong. She thought Sister Feng wanted her to stay away from Qin Yu. Feng Yi poked her with a finger and explained, I didn't say he was wrong. I just said that he may have experienced something that led to change. Lin Yi whispered, most of those who did not choose to change are dead. We also have to change and learn to cooperate with others to survive longer. Feng Yi nodded lightly and said, I know what to do, go back to sleep first. Chapter 162. It was a peaceful night. It had been so long since the apocalypse, and for the first time, Qin Yu found the old feeling here. No need to worry about zombies suddenly rushing out. No need to beware of those evil guys suddenly stabbing him. The bed was very soft, and the quilt also had a faint fragrance, which was very nice. If it weren't for the wounds on his body, Qin Yu would really think that this moment was reality, and the previous experiences were all dreams. Touching his arm with his left hand, Qin Yu shook his head gently, then put on his clothes, put his feet on the bed, supported himself with his hands, and started doing push-ups. After 200, Qin Yu tried to do it with one hand again, but unfortunately, he failed after only 3. Huh? Qin Yu stood up, clapped his hands, let out a long breath, and then walked downstairs. Not long after he walked, Qin Yu smelled a fragrance coming from the backyard. He pushed open the back door, walked over and said hello. Hi, good morning. You're awake. It doesn't matter if you sleep a little longer. I call you when breakfast is ready. Li Yao was sitting at the stove, stuffing firewood into it, and when she saw Qin Yu appear, she raised her head and said with a smile. It's just that her face is a little bit stained and black at the moment, which is completely caused by her lack of experience in making fire. Qin Yu walked up and smiled. Let me make the fire. Look at your face. It's like a little cat. Go and wipe it. Hearing this, Li Yao finally felt relieved. She stood up and moved to the side and said, Last night, Lin Yi made a fire, and I saw that she didn't make so much smoke. Why can't I make a big fire for a long time when I burn it? Qin Yu sat down, used a wooden stick to fiddle with it twice and said, add small wooden sticks first, and then add big firewood after the fire is big. Use a thick piece of wood to pad the left side, and then put dry firewood on the right side. In this way, air will enter from below, and the fire will get bigger and bigger. Li Yao wet a towel with some water, and wiped her face carefully in the basin. She nodded while listening and said, is that so? It turns out that there is a science to making fire. Then, she turned her head to look at Qingyu. Now, is it still dirty? Qingyu looked up and nodded with a smile. It's still as beautiful as before. Li Yao curled her lips. It's a pity that beauty can't be eaten. Then she came to the stove, where 5 cans were steaming, and the lids were already opened. As the temperature rose, the aroma of meat also wafted. The extra one was for Lin Yi. After all, she was also Qinyu's friend. Qingyu saw this and said, cover it with a lid, don't let others smell it, this is our private collection. Li Yao said unconvinced, this is originally our own thing, it can't be called private collection, let's see who dares to come and grab it. Having said that, she still followed Qinyu's instructions, and put the lid on to avoid unnecessary disputes. A few dozen seconds later, a person came to the backyard. Li Yao turned her head, and saw that it was the woman who tied Qingyu last night. Seeing this, Li Yao looked slightly unhappy, and then walked to the other side. Feng Yi came over and said, I'm not here to take your food. I thought you had nothing to eat, so I came to give you some food. But seeing you like this, it seems that I really thought too much. After saying that, she took a step and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Hearing this, Li Yao's attitude improved a little. Although she was tied up for a while yesterday, she could understand it. She whispered, if you don't have anything to eat, stay and eat together. Now it's not as good as before the end of the world. There is not so much good food. No. Feng Yi refused calmly, and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Qingyu ran over and grabbed her and pushed her back. Feng Yi came here to discuss finding medicine, so she brought some dried vermicelli to them. As a result, these people hid the food for themselves. She felt that it was a waste of effort. Qingyu held her for no other reason. He planned to take people to the island to scout the situation. He had to coax this woman a little better, otherwise he would need more manpower. Pushing Feng Yi over and sitting down, Qingyu explained, let's meet each other. We are all acquainted. This one is Feng Yi, and the one next to me is Li Yao. Feng Yi tried to break free and stand up, but was held down by Qingyu. She had no choice but to look up and glare at him, then looked at Li Yao and smiled. Hello. Hello. Li Yao replied in the same way. She then opened the lid, and the meaty aroma became even stronger. Feng Yi was stunned, smacked her lips and said, you actually have canned meat. I looked at your boxes this morning, but I only looked at a little bit, and thought they were all canned fruit. Oh, we are so lucky. Qingyu said with a smile, and then used a piece of cloth to take out several cans of food. Li Yao, go get a bowl inside, and we give her some each. Li Yao hummed and walked into the house. No need, I just came to discuss something with you. Feng Yi was a little uncomfortable with the sudden good attitude of these two people, and stood up and wanted to leave. Come on, nowadays, you can either hunt or eat canned meat. There are so many zombies in the forest. I can guess that you must have not eaten meat for a long time. Qingyu reached out and grabbed her, not letting her leave. Soon Li Yao took out a small bowl, held her can of food with a cloth, and poured a small half of it into the bowl. You don't need so much, I just want to taste it. Feng Yi stepped forward and took the can, stopping the next move. It's okay. Li Yao smiled slightly. Qingyu also wrapped his box with a cloth, pushed it in a little, and said, thank you for taking us in for the night, this little bit of meat is just a piece of cake. Feng Yi was a little flattered. She held the bowl and said, there are many houses here, you can live anywhere you want, but one person has to go outside to search for supplies. I hope you understand, this is the rule. Qingyu held the can in his hand, picked up a piece of meat with a chopstick, blew on it a few times, then put it into his mouth and chewed it while saying, don't worry about this, it's not for nothing. I don't want to stay here all the time. At this time, the three of them were sitting on stools in the backyard, roasting fire, eating canned meat, very comfortable. While eating, Qingyu expressed his thoughts. Feng Yi said that he came here to talk about this, and he would arrange someone to go with him later. A few minutes later, Li Yao finished eating, and the other 3 boxes were still in the pot, still hot. She walked into the house, took out 2 plates and a large bowl, came back, put the canned food in the plate, and covered it with the bowl. I send it to Dazhuang, Xiaoning and Lin Yi, you guys eat slowly. After saying that, Li Yao wanted to leave with the plates in her hands. Chapter 163. Wait a minute. Feng Yi turned around and said, go through the backyard, so that some people in front won't smell it. It's been a long time since the smell of meat appeared in this community. Li Yao nodded and left from the back. Qin Yu finished eating quickly, and when he turned around, he saw that there were still 3 pieces of meat left in Feng Yi's bowl. Seeing this, he asked curiously, didn't you say that there was no smell of meat for a long time? Why didn't you finish it? Feng Yi whispered, Lei hasn't eaten for a long time, so I leave some for him. Qin Yu was slightly startled when he heard this, then he blinked and said, in this case, wouldn't our goods be able to be exchanged for a lot of material coins? Feng Yi nodded, of course. What if we can't get what we want? Qin Yu asked. Then you could also use these material coins to exchange for canned meat again the same. Hearing the answer, Qin Yu was happy. He said, if that's the case, then why should I exchange? These things are more precious. Feng Yi shook his head slightly and said, what if you need clean clothes and shoes, or maybe drinks, soda, etc., which other people will also find? We talk about it later. Qin Yu threw the can into the trash can next to him and continued, I have the right to choose how much goods to exchange, right? Feng Yi looked at him and nodded. Of course, the community conducts this kind of material exchange in order to unite everyone. This time I need to use the materials you collected, and next time you can exchange mine, so that some people will not feel unfair. Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said slowly, in this case, we will only exchange 1 box of canned meat and bring back the rest. We will exchange all the canned fruits for supply coins. As for other mineral water and the like, we only need to leave 2 boxes and bring them back. Feng Yi frowned as she listened. Why don't we exchange a little more? You know, everyone hasn't eaten meat for a long time. And if the supply coins are not exchanged for 3 months, we will be responsible for recycling them. Huh? Qin Yu raised his head and looked at the woman again. This method is really good. The community provides supply coins, everyone searches for supplies, and then comes back to exchange coins. Then use the coins to exchange for the collected materials every month. The difference is that everyone can choose what they have collected and exchanged. No one will fight because of jealousy. After 3 months, the coins that have not been exchanged can be recycled by the community. But what can I exchange for if I recycle it? Qin Yu asked. I have exchanged a lot of things myself. Lei often goes out to search. The things he and I have stored are enough for recycling. Feng Yi said lightly. Okay, I have no objection, just do it. Qin Yu said again. Okay, I arrange it. Feng Yi stood up. I will send someone over in an hour or so to help you check the island. Yes. Qin Yu waved his hand and put out the fire with the ashes in the stove. Firewood should not be wasted. In the infirmary, Li Yao came in with a plate. Wow, what is that? It smells so good. Lin Yi was writing something on the table with a stethoscope hanging around her neck. Suddenly, she smelled something, and then she turned her head and saw Li Yao. She said in surprise, Hee hee. Li Yao walked forward and put down a plate. Try it, this is good stuff. Lin Yi took away the bowl, and her mouth was almost watering. The man with a broken hand was sitting at the window next to him. He came here to get an anti-inflammatory injection. When he smelled the smell, he said weakly, Can you give me a piece? Li Yao turned around and looked at him coldly. You still want a piece? Do you want me to give you a knife? After saying that, Li Yao put down the plate, drew out the dagger on his body and walked towards him. Don't come over. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Wang Tianhai staggered in fear. He already knew that it was the woman in front of him who shot and broke his palm. Now he was shaking with fear, as if he had seen the king of hell. Humph. Li Yao snorted coldly, put the knife in place, brought the other 2 plates and walked to the bed. Brother Dazhuang, you eat a little, I feed Xiaoning, Li Yao said softly. At this time, Dazhuang was still guarding the bed, turned around and smiled and said, Thank you. Hearing the voice behind him, Lin Yi chewed a piece of braised pork and said vaguely, Don't feed her this. She has acute gastroenteritis caused by eating raw meat. She can't eat meat in the early stage. Xiaoning was lying on the bed, her complexion improved a little, she smiled and said, It's okay, I can't eat now. Like this. Lin Yi put down the canned food, walked over to look at her, thought for a moment, and said, I chopped the meat and cooked some porridge for her. Just drink the porridge. Okay. Li Yao nodded and took the plate away. Then she turned around and shouted, By the way, Dazhuang, Qin Yu seems to have asked you to come over and scout around the island together. After hearing this, Dazhuang quickly finished the canned food and drank up the broth, then wiped his mouth and replied, Okay, I go now. Wang Tianhai, who was standing by, swallowed his saliva involuntarily when he saw this scene. He even planned to secretly pick up the canned food box and add some water to make some soup. Look, the eyeballs have fallen in. Lenny came over and yelled a few words. I say, you have a brain. Why don't you live a good life but make trouble here? Are you banished to the cold palace? Lenny squatted down, untied the bandage, and prepared to change his dressing, while yelling at him. In the past, this repairman was barely taken seriously. When he first entered the community, he was also injured once. At that time, Feng Yi even arranged for someone to keep watch for him. Now, after being replaced, he can't even have a bowl of porridge to drink. Doctor, I feel a little pain. Can you give me an injection? Wang Tianhai lowered his head and said in a low voice. Lenny took a few simple glances, stood up and said, wait. Soon, Lenny walked out of the inner room with a syringe in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai loosened his belt with his other hand and wanted to take off his pants. Lenny shouted to the side, Brother Dazhuang, you come and give him the injection. This anti-inflammatory injection should be given on the buttocks. Although doctors should not despise patients, it is the end of the world now, and it is different from before. I am too lazy to see him. Dazhuang turned around and asked in confusion, me? I don't know how to do it. Lenny smiled and said, it's not a big deal. I can point it out to you through your pants. Then she turned her head and yelled at the window, don't take it off, put it on quickly. Then Lenny took a chopstick in her hand, pointed to a place, and said, it's here. Seeing this scene, Wang Tianhai didn't dare to say anything more. He looked at the man in front of him with a pale face. Zhuang brother, don't remember the wrong location. Chapter 164. After a few seconds, Zhuang left the infirmary. At this time, Wang Tianhai was lying on the chair, staring at the syringe on the ground. When Zhuang gave him the injection just now, he threw it directly down. That's right, aim and then throw it hard. Lenny came over and threw the syringe on the ground into a special trash can, ready to burn it later. She turned her head and waved to Wang Tianhai. Okay, it's okay, let's go quickly. Wang Tianhai looked bitter. Doctor, do I need an injection? If you want to fight, it's not today. Lenny walked away without looking back. Wang Tianhai glanced around the infirmary. He was really an eyesore, so he stood up and left, holding the windowsill. 10 minutes later, Lenny came back with a kettle that looked a bit rotten on the outside, but the inside was intact. She handed over a set of clean clothes and said, Li Yao, go get some cold water to wipe her body and change her clothes. The water is at the door of the backyard. Li Yao turned around and said, okay. Then she took out a basin from under the bed and walked to the back of the house. After a brief experience of more than 10 hours, Li Yao felt from the bottom of her heart that this community was simply great. Basically, there were many tools, which was very convenient. At first, she didn't quite understand why she had to exchange materials for material coins and then exchange them. Now she began to understand Feng Yi's good intentions. Let alone other things. Just the basin in Li Yao's hand, if it had not been collected early, it would have been destroyed by zombies over time, or even buried by ruins. That's right. Lenny was writing something at the table. Suddenly, she thought of something and shouted to the inner room, remember to scoop the water in the blue bucket, don't touch the red bucket. Okay. Li Yao responded. Then she came out with the water and asked curiously, why are they separated? Aren't they all the same? Lenny turned her head and smiled and said, the blue bucket is the rainwater that has been boiled, filtered again and cooled. The red bucket is the collected rainwater that has not been processed yet. Li Yao nodded and said, so there is such a rule. Hearing this, Lenny put down the pen and said, of course, rainwater is still quite dirty, but as long as it is boiled and filtered, it can be used. What are you writing? Li Yao stepped forward and asked, looking at the paper on the table. Lenny picked up the paper and said casually, aren't they going to the vicinity of that small island? Sister Feng asked me to write down the most needed medicines, and asked them to bring them back first. Li Yao took a look and saw that they were all unfamiliar medicine names. She said softly, then continue. Then she walked back to the bed, poured some hot water, and started to get busy. Beside the gate of the community. At this time, there were 5 men standing here, all standing straight, with sharp eyes, each with a machete on his waist, and each carrying an empty backpack. Qin Yu followed Feng Yi and walked forward to take a look, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, they are all tough guys, they shouldn't be a drag. Feng Yi next to him rolled his eyes when he heard this. Drag down. If these few go out separately, they are all people who can kill a dozen zombies with bare hands. Qin Yu turned around and whispered, send these people out. Nothing will happen in your community, right? I think that Wang Tianhai doesn't look like a good guy. Feng Yi pondered for a while, and said lightly, Lei will stay in the community, you don't have to worry about that, your two girls will be fine. Qin Yu glared at her. What nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with them, at least not the kind of relationship you think. Feng Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked up to distribute weapons to the 5 men. They are called weapons, but they are not that good. There are only 2 pistols and 3 shotguns, which are for their self-defense. They are not defending against zombies, but other evil people. In this environment, it is easy to attract zombies by shooting, and you don't even know what will be attracted. So compared with firearms, they prefer to use cold weapons. After the distribution, Feng Yi stepped back a few steps, stood next to Qin Yu and said solemnly, I will leave these people to you. You must bring them back intact, otherwise I will not forgive you. Qin Yu was not happy when he heard this. We all need this batch of medicine, and you are not looking for me alone. I don't agree with you. Feng Yi added again, if it is due to their own reasons, then I don't blame you, but you must not leave them to die, otherwise no matter where you escape, Lei and I will definitely find you. Qin Yu smacked his lips and replied, don't worry. He then added, I will give you a suggestion. In the future, people standing guard in the community only need to carry weapons. People here don't need to carry guns. Otherwise, if something really happens one day, you will regret it. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't stop a bullet. Don't you think so? Feng Yi pondered for a moment, said nothing and walked away. A few minutes later, Dazhuang came over fully armed, with a bow slung across his body, a machete stuck behind his back, and the revolver still on his waist. Come on, it's getting late, let's go. Qin Yu looked at him and smiled. Okay, let's go. Dazhuang nodded, and then a group of people walked towards the door. The car was ready. Then one of the 5 people on the opposite side came over and patted Dazhuang on the shoulder and whispered, Brother, long time no see, we can fight side by side again. Dazhuang smiled and said, Long time no see Lao Cheng, how are you? How have you been these past few months? Although he had returned home, Dazhuang had been staying in the infirmary, and had not left, nor had he greeted the few acquaintances from the past. Now that he had the chance, he asked casually. Lao Cheng replied casually, Oh, what else can I do? Some people died, and new people joined. I don't know when this doomsday will end. Qin Yu followed and whispered, Those who survive will eventually live, and the sun will rise again. Death is not the end, being forgotten by those who once lived is. When Lao Cheng heard this, he suddenly felt different. He turned his head and said, Brother, you are right. Forgetting is when those old friends really disappear. Qin Yu smiled and replied, I didn't say this. It was told in a movie before the end of the world. However, the ancestor worship that we have inherited is also to commemorate the deceased ancestors. Lao Cheng thought for a while and said, I see. By the way, what's your name, buddy? Chen Yu. Lao Cheng nodded, Hello, my name is Zeng Cheng. Then he began to introduce the other 4 people to Qin Yu and Dazhuang. Chapter 165. The one walking in front is called Long Long. Lao Cheng pointed at several people and began to speak. The one with the blue bag is called Xiao Wan, and the other 2, the bald one on the left is called Hong Wu, and the one on the right is new, called Lu Qing, who is withdrawn and doesn't like to talk much. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 people in front turned around and waved to Qin Yu, but only Lu Qing turned around and glanced at him, without stopping. Dazhuang looked at his back and said softly, It seems that this person looks down on us a little bit. Lao Cheng explained, The last 2 shifts last night were for him and Wang Tianhai, 3 hours each. Then you had a conflict, Wang Tianhai's arm was broken, and he couldn't stand guard. The boss went to the warehouse to check the boxes in the early morning, so he forgot to assign someone else to take over. He stood guard for 6 hours alone, so he couldn't help but feel resentful. Lao Cheng said softly, But if you ask me, he is just petty. It was Wang Tianhai who caused the trouble, but he holds a grudge against you. Before they could speak, Lao Cheng spat on the ground and said in a sarcastic tone. Not long after the conversation, the few people walked outside the gate. There were 2 cars parked here. Unlike the ones Qin Yu had seen before, the cars in front were relatively broken and looked quite old. Lao Cheng looked at them and said, Xiao Wan, Lu Qing and I will take one, and Hong Wu and Long Long will follow you in another. Dazhuang nodded, opened the car door, and got in. Hong Wu was also in good shape, about 1.9 meters tall, and quite strong. He always had a faint smile on his face, and looked harmless. He threw his backpack in, then sat in the back seat, and said hello, take care of each other on the way. De Zhuang nodded slightly in response, concentrating on checking the car. Qin Yu looked at him and chuckled. Just take care of each other. Long Long was a little shorter, about 1.7 meters, thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, shaved head, and his right hand was always on the dagger at his waist, always alert. Qin Yu just glanced at him, then looked away. It has been more than a year since the apocalypse broke out, and there are not many ordinary people who can survive until now. He will not underestimate this man with glasses. After all, there are only a few people like Wang Tianhai who are ignorant, and can't tell the difference between the big and small Wangs. Soon, the car started, and Lao Cheng drove the car in front slowly in one direction. Qin Yu sat in the passenger seat, and turned his head to look at the woods outside the window. From time to time, he could see a few zombies turning their heads and growling at him. After about an hour, they drove to a huge billboard that had been abandoned for a long time. Most of the cloth on it had fallen off, and was floating in the wind. Lao Cheng opened the car door and got out. He took his things and whispered to Qin Yu and the others, "There is no road here. We have to walk for 5 kilometers. How about it? Can you handle it?" Qin Yu only had a pistol and a dagger with him, and the sniper rifle was hidden in the community. He chuckled and replied, "It's okay even if we have to go another 5 kilometers. Okay." Lao Cheng laughed and nodded. "Let's go. The sooner we go, the sooner we come back." Then he turned and ran in the woods. Then the others followed. Not long after they ran out, a zombie suddenly rushed out from the left front. It looked very miserable, with half of its body eaten away, but it still stretched out its palm to grab Lao Cheng in front. The sudden appearance of the zombie scared everyone. Lao Cheng missed a step and fell to the side. Fortunately, Hongwu reached out in time and stabilized him. Qin Yu pulled out the dagger and swung it out with his right hand. At a distance of just a few meters, the dagger hit the zombie's forehead and fell on the spot. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. "Fuck, brother, your flying knife is quite powerful." After Lao Cheng reacted, he said to Qin Yu excitedly, "It's been so long, this is the first time I've seen someone use a flying knife. After all, if you don't throw it well, and the knife misses, you will be surrounded and killed by zombies." Qin Yu smiled casually and shook his head. "I just use the fur, not up to the standard. I rarely use this trick unless there is only one target." Then he walked forward, pulled out the dagger stuck in the zombie's forehead, wiped it on the corpse's clothes, and put it back into his waist. Da Zhuang, who was behind, was staring at Lu Qing at this time. His right hand was already on the revolver, and his eyes were fixed on the man in front. Just now, Da Zhuang saw that Lu Qing's eyes changed, and he even wanted to pull out the gun directly. Ever since he heard Lao Cheng say that the man in front of them hated them, Qin Yu and Da Zhuang had discussed the plan. Qin Yu ran in front of Lu Qing, and Da Zhuang deliberately slowed down. If he made a move, then he would find an opportunity to deal with him. Although according to their thinking, this matter is nothing more than standing guard for 3 more hours, how can it be a big deal? Before the end of the world, many people helped their colleagues to work overtime, which was not a big deal. But the environment is different now, and we can no longer look at things with the same attitude as before. If we are not careful, our lives will be lost. Some things that seem small to you, some people will go to extremes, without the constraints of the law, and will not consider the consequences. Fortunately, the man did not act rashly, and Da Zhuang still put down the gun. After all, he killed someone without reason, and it was difficult for him to explain to Feng Yi. Nothing happened next, and the 7 people came to the vicinity of the bridge. Qin Yu stood on the bridge pier and looked at it, smacked his lips, and said, "What a powerful force it must have, such a big bridge collapsed." In front of him was a ruin, the road surface was cracked a lot, the bridge was half hanging, and there was rust everywhere. Lao Cheng glanced at the zombies in the water and said solemnly, "There is no way to go by water, we can only go from above." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked up and saw that the bridges on both sides were not completely broken. Although the middle one disappeared, the iron frames at both ends were still intact. Then Lao Cheng took out a bundle of ropes, hung them on his body, and prepared to climb onto the bridge. Xiao Wan on the side also took out an inverted triangle iron hook from his backpack and handed it to Lao Cheng. Qin Yu hesitated and said, "It's almost 100 meters away. Will this method work?" Lao Cheng had already climbed up, crossed his legs to fix the bridge, and stood on it and answered, "This is almost the only way to enter from land, otherwise you have to build a boat and enter from the water." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then followed a few people to clean up the zombies gathered on the edge, letting Lao Cheng and Xiao Wan concentrate on the rope. Chapter 166. Qin Yu held the dagger in reverse, held the collar of a zombie in front of him with his left hand, and stabbed it hard at the back of its head, then turned his head and yelled to the back, "Are you two done? There are more and more zombies." As living people appeared near the bridge, all the zombies around the forest gathered around, and the ground was filled with the bodies of more than a dozen zombies, and they kept rushing up from a distance. On the bridge, Lao Cheng threw the iron hook at the opposite side with all his strength, but it was far from enough. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the bottom, "No, I can't throw it over, come up and help us." Chinyu looked around, and saw 5 or 6 zombies rushing in front of him, and he stretched out his hand to pull them. At this moment, Hongwu rushed over with a fist-sized hammer in his hand, and smashed the head of the zombie in front with one hammer. He turned around and shouted, "Go help them, and get the ropes ready as soon as possible. I can hold them here." Hearing this, Chinyu put the dagger back into his waist, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Trouble." Then he ran desperately towards the bottom of the bridge, grabbed the iron frame, and climbed up cleanly. "What do you want me to do?" Chinyu stood on it and asked. "Hold this." Lao Cheng handed over a slightly elastic rope and ordered, "Step back a little, stand on the iron frame at the back, tighten the rope with the iron hook, and shoot it to the opposite side." "Okay." After Chinyu understood, he grabbed the rope with his left hand, held the bridge with his right hand, and stepped back a little. Lao Cheng and Xiaowan stood on each side, hugged the iron frame with both hands, and then wrapped the rope around the wall with both hands to fix it. Chinyu's eyes focused, he put the iron hook on, aimed at the opposite bridge, and pulled it tight. In order to achieve a greater degree of success, he leaned back a little. Then he let go, tied the iron hook to the rope, and flew over like an arrow. Seeing that the iron hook successfully hooked the opposite bridge, Lao Cheng tightened the rope and quickly tied it to the iron frame, and then shouted to the bottom, "Come up quickly." After seeing that it was successfully tied, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief, but his feet suddenly slipped, and the edge of the bridge with a lot of rust actually cracked directly. Chinyu lost his balance and fell down. It was about 10 meters high. If he fell down, at least one leg would be broken. On the verge of life and death, Chinyu grabbed the iron bar on the side, and used his waist to hook the bridge with his legs. Lao Cheng saw that Chinyu almost fell down, so he jumped over and pulled him up. "Are you okay?" Lao Cheng asked seriously. "No problem." Chinyu smiled, brushed off the rust on his body, and moved forward. One by one, De Zhuang held a knife in one hand, and cut a zombie on the side into 2 with one knife. Then he stepped forward and crushed its head, and then shouted to the people next to him. But Lu Qin saw that there were more and more zombies, and he turned around and ran away without listening to the order. Long Long, who was about to retreat, was caught off guard and staggered by him, almost falling into the water. Fortunately, Hongwu was close and grabbed his leg with one hand, so he didn't fall. Hongwu raised his head and roared at Lu Qin, "Are you blind? You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Retreat one by one." Lu Qin just looked back coldly for a second, then grabbed the bridge and quickly climbed up. Due to the accident below, Long Long and Hongwu lost their fighting power, and the zombies surged up like a flood in an instant. De Zhuang's 2 fists could not defeat 10 zombies, so he changed to holding a knife in his left hand, took out a gun with his right hand, and started shooting. Bang bang. Quickly clearing the zombies behind him on the left, De Zhuang used a backhand knife to cut off the zombie next to him from the waist, and ran to the position below the bridge with Long Long. Seeing the zombies gradually catching up with De Zhuang, Chinyu pulled out his pistol and shot at them, not caring that the gunshot would attract other zombies. Lao Cheng also took out his pistol, and began to cover the retreat of the 3 people below. Lu Qin, who had climbed up, took a look below, his face was uncertain, and he reluctantly picked up the shotgun and started shooting. Fortunately, these people were physically strong and climbed up quickly. If it were an ordinary person, with dozens of zombies surrounding him from behind, he might be so scared that his legs would go limp, and he would fall down if he was not careful. Long Long was sitting on the upper bridge. Although he was not injured, if Hongwu had not grabbed him, he would have fallen off the bridge and fallen into the mouth of the zombies. He adjusted his glasses with his left hand, and then a fierce look flashed across his eyes. 2 weeks ago, when Lu Qin and he went out to search for supplies, they found a cigarette. This supply was useless to some people, but for those who were addicted to smoking, it was worth sacrificing food. In the end times, this was considered a good thing. Some people were reluctant to smoke the last cigarette, and would only light it up before they died. As a result, Lu Qin did not hand it in, but hid it privately. This kind of thing was forbidden by Fengyi. After all, if everyone hides things, what is the point of exchanging materials? After returning to the community, Lu Qing began to smoke in secret, but not long after, Feng Yi and Alei found him, forced him to exchange these cigarettes, and find him a small material coin, which is the kind of 1 cent. From then on, Lu Qing began to think that Long Long had reported it. After all, he was the only one who saw the cigarette incident at that time, and then he deliberately or unintentionally gave him a cold face. But this was really an injustice to Long Long. In fact, it was because of Lin Yi's professional sensitivity, and she hated the smell of cigarettes. She was very familiar with this smell, and smelled it when she passed by Lu Qing's house. But Lu Qing was taking advantage of the wind to open the window for ventilation, trying to dispel the smell of cigarettes. In the evening, Lin Yi casually asked Feng Yi, "Why are there still people exchanging cigarettes nowadays? They should give priority to exchanging weapons, food, etc." Feng Yi was stunned for a moment, and blurted out that she had not found any cigarettes in the past 6 months, and then Lin Yi told her what she encountered in the afternoon. On the bridge, the two had a small friction caused by misunderstanding, but now, it has escalated into real hatred. Lao Cheng grabbed the iron frame, and looked at the dozens or hundreds of zombies below. Since they could not climb, they all gathered below and waved their hands upwards. Then he swallowed his saliva, and said seriously, "Let's leave here quickly. As long as the zombies below lose their target, they will automatically disperse in a short time." How to get over? Qin Yu touched the rope. Although it was as thick as a thumb, there was only one rope, and it was very unstable to stand on it. Lao Cheng stuffed the gun and knife into the backpack, zipped it up, and then hung it on his chest. He walked over and said, "Let me show you." Then he grabbed it with both hands, moved his body forward a little, crossed his wrists to hang on the rope, and then put his 2 feet on it. The whole person hung on it, and slowly crawled to the opposite side. Chapter 167. Soon, Lao Cheng climbed over safely. He stood on the opposite side, took out a thin rope and tied the iron hook and the bridge tightly again, and shouted to the people on the opposite side, "You can come over, one by one." Xiao Wan heard this, and started the second climb. A few minutes later, Qin Yu was about to go up, and De Zhuang next to him pulled him, then turned his head, and shouted to Lu Qing, "You go first." When Lu Qing heard this, he looked at De Zhuang calmly, and without saying anything more, he walked forward, hung the rope and moved to the opposite side. After he moved a little further away, Qin Yu asked in a low voice, "Why let him go first?" Before De Zhuang answered, Hong Wu next to him took the lead in explaining, "You didn't notice just now that when he was downstairs, he was too late to join the queue and evacuate, but now, he has been waiting there without moving." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then said, "Since this man is so greedy for life and afraid of death, why did your sister Feng send him out?" Hong Wu explained softly, "I don't know much about this person, but he seems a little unsociable. Although he doesn't have any major shortcomings, he is indeed quite neat in killing zombies. I'm worried that he will be the last one to leave. When all of us pass by, he will cut the rope and be trapped." De Zhuang stared at the opposite side, and said gloomily. Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said again, "In this case, we have to keep a close eye on this man." "Don't worry." Hong Wu put his things on and said, "I will keep an eye on him." "Okay, you go over." Qin Yu nodded and followed closely. About 10 minutes later, De Zhuang was at the bottom and finally climbed over. The people in front had already left the bridge and slid down to clean up the zombies on the ground. "Be careful." Qin Yu quickly went up, stabbed a zombie's eyeball with a knife, and pushed Xiao Wan's body. Xiao Wan stabilized his body, and turned back to say thank you. "Pay attention, don't be distracted." Qin Yu walked over and said softly. Xiao Wan opened an empty medicine box in his hand, and saw the words antibiotics written on it. Although it was very dirty, it also proved in disguise that there were indeed medicines on the island. There were not many zombies outside, and the gunshots just now attracted more than a dozen zombies on the island to the edge, but this situation was not good news. Qin Yu would not think that Lin Yi was lying to him. If the gunshots did not draw out the zombies, then it means that the zombies inside must be trapped very firmly. And this is where they are going. No one has ever been to the island, and no one knows where the exact location is. After walking along the road for a distance, they found that the road was full of abandoned motorcycles and cars, blocking the road. Dazhuan looked up at the sky and said solemnly, "If we continue like this, we won't be able to find the warehouse when it gets dark. The road here is blocked, and we can only bypass it. The 7 of us will bypass it and gather here in an hour." Everyone agreed. Dazhuang and Lao Cheng were in one group. Long Long led Xiao Wan, Han Wu and Lu Qing. Qin Yu said he would go alone. Soon, everyone started to choose a direction and search separately. Qin Yu held a dagger in his right hand, and a wooden stick in his left hand to beat the grass on the ground to prevent encountering dead snakes. Although snakes hibernate in winter, infected snakes may not. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Chinyu walked along the weeds for a distance, and then saw a large factory building in front of him. He took a quick look and found that it was about several hundred square meters in size, and the wall was very wide. As soon as he approached, Chinyu heard the roar of the zombies. Just hearing it made his scalp numb. After walking around the hillside for dozens of meters, Chinyu saw the other 4 people, but strangely, Hongwu and Lu Qing were gone. Chinyu walked over and squatted down and asked, "Where are the other 2? De Shuang had been waiting here for a long time." He whispered, "I didn't see them along the way. Maybe they have found the warehouse, and are waiting for us there." Long Long shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. I have paid attention to the surroundings. There are no footprints, and there is no sign of the grass being trampled." Chinyu thought for a moment, stood up and looked around the warehouse, and whispered, "No need to wait, we have a lot of people here. Since we have gathered first, there is no point in going back. Let's climb in." "How to get in?" Lao Cheng listened to the zombies inside, and couldn't help asking. It is definitely impossible to open the door. If so many zombies rush out, the island will be full of them in less than 2 days. Chinyu looked around, pointed to the side and said, "Come on, throw these wood into the corner of the wall. The weather is dry now, and hay can be used to ignite it. Use fire to lure some of the zombies over." Several people nodded and started to move in an orderly manner. Just when they were about to light the fire, Hongwu and Lu Qing appeared. Chinyu looked back and saw that Lu Qing's wrist seemed to have been scratched and there was a trace of blood, but the people present had a bad relationship with him, so no one asked. Chinyu waited for Hongwu to come in and asked softly, "What happened?" Hongwu looked at him and smiled and replied, "Nothing. We just took the wrong road and almost fell." After saying that, he picked up a big piece of wood and threw it inside. Seeing this, Chinyu was too lazy to ask any more questions. He had just dealt with these people, so it was better to have less trouble than more. Then Chinyu grabbed a bunch of hay, lit it with a match, and threw it in from outside the wall. After a few seconds, smoke began to come out. After a while, the smoke became thicker and thicker, and the dry wood began to crackle when it met the flame. "Let's go!" Chinyu shouted in a low voice, and several people ran to the back of the warehouse. Lao Cheng and Dazhuang knocked off the glass shards on the top of the wall with wooden sticks, and then patted a few stones to barely reach the wall. Lao Cheng grabbed it with both hands and climbed up quickly. As soon as he sat on it, he frowned and took a breath. "What's wrong?" Dazhuang was about to climb up with him, but seeing his appearance, he stopped and asked, "Are you okay?" Lao Cheng looked at his hand and an area on the wall, where there was a half piece of glass that was not clean, and there was a little blood on it. He replied softly, "It's nothing, I got stabbed by the glass shards here. Wait a minute, I clean it up." Lao Cheng used his fingernails to remove the glass shards from his hands, then took out a dagger and cleaned up the remaining ones on the wall, then nodded and jumped inside. The place they chose to enter was behind the warehouse, which was only more than 1 meter wide. There were not many zombies, so Lao Cheng cleaned them up by himself. Soon, everyone climbed in one by one and began to prepare to break the window to enter. Chapter 168. "Damn, the window is locked, it seems that we can only break it open." Lao Cheng pushed it, but found that it couldn't be pushed open, so he picked up a stone on the ground and wanted to smash it down. "Wait." Chinyu raised his hand to hold him, paused and said, "We didn't bring transparent tape when we came out. If we break it open like this, the sound will be not much worse than the sound of fire, and the zombies will be attracted here." Lao Cheng heard it, and thought it was right. He threw a stone on the grass and asked, "Then go through the main gate, there are too many zombies over there." Chinyu did not answer him, but turned around and looked at Xiaowan. Xiaowan was stunned. "What's wrong with me?" Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "You are the thinnest among us." Xiaowan scratched his head and continued, "Then what? You climb up from here, the windows on the second floor are not locked. Be careful." Chinyu was talking to him when he suddenly saw a zombie walking out of the corner behind him, and quickly pulled out a dagger and threw it over. The dagger missed the target. Chinyu had no time to aim because it appeared suddenly, and the knife flew past the zombie's head. Xiaowan reacted in an instant, and immediately jumped forward a few steps. Long Long next to him also drew out his knife, and stepped forward to kill the zombie. Chinyu said solemnly, "You also saw that the zombie almost attacked you. We can't stay here for long. You can only climb up to the second floor with the rope." Xiaowan looked back at the corpse on the ground, then turned his head and nodded. "Okay, Leave it to me. Take it. Lao Cheng stepped forward and handed over the last few meters of rope. That's all. Be careful not to break it. Yes. Xiaowan hung the rope around his neck, walked to the sewer pipe next to him, hugged it tightly with both hands, stepped on the wall, and slowly climbed up. De Zhuang and Lao Cheng stood below with their hands spread out to prevent him from accidentally falling. Although the distance on the second floor was not very high, if he fell headfirst, it would be fatal. The others continued to use knives to deal with the zombies that wandered over accidentally, and then placed the corpses horizontally to barely hinder their pace. After more than a minute, Xiaowan climbed in and looked around the room. It looked like a dormitory, but there was only a bed frame. He walked a few steps inside, tied the rope to the bed frame, pulled it hard, but it didn't move at all. Then he turned around and threw the rope down, saying, "Come up." As soon as he finished speaking, the cabinet next to him suddenly opened, and a pair of extremely dry hands stretched out. The next second, Xiaowan was thrown to the ground. Xiaowan. Lao Cheng happened to see this scene, and he shouted out in a hurry, but he didn't hear any response. Then he grabbed the pipe and wanted to climb up. De Zhuang pushed him to the rope and shouted, "Climb the rope. The sewer pipe can't support your weight." Lao Cheng nodded quickly, grabbed the rope with both hands, and climbed up quickly. A few seconds later, Lao Cheng jumped into the window and saw a zombie lying on the ground motionless, with a dagger stuck in his head, and Xiaowan was being pressed down by it. Lao Cheng pushed the zombie away, checked Xiaowan's front wound, and asked anxiously, "How is it you didn't get bitten?" Xiaowan's face was pale. He raised his right hand and said, "It scratched my little finger. Should it be okay?" Others also climbed up. Lu Qing stood beside him and said coldly, "What if the poisonous flowed into your arm? I think it's better to chop off your hand." Chop off your hand? Xiaowan smiled bitterly, pulled out another dagger from his body with his left hand, and handed it to Lao Cheng. "Use this knife. It's clean. I usually carry it with me to deal with special situations." Lao Cheng was hesitant and thinking carefully, while Lu Qing next to him started to make sarcastic remarks again. "Hurry up, or we have to dig a hole later." "Shut up." De Zhuang suddenly turned his head and yelled at Lu Qing, took a step forward, lifted him up with his right hand, and held him against the window. "Can't you shut your mouth?" Lu Qing grabbed De Zhuang's wrist with both hands and tried to break free, but the strength of the two was completely different, and he tried several times but nothing happened. Jinyu patted De Zhuang's shoulder, signaling him not to mess with him. Seeing this, De Zhuang let go of his hand, and Lu Qing fell directly to the ground. Then Jinyu walked up and looked at Xiaowan's little finger, and then looked at his palm. He didn't see the black toxin spreading. He said seriously, "Scratches may not be as slow as blood infection, bites, etc., and they may mutate more slowly. I think it should be fine as long as the finger is cut off." Lao Cheng heard this and asked, "Are you sure, if you cut off a hand, you can survive 100%, but if you cut it off later, it may be too late, and you will lose your life?" Jinyu was about to answer that he was not sure, but Xiaowan spoke up, "With my right hand cut off, I am no different from a dead person. I have been used to using my right hand since I was a child. Let's try it. If you succeed, at least you still have 4 fingers." Hearing this, Lao Cheng said no more. He helped Xiaowan walk to the side and squatted. Then Jinyu came forward and swept the dust on the bed with his sleeve, and then put his right hand on the edge of the bed. Lao Cheng held a clean knife in his left hand, and prepared to chop off the little finger. "Wait a minute." Jinyu called him to stop. Lao Cheng turned his head, a little confused. "What?" Jinyu walked to the other side of the bed and stood on it, using both hands to remove the wood stuck on it. Then he handed it to Lao Cheng and said, "Use this to hit the back of the knife. The knife in your hand may not be able to cut it in one go, and it will hurt more if you cut it again." Lao Cheng took the wood in his hand, and then whispered to Xiaowan, "Hold it, I count to 3. Xiaowan nodded, motioning him to continue. 1, 2. With a snap, Lao Cheng clamped his little finger joint with a knife and smashed it down. Instantly, the little finger fell directly to the ground. Xiaowan's face flushed, and his left hand clenched into a fist, and he didn't make a sound. Then Lao Cheng took out a bag wrapped in plastic cloth from his inner pocket, opened it, and revealed some first aid tools inside. Jinyu was slightly startled and asked softly, "Can you treat the wound urgently?" While Lao Cheng carefully stopped Xiaowan's bleeding, he whispered, "Sister Feng asked me to learn a little from the doctor before. You don't need to know much. You just need to stop the bleeding after being bitten on the limbs outside, and send it back to the community in time." Hongwu also explained beside him, "Being bitten on the face, chest, shoulder, etc. is equivalent to a death sentence. Sometimes, if the limbs are bitten, cutting them off in time can also save a life. Sister Feng often asks us to follow the doctors in the community to learn about this. Chapter 169. After saying that, Hongwu also took out a small plastic bag from his inner pocket and said again, there are some gauze and thread that have been scalded with boiling water. This stuff can't save lives, at most it can temporarily stop the bleeding. As their conversation ended, Lao Cheng had also finished the treatment. He used gauze to tightly stick to the wound, and the bleeding was considered to have stopped. How is it? Do you want me to send you back first? Qinyu stood by and asked softly. Xiaowan stood up and said, it's okay, I just treat it as a dog bite, don't delay the mission. Lao Cheng put the plastic sheet back into his pocket and said, you survived the zombie bite. If you were bitten by a dog, where would you find a rabies vaccine? Xiaowan wiped the knife clean and put it back in place, then smiled and said, I'm lucky. Now that we're done, let's go and try to get back before dark. Qinyu nodded and said. Just as they were about to leave, they found that the light in the house was not good. Then they came to the zombie, cut the clothes on his body into long strips, and then continued to take the wood and wrapped it around it to make 4 torches. Arriving at the door, Dazhuang turned around and made a look at the people behind him, then suddenly opened the door and stood on the other side. Lao Cheng and Hongwu rushed out with machetes in their hands and chopped off the 2 zombies who had just reacted outside, and their heads flew to the side on the spot. Then the others followed closely, each holding a knife to kill the zombies. A few minutes later, the corridor had become a sea of blood and corpses, and the snow-white walls were almost dyed black, all covered with the blood of zombies. Xiaowan was wearing a plastic bag on his right hand to prevent blood from spilling. He was not very skilled in holding the knife with his left hand, but fortunately Qinyu was beside him to cover him. There were clacking sounds coming from the stairs on both sides. Several people walked in one direction and found a large iron door that was tightly locked. A large number of zombies were banging on the door. Long pushed his glasses, looked at the 5 or 6 locks on the iron chain, smacked his lips and said, fortunately, I didn't enter from the first floor. The door was locked and I couldn't get up. Qinyu looked around, then pointed the torch at the waist of a zombie in front and said, it's not a big problem. It has a key on it. Dazhuang looked at it and asked, do you want to take the key over? It might be useful. Qinyu thought for a while and shook his head, saying, it's not easy to get it through the iron door. If you leave it here, you can't leave it. Come back and get it when you need it. Okay. Dazhuang nodded. Then Qinyu turned around and gave a simple instruction, let's do it the same as before. 2 people will check these rooms to see if there are any loose medicine stored. Give priority to finding gentamicin, bismuth carbonate capsules, berberine, antibiotics, etc. If not, write down the location of other medicines, and come back to take them when we leave. Qinyu read the words on the note, while reading them to everyone. Long asked in confusion, since we are looking for medicine anyway, why don't you take them all away? They will be useful sooner or later. Qinyu put away the note and explained softly, I have discussed with your boss. The medicine I just read can save lives. If you find it, let someone take it back first. The rest of you, take as much as you can while packing as much as possible. After saying that, several people began to disperse and walk towards other rooms. Dazhuang kicked the door open. He was so anxious that he wanted to find the medicine immediately. At the same time, he was still worried about his sister. He heard the boss say that they went to find clothes, so that meant going into the city. Since the doors were basically locked, there were almost no zombies inside. The one they encountered earlier might have been blocked and unable to leave. There were also zombies under the window, and it was starved to death in the cabinet. Dazhuang held a torch in one hand, and quickly turned over the things on the table with the other hand. Soon the room was in chaos. Suddenly, he picked up a plate of medicine, with only a few tablets left on it. He used the firelight to take a look, and then he began to read. It's called something like deoxypregnant. Estradiol tablets. I don't know the other words. Lao Cheng, come and take a look. Lao Cheng came over and picked it up, and took a look at it. He also shook his head and said, before the end of the world, my academic performance was not very good. I don't know it. I see there is a word yun. Maybe it is for pregnant women. No one in our community is pregnant. It's useless to take it back. After saying that, he threw the plate of medicine away, and went back to look for other places. Dazhuang picked it up again, looked at it for a few seconds, and said to himself, why is it not clearly written inside what the effect is? Never mind. Xiaoyu said to bring as much as possible, so bring as much as possible, it doesn't take up space anyway. He put the pill in his pocket and continued searching. Little did he know that a few days later, when Yangzi was about to wash clothes, she found the pill and almost jumped up in shock. A few minutes later, Qinyu walked in with a torch. "Brother Dazhuang, how is your search here?" Dazhuang heard this and said in a frustrated tone, "I didn't find the medicines you mentioned. This seems to be an office or something. How about yours, Xiaoyu?" Qinyu also shook his head. "My room is where I keep my work clothes. After searching for a long time, I found 2 ibuprofen capsules. I guess someone has a fever. Let's go and change places." After saying that, he turned and walked out. The other people were empty-handed, but Hongwu was holding 2 bottles of iodine disinfectant. This should be where the people on duty are staying. If we really want to find medicine, we still have to go into that warehouse. Qinyu stood by the window at the end of the corridor, looking at the dense zombies below, and sighed. How about setting fire to those zombies? The Zhuang stood beside him, and suggested when he smelled the smoke. Look over there." Qinyu pointed to a direction nearby and said slowly. The direction Qinyu pointed to was the area where the fire had just been set. A zombie's legs were burned into charcoal, and it was walking very slowly. At this time, another zombie came over and happened to bump into it. Snap! The charred zombie's leg broke instantly, and the part below the knee was reduced to slag. Then something terrible happened. The zombie actually moved on the ground by leaning on its knees. When everyone saw the scene, their expressions became more serious. "Damn it!" Lao Cheng cursed as he watched. "These beasts, if you don't care about their heads, you can't kill them with a knife, you can't kill them with water, and now even fire can't kill them?" "Indeed." Long said seriously, "It's getting harder and harder to deal with these zombies now. If you really want to kill them one by one with a knife, you'd be exhausted sooner or later." Chapter 170. Unless we can ignite the zombie heads. Qinyu was in a heavy mood, and then said, "Forget it. Let's not worry about it. Find medicine first, and first clean up the zombies in this building, so as not to be attacked by surprise." Everyone nodded and walked upstairs one by one. When passing the middle area of the stairs, Qinyu found a pile of thin wires, which were circled and quietly placed in the corner. He picked it up and took a look, lowered his head and pondered something, then picked it up and continued to walk to other floors. About an hour later, everyone returned to the second floor again. There were some tools, boxes, and the like placed on the open space in front of each person. "Do you have medicine?" Qinyu came over and asked. Lao Cheng spoke first. "No, but I found a dozen empty wine bottles that can be used to attract zombies." Then Xiaowan spoke. "I seem to have found a few capsules, but I can't tell what medicine they are. There is an empty medicine box next to it. Take a look." Then he came up and handed over the medicine in his hand. Qinyu spread it in his hand, walked to the window with better light, took a closer look, and then said, "I don't know what medicine this is. The words on the box are carbonic acid or something, but they are all stained and I can't see the rest of the words. But it is very likely that these are bismuth carbonate capsules. There are only a few pills." De Zhuang came over and said depressedly, "It's probably not enough for a day." Qinyu pondered for a while, turned around and asked others, "Are there any other medicines?" The rest of the people shook their heads and spoke one by one. "No, you just said that this is probably a staff dormitory building, not a place to store medicine. These medicines are probably taken when they are sick." After thinking quietly for a while, Qinyu looked at De Zhuang and ordered, "In this way, we have successfully entered the island. It is not so easy to enter the warehouse today. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you take these medicines back first and bring some gasoline?" Before he finished speaking, Long said, "The car is parked over there on the other side of the bridge. Just go there to get the oil." "I go with Dazhuang." Qinyu shook his head. "You can't get the gasoline without tools. We have collected gasoline, which is much more convenient." Dazhuang hesitated. "If I leave, can you handle it here by yourself?" He was worried that Lu Qing would suddenly do something bad. Qinyu said softly, "It's okay. He is not a threat to me." Then he patted Dazhuang on the shoulder, wrapped the capsules, and put them in his pocket. Seeing this, Dazhuang said nothing more, nodded to the others, returned to the dormitory, climbed down, and left the vicinity. Then Qinyu looked at everyone and said, "I will be in charge next. Is everyone okay?" Lao Cheng agreed first. "You come on. It's okay for me to go up and chop zombies, but I'm almost losing my hair thinking about these ideas." Xiaowan, Long and Hongwu also had no objection. As for Lu Qing, although he snorted, he didn't object. After all, the minority obeys the majority, and at present, Qinyu is strong and calm, so he can't find any reason to find fault. "We will split into 3 groups. Dazhuang will leave, and Lao Cheng will be in the same group with me. Qin Yu squatted down, scratched the ground with the tip of his dagger a few times, and continued. One group, Xiaowan and Long Long, will go to the side area of the gate, throw empty bottles, and lead some zombies near the gate away. The second group, Lu Qing and Han Wu, will take off the clothes of these zombies in the corridor. Although they smell bad, they are also rare combustion materials. I have seen most of these houses. There are a lot of books and the like. Move them all to the rooftop, wrap the books with long strips of clothes, light them, and throw them into the group of corpses. Don't try to kill too many, just let them burn each other, Qin Yu said quickly. The four nodded, indicating that they understood. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and then added, So, take a look at those books before you throw them away. If they are related to construction or planting, keep them. They are useful to us. After saying that, several people began to act separately. After all, nowadays, they are all trying to survive, and with medicine, they can live more peacefully. Lao Cheng came over and squatted down and asked, What are we going to do next? Qin Yu looked at the tools around him, and said casually, Don't worry, wait until they get busy before we act. Soon, there was a sound of wine bottles breaking around, and zombies that were visible to the naked eye approached. Qin Yu took Lao Cheng to the corridor below the top floor, stood at the window on the right, and said, This leads to the air conditioner, outside the 4th floor of the factory below. We just need to jump over it. Lao Cheng came over and looked, and said in surprise, You are right? That's the 4th floor. Qin Yu stood up and said, No, there are too many zombies on the ground, and we can't rush through. This is the only place we can enter. If we wait any longer, we really have to kill all these zombies. Then Qin Yu turned and looked at him, and said, The first element of survival in the wild is that the food you get must be higher than the physical strength you consume. This is a warehouse. Let alone food, I didn't even see a mosquito. Lao Cheng looked at the opposite side and said hesitantly, It's okay for you to let me do physical work, but for things like long jump, I might be a drag. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at Lao Cheng's weight, and then looked at the bottom of the air conditioner on the 4th floor. There was a little rust there, and it was indeed easy to break it if you jumped over it. Then he nodded lightly and said, Then you go to other rooms to look for the sheets, and I will go over and tie them up first, and you can slide over. Lao Cheng immediately replied, Okay, I go right away. Then he turned around and left the room. Qin Yu stood at the window, facing outside, holding the windowsill and the wall with both hands, and took a few deep breaths. Because the floor was too high, the zombies below did not notice his figure, and continued to move slowly with their heads down. Qin Yu glanced down. Although the zombies were dense, he might not fall to death, but he would definitely fall into the zombie pile and be bitten to death. After checking his belongings, Qin Yu took a deep breath, then leaned forward and jumped over with all his strength. With a clang, Qin Yu's legs hit the wall, and his hands tightly grasped the protruding screw holes on the wall. As soon as he landed, Qin Yu heard a creaking sound from the air conditioner outside his feet. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped towards the window 2 meters away. Fortunately, the air conditioner outside was not far from the window. Qin Yu held the edge of the window tightly with both hands, and hung on the 4th floor. The next second, the air conditioner outside was directly disconnected from the bottom, and he fell down. Chapter 171. Then, there was a loud rumble from below. A man appeared on the rooftop, and while the other man was not paying attention, he picked up a burning book and threw it towards Qin Yu, then immediately hid in another direction. But just as the book was about to hit him, Qin Yu had already grabbed it and crawled in. This was also thanks to his long training, and now his strength in his hands is no less than before. As soon as he entered, the flames scraped the end of Qin Yu's down jacket, but the fire was quickly extinguished by his hand as soon as it started. Then Qin Yu looked up at the rooftop opposite, and there was no one there. Heh. Qin Yu's mouth curled up, and he ignored her and continued to walk into the house. This was an office or something, with a large solid wood table and a dry teacup on it. Pushing the door open and walking out, Qin Yu stood at a railing, looking at the wooden boxes piled up like a small mountain below. If I remember correctly, many of the boxes outside were medicines used by specific patients, not the common ones. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs seemed to be kept in the safe. There were also some zombies in the area below, scattered on each side. Then Qin Yu returned to the window, took the bed sheet thrown by Lao Cheng, looked around, tied it to the legs of the solid wood table inside, and then walked to the window and asked Lao Cheng to call them in turn. After all this was done, the sky was completely dark. Although they entered the warehouse, they did not touch the medicine. On the contrary, there were many zombies in the warehouse, Yu took Lao Cheng to the area below, killed a few zombies, cut off their arms, and then cut off their clothes to make torches. Back in the office, Yu handed one to Long Long and Hong Wu, and then said, "There are some boxes below that have not been opened, and there are zombies. Let's clean up the zombies here first, and then take action when De Zhuan comes back tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow morning? Won't he come tonight?" Xiaowan sat on the chair behind the solid wood table and asked. "No, we need to turn on the lights when we are traveling at night." Yu shook his head and said, "It is very obvious to turn on the lights at night. Although the zombies can't understand what it is, they also know that it is a living person, and will be affected to a certain extent." Xiaowan nodded. Okay. "Okay, everyone rest here and eat something. It's been a busy day, so you need to fill your stomach," Yu said to the few people again. Lao Cheng frowned at Yu, as if he wanted to say something. "What's wrong?" Yu walked over and asked in a low voice. Lao Cheng pointed to the inner room. There was a door that was not closed, and a small gap happened to appear. Yu took a closer look and found that it seemed to be a fish tank. Seeing this, Yu said casually, "A fish tank? Zombies have appeared for more than a year. Even if there were fish, they are all dead. There is no way there are fish." "I know this, so this is what I find strange," Lao Cheng said a little nervously. "Just now, I seem to see the water move a little." Hearing this, Yu immediately became serious and asked quickly, "Did you see what it was?" Lao Cheng shook his head. "If I can see clearly, then what am I afraid of? Even if it's a zombie, it's okay." Then Yu turned his head and waved to the others, saying softly, "Don't eat yet, there's movement here." Long Long and Xiaowan put away the biscuits, picked up their weapons, and walked over. "Fire." Yu stretched out his hand to them, took the torch, pushed open the door and walked in. Suddenly, an unidentified object jumped out from the shelf next to him, and Yu immediately picked up the torch and waved it. "Ah!" After being hit by Yu, it cried out and then jumped away. Yu used a torch to illuminate it, and after seeing clearly, he immediately shouted to the back in surprise, quickly closed the windows and doors. Although Lao Cheng and Long Long outside didn't understand much, they also heard the order and immediately closed the doors and windows. The next second, an animal ran out of the door. As the light got better, everyone could see clearly what it was. A yellow-haired big dog about the size of an adult was baring its teeth at several people, trying to attack. Yu held up a torch and said with a smile, "This thing is a good thing. The community just needs a gatekeeper. Come on, everyone, be careful not to get bitten, catch it." Yu saw the dog first, and he thought it could replace people to stand guard and guard the door, but it was different for others. For them, this was a rare meat. Lao Cheng, Xiaowan and Long Long, although they all swallowed their saliva, they also listened to Yu's orders, put away their knives, and only attacked it with torches. Fortunately, the house was not big. After several rounds of chasing, the big dog and the others were exhausted. The dog was trapped in the corner and continued to bark. Soon, the roar of zombies was heard outside the door, and they began to knock on the door. Then the big dog suddenly rushed towards Hong Wu at a very fast speed and came in front of him in an instant. Hong Wu turned sideways and kicked the dog in the abdomen. The next second, he kicked it directly in front of Lu Qing. Yu saw Lu Qing's fiery eyes, raised the dagger in his hand, and swung it towards the dog's neck. "Don't kill!" Yu shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. The white knife goes in, the red knife comes out. Then Lu Qing wiped the knife clean with a cold face, picked up one of the dog's legs, and threw it aside, and said coldly, "I haven't eaten dog meat for several years. It's just right to try meat. Don't worry, the knife I use is clean." The others watched this scene, and stood there in amazement. Although they also wanted to kill the dog, Yu had said that he would capture it alive, so they didn't think about it. Now, Lu Qing killed it with one knife. "What? Are you going to kill me for a dog?" Lu Qing looked at Yu's gradually clenched fist, sneered, and then threw the knife over. "Come, pick it up and kill me, because a beast killed his teammates. I don't know who will follow you." Yu was extremely angry, not because the dog lost its life, but because Lu Qing might have chosen to kill the dog deliberately to anger him, and then let these people follow him to rebel. Yu looked at him with a cold face, said nothing, stepped on the dagger, and continued to walk into the inner room. As Yu walked away, Lu Qing began to deal with the dog's body. Seeing this, others came forward to make a fire, and the stools were trampled to pieces. Feng Yi said earlier that people in this community had not eaten meat for a long time. Now a dead dog was placed in front of them, and few people could resist this temptation. Although Lao Cheng didn't like Lu Qing, He had to go over when the dog meat was roasted on the fire. 10 minutes later, the smell of meat wafted in the house, and everyone drooled and ate the meat with big mouthfuls, except Chinyu, who sat alone in the inner room, chewing biscuits and drinking cold water, without saying a word. Lao Cheng walked into the inner room with several pieces of barbecue skewered with thin wooden sticks, handed them to Chinyu and said, "Eat some, it will replenish your body." Chinyu looked up and said calmly, "I never eat dog meat. I don't object to others eating it, but I won't touch it myself. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. Maybe one day when I am almost starving to death, I will touch it, but not now. You can eat more." After saying that, Chinyu put the remaining biscuits in his pocket, and then began to pick up some cloth in the house, dusted it off, and spread it on the ground to prepare for rest. Chapter 172. Lao Cheng stood at the door holding a skewer of meat, watching his busy back, thinking for a moment, then took out a clean plastic bag of biscuits from his bag, put the meat in it, and prepared to leave it for Dezhuang. It's winter now, and the meat doesn't spoil so easily. Then he nodded lightly and said, "Okay, I come in later." Perhaps to prevent Chinyu from smelling these smells, Lao Cheng closed the door when he left. Back to the fire, Lu Qing supported himself on the ground with one hand, leaned back, and ate the roasted meat in his left hand. After a while, his hands and mouth were all covered with oil. When he saw Lao Cheng coming back, he immediately handed over the meat he had bitten several times. "Lao Cheng, help me sprinkle some salt." Lu Qing was in a good mood today, and he began to order others. But Lao Cheng just glanced at him inconspicuously, then lowered his head, and continued to roast other meat. "Haha, okay, I sprinkle it myself." Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled disapprovingly, supported himself on the ground, and reached out his right hand to the small bottle of salt. Xiao Wan, who was also enjoying the meal next to him, saw this scene, and picked up the salt with his right hand, and handed it to him. Soon, the ground was full of bones. The zombies outside the door went crazy when they smelled the meat, and slammed the door like thunder. Hongwu raised his sleeve to wipe the oil stains on his mouth, glanced at the door, and said, "Let's burn these bones in the fire to prevent the zombies from guarding the door all the time." Lao Cheng heard this, and shook his head slightly and said, "Since they like these bones so much, just collect them, and use them to lure away the zombies tomorrow." Hongwu replied, "That's fine too." After saying that, he stood up with a knife, cut off part of the curtain next to him, and collected all the bones on the ground. Hongwu joked while cleaning, "Now I am really full and don't care about it. In the past, I would keep even the remaining bones and use them to make soup." "Oh!" Long Long walked up to help him clean up and said, "We didn't bring a pot when we came out, and the backpack was used to carry medicine. If some loose medicine is affected, it will be a waste of time." "I understand the reasoning, I was just saying it casually." Hongwu wrapped a small bag of bones, tied a knot, and put it on the table and replied with a smile. Lao Cheng then walked over, and opened the window a little to let more air in. "Anyway, this is the 4th floor, even if the zombies below smell the smell, they can't climb up." Night fell, and soon there was only a pile of fire left in the house, illuminating the room like a big furnace. Chinyu also lit a fire in the inner room. The inner room he was in seemed to be a lounge with a single bed, but the bed above should be the dog's bed. The sheets and quilts were all dirty, and even torn. After just one look, Chinyu gave up the idea of spending the night there. If he got infected with bacteria, he would be courting death. He simply threw a wooden chair into the fire, took a look, and then walked over to open the window for ventilation. After eating, the people outside fell into silence again. In addition to the bloodstains on the ground, even the dog's skin was thrown into the fire and burned, leaving no other traces at the scene. Lao Cheng pondered for a moment, then picked up his things and walked into the inner room. "Is there any place to stay here?" He walked in and asked with a smile. Chinyu warmed his hands by the fire, pointed his chin behind the door. "There is some cloth over there, and the back is relatively clean." "Okay." Lao Cheng responded, spread it on the wall, then returned to the fire and sat cross-legged. Not long after, Hongwu also walked in and asked Chinyu if he had any more cloth. Next, a strange scene appeared. 3 people in the inner room were warming one fire, and 3 people in the office outside were warming another fire. Chinyu was silent for a while, and said softly, "I didn't expect both of you to come in." Hongwu put his hands on the fire for a while, then rubbed them on his ankles for a few times, and said with a smile, "Haven't you heard the saying, whoever has milk is the mother? Besides, the meat is not his alone. After eating, we will go back to our own homes, and find our own mothers. We are not the same kind of people." Lao Cheng also echoed beside him. "That's right, Living under the same roof with that kind of person, I am really worried that he will do something bad to me. Now no one cares about these things. At the end of the world, human life is worthless. Chun Yu hummed casually, then reached for wood, but found nothing. Haha, no wood. Seeing this, Hong Wu was about to stand up and walk out of the house. I go chop the table outside, I just happen to have a hammer. No need. Chin Yu shook his head and looked at him, and said, it's late at night now, and we will be very sensitive to the slightest sound. We still have to wait for the zombies outside to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of banging sounds came from the office outside the house. Chin Yu turned his head, and saw that Long Long and Xiao Wan were still warming themselves by the fire. Lu Qing was nowhere to be seen. He was probably smashing a chair nearby. Look, if we don't make any noise, others won't care. Hong Wu spread his hands, and said helplessly, then walked out with a hammer in his hand. Lao Cheng also stood up. I go help him. Chin Yu listened to the constant movement in the house, and his heart became more and more uneasy. Then he also came to the location of the outer door, and checked the door lock with a torch in his hand. Although there were many batteries and flashlights in the supplies, they were reserved for use when they couldn't make a fire. This time, he didn't plan to stay overnight, but he didn't expect that the zombies were so widespread, and there were so many of them, that he had to rest for a night. What's wrong? Long Long saw Chin Yu staring at the door lock, so he followed him and asked. Chin Yu moved to the side a little, pointed the torch to a place, and said, look here, the button for locking the door is broken, so it can only be closed like this. If the zombie outside accidentally presses the door handle, the door may be pushed open. Long Long heard it, and went forward to check carefully. His face changed immediately. He asked hurriedly, what should I do? If this goes on, I won't be able to sleep well. Chin Yu thought for a moment, then looked at the three of them struggling to chop the table, walked over and whispered, don't move the table yet, we have to push it over to block the door. Hong Wu and Lao Cheng jumped off the table and stopped. Only Lu Qing continued to hit the dagger with a chair leg. I said, don't move the table. Chin Yu stood 2 meters away from Lu Qing, and said in a deep voice. When Lu Qing heard this, the chair leg stopped in midair and said coldly, I'm afraid of the cold, I can't do without wood. After saying that, he continued to hit it. Chapter 173. Bang! The crash sounded again, and the zombies outside the door continued to knock on the door. Long Long, who was guarding the door, took a closer look, turned his head and shouted, oh no, the door is about to be pushed open. Hong Wu and Lao Cheng dropped their tools and ran over, holding the door tightly. Seeing this, Chin Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and took a few steps forward to grab Lu Qing's right hand. Lu Qing's eyes condensed, noticing him coming forward, and when Chin Yu approached, he slightly adjusted his arm and hit back with his elbow. Chin Yu saw all this, his mouth slightly raised, and whispered, showing off your skills in front of an expert. Now he is no longer the same as when the apocalypse just broke out. He clenched his left fist and quickly swung it upwards, while his right hand formed a fist shape, quickly grabbed Lu Qing's arm, and then punched him in the armpit from below. Chin Yu's face was grim, and with one blow, Lu Qing's arm was trembling and retreated to the side. He narrowed his eyes and said, I have tolerated you for a long time, and I have been giving you a cold shoulder since the beginning. Now the fucking apocalypse has come, who are you showing off to? Xiao Wan, who was drowsy by the fire, suddenly woke up when he heard Chin Yu shout. He was confused when he saw this scene, and then he looked at the 3 people blocking the door in the distance, and hurried to the right to lend a hand. Lu Qing was punched, and suddenly he was furious. He rubbed the part that was hit just now, grabbed the knife in his right hand, and immediately rushed towards Chin Yu. Seeing his appearance, Chin Yu was completely determined to kill him, and his hand reached for the dagger. Stop! What are you doing? Hong Wu looked back and saw Lu Qing drawing his knife and preparing to fight, and quickly yelled at him. Hearing this shout, Lu Qing stopped only 1 meter away from Chin Yu, and reluctantly put away the knife. There were many people here, and Lao Cheng and Hong Wu might be more optimistic about Chin Yu. If he went up and used the knife, the nature of the situation would change. No matter who was standing at the end, Lu Qing would not be able to walk out of the room alive. Then Lu Qing looked at Chin Yu with a sinister look, picked up a few pieces of wood on the ground and walked towards the fire, intending to wait until no one was around before taking action. Hey, why are you calling him? Lao Cheng saw that the fight didn't start, and he complained to Hong Wu in a low voice. What? Hong Wu turned his head and continued to push the door, wondering, he has already drawn his sword. What if Chin Yu gets hurt? How can we explain to Da Zhuang? Lao Cheng turned around and continued to lean against the door frame with his back, saying in a low voice, "You haven't seen the strength of Chunyu and his group." Although there are not many people, the girl who followed him did not hesitate when she broke Wang Tianhai's palm. Even the people around him are so decisive. Do you think Chunyu is easy to mess with? Hongwu looked at Chunyu and nodded, not quite understanding. That makes sense. We can just watch the show next time. Hey, did you guys use all your strength? Why are the zombies behind this door getting more and more fierce? Hongwu looked at the others and yelled again in a low voice. Chunyu stood by the wooden table and asked coldly, "A few hours ago, were you the one throwing fire at me on the roof?" Lu Qing rubbed his arm and gritted his teeth and said, "What, are you going to frame me again?" Seeing his reckless look, Chunyu continued with a cold face, "If you dare, just fight with real swords and guns. You should be glad that I didn't see your face. It would be difficult to explain to Feng Yi if I killed you." Lu Qing raised his head and looked at him with a sullen face. Who doesn't know how to brag? It's not certain who will win. Chunyu snorted coldly and ignored him. He walked behind the wooden table and pushed hard with both hands. It's a pity that this solid wooden table is quite heavy, and it's difficult for him to push it alone. Seeing this, Lao Cheng, who was blocking the door in the distance, shouted to Long Long and Xiaowan next to him, "You two go help him push the table, Hongwu and I will hold it." Then the remaining two people used all their strength to push the door tightly. Hongwu's face flushed, and he shouted loudly, "Damn it, it must be because the bloody smell on the ground is too strong, and too many zombies are attracted." With the help of Long Long and Xiaowan, the three slowly pushed the wooden table over. Hongwu and Lao Cheng moved aside a little, and then Chunyu and the others quickly pushed over to block it. After Lao Cheng and the others moved away, they pushed the wooden table inward a little more, and firmly blocked the door. "Okay." Chunyu walked forward, took a few glances, and continued, "Unless there are more than 5 zombies hitting the door at the same time, it will not be pushed open." Long Long listened to him, thought about it, picked up some wood pieces on the ground, and knocked into the crack of the door with the handle of the dagger, and said, "It's better to add some wood blocks to block it, to be safer. I die in my sleep at night, and it would be too unfair if I was bitten to death." Hearing this, Chunyu asked curiously, "In this environment, can you still sleep soundly?" "I haven't been in the wild for too long." Long Long answered directly, "Zombies basically don't appear suddenly, but you are not wrong. I guess it won't be long before I have to change this habit." After finishing the work, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Although there was no electricity in the Doomsday, there were still many watches. If you look carefully, you will find them. It is not safe to rest in the office. Several people put out the fire and kicked the remaining unburned wood into the inner room, planning to spend the night there. Lu Qing was reluctant but thick-skinned, so he went in first while Chunyu was putting out the fire. But he also knew that the atmosphere was low, so he didn't choose a good position, but threw the bedding on the bed aside and lay down on it. Then everyone went back to the inner room and closed the door. The lock here was good and could be locked from behind. A small room of more than 10 square meters was enough for 6 people. As there were more people, Chunyu and Hongwu Laocheng also distributed some of the cloth, so they could sleep against the wall. Late at night, the fire in the hut burned alone, converting the wood into heat. On the dog bed, Lu Qing opened his eyes, stared at Chunyu for a long time, and then put the gun back. He had been thinking that while the others were asleep, he could directly use the gun, then run out of this door in an instant, and then jump onto other air conditioner outdoor units downstairs, with a certain chance of escaping. After all, Chunyu didn't have a good relationship with the people opposite, and it was unlikely that he would jump downstairs to chase him for him. Chunyu opened his narrowed eyes, and stared at Lu Qing opposite him without saying a word. Then he laid his legs flat, moved his right hand slightly in his clothes, unnoticeably turned off the safety of the pistol, and continued to rest. Just now, if Lu Qing opposite him took out a gun, Chunyu would not hesitate for a second and send him on his way. This back and forth really annoyed him a little, mainly because he had just finished the community thing last time, and he killed another person not long after, so it was a bit uncomfortable to stay any longer. Chapter 174. Nothing happened in the second half of the night. Not long after dawn, the zombies stopped banging on the door frame. After all, these low-level monsters do not have the ability to think about problems. It was just a little light in the sky, and everyone in the house had dressed and prepared to leave. After last night, Lu Qing calmed down and realized that Chunyu must not be an ordinary person. He had conflicts with others before, and getting injured was commonplace. But it was never like the punch last night, and it didn't get better all night. The later it got, the more unbearable the pain Lu Qing felt. He massaged himself for a long time before falling asleep. At dawn, he stood by the window, opened his clothes and looked inside, and found that it had turned blue and bloody. This was a punch through a down jacket. If he was wearing short sleeves in summer, or even Chin Yu's right hand, he would have broken a bone directly. So in the following time, Lu Qing no longer dared to show his face to Chin Yu. Although he didn't try to please him, at least he didn't act as if he had a grudge against him. He even helped others pack their luggage, put out the fire, etc. Everyone felt puzzled when they saw this scene, and thought that he suddenly had a change of heart. Chin Yu did not ask much about this. After all, he was not a murderous person, and he would not kill people for something without evidence, although he really wanted to do so last night. If Chin Yu could understand Lu Qing's thoughts at this moment, he would probably laugh secretly. He threw that punch at that time, but he just changed the method temporarily. Different from the usual fist, he chose to clamp his thumb under the middle finger to make a fist, and hit it with his knuckles, which would hurt more in an instant, and all the attack points were concentrated in one place. Arriving at the door, Chin Yu walked forward and knocked on the door gently a few times. Bang, bang. Then he put his ear to the door and listened carefully. It was very quiet. There was no sound from the other side of the door. Then he turned his head to look at the others and nodded slightly. Then the 6 people stood on both sides, exerted their strength at the same time, lifted the solid wood table, and moved to the side. Long Long and Chin Yu stood very close to the door with machetes in their hands, and then Lao Cheng stood on the side of the door, whispered a few times to the others, then suddenly opened the door and quickly hid behind it. There were 2 zombies standing outside the door, shaking their heads with their heads down. Suddenly, light shone over them, and they reacted quickly, turning their heads and screaming. The zombies' completely rotten faces were extremely disgusting. A maggot even crawled out of the eyeball of the zombie on the left, bringing with it a stream of mucus. Go! Chin Yu shouted coldly, holding the dagger in reverse and rushing forward first. The others followed closely, rushing to the other zombies, and stabbing them with their knives. Chin Yu killed the zombie with maggots with a knife, pushed its chin with his left hand, and took a few steps back, then used both hands to push it down. With a snap, the corpse hit the heads of several zombies below, crushing their heads into pieces on the spot. Chin Yu shook off the remaining maggots on his hands, then rushed to the entrance of the stairs on the left, and followed a few people to kick the zombie down. This won't work. Hongwu shouted at Chin Yu hurriedly, as if he was possessed by the god of war. Then he held a big hammer in his right hand, and called out the heads of the zombies that rushed up one by one. He was able to kill one each time, but there were too many of them, and Hongwu began to feel overwhelmed. He kicked the zombie in front of him away, and quickly climbed over the railing next to him, and stood on the other side. Chin Yu quickly glanced at the zombies in the warehouse below. Most of them were wearing helmets, so it was difficult to kill them. He pointed to the side and shouted, "Climb to the railing on the other side, quickly." After saying that, Chin Yu quickly grabbed the hand that Hongwu handed over and climbed over. Currently, 6 people are standing in an area above the warehouse, looking at the surrounding environment. Chin Yu walked around the railing for a few steps, and then scanned the environment under his feet. This is a small platform with several instruments in the middle, similar to a crane, controlling a small mechanical arm. Now there is no power support, and this mechanical arm can't be used. It's just a decoration. This should have been used to lift those wooden boxes in the past. Chin Yu touched the dust on it, and then said, "Who cares about it?" Hongwu looked at the zombies wearing helmets, and felt powerless. He said depressedly, "I almost broke the hammer when I hit it. It's too outrageous." Lao Cheng also said with a bad face, "I thought the helmets they wore were those on the construction site, single-layer ones, not like this, which is specially for motorcycles." Chin Yu looked at the few people and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. No matter how difficult it is, at least we still have knives and guns. If they are really angry, we can pull out our guns and shoot them. Now I have a way that I should try." Lao Cheng turned around and asked, "What method? Will it be set on fire? There are medicines all over here, and the wooden box will catch fire if it touches the fire." Chin Yu walked a few steps to the side, ignoring the roars of the zombies, and said, "You still have 3 machetes. So 3 people rush forward. Don't aim at the head, just focus on the zombies' necks and upper bodies, and try to chop off their heads." Then Chin Yu added again, "Although some zombies are wearing helmets and are difficult to kill, the good thing is that they are just wearing normal clothes, and after so long, most of the zombies' bones have rotted and are easy to split." Hongwu and Lao Cheng thought for a moment after hearing this, then nodded, indicating that this method was acceptable. Then Chin Yu looked at Lu Qing, waiting for him to express his opinion. Although Lu Qing didn't want to take the lead, he had no choice now. It was impossible to go back to the office, where the zombies had blocked the way. He could only nod his head slightly. Then Chinyu said again, I, Long Long, and Xiaowan, 3 people holding daggers, will be responsible for covering your backs and eliminate the zombies without helmets around. While ensuring your own safety, you will finish off the zombies with helmets on the ground, stabbing them from the neck. After hearing the plan, everyone was ready to take action. Wait. Chinyu pondered for a while, called the 3 people, and said a few more words. You can't fail, you rush to the front, and you must not let the machete slip out of your hands, so it's best to tie up the knife and your hands. Lao Cheng heard it and said, in this case, you have to use all the ropes. Hongwu patted him on the shoulder. If you are trapped here, the rope will not be used. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight your way out. Chapter 175. Okay. Lao Cheng nodded and took out the last rope from his backpack. Now that we've come to this, there's no point in saying anything else. Then he took out a knife and was about to cut the rope into thinner pieces, but Chinyu stepped forward to stop him. Wait, use a clean knife. After that, Chinyu took the knife he used to chop off Xiaowan's little finger last time and handed it over. Ah, why? Lao Cheng was stunned, a little puzzled. Chinyu explained, if you accidentally get a wound on your hand, your knife is full of zombie blood, and it might get infected. Just in case, there's no need to be lucky. Lao Cheng suddenly realized, is that so, brother? You are a little too steady, I admire you. After saying that, he also gave a thumbs up. Haha, stop joking, tie it up quickly and get ready, De Zhuang should be back soon. Chinyu smiled slightly, and stepped forward to help cut the rope. Soon, the 3 were ready. Since they needed to lead the charge, the backpacks were given to Chinyu and the other 2. Fortunately, they didn't carry too many things and could be folded and put into other bags. Everything was done, and then Chinyu nodded slightly, and Hongwu, Lao Cheng, and Lu Qing grabbed the railing and jumped to a clearing next to them, where there were fewer zombies. Hongwu's muscles bulged, and he cut the zombie in front of him in 2 with one knife, and then rushed forward. The 2 people next to him did not hold back, and each cut the zombie's neck with a knife, leaving their heads grinning on the ground. Go! Chinyu jumped down, took a step forward and stabbed the zombie's head from the neck, and the zombie stopped struggling instantly. He turned around and shouted. Then, he quickly followed the 3 people in front and left. In a moment, the warehouse was full of zombie limbs, and the ground became sticky and difficult to walk. As several people leaned against the wall, they killed the zombies one by one. More than half an hour later, most of the zombies in the warehouse had been cleared. Can't stop, otherwise you won't be able to swing anymore. Chinyu suddenly exerted his strength, stepped forward and kicked the zombie in front of him away, and then yelled at the others. At this time, Hongwu, Lao Cheng, and Lu Qing were all covered in zombie blood. Because of several holes in their down jackets, a lot of zombie blood was absorbed, and it was very uncomfortable to wear them, just like falling into the water. Lao Cheng yelled and cursed, "Fuck, I kill you beasts." Then he grabbed his clothes with his left hand, unzipped them, and took them off. He tore open his right hand, revealing his muscular and well-built body, and rushed towards more zombies. The other 2 followed suit. Now they were so excited that they were sweating and their down jackets were torn, so they took them off. After more than 40 minutes, all the zombies in the warehouse were finally killed. There were piles of corpses everywhere, and the stench filled every corner. How many zombies have we killed? Lao Cheng leaned against the wall, next to the medicine box. His right arm was stained with a thick layer of blood, all from the zombies. After drying, it turned into blood clots and stuck to the zombies. Lao Cheng used his left hand to slowly pick them off. 279. Chinyu said this number with a worried look on his face. He had wasted so much effort and was almost exhausted, but he had only killed less than 1/3. How many? Long Long looked incredulous, his eyes widened as he asked, I'm almost exhausted. I've only killed less than 300 zombies. Hongwu was too tired to talk at this time. His right hand seemed to be filled with iron and lead, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help but say, to be honest, if there is another operation like this, several of us will definitely die here. It's so exhausting to kill just one warehouse of zombies, and they all rushed over in batches. Chinyu was also in a heavy mood. He originally thought that there were at most more than 100 zombies in the warehouse, but he didn't expect that the more time went by, the more zombies appeared. Fortunately, the warehouse door was closed, otherwise I would have been buried here today. Honestly, Lao Cheng simply wiped off the blood on his body, leaned forward and panted. I watched too many zombie movies on TV before, and always thought that killing this thing was very simple, just stabbing and chopping, but now I know that it's really tiring. Chinyu was also very tired. He sat on the ground, holding a knife in his hand, and wiping a little on the clothes of the corpse in front of him, and then continued, "Those people think they are invincible with guns. In front of bullets, shooting zombies is like shooting targets. In fact, it is not easy to aim unless there is a crosshair engraved on the cornea. And most importantly, the gunshot will attract more zombies." Chinyu added again. Alas! Lao Cheng looked at his left hand. 2 fingers were still clean, then scratched his hair and said, "I really miss the life before the end of the world." Just as several people were sitting on the ground to rest, the door of the office was suddenly opened. Chinyu heard the noise, took out his pistol and quickly pulled the bolt, aiming at the door in less than a second. Seeing this, the others also climbed up quickly. Then, a familiar figure came out, complaining. "Xiuyu, this is the second time you're aiming at me." "Sorry." Chinyu put away his gun and said to Dazhuang. Dazhuang curled his lips, then looked at the scene in the warehouse, smacked his lips and said, "TSK, you guys really had a tough battle. It's a pity that I didn't participate." Lao Cheng continued to sit down, glared at him and shouted, "This is not cutting vegetables, damn, my hand is almost cut off. I don't want to chop zombies like this in my life." He. Dazhuang carried 2 backpacks, one big and one small, and walked down with a small bucket of gasoline in his hand. He threw the small bag to Chinyu and said, "Eat something. Sister Feng said you didn't come back all night, so I brought you some canned food." Hearing the word canned food, Chinyu looked up at Dazhuang with a puzzled look. Did she move the goods privately? Dazhuang understood his thoughts, and walked forward and whispered, "It's not our supplies. After I brought back the medicine, I also said that I successfully landed on the island and found the warehouse." After she heard me talk about the number of zombies, she asked Lei to take some out of the community's emergency supplies. They have been stored for a long time. After that, Chinyu took out a can of yellow peaches and a glass bottle from his bag. The outside was very dirty, but the bottle cap was intact. It looked like it was indeed not their batch of goods. Then Chinyu handed the bag to others, and began to replenish his energy. Chapter 176. "Give me a clean knife," Chinyu said to Xiaowan. "Here you go." Xiaowan clamped the can with his legs and pried the cap with the tip of the knife, but there was no response. He then handed it to Chinyu. "Please help me open it. My left hand can't use much strength." Chinyu nodded, took the dagger and inserted it into the bottle cap, pressed it with his thumb, and then exerted force. He immediately heard the sound of air entering, then twisted it with his right hand and handed it back. Everyone sat on the ground, quietly eating canned food. There were no bowls or spoons, so they just ate from the lids. A few minutes later, everyone finished eating, and then Chinyu collected the glass bottles and told everyone, "Let's open these wooden boxes for now, and look for the target drugs, and then transport them back. In the future, send someone to bring these drugs back every day. Move a little bit every day, and sooner or later it will be empty." "Okay, I have no objection." Lao Cheng stood up and nodded. Then he walked towards Dazhuang and whispered in his ear, "Would you like some fragrant meat?" Dazhuang glanced at the other people who were looking for tools nearby, looked up at Lao Cheng, and whispered, "What is fragrant meat?" Lao Cheng unzipped his backpack. "Here, it's dog meat." Although the meat had turned cold, there was still a little meaty aroma. Dazhuang's eyes lit up. Where did this stuff come from? Could it be from a zombie dog? How is that possible? Lao Cheng glared, then continued to close the zipper. "I make it for you when I get home. As a reward, you have to give me another piece, hee." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu came over with 2 crowbars in his hands. "Use this to open it. You can find it around here, and use it for self-defense after you are done." Dazhuang and Lao Cheng took it, and then walked towards the wooden boxes. Chinyu picked up the gasoline barrel and walked towards the office. Then Chinyu took out the roll of wire from his bag and put it on the table, then picked up the knife and walked towards the curtain. After a few dozen seconds, the curtain was basically removed by him and cut into thin strips with a knife. Looking around, there was no tool to use. Then he took out a can bottle, picked up the small gasoline barrel, and poured it in. This barrel is not big, only about 2.5 L in size, and contains half a barrel of gasoline. Nowadays, this thing is an important material, and Chinyu is reluctant to waste it easily. After pouring half a can of gasoline, Chinyu wrapped his hands with a plastic bag, picked up the cloth strips, and began to soak them. After a few seconds, he squeezed it with his hands to drain the excess oil, and then took other cloth strips. Soon, more than a dozen oilcloth balls of the same size were made, and then he wrapped them with a bag in his hand and put them in his backpack, and walked towards the warehouse. "How is it? Are there many kinds of medicine?" Chen Yu walked over and asked. There were many wooden strips on the ground, and most of the boxes were opened, revealing a large number of medicine boxes inside. "I don't know many of the medicines. I suggest that you let the doctor identify them." De Zhuang casually tore open the outer packaging bag, took a box and looked at it. Of course, professional matters should be left to professionals. Chen Yu nodded, looked at the others and continued to ask, "Are there drugs such as berberine and bismuth carbonate capsules?" Lao Cheng stood in the corner and answered, "Here is the berberine. The upper part of the medicine should still be usable, but the lower part seems to be contaminated." Hearing this, Chen Yu ran over and checked carefully. There have been zombies surrounding this place for a long time, and the gas they exhale may also be problematic. In addition, the environment is very bad. There were many corpses here at the beginning, too much blood, and occasionally rain came in, which caused some medicine boxes to start to mold. Chen Yu frowned slightly and said softly, "Then there won't be any problem with this medicine, right? If you take it and turn into a zombie, that would be a disaster." Hong Wu stood aside and checked, and then added, "So, when you pack the medicine, take it and check it, put the wet part of the medicine box aside, and then carefully check whether it is contaminated." Chen Yu clapped his hands and shouted to several people. After the voice fell, everyone continued to be busy. It was already the second day out, and Chen Yu didn't plan to waste any more time. As for those other zombies, he was not interested. He would set a few fires later and burn as many as he could. I put some small bottles of berberine in my backpack, and a dozen boxes of anti-inflammatory tablets. The rest had gone bad. The bad environment made it more susceptible to moisture. After about half an hour, everyone's backpack was almost full. Some of it was contaminated, and the rest couldn't be taken away. After all, it was carried by manpower, and had to prevent zombie attacks. "What time is it?" Chen Yu asked. "It's past 11 o'clock in the afternoon." "Okay, let's go. Let's go back the same way." Chen Yu carried his backpack and held a dozen wooden strips on the ground and walked towards the office. Several people stood by the window. When Lao Cheng was about to climb up the bed sheet rope, there was a sudden click, and the edge of the solid wood table broke directly. Last night, they pushed the table over to block the door, and the bed sheet was untied and tied to the nails on the wall next to it. Fortunately, De Zhuang did not bring too many things when he came here, and although the bed sheet was a little torn, it was not broken. But now everyone's backpacks are full, the weight has increased, and it is a bit unbearable for a moment. Fortunately, De Zhuang's eyes and hands are quick, and he quickly reached out and grabbed his arm and lifted it in the air. At the same time, Chen Yu quickly stepped forward and grabbed the bed sheet that was about to fall. Hong Wu then helped and pulled up the old city. Chen Yu held the bed sheet in his hand, then glanced at the table legs and said, "The nails have damaged these a little, just tie them up again." After that, Chen Yu pulled down the curtains that were still hanging on the top and reconnected them a little longer. The sudden incident did not affect anything, and they climbed over smoothly in order. Then Chen Yu tied the pile of wood strips, tied them to his chest, and slowly crawled to the other side with the medicine on his back. "Brother Dazhuang, take my bag and go to the bridge first, I follow you later." Chen Yu looked at Dazhuang and handed over his backpack. Dazhuang asked curiously, "Aren't you going with us?" Chen Yu shook his head slightly. "There are still a lot of medicines here. In addition to this warehouse, there should be some in the safe. With so many zombies, staying here for a long time is a hidden danger. I find a place to set a fire to help them get rid of them as soon as possible." Seeing this, Dazhuang had no choice but to nod. "Okay, come here quickly after you're done, I wait for you at the bridge." "Yeah." Chen Yu replied, "This bag contains some anti-inflammatory drugs, berberine, etc. These are more important. If something happens, remember to protect the backpack in your hand first." Dazhuang hummed and walked to the second floor. Chapter 177. Then Chen Yu picked up a bunch of his things and went up to the roof. He reached the top floor, pushed open the rusty iron door, and stood on the rooftop. There were still a lot of books on the ground, which they had not used up last time. However, these books were not very useful. There was a lot of snow outside, and they were easily drowned when they fell into the snow. So Chen Yu asked Dazhuang to get some gasoline. It was noon at this time, and the sun was hanging in the sky like a decoration. Chen Yu could not feel the slightest warmth. He blew a few breaths into his palms, rubbed them quickly, and then started to get busy. Wrap the oilcloths around the wooden strips, and put them aside for later use. Most of the zombies on the ground moved slowly, but they were always moving. Except for those areas where they often moved, other places were covered with a lot of snow. If the zombies on this island can be cleared, it would be worth living in for a long time. Chinyu did think so at first, but as he got to know more, he gradually denied his idea. Although there is only one road leading here, we only need to send people to guard the bridge. But there are pros and cons. The advantage is that it is isolated from the zombies outside, and they basically cannot enter the island. The disadvantage is that cars cannot enter the island, and can only park on the other side of the bridge. But if it is surrounded by other zombies, it will be a waste. If we build a wall as a parking lot, we might as well live in that community. What's more, the number of zombies far exceeds Chinyu's expectations. 1,900, or more than 1,000, sounds like not many, but it is really deadly to kill them. Moreover, after the zombies die, their bodies will rot faster. Winter is good, as it can slow down the speed. But even so, the dead zombies will stink more, and the bodies must be processed, otherwise, after a long time, the plague is very likely to appear. Standing on the rooftop, blowing the cold wind, Chinyu thought for a moment, then turned around and prepared to act. When he picked up the wooden sticks on the ground, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure passing by in the woods in the distance. Chinyu curled his lips slightly, not taking it to heart, took out the last few matches, and began to light the torch. He quickly lit a stick and placed it on the ground, then picked up the one next to it and ignited it, and then Chinyu threw it towards the west. The burning torch drew a parabola in the air and accurately hit a zombie several dozen meters away. The zombie was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked around, and then rushed towards the flames. It was just a pity that there was gasoline on it, and the zombie couldn't put it out at all, and even ignited its own clothes. As a few zombies started the fire, more and more zombies rushed towards the fire, creating even more noise. Without waiting any longer, Chinyu quickly picked up other wooden sticks, lit them, and threw them in more directions. Wherever there were more zombies, he threw them there. Soon, a sea of fire and thick smoke rose to the sky in the northwest direction where Chinyu was standing. Countless zombies were burning with fire and twisting everywhere. It's a pity that these things can't feel pain. Chinyu looked at a zombie in the distance that was about to be burned to slag and said softly. After seeing the fire they set yesterday, which scorched the zombie's legs, Chinyu thought of a more drastic method. That is, like now, use wire to fix the cloth strips and pour gasoline on them, so that the zombies will not be easily trampled to death. It is also good to burn their limbs if their heads are not burned. This can also reduce the danger, and it is much easier than killing them one by one. It's just a pity that there is a wall in the northeast, separating the zombies on both sides, otherwise if the fire can be brought over, the effect will be better. In the apocalypse, no one cares about setting fires, but Chinyu still tried to only let the zombies catch fire, and continued to take a glance, then left the rooftop. He came to the second floor, slid down according to the old method, and then continued to climb out of the wall. Standing on the hillside outside, Chinyu thought for a moment, then walked in the opposite direction of the bridge. When Chinyu walked for more than half a minute, a figure emerged not far from the area where he had just stood, and slowly followed. When he said goodbye to Dazhuang in front, Chinyu deliberately handed over his pistol in front of Lu Qing. Just want to see if he has any bad intentions. For this kind of person, Chinyu really doesn't want to work with him. Maybe one day, he will do something behind his back, and bring zombies to him. So this time, the original intention of setting fire was to test that person. At first, Chinyu planned to let Lao Cheng follow him, so that some zombies in the northeast direction could also be burned. But later he thought about it, and simply went with the flow. If the fish doesn't bite the hook, everyone is happy. If he really wants to die, Chinyu doesn't mind eliminating this trouble. After walking along the forest for more than 10 minutes, and making sure he had walked far enough, Chinyu began to run wildly, and soon disappeared from Lu Qing's sight. Damn it! Lu Qing followed him for a few minutes with his gun in both hands, but still lost him, so he cursed with a dark face. In a pile of grass more than 10 meters away from him, Chinyu's muscles tensed, picked up a stone with his hand, and threw it in another direction. There was a rustling sound, and Lu Qing quickly turned the muzzle of the gun, aimed at that direction and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gun went off, but there was no reaction in the bushes. Lu Qing held the gun and moved slowly and cautiously over there. Bridgeside. At this time, Dazhuang was sitting on the side close to the island, handing over the bag. Suddenly he heard a very small voice. Huh? What happened? Lao Cheng saw Dazhuang's serious expression from above, so he asked. Dazhuang was listening carefully, and at this moment, the sound of knocking on the bridge surface sounded again in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Lao Cheng shouted down, "Hey, Xiaowan, why are you knocking on the iron frame all the time? You have too much strength." The zombies below heard the sound and thought it was New Year's Day. Xiaowan raised his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, this iron rod looks very strong. I want to take it apart and take it back to forge it. Maybe it can be used as a long-handled weapon." Lao Cheng curled his lips and ignored him, and continued to look at De Zhuang. "Did you hear anything?" "It's okay, I must have heard it wrong." De Zhuang replied softly, then turned his head to look at Xiaowan. Although he felt something was a little unusual, he didn't say much and continued to pass the bag up. According to De Zhuang's own idea, if he wanted to remove the iron rod, he would definitely move it left and right to break it at the bottom, making it easier to remove, rather than hitting it with a hammer. This would also prevent the sound from attracting the attention of the zombies. Chapter 178. To the other side of the island. At this time, Lu Qing went around the forest for several rounds, and did not find Chen Yu's whereabouts. Just as he was about to return, he heard a noise from the left front. This time he did not choose to shoot, but held a pistol and shouted loudly, "Don't hide, I see you." After the voice fell, the forest was still very quiet, and no one answered him. Chen Yu hid behind a big tree behind him on the left and slowly took off his clothes. It was winter now, and he was wearing a heavy down jacket. If they fought later, he would not be able to react quickly. Putting his clothes on the grass beside him, Chen Yu, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, continued to move towards Lu Qing's position. Suddenly, Chen Yu saw the grass on his right move, and then he saw a zombie coming out. Chen Yu came up with a plan, then deliberately missed the movement and ran quickly. Lu Qing's mental power was highly concentrated, and as soon as Chen Yu appeared, he immediately fired a shot in that direction. However, this forest was densely packed, and the trees were very close together. Chen Yu ran behind the trees to block bullets. Lu Qing fired 5 or 6 shots in a row, but all of them missed. The main reason was that the surroundings were too quiet. He was worried that the people on the bridge would hear him. When he was anxious, his shooting skills became poor. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to fire another shot, he suddenly heard a movement from behind. Lu Qing turned around abruptly, and saw the zombies rushing over. In a hurry, Lu Qing aimed his pistol directly, but unfortunately it was too close. The zombie bit the top of his pistol and pressed it down. Lu Qing was caught off guard and retreated backwards. His pistol was stuck in the zombie's mouth. He was about to pull it out when a figure suddenly rushed out from the right and back, stabbing him in the head with a dagger in his hand. Lu Qing's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body quickly fell to the left side of the zombie, while his right hand pulled out the gun and prepared to shoot. Chen Yu's shot missed, and then he grabbed a small tree next to him with his left hand, took a step forward with his right foot, raised his left foot, and kicked Lu Qing's right hand. With a muffled groan, Lu Qing's pistol slipped out of his hand and fell into the bushes in the distance. He panicked, kicked the zombie away, and tried to run towards the gun. But how could Chen Yu give him this chance? Without even looking, he drew his knife and stabbed the zombie, then grabbed Lu Qing's ankle with his left hand and pulled him back violently. Lu Qing stretched out his hands and tried to pick up the pistol, but unfortunately, he missed it by just a dozen centimeters. Then he grabbed the ground with both hands, his nails deeply sunk into the mud, and was dragged back a little by Chen Yu. Turning over, Lu Qing raised his foot and kicked Chen Yu fiercely, grabbing a handful of mud and throwing it at his face. "It's just that these are wet mud, not as easy to get into the eyes as dry mud." Chen Yu quickly raised his hand to block, then grabbed Lu Qing's left leg and twisted it hard. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Lu Qing immediately felt a pain in his ankle. Before he could react, Chen Yu took another step to the side, held his left leg horizontally, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the knee. "Ah!" Lu Qing trembled and howled immediately. Then Chen Yu's eyes were cold, and he took a few steps forward again, grabbed Lu Qing's left arm and twisted it quickly, and at the same time picked up a stone on the ground with his right hand, without any hesitation, smashed it directly towards the elbow. Crack! The sound of bone fracture rang out again. After just one encounter, Lu Qing instantly became disabled. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Yu had already disabled one of his legs and one of his hands. At this moment, Lu Qing no longer had the high and mighty aura he had before. He lay on the ground screaming like a stray dog. Chen Yu stood in front of him, looking at him without any expression on his face. The veins on Lu Qing's neck bulged, and his eyes turned red with pain. He stared at Chen Yu, wishing he could skin him alive. "You don't have to look at me like that," Chen Yu said coldly. "Those who want to harm others will eventually suffer the consequences. You deserve what you have now. Lu Qing was furious, and his right hand was about to draw the knife from his waist. Qin stepped forward and kicked him hard in the armpit, then pulled out the dagger and threw it into the woods farther away. Lu Qing twitched after being hit again, and then he actually started laughing out loud. Ha, ha ha. What, you're pretending to be indifferent when you're about to die? Qin picked up the pistol, took off the magazine and looked at it. There were only 5 bullets left. Hearing laughter, he spoke. What's the point of killing me? Lu Qing became crazy. His facial expression was a mess due to the pain. He shouted frantically, You will die, you will all die, no one can go back alive. And you still want to find medicine? I think you're looking for death. Cough. Lu Qing was too excited and spoke too fast, and he couldn't control his coughing. Listening to these words quietly, Qin pondered for a moment, then remembered something and turned his head to look towards the bridge. He seemed to hear some noises, and then smoke rose over there. Lu Qing was almost crazy, lying on the ground and continued to shout loudly, Ha ha, it's too late, your community is probably turned into hell now, go back quickly. Collect the body of your girlfriend, ha ha ha. Qin face changed slightly, and he quickly glanced at him, then picked up a big stone on the ground, raised it above his head, and then smashed it on his knees. His right leg was broken again, and Lu Qing continued to howl. Then Qin ignored him, went back to pick up his clothes, and ran towards the bridge. Lu Qing lay on the ground, and saw Qin running away. He yelled with a pale face, You might as well kill me. But Qin still left without looking back. Lu Qing did not give up, holding a glimmer of luck, dragging his body to crawl in the other direction of the forest. After more than 10 minutes, he had already crawled a short distance. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from behind. Then Lu Qing lay on the ground, screaming crazily, You might as well have killed me just now. I've crawled so far now, and you're back again. Can you be a human being? After yelling this, Lu Qing grabbed a handful of dirt with his right hand, turned around and continued to smash it towards the place where the sound just came from. But when he turned around and looked, he was sweating all over. There was no one, but 3 zombies, limping towards him. Because they were trapped on the island for a long time without eating, these zombies had become very weak, and their bodies were exposed. There were only knuckles left on their hands, but they just walked slowly towards the man on the ground. Chapter 179. Running all the way, Qin quickly ran back to the bridge. As soon as he approached, he smelled something burning. After getting out of the woods, Qin looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. There were a few intact iron frames left, but now most of them were broken. The bridge was full of bullet holes, and there were several large black bags on the ground with flames. Qin took out a dagger and quickly ran to a small tree nearby, stuck the knife in the trunk below, and then picked up a stone and smashed it. With a few bangs, Qin used his foot to hold the blade below, then broke the small tree with force, returned to the backpack, and used the leaves to quickly throw himself on the ground. After hitting it more than 10 times, he finally put out the fire. When this kind of backpack is on fire, the smell is extremely unpleasant. Qin covered his nose with his left hand and opened the burned backpack with a dagger in his right hand. There were only a few boxes of medicine left in it, and they were all burned. He opened all the other backpacks and took a look. Without exception, the medicine was basically emptied. Then Qin noticed a few pools of blood on the ground, and many messy footprints moving towards the snow. Following the traces on the ground, Qin came to a position about 10 meters to the left of the bridge, and the footprints disappeared here. Looking at the zombies soaking in the water a few meters away, Qin did not rashly choose to go into the water. Standing on the bridge again, the rope hanging on it had long disappeared, and no one knew where the others had gone. Judging from the signs here, something must have happened here just now. Qin began to regret running such a long distance just to distract Lu Qing. If he could be closer, he might have heard the gunshots in time. His thoughts became more and more agitated. Qin was thinking carefully about how to leave the island. There was no boat, no rope, and there were a lot of zombies in the water. The black smoke around attracted a lot of zombies. Most of them gathered near the island. At this time, a total of 6 zombies were moving towards Qin with their fangs and claws bared. Qin turned around and looked at the zombies behind him, and then saw the branches around him, and he thought of a way. Now time is life. Listening to Lu Qing's words before his death, it is very likely that there is more than just a conflict here. If the community is attacked, it will be difficult to defend there. In order to find medicine, Feng Yi sent 5 people with strong basic abilities, and because a group of people just went out to search for supplies, there are not many people in our community now. Most of them are unarmed women, children and the elderly. Although Chinyu has never had contact with them, he does not want to see those people die innocently. People are the most important resource in the end times. There was no time to think about it. Although Chinyu was not sure about the idea in his mind, he had to take a gamble in order to leave the island. Picking up the dagger, Chinyu rushed towards the 6 zombies. After kicking the chest of the zombie in front of him, Chinyu swung the dagger and cut off its left arm in an instant. Then he came to the right side, held the knife in his backhand, and stabbed it hard at the shoulder joint. Then, he exerted force, and broke the right arm again. Then he grabbed the zombie's hair, and dragged it to the ground. Then he picked up the branch on the ground and stuck it into a gap in the stone. Then he stuck the zombie on the ground under the branch, so that it could not leave. Then, using the same method, Chinyu dealt with these zombies one by one, cutting off the arms of 4 of them, and pressing them under the tree. Chinyu did not keep the remaining 2, but directly stabbed them in the head and killed them. After a busy period, Chinyu was sweating and his body was hot. His down jacket had been lying on the ground. Seeing this, he quickly picked up the clothes and put them on, so as not to catch a cold after the sweat cooled down. Then Chinyu continued to chop down a tree as thick as a baby's arm, took off a trunk about half a meter long, stuck a dagger at one end, and picked up a stone to smash it down. He continued to pick up fist-sized stones on the ground, and put them into the gap between the tree trunks. A simple stone hammer was ready. Then he returned to the 4 zombies, squatted down, held the hammer in his right hand, and smashed it towards the zombies' mouths. The first one, the force was not controlled well, and the third one was directly smashed to death. Chinyu thought about it. These zombies became more fragile due to the winter environment, not like before. Next, Chinyu relaxed his strength as much as possible, and smashed all the teeth of the other 3 zombies. The mouths were smashed to pieces, and it was impossible for them to bite people anymore. Then Chinyu cut down 3 thin tree trunks again, and inserted them into the shoulders of these zombies, making them face 3 directions. After pinning all 3 zombies face down on the ground, Chinyu walked to the 2 dead zombies. What he was going to do next was not to simply smear the zombie entrails on his body as before. Once he got into the water, he was completely unable to resist in the water for a short distance of more than 100 meters. When those zombies were in the water, they could float on the surface, and he thought of a way to use the 3 zombies to make himself float as well. In order to prevent other zombies from discovering him as a living person, Chinyu also thought of another safe way, which was to peel off the zombie's skin and flesh. This way, the water could not wash it away. Chinyu took a few deep breaths and began to squat down and get busy. He stabbed the zombie's abdomen with a knife, and suddenly a foul smell came, and a lot of extremely smelly black liquid sprayed out directly. Chinyu gritted his teeth, used both hands to force, and peeled the corpse's belly a little bigger again. Then, a large group of maggots appeared in the zombie's abdomen. They gathered in an internal organ and moved up and down. Chinyu felt nauseous, but he suppressed his discomfort, closed his eyes, reached inside with his hands, picked up the maggots, and threw them into the snow beside him. There were still a few left, clinging to his hands and unwilling to leave. Chinyu wiped them off the weeds on the ground, and then continued to deal with the zombie's internal organs. Chinyu now thought about the time before the end of the world, when some people were looking forward to the outbreak of the end of the world, and some even imagined that zombies would really appear and kill everyone. If Chinyu could travel through time and space at this moment, he really wanted to travel back and scold those people. Do you like killing zombies? When you have no energy to work after a full meal, you think killing zombies is like cutting trees. But when you have no food to eat or even hungry for several days, you will only think of taking a detour when you see zombies. Especially in this situation, Chinyu has to clean up the rotten meat in order to survive. Those maggots that he wanted to jump 3 feet high when he saw them before have long been accustomed to them now. In the past, although Chinyu liked the feeling of the end of the world, he did not expect it to really break out. Chapter 180. Simply hollowing out the inside, Chinyu began to cut slowly, with the knife just below the zombie's skin. After more than 10 minutes, the zombie in front of him had been skinned. This was the first time he dealt with this kind of thing, so many of the cuts were incomplete, but fortunately, the upper body parts were basically removed. Then Chinyu returned to the bridge pier, picked up the remaining backpack that had not been burned, and walked back. He cut the backpack into pieces, then poked a few holes in the zombie's skin, ready to tie it up and use it later. Chinyu didn't want to apply zombie meat on his hair. If he accidentally infected his scalp, he would be in trouble. He continued to cut off the backpack. Chinyu's hair had grown a lot now. Although it was more convenient to apply zombie viscera, he didn't want to do it no matter what. He wrapped his head with a cloth cut from the backpack and tied a knot at the bottom, just like a headscarf. Then Chinyu put some zombie meat on his head to cover up the smell on his body. Then he went to the nearby woods to break off a bunch of branches, returned and tied them together, and used them to carry his down jacket and pistol. In this horrible weather, without thick clothes, it is impossible to survive for long. I don't know what happened to Lao Cheng and Hongwu. They are wearing t-shirts. Shaking his head slightly to shake off other thoughts, Chinyu took off his clothes, hung the backpack on himself, and then hung the zombie's skin and flesh on them one by one, and then tied them with cloth strips. From a distance, Chinyu looked like a large zombie, and a living person could tell the real from the fake at a glance. However, Chinyu's original intention was not to guard against humans, he just wanted to leave the island. Then he held the branches around the water surface, and Chinyu returned to bring the 3 zombies back, holding the tree trunks with his right hand and pushing them into the water. Holding the 3 tree trunks with his fingers, Chinyu slowly entered the water. As soon as he entered the water, he felt a shiver, and then more than 10 seconds later, he found that the water was actually a little warmer than outside. Then he pulled the pile of branches down with his left hand and swam slowly to the other side. These 3 zombies escorted Chinyu well in front, and the zombies around him had no reaction at all, just like they were asleep, floating motionlessly on the water. Although Chinyu was not very good at swimming, he had seen pigs run even if he had never eaten pork. With the buoyancy of these zombies, he just had to swing his legs slowly underwater. With the buoyancy of the branches, Chinyu did not choke on the water. After all, it was soaked in zombies. If he accidentally drank it, he didn't know if he would be infected, but it would definitely be uncomfortable. After more than 10 minutes, Chinyu finally touched the other side. He swam very slowly, fearing that he would wake up those things. He looked left and right along the way, very worried that the zombies would float over. When he reached the shore, Chinyu grabbed a bunch of weeds and quickly pulled them to the shore. Then he took the knife from the branch and went back to kill the 3 zombies. Staying here was a hidden danger after all. Then Chinyu took off all the things on his body, including the wrapping on his head, and did a few jumping jacks on the spot with his upper body naked to quickly warm up his body. He immediately picked up his down jacket and put it on. After his body was a little warmer, he took his things and ran towards the bridge. When he reached the other side, it was even more dangerous. There were obvious signs of fighting on the ground, and there were also some bullet shells around, but not many zombie bodies. Just as Chinyu was about to run into the woods, he suddenly saw a pile of zombies nearby moving. A hand fell down. Chinyu pulled out his dagger, walked forward cautiously, pushed aside several zombies, and then saw clearly. His face changed instantly. Longlong's right hand was full of bullet holes, his knees were broken, and blood foam was spitting out of his mouth. Chinyu hurriedly stepped forward and squatted down and asked, "What happened, Long Long? Why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Long Long heard a familiar voice. He was already very weak, with blood all over his eyelids, and it was difficult to open them. He asked in a low voice, "Is it you? Chinyu? Where are you? I can't see you." Long Long's other hand was still intact. He raised his hand and moved it, trying to find Chinyu, and asked again, "Here, I'm here." Chinyu felt very uncomfortable, and went forward to help him up. Long Long held Chinyu with his left hand, and said in a relaxed tone, "You are still alive, it's great." Chinyu choked up a bit and whispered, "What's going on with you?" Long Long's face was covered in blood, and his glasses were nowhere to be found. He tried to explain, We encountered the enemy. Xiao Wan was also in that group. As soon as the 4 of us crawled over, gunshots rang out. In a panic, I was shot in the leg instantly. The 3 of them reacted quickly and fought back quickly, but Xiao Wan was a traitor. He also shot from behind. Hongwu and Lao Cheng were also injured. De Zhuang led them to retreat while fighting and retreated into the woods. Long Long's voice was very weak, and he spoke very slowly. Xiao Wan broke the rope, and then a raft appeared and took him away. After Long Long finished speaking, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and then he held Chinyu tightly with his left hand. Kill Xiao Wan and the others." After the voice fell, Long Long's hand slipped, and he died in Chinyu's arms. His injuries were too severe, and it was not easy for him to hold on until now. Even if Lenny was there, he couldn't save him. Chinyu took a quick look and knew that even if he was in the emergency room, he couldn't save him with his current injuries. Gently putting Long Long down, Chinyu inserted the knife, looked away, and stabbed it along the temple to prevent the corpse from turning into a corpse. Then he took out the pistol and prepared to walk into the woods. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a pair of crushed eyes on the ground, half of which had lost the lens. Chinyu picked it up, wiped it clean on his body, and then put it in his pocket, holding the pistol, and quickly followed the traces on the ground to chase after it. Inside the community. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Ning had taken 2 doses of medicine and had received in 4 drip, and she had improved a lot. At this time, Lin Yi helped her to the chair in the infirmary outside, basking in the sun alone. Lin Yi, wearing a white coat and holding a notebook, walked in another direction, preparing to see a child. The community was so peaceful everywhere. Many people came out to bask in the sun and chat. It was very warm. Feng Yi stood in front of the window of her villa. A piece of paper was pasted on the window. She was holding a pencil, drawing something on it, preparing to stabilize the community wall. At this time, at the door, a young man was standing guard with a rifle in his hand, and his companion behind him was eating compressed biscuits, and the two were chatting with each other. Just as the two laughed, an arrow shot out from the haystack below, instantly piercing the young man's throat, killing him on the spot. Chapter 181. When the young man's companion saw this scene, he was so frightened that he froze until the body fell at his feet. Then he reached back into the window behind him and took out a pistol, quickly pointed it at the sky, and fired a shot. Bang! Li Yao was sitting on the stairs at the door of the room, reading a book carefully. When she heard the gunshot, her face changed slightly, and then she quickly threw the book away and returned to the house to look for the stored gun. When Feng Yi was almost done with her drawing, she put away the blueprint and was about to go to the greenhouse where vegetables were grown. She also heard a noise from the right. Then she was slightly startled, and then hurried to the door. She thought someone at the door had discovered the zombies, and the newcomers were shooting with guns. At this time, almost everyone in the community heard the gunshots. A few people ran to their rooms in a mess and locked the doors. The rest were still standing there. These people were not exposed to the gunshots much, and they were a little far away, so they thought someone was setting off firecrackers and started chatting with each other. At this time, in the haystack outside the gate, the snow outside was basically not cleaned up, and 2 people wearing white plastic sheets were squatting in the snow pit. A man and a woman, their faces were dirty, their hair was extremely messy, and they were even malnourished due to long-term intake of a single type of food. Their faces were hungry and yellow, and their hair was also brown. The man turned around and slapped the woman fiercely, shouting, "Didn't you say that you were the only one standing guard? How could someone fire a gun?" The woman's cheeks were swollen after being slapped, but she didn't react in any other way, as if she was used to it. When the man raised his hand, she subconsciously tried to block it. "You still want to block it?" Slap. The man was furious and slapped the woman again with his backhand. The woman's face, which was already dark yellow, began to swell after being slapped twice. She looked at the furious man in front of her, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. I saw only one person a few days ago." As the gunshots rang out, the man knew he was exposed and growled in a low voice, "Go back and I serve you well." Then he picked up the bow and crouched to retreat from the side, moving quickly in the other direction along the wall. The woman stayed where she was, tears welling up in her eyes. As she raised her hands, the plastic paper on her body fell to the ground, revealing her body. In such a cold winter, she was only wearing a tattered long-sleeved shirt. Because she had worn it for too long, the clothes inside had already been torn in several places, and only half of her arms were left, revealing the wounds that were all caused by a long branch whipping. The woman sobbed a few times, looked at the man who stopped at the corner in the distance, and turned his head to face her with a dark face. Her heart twitched inexplicably, then picked up her wooden dagger, bent down and ran over. "Fuck, you're not going to pick up the stuff, are you?" When she came closer, the man kicked her, kicking her backwards and roaring in a low voice. The woman rolled in the snow, groaned in pain, then struggled to get up, went back to pick up the white plastic paper, and followed the man away. In fact, it was not her fault. The intelligence from the previous few days was not wrong. There was indeed only one person on duty, but today the sun was too strong, so when the post was handed over, the person in front did not leave and chose to bask in the ultraviolet rays for a while. The original plan was for the 2 of them to kill the people at the door, then climb in with a rope, open the door, and then drive the zombies in to reduce the ammunition of the people inside. But the plan was exposed, so they had to force their way in. As soon as the gunshots rang out, people from other directions of the wall began to throw a large number of Molotov cocktails into the wall. 6 strong men, holding a large log together, hit the walls again and again. After a while, a hole was knocked out. Then dozens of men and women with stones and sticks rushed in, smashing and stabbing anyone they saw, and their attacks were extremely cruel. Not long after Qin Yu and his friends left, Feng Yi thought carefully about what he said, and then accepted this idea. He only distributed weapons to those who were on guard in the community, and the guns of other people were all managed uniformly. At this moment, these people in the community did not even have daggers, and the only knives left were those in the kitchen. Encountering those strangers with weapons and crazy faces, the people in the community became targets. Within a few minutes, the ground was covered with blood and several bodies were lying. At this moment, the community that was originally like heaven turned into a hell on earth. Before Feng Yi ran close, she saw a large number of strangers around. They were dressed in rags and rushed over to catch anyone they met. 3 or 4 people rushed over to pick him up and threw him to the ground. Then a woman picked up a stone and smashed it on his head. Once, twice, and after more than 10 hits, a middle-aged man's head was smashed into a pool of blood and mud. Feng Yi stood a few dozen meters away and finally saw how evil these people were in the end of the world. She was stunned in the place. The woman who had just killed the middle-aged man turned her head and looked at Feng Yi in the distance. Then she smiled evilly. She picked up the blood on the ground with both hands, smeared a large circle on her face, and then licked her hands carefully. After licking it almost done, the woman grabbed another piece of meat paste with brains and stuffed it directly into her mouth. She looked at Feng Yi, chewed it for a few times with an expressionless face, and then swallowed it like that. Feng Yi felt nauseous when she saw this scene, and she supported the tree with one hand and vomited quickly. The woman with blood on her face screamed, then picked up a stone and rushed towards her. Seeing this, Feng Yi quickly ran to her villa. Her gun was in the study on the second floor. Various screams were heard, and many unarmed people were slaughtered alive. Without exception, the heads of these corpses were destroyed, the bodies were cut open, and then put into bags. At this time, Li Yao appeared at the door of the house with an automatic rifle in both hands and a sniper rifle on her back. She looked at the demons who were slaughtering the old man in the distance, hesitated for less than half a second, then picked up the gun with a grim face and quickly knocked down 2 people. Bang bang. The gunshots rang out, and the evil people without guns quickly dispersed. Then a man with a shotgun appeared from behind the opposite house. He was 2 meters tall and weighed more than 200 pounds. He shot several rounds at Li Yao in succession. Chapter 182. But due to the long distance, the shotgun bullets did not hit, but hit the wall next to it. Li Yao took the opportunity to quickly hide in the yard of the house. Next to the sturdy man holding the shotgun, another extremely ugly man walked out, but he was holding a Desert Eagle pistol in his hand, looking like a leader. He shouted with lust, "Be careful, that girl is so pretty, if you kill me, I will kill you." Next to him, a man with a crooked face and a height of only 1.6 meters flattered, "Don't be afraid, Master Hu, even if you die, you can still be killed while you are hot, right? He." Mr. Hu turned and kicked him, cursing, "Why am I playing with a corpse? You're so fucking motionless, hurry up and catch people, catch all the women alive, kill all the old people and men, remember to only smash the head, and keep the body." The monkey-faced man was kicked but didn't get angry, still saying in a flattering way, "Yes, yes." Then he rushed towards the other survivors with a big sickle in his hand. Around the infirmary. At this time, 4 or 5 men rushed over there with fiery faces. One of them was not afraid of the winter cold. He stripped off his clothes on the spot, lay on the chair where Xiao Ning had just sat, and licked the warm area on it with his tongue, looking like a pervert. Lin Yi took Xiao Ning to hide in the house, and then she quickly pushed the table over to block the door. At this time, 2 men rushed over at the door, banging, and then laughed and howled. A man with a slightly rotten scalp lay on the window, grinning, and then stretched out his tongue to suck his fingers. The windows were burglar-proof, so those people couldn't get in. They could only break the glass and shake it hard. Looking at the perverts outside, the defenseless Lin Yi was terrified. She held a large syringe in her right hand and trembled as she retreated to the corner. Chun Yu, where are you?" Lin Yi murmured in fear. At this moment, she was really scared by these perverts and began to become at a loss. She was not afraid of zombies, but she was really afraid of the demons who had fallen into madness in the doomsday because they had not touched women for a long time. Suddenly, several men outside the door whistled loudly in other directions and ran away. Xiao Ning sat on the chair, her face pale as she covered her stomach, and whispered, "Why did they leave?" Lin Yi took a few steps forward, and then she remembered something. Her face changed drastically, and she shouted, "No, Ling Ling is still outside." She quickly ran to the window, and Xiao Ning followed her, and immediately saw that the men had caught a girl more than 10 meters away. Then a man held Ling Ling's hands and pressed her to the ground. Although the little girl was only a teenager at this time, she was also very afraid of the people in front of her and struggled desperately. Hee hee, the more you move, the more excited I am, hee hee. A man as thin as a rib quickly took off his pants, and then stepped forward to tear Ling Ling's clothes off. Tender, so tender. The man breathed the air around the girl on the ground with satisfaction, and said with a smirk, "Hurry up, or I do it first." A man next to him couldn't wait any longer and urged her. "What the hell are you urging me to do? You want to reincarnate, right? It's too damn cold, I can't get up." The thin man cursed. Lenny couldn't stand it anymore. She picked up the syringe and prepared to rush out. "Wait a minute, your physical fitness is not good enough." Xiao Ning grabbed her hand. "No, it's too late, I go out to save her," Lenny said hurriedly, still preparing to rush out. Xiao Ning grabbed her again. "You are a doctor, your hands are not suitable for holding weapons, and you have never fought before. Compared with those people outside, you are a lamb." Lenny turned around and roared with red eyes. "I have to go even if I am a lamb. If I delay any longer, Ling Ling's life will be ruined." As soon as she finished speaking, Lenny picked up the small fire extinguisher in the corner, pushed the table away, opened the door and rushed out. Seeing this, Xiao Ning picked up the glass fragments on the ground and scratched her palm. The pain came, and she instantly became more energetic. Then she cut a piece of bed sheet to wrap a long piece of glass, left from the back of the house, and wrapped it in another direction. There were only 3 men left outside, and the other 2 were nowhere to be found. As soon as Lenny appeared, one of them turned around and said obscenely, "Hey, sister, you are willing to come out. Come, brother hug." One person walked straight towards her, with an extremely obscene expression. Lenny gritted her teeth, shook the fire extinguisher quickly, then pulled out the lead seal and the safety pin, picked up the nozzle with her left hand, and ran forward to spray it. In an instant, white mist filled the air, and the man was caught off guard and sprayed in the eyes, lying on the ground screaming. The other 2 did not expect that this woman would actually dare to confront them. In an instant, in order to cover her eyes, Ling Ling successfully broke free and quickly ran to the side. "This way." Xiao Ning covered Ling Ling's mouth as she ran away in panic, and whispered, "Don't scream, it's me." Then she took a bed sheet and wrapped it around her, and then quickly said, "Run to the back of the house and hide in the bushes, go." Then Xiao Ning held the glass in her right hand, and slowly moved over there. There was a lot of powder around, and Lin Yi was ready to retreat after spraying this small can. As soon as she turned around, a stick came over at a very fast speed and hit her forehead on the spot. She staggered back a few steps and left the powder. The other 2 men came over with the wood they picked up and said viciously, "You woman, you are really tired of living." Lin Yi covered her forehead with her hand, then looked at the blood on her hand, and then ran in another direction. Suddenly, another man appeared and grabbed her hair, shouting obscenely, "Hey, this girl is pretty good." After saying that, he stretched out a hand and tried to grab Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi grabbed the man's hand with both hands and tried to pull out her hair. In panic, she saw the man's dirty hands, her eyes became fierce, and she stretched out her hands to grab the other's little finger and pressed it hard to the side. It was broken with a click, giving her a chance to breathe. Lin Yi was thrown to the ground, and she immediately ran outside, but another person appeared behind her, grabbed her feet, and pulled her back, losing her balance and falling directly into the grass. And then the man behind her immediately pressed on her, holding a knife and preparing to stab her thigh. At the critical moment, Xiao Ning, who was squatting in the bushes, rushed out and stabbed the man's eyeball, and at the same time, her left thumb reached into his other eyeball and dug it in fiercely. Suddenly, the sound of more than a dozen automatic rifles came from a distance, and the 5 men were instantly killed by Li Yao, who rushed over. The gap between cold weapons and hot weapons was brought to the extreme at this moment. Lin Yi sat on the ground, covering her clothes in a panic and retreating backwards, her eyes full of panic. Chapter 183. Li Yao carefully guarded the surroundings, then ran up and asked, "Are you okay?" After saying that, she turned her head to look at Xiao Ning, and immediately saw the left hand that was already stained with blood, and hurriedly asked, "Are you stabbed?" Xiao Ning threw away the glass fragments, picked up the dagger next to the body, shook her head and said, "It's not a big deal, I just hurt myself, so I can be more sober." Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly opened her hand and took a look and said, "Fortunately, the wound is not very deep. Let me stop the bleeding for you." Then he took Xiao Ning to the infirmary. Li Yao had just run around the back of the house, and the group thought she was hiding in the house, and tried to surround her. There weren't many enemies in this area. Pulling out the dagger from her body, Li Yao squatted down and stabbed the heads of the corpses one by one, and then ran towards the infirmary. At this time, Lin Yi rummaged through the boxes and cabinets inside, and finally found the remaining gauze and iodine. The house was basically messed up in order to block the door just now. Just as she was about to bandage, Liao rushed over and whispered, "It's not safe here, let's retreat." Lenny looked at the wound and said quickly, "It will take more than a minute, wait a moment." Then she quickly disinfected the wound, pressed sterile gauze on it, and quickly bandaged it. "It's done. Let's go." Liao opened the door and walked out first with a gun, and the three of them moved to the back of the house. "Give me a pistol, I can shoot." Xiao Ning followed her, and asked in a low voice. Liao hummed, pulled out the gun on her body, and handed it over. Then she turned her head and asked Lin Yi, "Do you know how to use the pistol?" Lin Yi held the knife she picked up from the ground and shook her head, never touched it before. Liao thought for a moment, then held the gun with her left hand, took out the last pistol with her right hand, walked back quickly and explained, "The red dot on the left is the safety. When you see it, it means it is on." Then she quickly pulled the bolt, held the muzzle towards herself, and handed it over. "Just aim at the person and pull the trigger. Remember, you must hold it firmly, don't aim at the head, and if you can hit the body first, so as not to miss." Lin Yi took the pistol hesitantly. It felt heavy in her hand. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Okay, I got it." Then Liao took the gun and led them to another direction. "Where are we going?" Xiao Ning asked. "Arsenal." In the forest, Qin Yu ran for several kilometers at high intensity and finally heard the gunshots coming from the front. He quickly hid behind a big tree, adjusted his breathing, and then bent down to touch in another direction. After moving several dozen meters from the side, Qin Yu found the back of an enemy. Just as he was about to shoot, the grass behind him moved and a figure rushed out. There was a bang, and Qin Yu was knocked forward for several rounds. He didn't know where the pistol fell, but fortunately he grabbed a pile of weeds with his left hand in time, so he didn't fall down the slope. Then Qin Yu pulled out the knife with his right hand, stabbed it into the ground, climbed up with the force, and looked at the person who appeared on the opposite side. A man in his 30s wearing a camouflage t-shirt, about 20 centimeters taller than Qin Yu, looked like an iron tower, and almost 200 pounds. Because of his height, the man in front of him looked very strong, with a body full of muscular muscles that were quite terrifying. Qin Yu pulled out the knife on the ground, held it in his hand, and looked at the opposite side vigilantly. The man on the opposite side did not rush to attack. He glanced at Qin Yu's posture and asked in a deep voice, "Have you ever been a soldier?" After shaking his left shoulder, Qin Yu replied coldly, "Does it have anything to do with you?" The man was not annoyed, and smiled, "Very good, I like to kill you soldiers. You didn't like me before, and didn't let me continue to be a soldier. Now you are in my hands, and it's hard for you to die." Qin Yu looked at the much stronger man in front of him, and said with a dark face, "Since you have been a soldier, why are you following those people to do evil now?" The man laughed when he heard it. "What do you mean by evil? You need medicine to survive, but others don't? It's just the law of the jungle in the end times. You are weak, so you deserve to be slaughtered." While Qin Yu was dealing with him, he looked around vigilantly, trying to find a flaw to escape. Unexpectedly, the man opposite had seen through his little tricks and said casually, "Don't look, I'm the only one here, waiting for you." In this case, Qin Yu continued to ask, "Once a soldier, always a soldier. How can you live up to the oath you swore in your current state?" The man took out an armband from his pocket and said coldly, "I have begged them everywhere not to expel me from the army, but have they ever given me a chance? What did you do wrong?" Qin Yu knew that he was no match for the man opposite him, and he had just run several kilometers, so now was a good opportunity to catch his breath. When the man heard this, his past memories were triggered. He threw the armband on the ground, stepped on it, and said coldly, "I just climbed over the wall and ate a chicken of a fellow villager." Qin Yu snorted coldly, "Is that all?" The man looked up, his dark eyes stared straight at Qin Yu, and then he smiled crookedly. "Of course it's more than that. The daughter of that family just came home from college, so she came forward to stop me. Although I ran away in time, she still reported me to the army. Later, I was fired because that family framed me, saying that I killed all their chickens and sheep. Haha, it was not enough to pay compensation, they also wanted to destroy me," the man said slowly. "Then I sneaked over in the middle of the night and chopped up all their family members. TSK, that girl tasted really good, but it was a pity that she committed suicide by hitting the wall after just one time." Qin Yu listened to this and felt powerless. Whether it was now or before, there were always places where the sun could not shine. The man curled his lips and said casually, "You don't have to stare at me like that. If there were no legal constraints, you would have rushed up to those beauties when you saw them on the street. I'm not you." Qin Yu replied in a pause, I'm a human, not an animal. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that in the face of other temptations, humans can rationally control their desires. Don't use your stinky thoughts to accuse others. Then Shinyu glanced at the wound on the wrist of the man opposite him and continued, It seems that you were caught after the incident. It's a pity that God didn't take your life in time, and you still escaped after all. Chapter 184. The man laughed loudly. God will not kill me. I hid in the woods after committing a crime, but they actually sent a special forces to search for me. There were hundreds of people. I have made such a big scene in my life. I have no regrets in my death. Looking at the disgusting face of the man opposite, Shinyu felt for the first time that God was really unfair. He actually let such a person live in the world. I was just caught, and they wanted to send me for interrogation. Although I was sentenced to death later, the end of the world broke out. Haha. Zombies appeared everywhere, and the car fell off the cliff. I survived. The man continued. They framed you, so you killed their whole family? Shinyu asked coldly. That's right. The man pulled out the dagger, turned it around in his hand a few times, and continued, Prepare to die. Shinyu tried to continue. They were wrong to frame you first, but you didn't think about it. You killed the chicken first, so you made the first mistake. The man felt something was wrong the more he listened. You bastard, why are you and I chatting here? Die! He shouted and rushed up with a knife. Shinyu looked serious and rushed forward as well. When they were about to meet, he quickly got under the man's armpit, then rolled on the ground and ran away. Just kidding, head-on confrontation is never Shinyu's temper. The attack missed, and the man stabilized his body and followed closely. Then he raised his right hand, picked up a fist-sized corpse, and smashed it hard. Shinyu couldn't dodge in time, was hit on the shoulder, and fell into the haystack. Just as he hadn't caught his breath, the man rushed up again and kicked Shinyu in the throat. Seeing this, Shinyu quickly turned around and kicked forward with his right foot, but was bounced back in an instant. The man did not move at all, and Shinyu slid several meters on the ground. Due to the huge disparity in strength, Shinyu was no match at all. After this collision, he only felt numbness in the soles of his feet, as if he kicked an iron plate. Boy, how can you do it without strength? The man laughed and rushed up again. At the critical moment, Dazhuang arrived in time, hugged the man's waist with both hands, and the two wrestled together. Dazhuang hugged his waist and tried to throw him backwards, but he was held tightly by the opponent. When they were in a stalemate, they punched each other and separated for a distance. How did you get here? Shinyu felt relieved when he saw Dazhuang appear, and asked. Judging from their body sizes, they were at least heavyweights. Dazhuang stared at the man in front of him, not daring to be distracted, and said solemnly, I didn't wait until you left the island. I ran and looked back, and I saw this man's back. I guessed it was you, so I rushed over. How are the others? Shinyu asked. Fortunately, they are not dead. You go first, I will hold them here. Dazhuang ordered. Oh, you want to leave? The man on the opposite side shouted angrily, and continued to rush forward. Dazhuang rushed forward again, with a dagger and stabbed at his chest. Shinyu pondered for a moment, slowly moved back, and disappeared nearby. Dazhuang took a punch and elbowed the man on the opposite side, then retreated several meters. You hold him back? If he runs away by himself, is it worth it? The man shouted. It's useless to sow discord. You don't need to say whether it's worth it or not. Dazhuang replied coldly. Seeing this, the man opposite stopped fighting with him and reached into his pocket. The next second, a pistol appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Dazhuang quickly dodged to the side. He didn't think he could block the bullet. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out, and a bullet hit Dazhuang's dagger directly, breaking it on the spot. Just as the man was about to chase, a person suddenly appeared behind him. Shinyu shrank his body to the ground, stretched his legs under the other person's feet, and exerted force from front to back, and directly knocked him to the ground. This was a move that Xiao Jiao had taught him many times before, a strangulation technique that could lock a stronger person under him. When the man fell to the ground, Shinyu sat on his hips behind him, grabbed his right hand tightly and pressed it with his knees, then hooked his neck with his right hand and grabbed his wrist with his left hand, locking him tightly to prevent him from moving. But the power gap was too big, and Shinyu felt that he could not control it after only locking for a few seconds. Fortunately, Dazhuang did not run far, and quickly ran back and kicked the man in the temple. The man was attacked instantly, and his eyes were bloodshot, suddenly widened, and then stopped struggling. Huh? It's so damn hard to subdue him. It took 2 against 1 to win. Shinyu let go of his hand and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It's a pity that the gun is out of bullets, otherwise whoever fights him in close combat, I will just shoot him. De Zhuang stepped forward and said. Hearing this, Qinyu got up quickly, and ran back to the place where he was just now to search carefully. What are you looking for? De Zhuang stepped forward and asked. I help you find it. Pistol, I found it. Qinyu pulled away a pile of weeds, and picked up the gun and said. Then he returned to the man, picked up the knife, walked forward and stabbed it into his head, adding another knife. They are all dead, no need to waste time. De Zhuang took the gun off his hand, and turned back to say. Qinyu explained, what if this thing is pretending to be dead? Be careful and prepare for the bad. If you fight alone, you really can't solve him. Then De Zhuang followed Qinyu, and returned to the area he came from. There were several bodies lying on the ground. Lao Cheng had a strip of clothes tied on his shoulder. Hongwu was also injured, and his left arm was stained red. Damn, this group of people has probably been waiting for us for a long time. Lao Cheng cursed, then looked at Qinyu. How is it, did Lu Qing come to chase you? How did you know? Qinyu walked over and sat down. That grandson said he had diarrhea halfway through the walk, and had to go to deal with it. I knew it after a little thought. Qinyu nodded. Well, I led him away and dealt with him. Sorry, I shouldn't have walked too far, otherwise I could have helped you. Hongwu leaned against a tree and said, It's useless even if you were there. That group of people came prepared. If it weren't for the slope near the bridge pier, we couldn't run into the woods at all. Qinyu looked at him and asked, What happened? Were they ambushed? De Zhuang sat down and explained while tying Hongwu's arms. There are more than a dozen of them, and they are well equipped. Some of them shoot arrows, and some of them hold a large machine gun. I am the only one who is surprised. There were not so many guns before the end of the world. How come all kinds of guns came out after that? What machine gun? Qinyu was slightly startled, and was also very curious. I don't know, I haven't seen it. De Zhuang shook his head and said again, the shooting skills are pretty poor. They only hit the two of them once after firing dozens of rounds. Hearing this, Lao Cheng and Hongwu were not happy and immediately shouted, What do you mean by just hit? If it wasn't for picking up the medicine bag, they wouldn't have been hit at all, okay. Chapter 185. De Zhuang also felt that he had said something wrong. He smiled and patted his mouth. I said something wrong, blame me, blame me. Qinyu looked at them joking around, as if they had completely ignored the corpse on the ground. By the way, how much medicine is left? Qinyu looked at De Zhuang and asked. When it came to medicine, the faces of the few people suddenly fell, and none of them spoke. Seeing this, Qinyu asked, What's the matter? Lao Cheng pulled out a package from the haystack next to him, which was wrapped in a plastic bag, and threw it in front of Qinyu, whispering, That's all. Qinyu looked at the medicine in front of him, picked it up and looked at it, and was stunned for a moment. Why are there only more than 10 boxes? Fuck. Seeing this, De Zhuang stood up gloomily, kicked the corpse on the head, and vented. When we were about to leave the bridge, Xiaowan, the bastard, said that he hung the backpack on the rope at the back and then pulled it over with the rope. At that time, we were worried that only one rope would not be able to support the weight of a person plus a backpack, so we agreed with him. In the end, who would have thought that he didn't even think about going over? Lao Cheng also said with a dark face, This is my fault. I am a little responsible. At that time, I thought it was not normal for him to knock on the iron frame, but I thought that he also broke his little finger to find medicine this time, so I didn't think much about it. Qinyu listened quietly, his face was also not very good. I am really convinced. I spent a lot of time and effort to bring the medicine out, but someone picked the ready-made ones. But this matter is not your fault. Several of us were deceived by him. In order to confuse us, he actually used his own finger as bait. Hongwu looked at his bandage wound, and then said in a deep voice, The fact that they can ambush us on such a large scale means that they have been targeting us for a long time. You just said that he was knocking on the iron frame. How is it abnormal? Qinyu looked at Lao Cheng and asked. Lao Cheng patiently explained, Normally, we need to make noise, and we will stop as soon as possible to avoid the zombie's attention, but when he knocked, it was almost broken here, and then he continued in another place. Hearing this, De Zhuang also said, Thinking about it this way, I also felt very strange at the time, because even though there was noise all the time, there were no zombies on the other side of the river. Now think about it, the zombies near the opposite side may have been cleared out at that time. I thought the zombies were wandering to other places, and didn't gather here. And at the beginning, Lu Qing and Xiaowan seemed to join us on purpose. Lao Cheng clenched his fists and said angrily, Now that I think about it, how could it be such a coincidence that the two people fell ill not long after entering the community, and they all needed life-saving drugs, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and the like. Hongwu nodded. It seems that someone is treating us as fat sheep. Qinyu listened to the general situation, looked around, and then quickly said, not good. If we have been targeted for a long time, then it must be more than one place that has been attacked. Listening to what he said, De Zhuang stood up suddenly. You mean the community? Qinyu nodded. Damn it! De Zhuang clenched his right fist and punched the tree trunk next to him. I have never suffered such a big loss since I was a child. This revenge must be avenged. Revenge must be avenged. Qinyu walked forward, put his hand on his right arm and said, now we have to find a way to get back. It's about 30 kilometers away. If we run, we will be exhausted by the time we get there. Then Qinyu looked at the other two and said in a deep voice, we need to find a car. Let's go quickly, so as not to delay it for a while. De Zhuang turned his head and said, I'm worried that Yang Zi will be in trouble if he encounters this group of people in the wild. Qinyu comforted, don't worry, Zhang Yin is a veteran. With him, the situation will not get out of control. Let's run along the road and try to see if there are any bicycles or the like on the side of the road. Suddenly thinking of something, Qinyu said again, do any of you know how to start the car without the key? Just like in the movies, you can start the ignition by connecting a few wires. Hongwu shook his head and said, I used to work in the car city for a while, and my brother was a second-hand car dealer. This method is completely impossible nowadays, because the anti-theft technology of cars nowadays is very powerful. It is impossible to start the ignition with this method. You must have the car key. But if you can find those older cars, this method has a chance of success. Qinyu nodded and said, okay, I understand. Everyone, take your things and hurry up. After saying that, Qinyu stuffed the bag of medicine into his down jacket, and then ran towards the main road. After more than 10 minutes, several people ran on the road for a long time, and there was no trace of a car at all. Everyone had to sit on the ground to rest. Everyone was breathing rapidly, and consuming a lot of physical strength. Qinyu pondered for a while, and said, we didn't eat much, and we probably only ran less than 5 kilometers. If we continue like this, we will not be able to hold on for a while. De Zhuang looked anxious, standing in front, and looking at the road further away. There was still no car. At this time, a zombie came out of the woods. He grabbed his head, and knocked it against the sharp stone on the ground. Then he walked back and said, how about I run back alone first, and you try to find a car, and then pick me up along the road. Lao Cheng looked at De Zhuang and said uncertainly, can you hold on? With your weight, running for a long time may cause problems. De Zhuang immediately said, I have to bear it even if I can't. I won't let my sister encounter any danger, at least before I survive. Seeing the two people arguing, Qinyu lowered his head and thought carefully about the solution. Then he looked up at Hongwu. Can you find a used car parking lot nearby? Hongwu looked into his eyes, thought for a while, then nodded and said, when I went out to search for supplies before, I noticed a place halfway up the mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, zombies should rarely go up there. But what if something unexpected happens? Lao Cheng was unwilling to gamble on such a probabilistic thing, so he spoke. Qinyu turned around and said, although I never participate in any gambling, now we can only gamble. Without communication, we have no idea what is happening in other places. We can only go and see it in person. Then he asked Hongwu again, is it far away? Hongwu did not answer immediately. He looked at a mountain in the distance, then turned and faced another direction, about 5 kilometers. Chapter 186. 5 kilometers. Qinyu looked at the three of them, then made up his mind and said, well, I will run towards the community alone, and you try to drive a car. You can't do it without a car. De Zhuang followed and said, then I will go with you. So as not to meet the group of people again, you can't handle it alone. Qinyu shook his head lightly and said, last time I was tracking them, so I was ambushed. Now I will only pursue the road and will not fight them head-on. But what if? De Zhuang wanted to continue, but Shen Yu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I can run as fast as I can alone, and I don't have to worry about zombies chasing me. Okay. Seeing this, De Zhuang didn't say anything more. Qinyu nodded to the others, and then continued to run along the road towards the community. Let's go! De Zhuang turned to Hongwu and said, let's find a car as soon as possible. Are you two okay? Lao Cheng shook his head slightly, and said nothing. Hongwu said casually, it's not a big problem, you won't die. Let's go, I lead the way. Then the three of them started running in another direction. At this time, the community was filled with shocking corpses being cut up everywhere. As Fengyi got the pistol, He gradually led everyone to fight back. Not long after the gunshots, Alay had taken the lead in guarding the weapons warehouse. At this time, there were several corpses lying at his feet, and there was a sharp wound on the forehead, without exception. Soon, zombies began to appear in the community, and the wall was broken with several holes, and a large number of them poured in. Those who launched the attack destroyed a lot of infrastructure, and then took the bodies of those killed some time ago and left in the chaos. Dozens or hundreds of zombies rushed into the community, gathering in front of each house and trying to rush in. Feng Yi hid in a house with several women and children, and quickly ordered everyone to move things over to block the way. Quick, push the sofa over. Feng Yi and the two women desperately blocked the door, and then she shouted into the house. The three people inside seemed to be frightened and sat on the ground motionless. Their men just died in front of them, probably because of the shock. The woman on Feng Yi's right quickly explained. Seeing this, Feng Yi was very angry, but she could do nothing about it. It takes time to adapt to the separation of life and death. She turned her head and glanced at the big cabinet next to her, and said with pain, "You two hold on for a few seconds, pay attention, you must hold on." Then she quickly ran to the side of the cabinet, jumped up and grabbed the upper edge, then shouted, "I count to 3, then you let go and run back. 1, 2, 3, let go." The moment the voice finished, Feng Yi suddenly dragged the cabinet hard, then pushed it down, and then rolled backwards. With a clang, the heavy container collapsed instantly, directly blocking the door, and no matter how the zombies outside the door struggled, they still couldn't shake it at all. Then she walked back to the sofa barefoot, approached the women and shouted, "Now is not the time for you to cry. If we delay any longer, we will all be bitten to death by zombies." There were too many zombies, and her pistol was completely useless. Moreover, shooting would attract more zombies. After a roar, the woman in front of her still had a hollow look in her eyes. She let Feng Yi shout without any response. Seeing this, Feng Yi couldn't bear it anymore. If she didn't block the doors and windows, the zombies outside would keep attacking and making noises. She couldn't delay any longer. Then she ran into the kitchen, took a large bowl of water, and poured it directly on them. "Wake up quickly, you are really holding us back at the critical moment." The icy cold water hit her face, and the woman in front of her trembled violently, and then her eyes gradually regained clarity. Then the others followed suit and poured a bowl of water on them. The three women sat there, looking at their wet upper bodies, and one of them said in a trembling voice, "Why? Pour it on us." The other woman who still had a bowl in her hand walked forward and said hurriedly, "You guys were all like fools just now, and you didn't react at all. I had no choice but to pour it on you. Hurry, stop being dazed, and move the furniture to block the doors and windows." Hearing the reminder, the others also reacted and followed Feng Yi to push the table over. There was a small path in the southeast of the community. At this time, more than 30 people gathered here and surrounded them. They surrounded several men and women in the middle. These people were tied up with their hands and feet, and their mouths were stuffed with dirty clothes. They knelt in a pile, and their eyes were full of fear. "Hurry up and leave. We can't stay here for long." A man with a Desert Eagle pistol on his waist, that is, Mr. Hu, came over and gave an order. Then the others pushed the captured people up and continued to walk towards the path. At the end of the team, there was still a person holding a branch in his hand, sweeping it on the ground as he walked, covering his traces. They stopped when it was almost dark. At this time, those who were captured alive completely understood that they were doomed. They had walked for several hours, and were at least far away. These people stopped in front of a cave. There were many wooden stakes inserted around it. Some zombies were fixed there directly to drive away other zombies. Hu Yi stood in front and waved his hand behind him. Then 3 men walked out of the team and moved the branches away from the cave entrance. "Go in." Hu Yi held up a captured woman, pinched her, but with his right hand, and then pushed her inside. When everyone approached, the people behind him moved branches to cover the cave entrance again. There was a crack in the top of the cave, so that there was barely a ray of light inside. As soon as he entered, Hu Yi held up a torch and scanned the captured people in front of him, saying dissatisfiedly, "Damn, they are all ugly, and there is no good-looking one. What are you doing?" A monkey-faced man next to him scratched his head. Many people were killed by the brothers, and these were all snatched away. Hu Yi walked around the men, then reached out and grabbed a woman with an ordinary face, but a good figure, and walked towards a door curtain, saying without looking back, "You can divide the others among yourselves." Then, regardless of the woman's resistance, Hu Yi punched her in the lower abdomen, grabbed her hair, and dragged her in. As Hu Yi left, the other men in the cave showed their gleaming faces and swarmed over. Soon there was a sound of clothes being torn and ripped. And then, the women who were taken away cried miserably again. Chapter 187. About a minute later, Master Hu had finished and walked out from behind the curtain. "What the hell? What are you doing here? Get out of the way!" Master Hu shouted beside the group of people in front of him. "Yes, yes," the monkey-faced man said flatteringly, and then he and a man next to him grabbed the hands and feet, lifted them up and walked to the corner. The cave where this group of people lived was very large, which could accommodate more than 100 people, and there was a constant flow of mountain spring water from the cracks in the rocks. Although there was no water flowing in winter, they dug a big pit and stored the water in it. Mr. Hu walked to the puddle, squatted down, picked up a broken bowl, scooped some water and drank it, then shouted to the side, "How are the people being dealt with?" At this time, a strong man in an apron came over, holding a bone-cutting knife with blood dripping on it. He was the butcher here. The strong man nodded and said, "The meat has been cut. This batch of supplies is enough for us to survive the winter." "How much?" Mr. Hu turned around and asked. 8 barrels. Mr. Hu frowned. "It's just this little. Didn't you kill so many people? You didn't even pack the bodies?" There were several crazy women sitting on the ground. They gathered around the naked survivors, holding branches in their hands and beating them fiercely, with screams coming one after another. Hu Yi turned his head and yelled, "Stop playing around, I'm asking you questions, one by one, you're full and thinking about those trivial things." Hearing Hu Yi's anger, a disheveled woman ran over quickly. More than a dozen of them are the bodies of the elderly. Although they were brought back, it's really hard to deal with them. And everyone doesn't like to eat them. No one could have imagined that this group of people, who looked alive, actually ate living people like zombies. Seeing this, Master Hu raised his hand and slapped her on the head, then pinched her neck and said coldly, "Say it again?" "Aye." The woman's face was red from being pinched, and her hands were waving desperately, but she didn't dare to pry Master Hu's hands apart. "Humph." Seeing that the woman was almost out of breath, Master Hu pushed her to the ground and said with a dark face, "I think you have all forgotten the days of digging earthworms to eat, right? Are you still picky about food now?" As Master Hu got angry, the others stood up, looking at each other. All the bodies of the old men were made into smoked meat and hung. "If you dare to waste a piece of meat, I will fill it with your bodies. Hurry up and do it." As soon as the words fell, the others in the cave all took action and walked deeper into the cave. The men who were captured had all been killed. Ropes were tied around their ankles and hung upside down half a meter above the ground. The ground had been stained black, formed after a large amount of blood dried up. As for the women, their hands and feet were tied up and locked together for the men to vent their lust. After more than half an hour, a large pit was dug in the cave, and a big fire was started. They threw some clean stones into it, and then covered it with soil. After burning for more than 10 minutes, they then dug the fire apart, picked up the stones with sticks, and threw them into some broken porcelain bowls. Soon the water began to boil. Then, they took the roasted meat and threw it in. A bowl of broth was ready. Although there was no seasoning, the demons ate it anyway. Qin ran wildly in the forest for more than 10 kilometers, and was completely exhausted. This was almost the limit of his body. If he ran a little more, he would die on the spot. Having taken off his clothes and holding them in his hands, Qin supported himself with a wooden stick and continued to walk forward. Soon, he heard the roar of a car behind him. Turning around, he saw an old-fashioned car appear in his sight. The next second, the car lights flashed twice. "You are really a tough guy. You actually ran so far." Dazhuang drove the car to Qin, looked at him, and said hello. "I was worried about the community, so I didn't pay attention when I drove. I almost couldn't breathe when I just reacted." Qin smiled, opened the door and sat in. As soon as he sat down, his hands were covered with dust on the seat. Dazhuang increased the speed and drove quickly towards the community. "The car is a bit dirty, so I drove it." Hongwu also sat in the back seat and explained to Qin, "It's okay if there are some to sit on. It's not like before." Qin replied disapprovingly, turning his head to look out the window. The zombies were trapped by the snow and moved slowly. When he was running, he tried to choose roads with less snow. Inside the community. At this time, it was already crowded with a large number of zombies. After they lost their living targets, they began to wander inside. Those outside squeezed in, and those inside couldn't get out. In a 2-story house, Feng Yi and everyone hid in the second-floor area. A group of people crowded in a bedroom, resting against the wall with numb expressions. A woman next to Feng Yi said, "Sister Feng, where is Alei? Why didn't I see him?" Feng Yi, who was about to fall asleep, thought for a moment, and said softly, I don't know. I lost contact with him after the community became chaotic. I remember that before the conflict broke out, I asked him to check the armory. Will he? The woman hesitated. Feng Yi was slightly puzzled and frowned. Just say it directly. Will he be in danger? After all, those people are very cruel. The woman murmured. Feng Yi answered casually, if he didn't have a gun, I would still be a little worried about him. But as long as he had a gun, ordinary 10 men couldn't kill him. Note that I said kill, not capture. Her thoughts were almost right. More than an hour ago, Alay did guard the armory alone for more than 10 minutes, and killed more than a dozen people in a row. The gangsters outside were frightened. Without grenades or the like, they didn't dare to rush in. Later, when Li Yao rushed over with the two girls, Alay quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote on it, You watch here, I chased those people. Li Yao saw a lot of body parts on the ground, including hands, heads, etc. She was a little worried that Alay could not handle it alone, so she said, Can you do it alone? Those people kill people without blinking an eye. How about I go with you? Alay's expression was solemn. Although he was wearing a mask, his eyes also revealed his determination to seek revenge. He stretched out his hand, pointed to the outside area, then pointed to the wall, then held 3 fingers together, stretched out his thumb and little finger, poked towards the ground, and then walked out without looking back. Chapter 188. What did he say? Xiao Ning asked in confusion. Lin Yi thought carefully for a while, then suddenly realized, Alay means that those people outside must die. After Li Yao understood, she looked at the man's back as he left along the secret passage, and turned back and said, You also know sign language, not simple. The armory is located on the rooftop of a bungalow, with a shed on it, and iron sheets all around, so zombies basically don't come. The 3 of them sat on the ground to rest. Lin Yi shook her head and explained, I don't understand. This is what Sister Feng occasionally taught me. Alay has a problem with his throat. Although it doesn't affect his eating, it's very difficult to speak. He can only say 3 words in the time it takes others to say a sentence. Xiao Ning had a bit of gastroenteritis again. She lay in Li Yao's arms, very weak, with her beautiful eyebrows tightly closed, resting all the time. Lin Yi touched her forehead, looked at the color of her lips, and then said, The condition has worsened a bit. I go get her some porridge. After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and wanted to go downstairs. Don't go. Although Xiao Ning closed her eyes, she also noticed her movements, stretched out her hand to hold Lin Yi, and whispered, There are zombies everywhere now. Once you appear, they will smell the smell, and you can't come back. I'm fine, don't worry. Li Yao also held the gun and said, She is right, now there are zombies everywhere outside, and the backyard is probably the same, and the kitchen is basically outside in the open-air backyard. It is not safe. Lin Yi sat down again and said worriedly, I don't know what happened to the others. Alas, it's hard to survive in the apocalypse. There were bursts of zombies roaring from below. Li Yao stood up, glanced down carefully, then quickly retracted and said, After this time, the community here should no longer exist. Lin Yi didn't think so. She said firmly, Sister Feng told me before that when she first came here, there were no fewer zombies than now. It was transformed step by step. I believe that as long as everyone works together, nothing will be difficult for us. Li Yao turned her head and looked at her and smiled softly. I hope so. Soon they fell into silence again, mainly because the zombies below began to wander up the stairs, and the voices of several people became very low. By the way, when the place was handled before, how did you deal with the zombie corpses? Li Yao asked. Lin Yi was about to fall asleep. When she heard the question, she whispered, I don't know either. I haven't asked before. After all, this thing is useless when it's alive, and it's easy to cause plague when it's dead. I don't pay much attention to these. Okay, I know. Li Yao nodded slightly, thinking about something thoughtfully. On a hillside near the community camp, about a few hundred meters away, there was a lot of snow blocking the road in front. Lao Cheng, Da Zhuang and Han Wu were sweeping the snow with branches, otherwise the car would not be able to drive. At this time, Qin Yu was lying on a tree, looking at the scene below, feeling overwhelmed. What's the situation? Da Zhuang stood below, and returned to the car, and shouted upwards. They were attacked as expected. Qin Yu hugged the tree with both hands and slid down. Then he said again, There are still fires everywhere, and the walls are broken a lot. Hong Wu didn't wear much clothes, so he sat in the car and said, We all encountered heavy fire suppression in the wild, and it was expected that the community would encounter enemies. Now we have to see how many casualties there are. Qin Yu frowned and said, That's what I'm worried about. I can't see a single living person. Lao Cheng was stunned. What do you mean? Did they all run away? De Zhuang said in a deep voice. No, Xiaoyu means that there are not only our people in the community, there should be zombies. Qinyu leaned against the car and nodded. Yes, the community is full of zombies, but this also means that there are at least survivors in the community, otherwise the zombies would not stay in it all the time. Damn, what should I do? We don't have much bullets left in our guns. We were just chased and shot by that group of people, and we don't know where our machetes fell. Lao Cheng grabbed his hair in frustration and shouted irritably. We have to find a way to lure the zombies away. Qinyu said slowly. I understand the principle, but how can we implement it? We can't set the nearby mountains on fire, right? Hongwu said doubtfully. Qinyu walked around the car and scanned the forest for any movement. He could not see any animals except the zombies in the distance. What are you looking at, Xiaoyu? Dazhuang also opened the car door and got out, rubbing his hands and breathing out. Qinyu turned around. Since the zombie outbreak, how many animals have you caught in the forest? Hongwu was stunned. Although he didn't know why he asked this, he still told the truth. I only shot 2 birds with a slingshot, and I haven't seen anything else. Qinyu hummed and looked at Lao Cheng. What about you? Lao Cheng scratched his head. I haven't even shot a bird. A few months ago, I ran over a snake while driving on the road. I stewed a pot of snake soup at that time. It was so damn delicious. After getting the answer, Qinyu continued, it's the same for everyone. After the zombie outbreak, almost no animals were captured. This is mainly because the zombies in the forest will also feed on them, and the animals will also be infected, and then the spread will be even wider. Then Qinyu pointed to the area around the community and paused, saying, there are not too many animals in the woods over there. It can be said that they are basically zombies. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. Now this saying is not easy to use. You mean, we really set the mountain on fire to lure the zombies away? De Zhuang understood his idea. Qinyu nodded and said, this is also a last resort. Otherwise, how can we deal with the zombies? I can guarantee that their number is no less than that of the island's warehouse. Besides, we have no food and our strength is almost used up. Lao Cheng said dejectedly, oh, next time, I have to put food in my pocket no matter what. I don't want to die of coldness. Wait, what the hell is that? He looked at a big rock in the distance, shouted suddenly, then opened the car door and stood outside, rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, and continued excitedly, there is food. Qinyu walked over. What food? Then he saw the movement in the distance clearly. Hongwu also got out of the car, and a puzzled voice sounded. What? Qinyu turned his head and smiled and said, there is a python lying on the rock over there, but I am really curious why there are snakes in winter. Lao Cheng rubbed his palms, looked at the python opposite that was as thick as his arm, and said quickly, my grandfather said before that in winter, when the temperature rises, snakes will come out to bask in the sun, and when the temperature drops, they will return to the cave. After saying that, Lao Cheng looked around, trying to find a handy weapon. Qinyu took out his pistol and handed it over. There are still a few bullets left, use them sparingly. Lao Cheng waved his hand and said without turning his head, you have to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Its body blocks that part, and now we have 1 less bullet, so keep it, in case we need this bullet in the future. Found it. Lao Cheng was delighted, and then picked up a few finger-long nails and spread them in his hands. I picked them up near the second-hand car, and now they come in handy. Dazhuang looked at the snake lying on the stone in the distance and said, how do we catch it? It looks so thick. You are not going to fight it with nails? How is that possible? I am not Superman. Lao Cheng glared, and then ordered everyone to look around to see if there was anything inside the wooden board. After searching for a while, Qinyu only picked up a palm-sized piece, which was still very thick. He showed it to Lao Cheng, who shook his head and indicated that it was not acceptable. Dazhuang dug in the snow nearby and pulled out an abandoned plastic bucket. The outside was very dirty, and half of it was broken. Lao Cheng happened to see it, and quickly ran to his side and shouted excitedly, this will work, use this. Then he went back to the car, put the plastic bucket and nails on the car body, turned around and said to the few people, next, I will teach you a trick, how to catch this kind of snake in the wild. Of course, if it is not for saving bullets, shooting is also okay. De Zhuang, make a fire. Lao Cheng shouted at him. Qinyu picked up some dry firewood and followed him. I help you. Dazhuang took out his lighter and started a small fire. Although he didn't know how he caught it, it was meat. In today's living environment, Meat is hard to come by. It's like drifting on the sea for a long time, and suddenly it starts to rain. Lao Cheng threw the nail into the fire and burned it red. Then he made chopsticks out of 2 thin branches, held a nail and stood upside down on the ground. Then he asked Hong Wu to use the middle part of the 2 branches to hold the bottom and fix it. Then Lao Cheng turned around and crushed the barrel, picked up a barrel piece that was 2 palms wide, and pressed it down on the nail. Since the nails were heated, they penetrated easily. According to this method, Lao Cheng quickly inserted all the nails, a total of 6 iron nails, inserted into the barrel with a small gap. Okay, done. Lao Cheng sprinkled a handful of snow to let it cool, then stood up and said, "What should we do next?" Qin Yu asked, standing beside him. "Like this." Lao Cheng squatted down, drew on the ground with his fingers, and spoke carefully. After more than a minute, he said to everyone, "How is it? Do you understand?" Dazhuang rubbed his hands, swallowed a little saliva and urged, "Hurry up, I haven't tasted snake meat yet. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to taste it after the zombie outbreak." Lao Cheng smiled and said, "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. In this case, let's act separately according to the method we just agreed on." The 4 people walked towards the stone where the python was basking in the sun, and went around a little. Qin Yu and Dazhuang stayed on each side of the snake more than 10 meters away, waiting for Lao Cheng to send a signal. Before starting the action, several people also discussed that the community was full of zombies now. They couldn't get in, and the people inside couldn't get out. They had been running around for so long without a break, so it would be better to replenish some physical strength outside, and then find a way to lure the zombies out. After all, the 4 of them had only eaten a little after a whole day. Lao Cheng took Hong Wu and followed the python's moving trajectory, staying at a farther position, looking around and said, "This is it, the snake should come from that side. Let's pick up some branches and block a distance on both sides. Be careful not to be attacked by zombies." The 2 acted quickly and finished it in a short while. Then Lao Cheng handed Hong Wu a 1-meter-long, arm-thick wooden stick and said, "When the snake jumps out of this pile of branches, you hit it with a stick, and then I will rush out to catch it. Be careful, if you don't hit it 7 inches, run away quickly." When Hong Wu heard this, a grown man was a little scared. "Well, I was bitten by a snake when I was a kid. You better come out quickly. If such a big snake attacks me, it will be bad if I stab it with the knife I used to stab the zombie." "Don't worry." Lao Cheng patted his shoulder, then walked behind a tree and gently shook the tree next to him towards Qin Yu. After receiving the signal, Qin Yu was ready to take action. There was a zombie lying on the ground, frozen stiff. He squatted down, broke off an arm, and then threw it at the big python. With a click, the zombie's broken arm fell 1 or 2 meters in front of the python. Instantly, it raised its head and stared at the front. After a moment, it crawled forward, moved its head closer, stretched out its tongue to smell it, and then circled around the arm. The sense of smell of snakes is on their tongues. They stretch out their tongues and touch the tiny odor particles in the air to distinguish different odors. Although it couldn't recognize the pile of things in front of it, it could smell a slight stench. After distinguishing it, the python turned its head and continued to return to the stone, where it could just get the sun's rays. 10 seconds later, the python also threw a zombie leg from the right side, but it used a little more force and hit the snake directly. As soon as it came into contact, the python twitched quickly, then tightly wrapped around the zombie's calf, trying to cut it off. There was a snap, and the python's wrapping force was so terrifying that the zombie's leg broke into several sections. This is why Lao Cheng never planned to catch it directly. Such a thick python, if it wrapped around an adult man, would definitely kill him. The python continued to sniff the zombie meat in front of it, and suddenly, as if it had sensed something, it broke away and circled back to the cave. Hong Wu hid behind the pile of branches and heard the friction sound on the ground. He was as tense as a string, staring at the exit with full concentration. Suddenly, a fist-sized snake head appeared and moved forward a little. Then it noticed Hong Wu's presence, turned its head, and opened its mouth towards him, hissing, "Look at you, Em?" Hong Wu was most afraid of snakes, so he held the stick with both hands and hit it hard. With a clang, the snake was a little confused by the hit, and then it reacted and rushed towards Hong Wu quickly. Chapter 189. Hong Wu dropped the stick and ran away. The python chased after him. When passing a big tree, Lao Cheng circled and appeared behind the snake, holding a plastic sheet in his hand, and pounced on it. While the python was staring at Hong Wu, Lao Cheng sneaked up from behind and instantly pressed the snake's head with a plastic sheet. The 6 nails on it were quickly inserted into the snake's head. The snake was attacked, and the whole body twisted quickly, trying to break free. But Lao Cheng pressed it tightly, holding it with his left hand, and picked up a stone with his right hand and smashed it down, but because the ground was soft, the snake still had vitality. Its almost 5-meter-long body quickly wrapped around Lao Cheng's body, wrapping him up in an instant. Lao Cheng felt the pain of his muscles being compressed and quickly yelled, "Don't run! Come back and help me!" But Hongwu had a huge psychological trauma from being bitten by a snake, so he ran a little far away for a while. When he heard the call for help and turned back, he stumbled and fell. Fortunately, the other two people arrived quickly. Qinyu stepped forward and held the snake's head tightly to prevent it from breaking free. De Zhuang hurried over to grab the snake's body with his hands and tried to loosen it a little. Soon, Hongwu also limped over and started to pull hard together. But Lao Cheng's face was already red, and he shouted hurriedly, "It can't be opened. Use fire. Use fire." De Zhuang heard this, and quickly took the lighter to burn the snake's body. The next second, the snake opened its body and swung its tail towards his hand, and the lighter in his hand instantly fell to the side. The snake was really too big. They didn't have a clean dagger, and they wanted to save some bullets. For a while, the combined strength of the four people couldn't subdue it. Qinyu gritted his teeth, pulled out his pistol and prepared to shoot at the snake's head, but Lao Cheng reached out and grabbed him, and shouted anxiously, "Zombies! Zombies are coming, don't use the gun." Qinyu turned his head, and saw 7 or 8 zombies wandering over from the woods in the distance. If the gunshots were heard, more would surely gather. The gun was useless, and the zombies were coming soon. Qinyu looked around and suddenly saw a basketball-sized stone on the ground. He ran over to pick it up, and then smashed it at another stone on the ground. If I remember correctly, he had seen how primitive people made stone axes in the movies before. After 3 consecutive smashes, he finally got a stone with a relatively flat and sharp edge. Qinyu ran back with it, knelt on his legs, and suddenly raised it up and smashed it at the snake's head. It instantly pierced the snake's body, splitting it in 2. After just a moment, the snake lost its strength, and then Da Zhuang and Hongwu rescued Lao Cheng without much effort. "It's really not easy to get a bite to eat." Qinyu sat aside and said with a sigh of relief. Then he used a branch to pull the plastic sheet apart. The snake's head was still moving, opening its mouth up and down to bite. Lao Cheng took a few deep breaths, waited for his reaction, and then he said viciously, "I must make this snake into a full snake feast, damn it." Da Zhuang saw that nothing happened and the snake had been killed, so he chuckled and said, "Don't think about how to eat the snake yet. Let's go quickly. After this fight, the zombies are coming." After hearing this, several people came forward and each of them lifted a section of the snake body and ran towards the car. After they left, a zombie walked to the previous position, knelt down, reached out to pick up the snake head, and stuffed it into his mouth. The snake head triggered a nerve reaction and bit the zombie's lips fiercely. The 4 people drove the car, not deliberately heading towards the community, but circling around. The zombies nearby were basically led into the community by the zombie swarm, and there were relatively fewer outside. Soon, several people drove to the southeast of the community, under a stone bridge. After parking the car, the 4 people were carrying the snake and were about to go there. Lao Cheng stopped in the area in front of the bridge, lowered his head, and squatted down to touch the ground, frowning. "What's wrong?" Qinyu saw him stop, so he turned around and asked. The other 2 also followed him back. "What's wrong? Did you find any traces?" Lao Cheng carried the snake on his shoulder, pointed at the ground with his right hand, and said, "Look here, do you see anything?" Qinyu also squatted down and looked carefully, and then said, "It looks like something crawling over. A bit like a snake?" After saying that, Qinyu suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. "Damn, is this true? If such a big mark is a snake, why are we struggling? We have to invite Godzilla out to solve the problem." It's no wonder Qinyu reacted so strongly, but this trace is almost exactly the same as the trace near the python he killed just now. It looks irregular, and sliding on it. Lao Cheng also looked solemn. "This matter is beyond my cognition, but I can tell you clearly that animals are not allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country, let alone the current environment. When I was a teenager, I often followed my grandfather into the mountains to hunt. Although hunting animals was not allowed later, during the years we went into the mountains, the largest wild boar we caught was the size of a calf." He was about to continue talking when a man suddenly walked out of the woods next to him. Qinyu had his back to the back. When he heard the sound, he let go of the snake body and quickly pulled out the pistol, turning his body around and aiming at the back. He thought he was being followed by the group of people who attacked them, until he saw the man's face clearly, and put the pistol back into his waist. "It's you. Why are you here?" The person Chen Yu was talking about was a Lei who was chasing the group of bandits. He didn't say anything and walked over. Lao Cheng asked him, "A Lei, do you know what kind of animal this is?" A Lei looked at it, and shook his head. Seeing this, Lao Cheng curled his lips and said, "Well, even a Lei doesn't know what this is." But a Lei ignored him, picked up a branch on the ground, and began to write something on the snow. Chen Yu stood aside and read along. "This is not an animal, it is a person." Several people were stunned and a little confused. Then a Lei started writing again, a long and dense paragraph. Although the handwriting was a little crooked, Chen Yu recognized it half by recognition and half by guessing, and he recognized it roughly. Da Zhuang and Lao Cheng stood by, holding the snake's body, and asked, "What did he write?" Chen Yu read the last word, then turned around and said, "Ali said that these were the people who attacked the community. They rushed in, killed many of us, and then left with the bodies. He was tracking this group of people. The traces on the ground were left after they cleaned up." Chapter 190. "Are there many of them?" Da Zhuang asked worriedly. A Lei then wiped the words he had written with his hand, and then wrote a few more sentences. Chen Yu followed and read out, "Dozens of people, many people in the community died. They don't have good guns. The arsenal is guarded by me, and your friends are guarding there." "Your friends? Whose friends, mine?" Chen Yu asked. A Lei pointed at him, and nodded slightly. Immediately afterwards, a Lei stopped writing, but opened his mouth and uttered an extremely hoarse voice, as if there was sand in his throat. "They are cannibals." The four of them were shocked when they heard the news, but soon, they were relieved. Chen Yu said, "In the current environment, it is winter, and those people can't find much food, so they focus on their own kind." Sigh. "Okay, it's snowing too hard outside. Let's go under the bridge and hide from the snow," Lao Cheng said to everyone. A few people hummed and carried the snake downstairs. A Lei didn't follow, and turned around to follow the trace. Chen Yu grabbed him with one hand. "What are you doing? It's getting dark, and we won't be able to see the road soon." A Lei paused and said, "The snow is heavy, it will cover it." After saying that, he coughed violently a few times, and pointed to the traces on the ground. But soon Chen Yu shook his head and said, "With such heavy snow, you will freeze to death if you are alone in the wild at night." A Lei said again, "Fire. That won't work either." Chen Yu turned around and shouted to Lao Cheng and the others, handing over the snake, "You go to the campsite first, I will follow him to make a mark and come back. The snow is too heavy, and these traces will disappear the next day. We can't just let it go after slaughtering so many of us." Lao Cheng was shivering from the cold. He took the snake and urged, "Let's go quickly, I'm freezing." After saying that, he sneezed and sniffed. The others walked under the bridge. Chen Yu followed a Lei, and walked forward step by step along the trail. The sky gradually darkened. A Lei lowered his head, and stared at the ground. Chen Yu followed him, and stuck a wooden stick into the ground. After walking for more than half an hour, the two came to a small path and stopped. Chen Yu put his hands in his pockets. The wind blew the snow hard. He shouted, "There should be only one road left here. We can see the footprints. We just need to follow here and walk in along this path tomorrow. What do you think? The snow is too heavy. Let's go back quickly." A Lei put his hands on his eyelids to block the snow, glanced around, then turned around and nodded to him, and the two began to return the same way. There was no need to look for traces. The two ran back quickly along the stick, shortening the time by more than 10 minutes. Back under the bridge, the ventilation areas on both sides had been blocked by branches, and a lot of snow was thrown on them. In addition, it was raining outside, so even though there was a fire inside, it couldn't melt the branches. Chen Yu pushed aside the branches and crawled in. When a Lei came in, he sealed the entrance again. At this time, the area under the bridge was tightly wrapped, with only a small hole on one side for the smoke to float out. Chen Yu shook off the snow on his body, then cleaned his hair, quickly walked to the fire, and squatted down, warming his hands by the fire. A Lei followed in, using the fire to dispel the coldness of his body. Although it was cold outside, the temperature inside was very high. Although Lao Cheng and Hong Wu did not wear thick clothes, they did not have runny noses because of the fire. While roasting the fire, Lao Cheng used nails to process the snake meat, which was divided into 3-finger-width and palm-length pieces and placed on the branches. "Fuck, if only I had a clean knife, otherwise, I would have eaten it by now," Lao Cheng said depressedly. Then he turned his head and shouted to the other two, "Add more firewood, I'm freezing to death." After hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while, then said while roasting the fire, "If the blood on the dagger is cleaned and then boiled for a few hours, will there be no virus left on it?" Lao Cheng put the piece of his hand aside and said casually, "I don't know about this, and no one dares to try it themselves. Every time Sister Feng gives us a knife, she will prepare a clean one that has not killed zombies, specially used for processing food and emergency use." "Is that so?" Chinyu looked at the fire, touched his chin, and continued, "I was attacked by several people before. They swung the knife and hit me. At that time, I noticed that the blade was very clean and could reflect the moonlight. After that, my hand was not infected. Hongwu was still injured, so he was only responsible for skewering the meat. De Zhuang used a dagger and a stone to chop the wood shorter to make it easier to burn." He turned to look at Chinyu and joked, "Maybe you are naturally immune?" Chinyu shook his head slightly. "I don't think so. If this virus really has human immunity, I must be more than the only one in the world. There must be others. If there is, the antidote serum would have been developed long ago. I suspect that their knives were washed and boiled in water. After all, daggers are easy to find, but machetes are not necessarily." Chinyu added again. Hongwu smiled and said, "In this case, next time we catch a mouse, we will know if we try this method." Chinyu nodded, just thinking about it. It is really uncomfortable to survive in the wild without a clean knife. These daggers have killed zombies. Killing animals again will be a waste, and no one dares to eat them. Then Hongwu skewered the snake meat and handed it to Chinyu and Alei. "Take it and roast it together. It is smeared with salt." The two nodded and took it, and placed it away from the open fire. "How much salt is left?" Lao Cheng turned around and asked. Hongwu glanced at the small plastic bag on the ground, and then said, "No more, just this much is used up." Lao Cheng thought for a moment and continued, "Then don't roast it. You can't roast all the snake meat. And without salt, it won't taste good after roasting. It's a waste of ingredients. Save it for stewing soup. This damn weather is a natural refrigerator. It's a waste if you don't use it." After saying that, Lao Cheng also came over with the snake meat skewers and prepared to roast them. He only used 3 thin branches to string them together, and sharpened the top with stones. Each person held 4 skewers in their hands, roasting the snake meat until it sizzled and the aroma immediately wafted in the air. The roasted ones continued to be placed on the branches, and then new ones were roasted. More than 10 minutes later, all the more than 30 skewers were roasted, and everyone took one and started to chew it. Chinyu bit off a piece and chewed it, then said, "Well, it tastes pretty good, a bit like chicken, but it feels different." Lao Cheng had already started to chew it with both hands. He was very happy to eat it, and quickly said, "It will be more like it when it is cooked." Chapter 191. Everyone was eating and chatting, and the camp under the bridge didn't seem so cold. A few minutes later, everyone threw the remaining skewers into the fire and burned them, then leaned against the wall and began to sleep. There was a lot of snow outside, not to mention that no living people dared to come out, and the zombies might not be able to move, so there was no need to be on duty. In the community. After dark, when the zombies below gradually stabilized, Li Yao went up the stairs to the second floor, killed a few scattered ones, and then walked up with 2 quilts. The zombies on the first floor heard the noise, and began to move slowly upwards. Li Yao quickly returned to the rooftop and locked the door again. After a few seconds, the iron door was slammed again. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked at her and said, "Why are these zombies, like robots, coming every once in a while?" Li Yao came over with the quilt and said with a smile, "It's winter, they also need to eat, and living people are delicious food for these things." Lin Yi took the quilt and put some on Xiaoning. Suddenly, she smelled a strange smell, put her nose close to it, and then turned her head to look to the side and began to retch. "What's going on?" Li Yao came over and sat down and asked. Lin Yi took the quilt away and said with a pale face, "It smells like urine. I'm really sick. I've told some people more than once not to pee on the bed, because most of the toilets in our community are in one place. It will be very cold in the middle of the night, so some people are too lazy to go out and use bottles to solve the problem. Although these quilts are covered by those people themselves, they still don't change after being told several times. Fengyi can't do anything about them. After all, it is difficult to maintain the same living habits in the current environment. Forget it." Li Yao picked up the smelly quilt, turned it over and spread it on the ground, and continued, "Maybe its owner has died in the attack. Regardless of that, just spread it on the ground as a bed sheet." Lin Yi smacked her lips and nodded, "Okay." In this way, the 3 girls squeezed on the rooftop for a night. Fortunately, there was something to block the wind. Although it was cold, It was at least much better than sleeping in the wild. Under the bridge. A night passed without incident. Alay had already gotten up early and stood by the river alone, staring at the water. Good morning. Chinyu yawned, picked up a handful of snow and rubbed it on his face, just as if he was washing his face, then walked towards Alay. What are you doing standing here? Alay nodded his chin and pointed to the river. Chinyu turned around and saw a dead fish, which was completely rotten, with only the upper body left, lying on the shore, its mouth slowly opening and closing. Chinyu glanced around, picked up a fist-sized stone on the ground, aimed at the dead fish a few meters away, and threw it hard. With a snap, it was smashed into ice chips on the spot. Chinyu clapped his hands. It's done. If you see this kind of thing, just get rid of it. It's a nuisance if you keep it. If animals can be infected, we might encounter insect zombies after this winter. It's scary to think about it. Alay put his hands in his pockets and said slowly, I have seen it. Chinyu didn't understand, so he turned around and asked, What have you seen? Insect. Zombies. Chinyu was startled and was about to continue asking questions when a man walked out from under the bridge and shouted to them, The snow has stopped. Let's make a plan for the next step. Okay, I'll be right there. Chinyu turned around and shouted. He then continued to look at Alay, but seeing that he started to cough slightly again, Chinyu thought for a while, and still didn't ask any more questions. He changed his words. When you return to the community, you can write it down slowly when you have time. Let's go back to the bridge first. When they got to the bottom of the bridge, the fire had become very small. De Zhuang went to pick up some dry firewood, but then, he couldn't stand the cold and quickly slipped back. Everyone gathered around the fire, talking about something. Seeing Chinyu and the others coming in, Lao Cheng turned around and said, What we are discussing now is to drive around the community, light a place every 10 meters or so, and lure out the zombies inside. De Zhuang has a different opinion, and we are not sure. Chenyu came over and squatted, smiling and said, What do you think, brother De Zhuang? Tell me. De Zhuang said, Driving is a bit of a waste of gasoline. In this way, the zombies are lured out, and the gasoline is almost used up. In my opinion, I will tie a cloth strip on the bow and arrow, pour some gasoline, and shoot the zombies outside, and then Hong will run through that place, and use the smell of living people to lure the outside away. Chinyu nodded as he listened. It's like the butterfly effect, right? The zombies outside leave, which in turn drive the zombies behind, and then drive the zombies inside. De Zhuang said seriously, Yes, that's it. Lao Cheng spoke at this moment. What if the zombies outside don't notice Hongwu at all, and continue to walk inside, and ignite the zombies inside? They move around, and may even burn down the houses in the community. Hongwu was a little overwhelmed by the gunshot wound for 2 days. His lips were slightly pale, and he said softly, I can get closer, it's okay. Chinyu listened carefully to the opinions of several people, then turned his head to look at Hongwu, and said, Your injury will not last long, the bullet must be removed quickly, otherwise it will be infected. The 3 of you take this package of anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics and return to the community quickly. Lao Cheng didn't quite understand. What do you mean by 3 of us? Are you 2 going with us? Chinyu shook his head slightly. Alai has followed the trail of the cannibals. I will follow him to find a way to see if I can deal them a heavy blow. The 3 of them were silent for a long time, and then De Zhuang said, But the entrance of the community is surrounded by zombies, and it is difficult for us to get in. Is there any way to let the doctor slip out? Chinyu didn't know what to say after hearing this. With Lin Yi's skills, leaving alone in the wild would be tantamount to suicide. If Li Yao followed, then Xiao Ning would be alone without anyone to take care of her, and she might be in danger. For a moment, Chinyu was a little annoyed. If there was a walkie-talkie, we wouldn't be so blind. Alay sat beside him without saying anything. He picked up a branch and wrote on the ground, There is a secret passage. Lao Cheng leaned over to take a look and was surprised. When did this happen? How come I didn't know there was such a thing in the community? I dug it before, and few people know about it. Alay wrote another sentence. Chinyu took a look and said with a smile, This way, the danger is eliminated. You go in through the secret passage first, then bandage your wounds, and come out to lure those zombies. Chapter 192. Since the solution has been found, the few people stopped talking and treated the wounds first before considering the next step. Near the car on the bridge, Da Zhuang drove the car and prepared to leave with Lao Cheng and Han Wu. Alai had already drawn the location of the secret passage for them in advance. After the 3 of them left, Chinyu turned around and looked at Alai and said, let's go and have a good meeting with those people. Inside the cave. At this time, Most of the people who attacked the community were chopping firewood. In winter, they rarely went out. This group of people has been eyeing the community for almost a month, searching for information openly and secretly. It was not until Chin Yu and his team drove a large truck into the community that these people started to take action. At this time in the cave, the woman who was slapped twice at the entrance of the community was sitting alone in the corner, carefully washing the wound on her leg with water. After returning to the cave, the man beat him up severely, then ignored him, and went to have fun with the survivors. The woman's name is Wang Yu, and the man is her husband, Zhao Hu, who likes to drink and abuses her every time he gets drunk. Although the two were already divorcing before the apocalypse broke out, the timing was very unfortunate. Just after getting the divorce certificate, zombies began to appear on the street. Zhao Hu took Wang Yu's son away immediately and forced her to leave with him. Wang Yu had no choice but to follow him. Her child was only 7 years old. If she followed that violent husband, she would not have a good life. The three of them wandered in the wild for a long time, and then met Hu Ye's group. At first, the three of them were caught and were going to be killed. But in order to protect her son, Wang Yu had to tell them about the existence of a community. One night, she was trapped by several zombies when she went out to find water, and finally met a man with his daughter who saved her. The man gave Wang Yu half a bottle of water, considering that she also had a child, and asked her if she was willing to go to the community with him. At that time, Wang Yu was scared of being beaten, and her son was still with Zhao Hu. She didn't dare to leave alone, and ran away after just looking at the address on the note. The place, she said later, was the community where Zhang Yin lived. Hu Yi followed the people to check it out, and found that there really was such a paradise, so Wang Yu and her son survived safely. Zhao Hu relied on his archery skills to join this group of people. As he learned more, Wang Yu realized that this group of people were not ordinary survivors. They ate people. Wang Yu had never eaten their food, preferring to dig earthworms and roast them herself. But in order to torture her, Zhao Hu even tricked their biological son into saying that it was roasted wild boar meat. The son Luoluo didn't know the reason and ate it just like that. Wang Yu's spirit was tortured and collapsed for a time, close to the point of madness. She couldn't accept her children eating human flesh, so she became silent and sat alone in a dark corner, looking out of place. In the center of the cave, Mr. Hu was lying on a big rock with an animal's skin underneath. He leaned over to the man next to him and pouted, "Zhao Hu, your wife still refuses to eat our food." Zhao Hu was sitting on the rock next to him, holding a naked survivor in his arms, his hand still swinging on his chest. When he heard the question, he replied, "The woman probably has some mental problems. Damn, since her son ate it, she started saying that she has gynecological diseases and refused to let me touch her." The woman was pinched by Zhao Hu and it hurt a lot, but she didn't dare to resist at all. Her face turned blue and purple, and she pinched her thighs tightly with both hands, and her body trembled slightly. Mr. Hu looked at Wang Yu in the corner and said casually, "Bring her here, I take a look." Zhao Hu stood up and walked over, stretched out his hand to grab Wang Yu's hair, and dragged his wife in front of Mr. Hu. "Stand still." Wang Yu was severely malnourished, and most of her hair was broken by the pull, leaving only a little, and she stood there trembling. "Take off the clothes." Looking at the woman in front of him, Mr. Hu suddenly wanted to try something else, so he shouted to Zhao Hu. After hearing the instructions, Zhao Hu grabbed his wife's clothes and ripped them apart. The buttons fell to the ground, revealing her upper body. Then her pants were torn apart. There were many red spots on Wang Yu's thighs, and there was even a hint of odor. Mr. Hu frowned slightly. How long has this disease lasted? Wang Yu's expression was cold, and she seemed unusually numb. She answered mechanically, "More than half a month." Mr. Hu waved his hand, "Go away." Seeing this, Wang Yu picked up her tattered clothes and walked to the corner naked. Other people in the cave were used to this. Many of them exchanged wives and beat them if they didn't obey. Most of the women here had had several men. Because Wang Yu was sick, many people always disliked her. Men didn't want to touch her, and women didn't want to get close to her, lest they be infected. Chin Yu and Alei were lying on a gap at the top of the mountain, looking at the scene below, and they were so angry. Then Chin Yu and Alei left there, and as they walked, the former said, "They can even humiliate their own wives like this. These people are simply not worth dying for. Animals still know how to protect their partners." Then Chin Yu said again, "Let's go, see if we can catch a pheasant or a rabbit, throw it at the entrance of the cave, and lure the zombies in first to reduce their strength." After saying that, the two left the vicinity of the cave. They had found this place an hour ago. At first, they did not find any entrance until Alei took him around, and found the cave on the top of the mountain. But unfortunately, the cave was very small, and people could not get in at all. Jinyu had planned to wait until midnight to throw the zombies in and bite them to death. Wang Yu sat in the corner, holding a thin thread made of tree bark in his hand, and began to stick it on the buttons of his clothes. A few minutes later, a dirty little boy came over here. His hair was already draped over his shoulders, he had a dagger on his body, and a piece of barbecue in his hand. Here you go. Since he started eating human flesh, Wang Yu's son Luoluo has changed a lot. He has become indifferent, loves to drink human blood, and even wants his mother to eat it too. Every day, he would bring meat to Wang Yu. If Wang Yu didn't eat it, her son would use a branch to hit her hard twice, and then eat it himself. Wang Yu looked up at her child's very strange eyes, shook her head gently, and then stretched out her right arm. Luoluo took out a long branch, whipped it hard a few times, and then left without looking back. Chapter 193. Wang Yu gently stroked the scars on her arm, and her thin face smiled bitterly. This situation now is really her own fault. She used to tell her son not to learn from his drunken father, and use fists to reason. But at that time, her son Luoluo always turned a blind eye, and said that his father was just a male chauvinist, and that this was what a man should be. Although Wang Yu was very sad at the time, she kept persuading herself that the child was still young and what truth could he understand. Maybe it would be better if it was a little older. After all, it is impossible to throw it away. But with the outbreak of the apocalypse, the arrival of zombies, and the collapse of order, many people's worldviews have undergone earth-shaking changes. Even children are the same. Influenced by the surrounding environment, they also begin to become indifferent to the lives of others. Now Wang Yu really wants to hide in that community. She has tried this more than once, but every time she was caught by Zhao Hu halfway, and then beaten. Later, when the temperature dropped, she was wearing very thin clothes, and it would be easy to freeze to death if she went out again, so she has been much more obedient recently. After fixing the clothes, Wang Yu put them on again. Although they were dirty and smelly, she had no choice. This piece of clothing was taken from a female zombie. While the others were eating, Wang Yu carefully scratched the ground with her right hand for a few times, then held it in her palm and continued to walk to a darker corner. Then she sat down against the wall, revealing what she had in her hand. It was a thorn from a tree, about half the length of a little finger. Wang Yu rested her chin on her knees, slowly moved her right hand to her thigh, and then gently poked her skin with the thorn. She had no gynecological disease, and had never had one. She used this method just because she didn't want to serve Zhao Hu, who abused her, and she didn't want to accompany other men. Wang Yu often reminded herself that she just wanted to survive, but how to survive? She didn't want to be like these people. More than a minute later, more red spots appeared on Wang Yu's thighs. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that they were man-made. She stayed quiet for dozens of seconds, and when those people ran to eat, Wang Yu used her hands to open a layer of soil on the ground and took out the bedbugs inside. Crush it with your hands, then wipe it on your pants. When he reached into the pit again, he found that it was the last one, and then his stomach started to growl again. Buried the barb in the pit, Wang Yu glanced in other directions, then picked up a stick next to him, held a wall with one hand, and limped towards the cave exit. A man who was holding a palm in his hand and chewing food saw the scene, turned his head and joked to Zhao Hu next to him. I say, Lao Zhao, are you really okay? Your woman doesn't eat our food, and doesn't play with us, and now she's out digging earthworms again. If it's up to me, you should just squat to pee in the future. Zhao Hu swallowed a piece of thigh meat from someone unknown, and then said viciously, you will know whether I can do it or not in a minute. After that, Zhao Hu walked to the man, grabbed the woman's arm beside him, and walked behind a curtain. The woman was eating meat with her head down, and was suddenly lifted up. She was startled, then picked up the food that fell on the ground, and followed Zhao Hu staggeringly. She was used to it. At the exit, Wang Yu pushed aside a small branch with difficulty, and then climbed out. She didn't dare to open a bigger hole, otherwise the cold wind would pour in, and she would be locked outside again tonight. If it happened again, she would definitely die. After coming out, Wang Yu carefully covered the hole, then hugged his shoulders tightly with both hands, and walked to a dark place. A few dozen meters away, Chen Yu and Alei built a small shed to block the fire, and the two sat there quietly waiting for the opportunity. Suddenly Alei picked up a small piece of snow, threw it at Chen Yu, and then looked in a certain direction. Chen Yu quickly stepped on the fire and squatted beside him, looking at the woman in the distance and said, it seems that their people have come out. They are not afraid of freezing to death in such a heavy snowy day. Let's go, let's catch her. Maybe we can get some details. Then the two of them followed Wang Yu more than 10 meters behind her, and moved slowly with her. After Wang Yu came out, she couldn't stand the weather. She kept slapping her skin with both hands to try to keep warm. Then she broke off a bunch of branches and covered herself tightly with them, not caring about the stings. After walking for a few minutes, Wang Yu came to a place where there were a lot of weeds. There were many small trees around, blocking part of the wind. Although it was still very cold, at least she didn't need branches to cover herself. Then she squatted down, reached into her shoes with her left hand, and took out a very short iron rod, which she had hidden separately for making fire. Another piece of flint was hidden here by Wang Yu. She couldn't light a fire with just the weeds, so she followed the old method, tore off a little of her hair, and threw it into the weeds below. Then she held the iron rod with her left hand, picked up the palm-sized flint with her right hand, and struck it again and again, producing tiny sparks. Not far behind him, Qin watched this scene and said with some confusion, "They had fire in the cave just now. Why did they use this method when they came out? Wouldn't it be enough to bring a few pieces of charcoal?" Alei lay on the snow pile, looking at the woman without saying anything. He always felt that this person was a little different from others, which came from his intuition that he was a killer before. Alei used to be a professional killer, often carrying out various assassination missions abroad. He could tell at a glance whether a person had killed someone. This was also the reason why Qin and Li Yao were tied up by him after entering the community. After knocking dozens of times, Wang Yu finally started the fire. She quickly threw more weeds on it, and then moved her hands closer, even touching the flames without reacting. She didn't pull back until she felt a burning pain in her hand, but because of the noise made when making a fire, a zombie with wood chips all over its body came over. Wang Yu was so scared when she saw the zombie that she stood up suddenly, but because she had been squatting for a long time and had little food intake, she suddenly felt a darkness in front of her eyes, then her head was a little dizzy, and then she fell straight backwards. Fortunately, it was a snowy day, and the snow on the ground was very thick, so she didn't get hurt. Feeling the contact between the snow and her skin, Wang Yu shuddered, then climbed up with difficulty and limped towards the slope. Wang Yu leaned against a tree with her back, waiting for the zombie to come with a high concentration. When the zombie approached and pounced on Wang Yu, she quickly dodged to the side, then grabbed the zombie's hand and pulled it hard towards the slope behind her. Chapter 194. However, Wang Yu's physical fitness was very poor, and she almost fell down with him. Fortunately, she grabbed the tree next to her in time. When she finally got rid of the zombie, and was sitting on the ground breathing heavily, the back of her head was suddenly hit by a cold and hard object, and then a man's voice sounded. "Don't move, raise your hands. If you move, I will shoot you." Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes panicked and said fearfully, "I have nothing. The only useful thing is the iron rod. You can take it." She raised her hands while begging for mercy. Then Alei walked out from the side, holding a few strips of cloth cut from the zombies, and used them to tie the woman's hands in front of him. Qin put the unloaded pistol back to his waist. He just wanted to scare her. It was an ambush, so how could he shoot? It was a pity that Wang Yu was really hungry for too long, and her mind was a little confused, so she didn't think of this. Then the two of them took her back to the fire. Qin continued to add a few more firewood, sat cross-legged and asked, "Tell me about your situation. If I am in a good mood, I will leave you a whole body." Wang Yu stood in front of them trembling, a little confused. "Say, what to say?" Qin said coldly, "Are you pretending to be stupid?" After saying that, he picked up a red-hot thin wooden stick and poked it directly at the woman's leg in front of him. Qin did not show any mercy to these things that eat human flesh. Ah! Wang Yu was burned and wanted to run back quickly, but Alei appeared behind her and kicked her in the stomach. Wang Yu was kicked and fell towards the fire. Fortunately, Alei used little force, and only made her retreat a few steps before stopping. Then Qin picked up another arm-thick stick with fire burning on it. He stood in front of the woman and said with a dark face, "I ask you one last time, will you tell me or not? You are beasts that eat your own kind, rob our supplies, and kill our people. I promise that you will definitely die in pain." Wang Yu covered her stomach in pain. She cried and shouted, "I don't know what you are talking about. I have never eaten human flesh, let alone seen you. Why did you hit me right away? Why did everyone bully me? Why?" Qin listened to the crazy roar of the woman in front of him. He took a deep breath and did not step forward again. Instead, he continued, "You attacked a community and ambushed several people who were searching for supplies in the wild. Have you forgotten this?" Wang Yu was close to mental collapse. She lowered her head and began to talk nonsense. I don't know anything. I just followed them. I didn't kill anyone or attack anyone. I just wanted to survive. Why can't this be allowed?" Chin-yu was a little confused when he heard what she said, and turned to look at Alei in confusion. Alei also didn't quite understand. According to his thinking, since he didn't eat human flesh, why did he follow them? Aren't you afraid that you will be eaten one day? Just as they looked at each other, a muffled groan suddenly came from behind. Chin-yu looked back and saw that the woman on the ground picked up the flint and hit her forehead hard. She fell to the ground and didn't move in an instant. She fell beside the fire, and the flames ignited her hair. Chin-yu quickly dropped the burning stick in his hand, ran forward and stamped on her hair, then grabbed her legs and dragged her away from the fire. Alei squatted forward, put 2 fingers together, and pressed them against the woman's chin and neck. After a moment, he nodded slightly at Chin-yu, then pressed his thumb hard on her philtrum. After a few seconds, the woman suddenly woke up. Why is it still the same place as before? Am I dead? Wang Yu said with a numb expression while lying on the ground, looking at the trees around him. Chin-yu frowned and said, "You are too thin. With your strength, you want to beat yourself to death. It's just a dream." Chin-yu looked at the woman in front of him. She was about 1.6 meters tall, and weighed only about 60 kilograms. She was skinny. Judging from her appearance, she might have never eaten human flesh. Alei stood up, came to Chin-yu, and slowly said she is different. Chin-yu heard this and asked, "How is she different?" Alei glanced at the woman who was in a daze on the ground, then picked up a branch and began to write on the ground. She doesn't have the aura of having killed anyone, and her stench is different. The people who ate human flesh smelled like rotting. I'm sure I didn't smell it wrong, and her stench is just caused by not taking a bath for a long time. Chin-yu looked at this paragraph, pondered for a while, then turned around and was about to speak again, but suddenly saw the woman crawling quickly in one direction. He was about to step forward to stop her, but Ari beside him pulled him back, then shook his head slightly, indicating that he should look down. Wang Yu had just sat up, and suddenly, she saw the wet soil under the weeds. She quickly crawled over and knelt there. Her hands were tied, but she also dug the soil hard. After more than 10 seconds, she dug out a fat earthworm, which was about the same thickness as a chopstick. Then she used her hands to scrape the soil off the earthworm, and then quickly stuffed it into her mouth. While eating, she continued to dig with her hands. Chin-yu and Alei just watched her quietly. In a few minutes, the woman dug 7 or 8 earthworms and ate them all raw. Then she continued to dig desperately, and even stopped when her hands were bleeding. Then she stopped and turned to look at Chin-yu, her eyes full of unyielding expression, as if to say, "Didn't you say I eat human flesh? See, I would rather eat insects than those things." Chin-yu closed his eyes and took a breath, then opened his eyes and asked, "What's your name?" The woman did not answer him, but said, "Kill me, I don't want to live like this and be humiliated by others at will." Hearing this, Chin-yu looked at her carefully for a few times, and then he realized that the woman was the one they saw being stripped naked by her husband on the top of the mountain. Thinking of this, Chin-yu's attitude softened a little. "Your people killed our friends and attacked our community. There are hundreds of zombies there. If you put yourself in their shoes, you will understand why I am so angry." The woman lowered her head and thought for a long time, then raised her head and said solemnly, "I will tell you the details, but I have a request. I will also avenge them with you." "Avenge who?" Chin-yu was stunned. "Those beasts who tricked my son into eating human flesh. No, since he took the second bite, he is no longer my son." Chapter 195. After pondering for a while, Chin-yu said, "Let's talk about the specific situation first, and then consider what happens next." The woman moved closer to the fire, trying to keep herself from getting too cold. She whispered, "My name is Wang Yu. I don't know how many days I've been in contact with this group of people. It's probably been quite a while. At that time, they said they were a survival organization that could provide us with a camp to survive. Considering that winter was coming, we had no choice but to follow them and leave." Chin-yu listened to her story, and then interrupted her before she finished. "Wait, how many people were there at the beginning?" Wang Yu warmed her hands by the fire and whispered, 3. "In addition to my son, there was also my ex-husband. After the divorce, he took my child away first. I had no choice but to follow him. Now I think it's really ridiculous. If I had made up my mind to leave, I might be in your community now." Chin-yu took a few pieces of wood picked up by Alei, added them to the fire and continued, "The community doesn't accept everyone." Wang Yu looked up at him. "After the outbreak of the apocalypse, I haven't killed even one animal. So what?" Chin-yu also stared at her and said calmly, "What's the use of being soft-hearted? Now kindness will only hurt you and even the people around you. After what happened recently, Chinyu began to feel that if he had been a little more ruthless and killed Lu Qing directly that night, he could have left with everyone afterwards. More people could also take care of him, and Long Long should have survived. Although we just met, we are all people who are trying to survive. Wang Yu thought for a while and said, "You make sense, I understand it now." Chinyu hummed, "It's not too late now. How many people are there in total?" "Almost 100 people, but some of you died in the last attack, and the specific account has not been settled. For their group, the dead are not considered people, but just food waste." "You still eat your own people?" Chinyu frowned and asked. Wang Yu looked at a rotten log on the ground next to her. There was a fat white worm the size of a little finger moving around inside it. She stuck a stick into it and roasted it over the fire, then said, normally, "Don't eat it." Chinyu curled his lips. "You are really getting worse and worse as you grow older. You are really no different from animals." Wang Yu roasted the worm until it was browned, then ate it in one bite, and then continued to search in the log, trying to find more. Alay saw this, and took out a clean cloth bag from his pocket. After opening it, there was a small half of roasted snake meat inside. Although it was cold and hard, it was much better than the worm. He walked forward, squatted down, and handed the thing in his hand over. Chinyu saw this and shouted, "What are you doing? She may not be worthy of our trust." Alay turned his head and whispered, "I believe my intuition." After saying that, he started coughing again. Wang Yu listened to what they said, and then pushed the meat back. "You keep it, I don't need it." Alay didn't say anything, put the thing on the ground, and then stood up and walked towards the other direction of the forest. Wang Yu looked at Alay's back and asked, "Where is he going?" Chinyu walked forward, put the meat away, and put it back in his pocket. He didn't trust this woman at the moment, so giving her food was out of the question. He said, "It's none of your business. Go on. How many weapons do you have?" Although Wang Yu was dissatisfied with the attitude of the man in front of him, he knew what kind of people he was surrounded by, so he endured and continued, "Weapons? Most people use bows and arrows, daggers and the like. Only a few of Mr. Hu's men have guns. Oh, they also have a gun that looks very big. I don't know what it is." Chinyu listened to this information and thought about what they said in the old city last time. The group had a big machine gun. It seemed that according to the current situation, the woman did not lie. Seeing this, Chinyu handed the meat back to her. "This is snake meat. It has been roasted. You can eat it after heating it up. Continue talking." Wang Yu looked at him hesitantly, and did not take the next step. "Do you want to eat it?" Chinyu asked impatiently. He might be much better to his friends, but he really didn't have the patience to serve others. "Eat." "Of course." Wang Yu wiped her thighs with her hands a few times to clean the dirt, and then quickly took it. She leaned in to smell it, then swallowed unconsciously, and then quickly bit it. As the aroma of meat entered her mouth, Wang Yu cried excitedly, "It's really delicious." Obviously, animal meat is also delicious. Why do they have to eat human meat? Why? While shedding tears, she gnawed on the half-snake meat. Chinyu glanced at her, then sat down and slowly said, "But when they are extremely hungry, some people completely abandon their principles as human beings, and the first thing they want is to survive. In the famine era a long time ago, cannibalism also occurred, but at that time, food was scarce and many people were forced to do nothing. But now it is different. Although it is the end of the world, there are still many supplies abandoned in the city. As long as you have the ability to clean up the zombies, you can always find some." Wang Yu chewed each bite of meat for a long time, and finally swallowed it when she felt that it had no taste at all. Then she thought of something, and put the remaining part of the snake meat into her pocket without eating it. Chinyu looked at her action and asked curiously, "Why don't you eat it? Although it is not easy to spoil in winter, it will spoil easily after a long time." Wang Yu raised her head, her eyes were red, but her face was excited and said, "I will bring it to Luo Luo to eat. As long as he tastes other meat, he may change back. At that time, my son will come back to me again. It will definitely work. He is just too hungry, and has to eat human flesh. I believe he will change." Chinyu felt mixed emotions. As a mother, she still fantasized that her child could change for the better. Perhaps this is her nature. She can't bear to do it until the last step. He didn't say anything more about this, and let her do what she wanted. As the saying goes, humans rarely learn lessons from past events, and Wang Yu began to persuade herself again, unwilling to give up her child. Next, Wang Yu told Chinyu everything in detail about the cave, such as where the water was placed, where the survivors were locked up, and even the secret passage for leaving. After more than 10 minutes, Chinyu listened to this information, thought for a long time, and then said to her, Well, I get you something. You go back and sprinkle it in the water source, and see if it has any effect. Chapter 196. After saying that, Jinyu walked towards a zombie frozen in the snow. Since the surroundings were frozen, the zombie in front of him could only move its upper body, and its movements were extremely slow, trying to grab Jinyu's body. He picked up a wooden stick on the ground, and then knocked its arm off with one stick. Then Jinyu picked it up and walked back, leaving the zombie to continue swinging there. Why don't you kill it? Wang Yu asked in a low voice. Leave it there. If the snow melts one day, it will come out. Chen Yu looked around and picked up a stone with a slightly concave surface. He picked it up with both hands and moved it to the fire. Then he sat down and said, We don't come here to do activities. In other words, even if the zombies come out, they will threaten your group. I wish there were more of them. Wang Yu said oh, and didn't say anything else. She picked up a handful of snow from the snow next to her and put it close to the fire, trying to melt it. What are you doing? Even if it melts, you can't drink it. The snow in the wild is very dirty. Who knows if the zombies have stepped on this side? Jinyu broke the zombie's finger and was about to knock it down when he saw Wang Yu's action, so he asked. My face is a little dirty. Although I am a little ridiculed for being clean now, I still want to keep my face as good as possible. Just think of it as a woman's nature. Wang Yu answered in a low voice and continued to melt the snow. Then he held a small part in his left hand, dipped a little water on his right finger, and gently wiped it on his face. But because his hands were tied, his movements seemed very awkward, and most of the water on his hands spilled. Wang Yu was not angry about this, but instead got some more snow and continued to melt it into water. Chen Yu thought for a moment. The woman in front of him was very thin and weak. She even dealt with the zombies by pushing them down the hillside. She should not be a threat to him. Then Chen Yu stood up and walked over. He carefully cut the cloth strips on her hands with a knife and threw them into the fire. He said, Be careful, don't get the water in your eyes. Wang Yu saw him untie her and said gratefully thank you. Chen Yu hummed, put the zombie's finger by the fire to soften it a little, then threw it into the sunken stone and began to beat it carefully with a wooden stick. It looked like pounding garlic. A few minutes later, Chen Yu had mashed the zombie's finger into a pile of black meat paste, which was very smelly. Wang Yu also finished smearing his face, sat on the ground and watched his movements carefully, and whispered, Can you tell me your name? No. Chen Yu was very straightforward, and then used a piece of wood to roll the meat paste into the size of a cherry. Then he lowered his head and said while busying himself, Find a chance to throw these zombie meatballs into their pots, water sources, etc. Wang Yu asked doubtfully, What if they find out? I'm not trying to escape, but if I'm found out, I'd probably be chopped into dozens of pieces. If that's the case, I'd rather freeze to death in the wild now. Chen Yu took the small meatballs in his hand, raised his head, and looked at the woman in front of him. She looked ordinary. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she looked gentle and had an intellectual aura. Unfortunately, she was too thin, and her whole body exuded a sense of depression. What are you looking at me for? Isn't your face clean? Wang Yu felt a little uncomfortable, and then wanted to continue to wipe her face with snow. It's okay. Chen Yu said casually, You should be 30 years old, right? Wang Yu nodded, 35. Chen Yu smacked his lips, almost 10 years older than me. If it was before the end of the world, I would have to call you Sister Wang, but now, these have become a thing of the past. Wang Yu didn't know what to say, so he just continued to nod, I know. Chen Yu placed the zombie meatball on the snow pile, and waited for it to freeze. I don't know if he wanted to verify his thoughts, but he asked one more question. You used to work in education, right? Wang Yu was stunned, curious about how he saw it, but soon relieved. He had been teaching for more than 10 years, so it should be obvious, so he answered, Well, I used to be a primary school Chinese teacher. Is that so? Chen Yu touched his chin and pondered for a moment. It seems that there are still some children in the community. Apart from those who died in this attack, the rest should learn to read. If nothing else, knowing a few more words will be useful when searching for supplies outside. Otherwise, if he drinks pesticides as drinks, he will regret it. If this operation goes well, it's not impossible to take this woman back. Chen Yu looked at Wang Yu and had this idea. Wang Yu found that the man opposite him was staring at him intently, and subconsciously said with a trembling voice, You, why are you looking at me like this? I'm sick. After saying that, in order to prevent him from not believing it, Wang Yu lifted the edge of his pants, revealing the dense red dots. It's not that she thinks too much, but those men and women in the cave can really get together anytime and anywhere, as long as they are full and satisfied and see eye to eye. After seeing it so many times, Wang Yu wondered if all men would be like this. Qin Yu saw this and frowned. Do I look so wretched? To be honest, I have never held a girl's hand formally since I was a child. So you are still a virgin? Wang Yu, who had already given birth to a child, became bolder in her speech. Qin Yu didn't know what to say, so he picked up the meatballs and threw them over. Go, stop talking about these useless things. You've been out for a long time. Go back and find a way to throw these things into the water. Wang Yu carefully put them in her pocket, then limped towards the cave. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yu carefully went in from the entrance of the cave. When she was about to go in, the man standing guard at the door came up and touched her hard a few times, rubbing a little oil on her. She didn't react to this, just thinking she was being hugged by a zombie. Then she returned to the corner and waved to her child, trying to get him to come over. Although her son Luoluo often beat his mother, he would sometimes listen to her talk and see her gestures, so he walked over and stood in front of her expressionlessly. What's the matter? Here, try this, it's delicious. With a happy expression on his face, Wang Yu took out the snake meat and carefully put it in the child's hand. Luoluo took it to his nose and sniffed it, then his face changed drastically. What the hell, it's frozen like a stone, who wants to eat it? After saying that, he threw it directly to the ground. He then raised his foot to step on it. Seeing this, Wang Yu quickly fell to the ground and patted the soil, saying incoherently, Don't waste it, this is food, I just need to roast it for you, just roast it. Luoluo seemed to be more and more disgusted with her appearance, and even urinated on his mother and the piece of meat. Then he snorted coldly, You are a scumbag, my father is right, you deserve to be beaten. Then he left without looking back. Wang Yu knelt alone in the corner, feeling the smell of urine on his hands and the laughter of others in the cave, and his expression began to change gradually. Did you see that? Her son actually peed on her hand. I see. She is a waste, she can't even manage her own son, she deserves this end. I just look at my son, he can be scared to kneel on the spot, this is the difference, don't you understand? The mocking voices continued. Wang Yu sat there, clenched his fists, and didn't care even if his nails dug into the flesh. Chapter 197. After a few seconds, she stood up resolutely, threw the piece of meat on the spot, and didn't care about it anymore. A rag was placed on the relatively clean ground in the corner. This was where Wang Yu usually slept. Now she was kneeling there busy with something. Someone in the distance of the cave saw this scene and asked the person next to him, Hey, what is she doing? A woman wrapped in a black cotton jacket replied indifferently, What else can I do? After all the trouble, it's just that piece of rag. A woman who doesn't even dare to kill a pheasant, what else do you expect her to do? Okay, take a nap. When I wake up, I'm going to cook brains for dinner. After saying that, the woman in the cotton jacket tightened her clothes and lay down on the spot. Just as she was about to go to sleep, a shirtless man came over and was about to take off her pants without saying a word. Don't move. It's too cold here. Let's go inside. The woman in the cotton jacket grabbed the man's hand and threw him a coquettish look, but because of her strange appearance, the man felt nauseous. But now there are more wolves than meat, anyway, it's very dark inside, just pretend that you can't see it, and the two of them walked arm in arm. Wang Yu fumbled around next to her bed for a while, and took out a small homemade dagger, only a few centimeters long, made of a tin box, sharpened on both sides, and even the top part was made into a pointed shape. This is for self-defense. She doesn't know if Xiao Hu will get angry and beat her to death one day. After all, Wang Yu knows her physical condition very well, and she will feel pain for several days if she bumps occasionally. Confirming that her knife is still there, Wang Yu put it on her chest, where there is a small inner pocket, which she made with tree bark, just right for hanging the knife. Then, Wang Yu turned around, pinched 2 zombie meatballs with her thumb, and slowly walked towards the water source. As soon as she approached, there were several women drinking water there. After they finished, they saw Wang Yu coming and deliberately walked away with half of the broken bowl. When a woman passed by her, she deliberately spit on the ground. You stink like a toilet, how can you stay here? Another girl with short hair pulled her hand and said, Don't talk about her, she is also very pitiful, everyone will be a mother in the future. Hearing this, the woman who had just spit rolled her eyes and said, With this rotten environment, why should I give birth to a child? Give birth to a child to suffer like me. Then she and the others left without looking back, taking the drinking bowl with them. The short-haired girl saw this and hesitated for a while, then walked to Wang Yu's side, handed her a bottle cap, and said in a low voice, This is for you. Although it's not as convenient as a bowl, you can always drink some water if you try a few more times. Your hands are dirty, And you may get sick if you drink the water directly. Wang Yu looked at her panicked eyes, and did not reach out to take it. The short-haired girl gritted her teeth, took a step forward, took her right hand, stuffed the bottle cap in and ran away. Returning to the others, the woman who had just spit slapped her in the face and said viciously, "Did you give her food? I saw it all. Wait, I tell Master Hu." Hearing this, the short-haired girl was so scared that she went forward and hugged her legs and begged, "No, I didn't give her food. I just gave her a piece of paper to wipe the wound. Don't tell Master Hu. So sister, can I help you wash clothes?" After saying that, the short-haired girl ran to her bed, picked up a pile of clothes, and walked to an area where water was dripping. There was a lot of snow piled there, and she would use the water to wash after it melted. "Okay, calm down. She doesn't have any food on her." Someone else stepped forward to persuade her. Wang Yu held the bottle cap in his hand, then squatted beside the water source, slowly scooped a little water, and began to drink. Then, while others were not paying attention, he changed his hand to touch the water surface, and then threw a zombie meatball into it, which sank directly to the bottom of the water without causing any ripples. The blood from the zombies could easily contaminate food, not to mention water. It dissolved in the water in just a dozen seconds. Then Wang Yu gritted her teeth and turned to walk towards the barbecue area, where a large pot was set up, and a pot of human flesh soup was boiling. Others squatted nearby with bowls in their hands and drooling, waiting to eat. In their eyes, this was a pot of delicious food, but when Wang Yu approached, she only smelled a stench from the bottom of her heart. Others watched her walk over and unconsciously started discussing. "She doesn't want to eat our meat. Why is she here?" "Oh, you don't understand. If I were to ask you, when people are extremely hungry, there is nothing they won't eat. I heard that someone once cooked and ate their own child." "Really? Are you lying to me?" Someone obviously didn't believe it. "I don't know either. Anyway, I heard it from others. Go, move aside. She's coming." As Wang Yu approached, everyone else was scared, mainly because she often emitted a foul odor. Although this group of people also had it, they were used to it and actually disliked other smells. A man holding a large shovel was stirring the meat in the pot. He was the chef here. When Wang Yu approached, he taunted, "Wow, what a rare guest." Wang Yu smiled a little and said humbly, "I didn't dig up any earthworms today. I don't know if it's because it's too cold. Brother, can you let me try this?" The chef ignored her and turned to look at the center of the cave. Mr. Hu was lying there smoking, and several women were massaging him. Uncle Hu saw the scene in the distance and nodded slightly. The chef received the instruction, and then scooped up a palm-sized piece of meat with a shovel. Because there was no seasoning, the meat was light white and seemed to be uncooked. Wang Yu put her hands together slightly, and as soon as she approached, the chef poured the meat directly on it. "It's so hot!" Wang Yu exclaimed, and her palm bounced away as soon as it touched the meat. While there was a lot of steam at the mouth of the pot, she turned her hand downward and immediately sprinkled the meatballs in. In the cave, Chen Yu saw this scene and said softly, "Wang Yu is quite smart. She knows how to use this method." Alei also nodded, indicating that it was indeed possible. Although the method was good, her end was miserable. Although the zombie meatballs were successfully sprinkled into the pot, and no one else noticed, the meat was accidentally knocked off and fell directly on the ground next to it. Seeing this, the others were immediately angry and yelled at her to get out. When the chef saw that the meat was wasted, he was afraid of being blamed, so he took a shovel and hit Wang Yu. Chapter 198. With a clang, the shovel hit Wang Yu's forehead directly, and blood gushed out of the wound instantly. After a failed suicide attempt in the morning, the wound that had finally healed started bleeding again. She collapsed on the ground after being hit. When Mr. Hu saw that there was a commotion over there, he stretched out his hand and pinched the woman next to him hard, and then walked over there. "What's going on? What's going on?" The woman who had spitted earlier added fuel to the fire and said, "Mr. Hu, she said that this meat is not for human consumption, and asked us not to eat it." Before she finished speaking, Master Hu grabbed her hair and pulled it down suddenly. He pulled out the Desert Eagle with his right hand and pressed it hard against her forehead. "Am I deaf or stupid? How dare you lie like this?" The woman was caught off guard by the gun, and was so scared that she wet her pants. This was mainly because Master Hu had no reason to kill people. He would definitely shoot when he was in a bad mood. She hurriedly said, I am deaf, I must have heard it wrong. "Humph, I will punish you by not allowing you to eat today, and go to the door to stand guard." Master Hu threw her to the ground and shouted with a cold face. After the woman left, everyone else stood there and dared not move. They were already afraid of this man from the bottom of their hearts. Master Hu walked to Wang Yu and said condescendingly, You are really arrogant. You want to stay here with us, but you don't want to be in the same group with us. Okay, you want to play like this, right? Come on, hold her down for me. After hearing Master Hu's words, Wang Yu stood up and wanted to run, but where could she run? She was soon carried back by 4 men, and her limbs were pressed to the ground, and she couldn't move at all. Master Hu picked up the piece of human flesh that fell on the ground, walked to her head and squatted down, pressing it directly to her mouth, forcing her to eat. Wang Yu struggled hard, shaking her head all the time. The oil stains of the meat were smeared all over her face, and she refused to eat. Seeing this, Master Hu yelled, "One more person to hold her head down." After being completely fixed, Wang Yu widened her eyes and stared at Master Hu. Her eyes were almost on fire. Hee, I like your eyes, not bad, suitable for this end of the world. Suddenly Master Hu thought of a way, turned around and shouted to the people next to him, "Go call her son." Soon, Luo was brought over. Master Hu walked over and touched his face. His voice was very gentle, but he said something that could scare people to death. "Don't you want your mother to integrate into us? Now I have a way for you. She is hungry now, you just go and feed her." When the others heard what Master Hu said, they were so scared that they began to tremble. They ate human flesh, but they would not eat their own relatives. Now, he actually let a child force his mother to eat. Luo didn't think too much. In his opinion, his mother was so thin, why was she still picky about food? He didn't understand. Now that he had the chance, he didn't hesitate and took the meat and walked up. Wang Yu's head was fixed and her mouth was forcibly opened. She was pinched on both sides to prevent her from closing. She couldn't speak. She could only watch her child shed tears and rushed up excitedly, trying to let her child leave. The 2 people in the cave couldn't help it when they saw this scene. Lei stood up and wanted to kill him. Fortunately, Qin Yu held him down and whispered, "They have guns and heavy weapons. The 2 of us can't kill them. We must make some people sick. This is the end of the world. We can't save everyone." After hearing these words, Lei kicked away the snow beside him, walked back and squatted down, and the 2 of them stared at the situation in the cave again. Luo took the meat and pressed it into Wang Yu's mouth, but the meat was very big, and it took a long time to push it in a little bit. Seeing this, Hu Yi shouted beside him, "You tear off the meat and press it in little by little." Luo listened and began to follow this method, tearing off a small piece each time, and then pressing her finger towards her throat. After more than 10 minutes, the meat on Luo's hand had completely disappeared. He knelt beside his mother and said with a smile, "Mom, look, you ate it too, isn't it delicious?" This was the first time Luo called Wang Yu mom after such a long time, and the reason was that she was fed a piece of human flesh. Wang Yu was held down, with a large piece of meat in her mouth. Before that, she had been forced to swallow more than half of it. Her eyes were already bleeding from crying, and even her hands were tightly gripping the ground, leaving several marks on the stone with her nails. All her nails were turned up because of anger and too much force, and her hands were covered in blood. "Let's go back and eat." Uncle Hu laughed loudly, and after watching this good show, he turned around and walked towards the pot. The others gradually dispersed, and Luo went forward to hug her mother, leaning her head against her chest. Wang Yu suddenly yelled, pushed her child away, and then spit out all the human flesh in her mouth, and then desperately crawled to the corner. Luo was a little confused by being pushed. He stood up and looked at his father next to him and asked, "What's wrong with Mom? Why are you angry after eating?" Zhao Hu snorted coldly, "Don't worry about her. Let her starve to death as soon as possible. Come on, baby, let's go eat." Wang Yu knelt in the corner and immediately scratched her throat with her fingers, then supported herself with her hands and vomited quickly. Ugh! She vomited out part of the meat she had eaten before, and then there was still some in her stomach. Wang Yu continued to scratch her throat with her fingers, and then vomited several times in a row. She felt that her stomach was emptied a lot, and her expression finally eased a little. But in order to vomit it out completely, she clenched her right fist and swung it towards her abdomen again and again. After hitting it hard several times, she finally started to vomit again. The last time, she vomited almost all blood and water without any food. She even vomited out the earthworms she had eaten some time ago. Then she turned over and lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath, looking up, just in contact with Qin Yu and Lei. Blood began to flow from her eyes. Qin Yu made a gesture to her, meaning that the action would begin in the evening, and then they left and went to prepare some things. After the short-haired girl finished washing clothes, everyone else had finished eating. At this time, there was only broth left in the pot, without any residue. She stood by with a bowl and scooped it out, and finally left disappointed. The broth was not very tasty, and was very difficult to swallow. She turned and walked towards the water source, ready to scoop some water to drink. Seeing Wang Yu lying on the ground without moving, the short-haired girl was a little touched. She looked in other directions, confirmed that everyone else was asleep, and then walked straight towards her without choosing to drink water. Little did she know that this kind act saved her life in the future. Chapter 199. Outside the cave. Qin Yu and Alei left the cave, unable to bear watching any longer. Alei walked alone in front, his expression expressionless, as if nothing had happened. He stopped in front of a small tree as thick as his arm. "Why don't you leave?" Qin Yu followed him up, stopped and asked. Alei closed his eyes, and punched the tree in front of him. The surface of the tree trunk was instantly smashed, and even slight cracks appeared inside. "You seem very angry." Qin Yu stood beside him and whispered, "Because she was beaten by her ex-husband?" They had seen it before. Wang Yu didn't want to be caught by Mr. Hu. When she was escaping in the cave, she was caught by Zhao, who had punched several times before being carried back. At that time, Qin Yu seemed to feel that Alei was a little abnormal. His fists were clenched and cracked. Although it felt a little strange, after all, Wang Yu was the first one to talk to them. It was impossible for him to kill those people for her. At most, Qin Yu would stop Wang Yu's ex-husband from continuing to abuse her. If there were other situations, they would have to spend more time together and talk about it after their relationship improved. Now the two of them are busy here, mainly to seek an explanation from the people in the community and to vent their anger. Apart from anything else, Qin Yu's own thoughts are, "I have been running around outside for so long, and I finally found a place with a wall, water to drink, and shelter from the wind and rain. I was just about to stay here, but a group of people showed up and directly lifted the roof of my house. I worked so hard to search for supplies, and finally brought them out, but a group of people came and snatched them away, and even killed my friends." What is going on? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Qin Yu is not a cicada, nor is he a bird. He is the snake behind the oriole, or even the eagle behind the snake. Alei squatted down and wrote on the snow with his fingers. "My biological mother was beaten to death by a man." Qin Yu walked up and took a look, and was very surprised. Domestic violence as well? Ari nodded and started talking. He didn't care even if he coughed every time he spoke. "My mother has always been gentle, kind, and well-educated. She was deceived by a man and married him despite her family's opposition. There was no wedding or banquet. The two of them took their luggage and eloped to the man's hometown. After arriving, I found that the man's home was not backed by green mountains or facing the lake. It was just a village in the mountains. There was not even clean water there. All they drank was turbid raw water. After boiling, it tasted extremely bad. My mother felt deceived and turned around to leave. But how could she outrun a strong adult man? She was caught and taken back before she ran far. After that, all my mother's documents were searched and burned. She was locked in the room all day. The man was lazy and didn't farm or work. There was little food at home, so other people in the village offered money to come into the house to play. My mother would rather die than obey, but her resistance was just fun in the eyes of those beasts." Alei told so much, and suddenly coughed up a large pool of blood on the ground, which was shocking. Qin Yu handed him the water bottle and whispered, "Speak slowly, don't be anxious." Alei took the water and rinsed his mouth, then shook his head and said, "I know my situation, and the doctor also said that if I keep cough, not talking, my throat will be hard to heal, and I have to try to restore its function again." Then he continued, "A year passed like that, and my mother's belly gradually grew bigger. She didn't know whose child it was, and her spirit became worse and worse. A dozen men in the village all claimed that the baby was theirs, and people came to deliver food to her every day. The women in those villages are all pitiful people. Most of them were abducted like this, and some were simply bought. The whole village gathered together to prevent them from escaping." Qin Yu listened quietly, not knowing what to say. He himself was an orphan. When he was a child, he was beaten dozens of times by street vagrants for a piece of bread. Even if his body was bruised, he still held the little food tightly in his fist. Alei suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Yu and said, "I don't care who is my father. For me, there is only one mother in the word parents, and that is my mother. After I was born, my mother took me with her all the time. Fortunately, she gave birth to a son, and her alcoholic husband treated her better. She also started working hard to support the family, but is it useful?" Alei clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "My mother's ribs were broken several times. One of her feet was broken, and one of her little fingers was cut off. Even if she gets better, the injuries will not recover, and the pain she has suffered will not disappear. After work, the man still likes to drink. After drinking, he gets emotional and likes to hit my mother with his fists. On the last night, my mother coaxed me to sleep early. She sat alone at the door, holding an oil lamp, sewing a new pair of shoes for me. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the door was kicked open, and the man came in drunk, reeking of alcohol. I lay in the crack of the door and watched. I was only about 6 years old at the time. I was so scared that I dared not move at all. I just hid there and peeked. He walked in and shouted, "Damn it, I saw that the little bastard was getting more and more wrong. Except for gender, he is like me in every way. Your belly is really disappointing. You can't even give birth to my child." After saying that, he kicked my mother to the ground and punched her in the stomach. Alay lowered his head and continued to speak without any emotion. My mother bit her arm tightly to prevent me from hearing, but the man seemed to be tired of beating her and wanted to use a stick instead. But, Alay suddenly became excited when he said this. "Slow down, don't be anxious." Chinyu reached out and patted him on the back. Alay took a few deep breaths and continued, "But I hid the wooden stick in the corner and didn't want him to beat my mother again." The man looked for the stick everywhere, but couldn't find it, so he found the iron rod on the window. My mother wanted to cut off the iron rods with a saw to escape, but after giving birth to me, she didn't think of leaving. One end of an iron rod was sawed off, and the man stood on a stool and shook it desperately, and actually got the rusty iron rod off, then turned around and swung it at my mother. Because of the iron rod, my mother soon stopped struggling and stared at me with wide eyes, but I was very scared and didn't dare to go out at all. Chapter 200. Just like that, my mother was beaten to death in front of my eyes. Ali was extremely angry when he thought of the woman in the cave, who was also beaten by her ex-husband. My mother had been dead for several minutes, and he was still beating the body. In the end, it was completely smashed beyond recognition. Then he wanted to come in and kill me. Fortunately, he had drunk a lot of wine. When he pushed the door open and walked in, he was tripped by the door frame. I picked up a stool on the ground and hit him on the neck, then ran out desperately. I don't know how long I ran, but after dawn, I found a large stone tablet in front of me. I didn't think much about it, and ran over directly. Later I found out that it was the border line. I left from an abyss, and stepped into another hell. It's not appropriate to tell you what happened next. Anyway, what you need to know is that I met Xiaoli later. Although I lost her again, I also stepped into another world. I became a killer. After Alay finished speaking, his face regained its calmness. Killer? Chinyu was slightly startled. I have only seen it in movies before, but this profession really exists in real life. Alay nodded slightly and said, "The movie is still too bland. In reality, the training of killers is very cruel. When each child enters, they will undergo simple training, and then the 12 children will be locked in a primeval forest with many traps, mines, and the like. There is only one key to open the door, and whoever gets it first will survive. Every 12 hours, the instructors of the assassin organization will send 10 poisonous snakes inside. They are food and also a means of eliminating people. After a full month, a small thermobaric bomb will be dropped inside." Chinyu was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought that there were really assassins in the world before. He asked curiously, "What is a thermobaric bomb?" Alay said slowly, "Thermobaric bombs are conventional weapons second only to nuclear weapons. The assassin organization is far from being as weak as you think. They are very formal. They are usually listed companies. They make money secretly to train assassins to carry out high-priced tasks, and then continue to improve their facilities. There are many professional military talents, top hackers, and various retired mercenaries. They have improved the thermobaric bombs and made them into a smaller type. Even so, the power is terrifying. It can instantly drain the oxygen of 3 football fields, and the air in the human body will also be completely drained. So hiding in there, and hoping to survive and kill others is impossible. The only way to get out is to fight, kill non-stop, and step on the corpses of 11 other people of the same age." Hearing this, Chinyu was deeply touched. He really couldn't imagine that the ordinary man standing in front of him was actually a famous international killer. Alay glanced at him and said, "Do you wonder why an ordinary person like me with ordinary looks has killed so many people?" Chinyu was stunned for a moment, but still nodded and said, "Yes, I thought they were all tough guys like those in the movies, handsome and good at fighting. When a killer executes a mission, he pays attention to completing the goal with the fastest efficiency, simple and clean." Ar took out a dagger, swung it quickly in his hand, and then threw it in one direction, instantly hitting a squirrel, and then said, "Before that, you need to scout the location and plan the evacuation route, etc. If you look too outstanding, you will be easily targeted." Because my mother's hatred has always been in my heart, I participated in 3 training sessions and fought my way out. Then I became a core member and began to perform various inhuman experiments around the world. At the age of 15, I was qualified to perform tasks. The next day I sneaked back to my country, back to the village I had been thinking about day and night. Unfortunately, most of the people in it had left, leaving only a few women. I left them some money as a thank you for taking care of my mother. Later, I followed the clues step by step to find out. It's ridiculous to say that those who used to buy and sell women and bully women have transformed themselves into workers struggling to survive in the city. Alay smiled contemptuously. They want to start over, but how can my dead mother start over? How can the woman who was bought into the mountains by them come back? The man, with the people in the village, took a few jobs on the construction side at first, and finally became a disciple of a person with a background. He got bigger and bigger, and even lived in a villa and drove a luxury car. Hearing this, Jinyu suddenly thought of something. He said in disbelief, "A few years ago, a murder case that shocked the whole country occurred in a city. 16 people died overnight. The bodies were left standing under a willow tree, and the lower body was chopped off. The murderer is still at large. I didn't expect it was you who did it?" Alay nodded slowly. "Yes, this group of people deserve to die." Jinyu heard the news and walked back and forth, rubbing his hands. 16 families, only men, were kidnapped. I found it very strange when I watched the news. Why didn't the murderer kill the women and children? Logically, with such a large-scale massacre, everyone should have died. Some people deserve to die, and some don't. Alay replied softly, "I thought about it. After another year of mission abroad, I will escape from the organization, transfer money to my mother's parents, and then turn myself in and reunite with my mother and son underground. But then zombies appeared and the end of the world broke out. You won't suddenly start killing people and attack me, right?" Chun-Yu asked nervously. Alay shook his head and said, "Of course not. I have lost that identity for many years. Now I am just a survivor in the end of the world." "Okay." Chun-Yu nodded hesitantly. He really didn't smell any different smell on Alay. Suddenly Chun-Yu saw the joints of his hands. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and said, "What is this in your hand?" Alay looked down, shook his head, and then pointed to his throat, indicating that he didn't want to talk anymore. He said too much today. Chun-Yu held his hand and looked at it. "You don't need to talk, just listen to me. This thing is a bit like grease." After saying that, Chun-Yu dipped a little bit of the bark with his finger, put it under his nose and smelled it, and said in surprise, "This is really oil." Then he walked around the tree and said with a smile, "I remember, this is a pine tree. Peel off the bark, make a hole in the trunk, and oil will drip down. I don't know much about the other uses of rosin oil, but I know one thing, that is, it can be used for burning very well." Chun-Yu scraped a little bit of the trunk with his hand, and it was very sticky in his hand. He said excitedly, "We can barbecue them in the cave."